The Teacher of Literature. Chapter 1. There was the thud of horses' hoofs on the wooden floor. They brought out of the stable the black horse, Count Nulin, then the white, giant. Then his sister Maika. They were all magnificent, expensive horses. Old Shelestov saddled Giant and said, addressing his daughter Masha. "Well, Marie Godefroy, come, get on. Hopla." Masha Shelestov was the youngest of the family. She was 18, but her family could not get used to thinking that she was not a little girl, and so they still called her Manya and Manyusa. And after there had been a circus in the town which she had eagerly visited, everyone began to call her Marie Godefroy. "Hopla," she cried, mounting Giant. Her sister Varya got on Maika, Nikitin on Count Nulin, the officers on their horses, and the long picturesque cavalcade, with the officers in white tunics and the ladies in their riding habits, moved at a walking pace out of the yard. Nikitin noticed that when they were mounting the horses and afterwards riding out into the street, Masha for some reason paid attention to no one but himself. She looked anxiously at him and at Count Nulin and said, "You must hold him all the time on the curb, Sergei Vasilich. Don't let him shy. He's pretending." And either because her Giant was very friendly with Count Nulin, or perhaps by chance, she rode all the time beside Nikitin, as she had done the day before, and the day before that. And he looked at her graceful little figure sitting on the proud white beast, at her delicate profile, at the chimney-pot hat, which did not suit her at all and made her look older than her age, looked at her with joy, with tenderness, with rapture. Listened to her, taking in little of what she said, and thought, "I promise on my honor, I swear to God, I won't be afraid and I'll speak to her today." It was 7 o'clock in the evening, the time when the scent of white acacia and lilac is so strong that the air and the very trees seem heavy with the fragrance. The band was already playing in the town gardens. The horses made a resounding thud on the pavement, on all sides there were sounds of laughter, talk, and the banging of gates. The soldiers they met saluted the officers, the schoolboys bowed to Nikitin, and all the people who were hurrying to the gardens to hear the band were pleased at the sight of the party. And how warm it was! How soft-looking were the clouds scattered carelessly about the sky, how kindly and comforting the shadows of the poplars and the acacias, which stretched across the street and reached as far as the balconies and second stories of the houses on the other side. They rode on out of the town and set off at a trot along the high road. Here there was no scent of lilac and acacia, no music of the band, but there was the fragrance of the fields, there was the green of young rye and wheat, the marmots were squeaking. The rooks were cawing. Wherever one looked it was green, with only here and there black patches of bare ground, and far away to the left in the cemetery a white streak of apple blossom. They passed the slaughterhouses, then the brewery, and overtook a military band hastening to the suburban gardens. "Polyansky has a very fine horse, I don't deny that," Masha said to Nikitin, with a glance towards the officer who was riding beside Varya. "But it has blemishes. That white patch on its left leg ought not to be there, and, look, it tosses its head. You can't train it not to now, it will toss its head till the end of its days." Masha was as passionate a lover of horses as her father. She felt a pang when she saw other people with fine horses, and was pleased when she saw defects in them. Nikitin knew nothing about horses. It made absolutely no difference to him whether he held his horse on the bridle or on the curb, whether he trotted or galloped. He only felt that his position was strained and unnatural, and that consequently the officers who knew how to sit in their saddles must please Masha more than he could. And he was jealous of the officers. As they rode by the suburban garden someone suggested their going in and getting some seltzer water. They went in. There were no trees but oaks in the gardens. They had only just come into leaf, so that through the young foliage the whole garden could still be seen with its platform, little tables, and swings, and the crows' nests were visible, looking like big hats. The party dismounted near a table and asked for seltzer water. People they knew, walking about the garden, came up to them. Among them the army doctor in high boots, and the conductor of the band, waiting for the musicians. The doctor must have taken Nikitin for a student, for he asked, "Have you come for the summer holidays?" "No, I am here permanently," answered Nikitin. "I am a teacher at the school." "You don't say so," said the doctor, with surprise. "So young and already a teacher?" "Young, indeed. My goodness, I'm 26. You have a beard and mustache, but yet one would never guess you were more than 22 or 23. How young-looking you are." "What a beast," thought Nikitin. He, too, takes me for a whippersnapper. He disliked it extremely when people referred to his youth, especially in the presence of women or the schoolboys. Ever since he had come to the town as a master in the school he had detested his own youthful appearance. The schoolboys were not afraid of him, old people called him young man, ladies preferred dancing with him to listening to his long arguments. And he would have given a great deal to be 10 years older. From the garden they went on to the Shelestovs' farm. There they stopped at the gate and asked the bailiff's wife, Praskovia, to bring some new milk. Nobody drank the milk. They all looked at one another, laughed, and galloped back. As they rode back the band was playing in the suburban garden. The sun was setting behind the cemetery, and half the sky was crimson from the sunset. Masha again rode beside Nikitin. He wanted to tell her how passionately he loved her, but he was afraid he would be overheard by the officers and Varya, and he was silent. Masha was silent, too, and he felt why she was silent and why she was riding beside him, and was so happy that the earth, the sky, the lights of the town, the black outline of the brewery, all blended for him into something very pleasant and comforting. And it seemed to him as though Count Nulin were stepping on air and would climb up into the crimson sky. They arrived home. The samovar was already boiling on the table, old Shelestov was sitting with his friends, officials in the circuit court, and as usual he was criticizing something. "It's loudishness," he said. "Loudishness and nothing more." Yes. Since Nikitin had been in love with Masha, everything at the Shelestovs pleased him, the house, the garden, and the evening tea, and the wickerwork chairs, and the old nurse. And even the word loudishness, which the old man was fond of using. The only thing he did not like was the number of cats and dogs and the Egyptian pigeons, who moaned disconsolately in a big cage in the veranda. There were so many house dogs and yard dogs that he had only learnt to recognize 2 of them in the course of his acquaintance with the Shelestovs, Mushka and Sam. Mushka was a little mangy dog with a shaggy face, spiteful and spoiled. She hated Nikitin. When she saw him she put her head on one side, showed her teeth, and began, "Rrr, na na na, rrr." Then she would get under his chair, and when he would try to drive her away she would go off into piercing yaps, and the family would say, "Don't be frightened. She doesn't bite. She is a good dog." Sam was a tall black dog with long legs and a tail as hard as a stick. At dinner and tea he usually moved about under the table, and thumped on people's boots and on the legs of the table with his tail. He was a good-natured, stupid dog, but Nikitin could not endure him because he had the habit of putting his head on people's knees at dinner and messing their trousers with saliva. Nikitin had more than once tried to hit him on his head with a knife handle, to flip him on the nose, had abused him, had complained of him, but nothing saved his trousers. After their ride the tea, jam, rusks, and butter seemed very nice. They all drank their first glass in silence and with great relish. Over the second they began an argument. It was always Varya who started the arguments at tea. She was good-looking, handsomer than Masha, and was considered the cleverest and most cultured person in the house, and she behaved with dignity and severity, as an eldest daughter should who has taken the place of her dead mother in the house. As the mistress of the house, she felt herself entitled to wear a dressing gown in the presence of her guests, and to call the officers by their surnames. She looked on Masha as a little girl, and talked to her as though she were a schoolmistress. She used to speak of herself as an old maid, so she was certain she would marry. Every conversation, even about the weather, she invariably turned into an argument. She had a passion for catching at words, pouncing on contradictions, quibbling over phrases. You would begin talking to her, and she would stare at you and suddenly interrupt. Excuse me, Petrov, the other day you said the very opposite. Or she would smile ironically and say, I notice, though, you begin to advocate the principles of the secret police. I congratulate you. If you jested or made a pun, you would hear her voice at once, that's stale, that's pointless. If an officer ventured on a joke, she would make a contemptuous grimace and say, an army joke. And she rolled the R so impressively that Mushka invariably answered from under a chair, RRR, na. On this occasion at tea the argument began with Nikitin's mentioning the school examinations. Excuse me, Sergei Vasilich, Varya interrupted him. You say it's difficult for the boys. And whose fault is that, let me ask you? For instance, you set the boys in the 8th class an essay on Pushkin as a psychologist. To begin with, you shouldn't set such a difficult subject. And, secondly, Pushkin was not a psychologist. Shchedrin now, or Dostoevsky let us say, is a different matter, but Pushkin is a great poet and nothing more. Shchedrin is one thing, and Pushkin is another, Nikitin answered sulkily. I know you don't think much of Shchedrin at the high school, but that's not the point. Tell me, in what sense is Pushkin a psychologist? Why, do you mean to say he was not a psychologist? If you like, I'll give you examples. And Nikitin recited several passages from Onyegin and then from Boris Godunov. I see no psychology in that. Varya sighed. The psychologist is the man who describes the recesses of the human soul, and that's fine poetry and nothing more. I know the sort of psychology you want, said Nikitin, offended. You want someone to saw my finger with a blunt saw while I howl at the top of my voice, that's what you mean by psychology. That's poor. But still you haven't shown me in what sense Pushkin is a psychologist. When Nikitin had to argue against anything that seemed to him narrow, conventional, or something of that kind, he usually leaped up from his seat, clutched at his head with both hands, and began with a moan, running from one end of the room to another. And it was the same now, he jumped up, clutched his head in his hands, and with a moan walked round the table, then he sat down a little way off. The officers took his part. Captain Polyansky began assuring Varya that Pushkin really was a psychologist, and to prove it quoted 2 lines from Lermontov. Lieutenant Jernitz said that if Pushkin had not been a psychologist they would not have erected a monument to him in Moscow. That's loudishness, was heard from the other end of the table. I said as much to the governor, it's loudishness, Your Excellency, I said. I won't argue any more, cried Nikitin. It's unending. Enough. ACH, get away, you nasty dog. He cried to Sam, who laid his head and paw on his knee. RRR, na, came from under the table. Admit that you are wrong, cried Varya. Own up. But some young ladies came in, and the argument dropped of itself. They all went into the drawing room. Varya sat down at the piano and began playing dances. They danced first a waltz, then a polka, then a quadrille with a grand chain which Captain Polyansky led through all the rooms, then a waltz again. During the dancing the old men sat in the drawing room, smoking and looking at the young people. Among them was Shibaldin, the director of the municipal bank, who was famed for his love of literature and dramatic art. He had founded the local musical and dramatic society, and took part in the performances himself, confining himself, for some reason, to playing comic footmen or to reading in a sing-song voice the woman who was a sinner. His nickname in the town was the Mummy, as he was tall, very lean and scraggy, and always had a solemn air and a fixed, lusterless eye. He was so devoted to the dramatic art that he even shaved his mustache and beard, and this made him still more like a mummy. After the grand chain, he shuffled up to Nikitin sideways, coughed, and said, I had the pleasure of being present during the argument at tea. I fully share your opinion. We are of one mind, and it would be a great pleasure to me to talk to you. Have you read Lessing on the Dramatic Art of Hamburg? No, I haven't. Shibaldin was horrified, and waved his hands as though he had burnt his fingers, and saying nothing more, staggered back from Nikitin. Shibaldin's appearance, his question, and his surprise, struck Nikitin as funny, but he thought none the less. It really is awkward. I am a teacher of literature, and to this day I've not read Lessing. I must read him. Before supper the whole company, old and young, sat down to play Fate. They took 2 packs of cards, one pack was dealt round to the company, the other was laid on the table face downwards. The one who has this card in his hand, old Shelestov began solemnly, lifting the top card of the second pack, is fated to go into the nursery and kiss nurse. The pleasure of kissing the nurse fell to the lot of Shibaldin. They all crowded round him, took him to the nursery, and laughing and clapping their hands, made him kiss the nurse. There was a great uproar and shouting. Not so ardently, cried Shelestov with tears of laughter. Not so ardently. It was Nikitin's fate to hear the confessions of all. He sat on a chair in the middle of the drawing-room. A shawl was brought and put over his head. The first who came to confess to him was Varya. I know your sins, Nikitin began, looking in the darkness at her stern profile. Tell me, madam, how do you explain your walking with Polyansky every day? Oh, it's not for nothing she walks with an hussar. That's poor, said Varya, and walked away. Then under the shawl he saw the shine of big motionless eyes, caught the lines of a dear profile in the dark, together with a familiar, precious fragrance which reminded Nikitin of Masha's room. Marie Godefroy, he said, and did not know his own voice, it was so soft and tender. What are your sins? Masha screwed up her eyes and put out the tip of her tongue at him, then she laughed and went away. And a minute later she was standing in the middle of the room, clapping her hands and crying. Supper, supper, supper. And they all streamed into the dining room. At supper Varya had another argument, and this time with her father. Polyansky ate stolidly, drank red wine, and described to Nikitin how once in a winter campaign he had stood all night up to his knees in a bog. The enemy was so near that they were not allowed to speak or smoke, the night was cold and dark, a piercing wind was blowing. Nikitin listened and stole side glances at Masha. She was gazing at him immovably, without blinking, as though she was pondering something or was lost in a reverie. It was pleasure and agony to him both at once. Why does she look at me like that, was the question that fretted him. It's awkward. People may notice it. Oh, how young, how naive she is. The party broke up at midnight. When Nikitin went out at the gate, a window opened on the first floor, and Masha showed herself at it. Sergei Vassilitch, she called. What is it? I tell you what, said Masha, evidently thinking of something to say. I tell you what. Polyansky said he would come in a day or 2 with his camera and take us all. We must meet here. Very well. Masha vanished, the window was slammed, and someone immediately began playing the piano in the house. Well, it is a house, thought Nikitin while he crossed the street. A house in which there is no moaning except from Egyptian pigeons, and they only do it because they have no other means of expressing their joy. But the Shelestovs were not the only festive household. Nikitin had not gone 200 paces before he heard the strains of a piano from another house. A little further he met a peasant playing the balalaika at the gate. In the gardens the band struck up a potpourri of Russian songs. Nikitin lived nearly half a mile from the Shelestoys in a flat of 8 rooms at the rent of 300 rubles a year, which he shared with his colleague Ippolit Ippolitich, a teacher of geography and history. When Nikitin went in, this Ippolit Ippolitich, a snub-nosed, middle-aged man with a reddish beard, with a coarse, good-natured, unintellectual face like a workman's, was sitting at the table correcting his pupils' maps. He considered that the most important and necessary part of the study of geography was the drawing of maps. And of the study of history, the learning of dates, he would sit for nights together correcting in blue pencil the maps drawn by the boys and girls he taught, or making chronological tables. "What a lovely day it has been," said Nikitin, going in to him. "I wonder at you, how can you sit indoors?" Ippolit Ippolitich was not a talkative person. He either remained silent or talked of things which everybody knew already. Now what he answered was, "Yes, very fine weather. It's May now, we soon shall have real summer. And summer's a very different thing from winter. In the winter you have to heat the stoves, but in summer you can keep warm without. In summer you have your window open at night and still are warm, and in winter you are cold even with the double frames in." Nikitin had not sat at the table for more than 1 minute before he was bored. "Good night," he said, getting up and yawning. "I wanted to tell you something romantic concerning myself, but you are, geography. If one talks to you of love, you will ask one at once, what was the date of the Battle of Khalkha? Confound you, with your battles and your capes in Siberia. What are you cross about? Why, it is vexatious." And vexed that he had not spoken to Masha, and that he had no one to talk to of his love, he went to his study and lay down upon the sofa. It was dark and still in the study. Lying gazing into the darkness, Nikitin for some reason began thinking how in 2 or 3 years he would go to Petersburg, how Masha would see him off at the station and would cry. In Petersburg he would get a long letter from her in which she would entreat him to come home as quickly as possible. And he would write to her. He would begin his letter like that, "My dear little rat." "Yes, my dear little rat," he said, and he laughed. He was lying in an uncomfortable position. He put his arms under his head and put his left leg over the back of the sofa. He felt more comfortable. Meanwhile a pale light was more and more perceptible at the windows, sleepy cocks crowed in the yard. Nikitin went on thinking how he would come back from Petersburg, how Masha would meet him at the station, and with a shriek of delight would fling herself on his neck. Or, better still, he would cheat her and come home by stealth late at night, the cook would open the door, then he would go on tiptoe to the bedroom, undress noiselessly, and jump into bed. And she would wake up and be overjoyed. It was beginning to get quite light. By now there were no windows, no study. On the steps of the brewery by which they had ridden that day Masha was sitting, saying something. Then she took Nikitin by the arm and went with him to the suburban garden. There he saw the oaks and the crows' nests like hats. One of the nests rocked, out of it peeped Shibaldin, shouting loudly, "You have not read Lessing." Nikitin shuddered all over and opened his eyes. Ippolit Ippolitich was standing before the sofa, and throwing back his head, was putting on his cravat. "Get up, it's time for school," he said. "You shouldn't sleep in your clothes, it spoils your clothes. You should sleep in your bed, undressed." And as usual he began slowly and emphatically saying what everybody knew. Nikitin's first lesson was on Russian language in the 2nd class. When at 9 o'clock punctually he went into the classroom, he saw written on the blackboard 2 large letters, M.S. That, no doubt, meant Masha Shelestov. "They've scented it out already, the rascals," thought Nikitin. "How is it they know everything?" The second lesson was in the 5th class. And their 2 letters, M.S., were written on the blackboard. And when he went out of the classroom at the end of the lesson, he heard the shout behind him as though from a theater gallery. "Hurrah for Masha Shelestov!" His head was heavy from sleeping in his clothes, his limbs were weighted down with inertia. The boys, who were expecting every day to break up before the examinations, did nothing, were restless, and so bored that they got into mischief. Nikitin, too, was restless, did not notice their pranks, and was continually going to the window. He could see the street brilliantly lighted up with the sun. Above the houses the blue limpid sky, the birds, and far, far away, beyond the gardens and the houses, vast indefinite distance, the forests in the blue haze, the smoke from a passing train. Here 2 officers in white tunics, playing with their whips, passed in the street in the shade of the acacias. Here a lot of Jews, with grey beards, and caps on, drove past in a wagonette. The governess walked by with the director's granddaughter. Sam ran by in the company of 2 other dogs. And then Varya, wearing a simple grey dress and red stockings, carrying the Vysnik of Ropi in her hand, passed by. She must have been to the town library. And it would be a long time before lessons were over at 3 o'clock. And after school he could not go home nor to the Shelestovs, but must go to give a lesson at Wolf's. This Wolf, a wealthy Jew who had turned Lutheran, did not send his children to the high school, but had them taught at home by the high school masters, and paid 5 rubles a lesson. He was bored. At 3 o'clock he went to Wolf's and spent there, as it seemed to him, an eternity. He left there at 5 o'clock, and before 7 he had to be at the high school again to a meeting of the masters, to draw up the plan for the viva voce examination of the 4th and 6th classes. When late in the evening he left the high school and went to the Shelestovs, his heart was beating and his face was flushed. A month before, even a week before, he had, every time that he made up his mind to speak to her, prepared a whole speech, with an introduction and a conclusion. Now he had not one word ready. Everything was in a muddle in his head, and all he knew was that today he would certainly declare himself, and that it was utterly impossible to wait any longer. I will ask her to come to the garden, he thought, we'll walk about a little and I'll speak. There was not a soul in the hall. He went into the dining room and then into the drawing room. There was no one there either. He could hear Varya arguing with someone upstairs and the clink of the dressmaker's scissors in the nursery. There was a little room in the house which had 3 names, the little room, the passage room, and the dark room. There was a big cupboard in it where they kept medicines, gunpowder, and their hunting gear. Leading from this room to the first floor was a narrow wooden staircase where cats were always asleep. There were 2 doors in it, one leading to the nursery, one to the drawing room. When Nikitin went into this room to go upstairs, the door from the nursery opened and shut with such a bang that it made the stairs and the cupboard tremble. Masha, in a dark dress, ran in with a piece of blue material in her hand, and, not noticing Nikitin, darted towards the stairs. "Stay," said Nikitin, stopping her. "Good evening, Godefroy. Allow me." He gasped, he did not know what to say. With one hand he held her hand and with the other the blue material. And she was half frightened, half surprised, and looked at him with big eyes. "Allow me," Nikitin went on, afraid she would go away. "There's something I must say to you. Only, it's inconvenient here. I cannot, I am incapable. Understand, Godefroy, I can't, that's all." The blue material slipped onto the floor, and Nikitin took Masha by the other hand. She turned pale, moved her lips, then stepped back from Nikitin and found herself in the corner between the wall and the cupboard. "On my honor, I assure you," he said softly. "Masha, on my honor." She threw back her head and he kissed her lips, and that the kiss might last longer he put his fingers to her cheeks. And it somehow happened that he found himself in the corner between the cupboard and the wall, and she put her arms round his neck and pressed her head against his chin. Then they both ran into the garden. The Shelestoys had a garden of 9 acres. There were about 20 old maples and lime trees in it. There was 1 fir tree, and all the rest were fruit trees, cherries, apples, pears, horse chestnuts, silvery olive trees. There were heaps of flowers, too. Nikitin and Masha ran along the avenues in silence, laughed, asked each other from time to time disconnected questions which they did not answer. A crescent moon was shining over the garden, and drowsy tulips and irises were stretching up from the dark grass in its faint light, as though entreating for words of love for them, too. When Nikitin and Masha went back to the house, the officers and the young ladies were already assembled and dancing the mazurka. Again Polyansky led the grand chain through all the rooms, again after dancing they played Fate. Before supper, when the visitors had gone into the dining room, Masha, left alone with Nikitin, pressed close to him and said, You must speak to Papa and Varya yourself, I am ashamed. After supper he talked to the old father. After listening to him, Shelestov thought a little and said, I am very grateful for the honor you do me and my daughter, but let me speak to you as a friend. I will speak to you, not as a father, but as one gentleman to another. Tell me, why do you want to be married so young? Only peasants are married so young, and that, of course, is loudishness. But why should you? Where's the satisfaction of putting on the fetters at your age? I am not young, said Nikitin, offended. I am in my 27th year. Papa, the farrier has come, cried Varya from the other room. And the conversation broke off. Varya, Masha, and Polyansky saw Nikitin home. When they reached his gate, Varya said, Why is it your mysterious metropolit Metropolitich never shows himself anywhere? He might come and see us. The mysterious Ippolit Ippolitich was sitting on his bed, taking off his trousers, when Nikitin went in to him. Don't go to bed, my dear fellow, said Nikitin breathlessly. Stop a minute. Don't go to bed. Ippolit Ippolitich put on his trousers hurriedly and asked in a flutter. What is it? I am going to be married. Nikitin sat down beside his companion, and looking at him wonderingly, as though surprised at himself, said. Only fancy, I am going to be married. To Masha Shelestov. I made an offer today. Well? She seems a good sort of girl. Only she is very young. Yes, she is young, sighed Nikitin, and shrugged his shoulders with a careworn air. Very, very young. She was my pupil at the high school. I know her. She wasn't bad at geography, but she was no good at history. And she was inattentive in class, too. Nikitin for some reason felt suddenly sorry for his companion, and longed to say something kind and comforting to him. My dear fellow, why don't you get married? He asked. Why don't you marry Varya, for instance? She is a splendid, first-rate girl. It's true she is very fond of arguing, but a heart, what a heart. She was just asking about you. Marry her, my dear boy. He knew perfectly well that Varya would not marry this dull, snub-nosed man, but still persuaded him to marry her. Why? Marriage is a serious step, said Ippolit Ippolitich after a moment's thought. One has to look at it all round and weigh things thoroughly, it's not to be done rashly. Prudence is always a good thing, and especially in marriage, when a man, ceasing to be a bachelor, begins a new life. And he talked of what everyone has known for ages. Nikitin did not stay to listen, said good night, and went to his own room. He undressed quickly and quickly got into bed, in order to be able to think the sooner of his happiness, of Masha, of the future. He smiled, then suddenly recalled that he had not read Lessing. I must read him, he thought. Though, after all, why should I bother him? And exhausted by his happiness, he fell asleep at once and went on smiling till the morning. He dreamed of the thud of horses' hoofs on a wooden floor, he dreamed of the black horse Count Nulin, then of the white giant and its sister Maika, being led out of the stable. Chapter 2. It was very crowded and noisy in the church, and once someone cried out, and the head priest, who was marrying Masha and me, looked through his spectacles at the crowd. And said severely, Don't move about the church, and don't make a noise, but stand quietly and pray. You should have the fear of God in your hearts. My best men were two of my colleagues, and Masha's best men were Captain Polyansky and Lieutenant Jernet. The bishop's choir sang superbly. The sputtering of the candles, the brilliant light, the gorgeous dresses, the officers, the numbers of gay, happy faces, and a special ethereal look in Masha. Everything together, the surroundings and the words of the wedding prayers, moved me to tears and filled me with triumph. I thought how my life had blossomed, how poetically it was shaping itself. 2 years ago I was still a student, I was living in cheap furnished rooms, without money, without relations, and, as I fancied then, with nothing to look forward to. Now I am a teacher in the high school in one of the best provincial towns, with a secure income, loved, spoiled. It is for my sake, I thought, this crowd is collected, for my sake 3 candelabra have been lighted, the deacon is booming, the choir is doing its best. And it's for my sake that this young creature, whom I soon shall call my wife, is so young, so elegant, and so joyful. I recalled our first meetings, our rides into the country, my declaration of love and the weather, which, as though expressly, was so exquisitely fine all the summer. And the happiness which at one time in my old rooms seemed to me possible only in novels and stories, I was now experiencing in reality, I was now, as it were, holding it in my hands. After the ceremony they all crowded in disorder round Masha and me, expressed their genuine pleasure, congratulated us and wished us joy. The brigadier general, an old man of 70, confined himself to congratulating Masha, and said to her in a squeaky, aged voice, so loud that it could be heard all over the church, I hope that even after you are married you may remain the rose you are now, my dear. The officers, the director, and all the teachers smiled from politeness, and I was conscious of an agreeable artificial smile on my face, too. Dear Ippolit Ippolitich, the teacher of history and geography, who always says what everyone has heard before, pressed my hand warmly and said with feeling, hitherto you have been unmarried and have lived alone, and now you are married and no longer single. From the church we went to a 2-storied house which I am receiving as part of the dowry. Besides that house Masha is bringing me 20,000 rubles, as well as a piece of waste land with a shanty on it, where I am told there are numbers of hens and ducks which are not looked after and are turning wild. When I got home from the church, I stretched myself at full length on the low sofa in my new study and began to smoke. I felt snug, cozy, and comfortable, as I never had in my life before. And meanwhile the wedding party were shouting, hurrah, while a wretched band in the hall played flourishes and all sorts of trash. Varya, Masha's sister, ran into the study with a wineglass in her hand, and with a queer, strained expression, as though her mouth were full of water. Apparently she had meant to go on further, but she suddenly burst out laughing and sobbing, and the wineglass crashed on the floor. We took her by the arms and led her away. Nobody can understand, she muttered afterwards, lying on the old nurse's bed in a back room. Nobody. My God, nobody can understand. But everyone understood very well that she was 4 years older than her sister Masha, and still unmarried, and that she was crying, not from envy, but from the melancholy consciousness that her time was passing, and perhaps had passed. When they danced the quadrille, she was back in the drawing-room with a tear-stained and heavily powdered face. And I saw Captain Polyansky holding a plate of ice before her while she ate it with a spoon. It is past 5 o'clock in the morning. I took up my diary to describe my complete and perfect happiness, and thought I would write a good 6 pages, and read it tomorrow to Masha. But, strange to say, everything is muddled in my head and as misty as a dream, and I can remember vividly nothing but that episode with Varya, and I want to write, poor Varya. I could go on sitting here and writing, poor Varya. By the way, the trees have begun rustling, it will rain. The crows are cawing, and my Masha, who has just gone to sleep, has for some reason a sorrowful face. For a long while afterwards Nikitin did not write his diary. At the beginning of August he had the school examinations, and after the 15th the classes began. As a rule he set off for school before 9 in the morning, and before 10 o'clock he was looking at his watch and pining for his Masha and his new house. In the lower forms he would set some boy to dictate, and while the boys were writing, would sit in the window with his eyes shut, dreaming. Whether he dreamed of the future or recalled the past, everything seemed to him equally delightful, like a fairy tale. In the senior classes they were reading aloud Gogol or Pushkin's prose works, and that made him sleepy. People, trees, fields, horses, rose before his imagination, and he would say with a sigh, as though fascinated by the author, "How lovely!" At the midday recess Masha used to send him lunch in a snow-white napkin, and he would eat it slowly, with pauses, to prolong the enjoyment of it. And Ippolit Ippolitich, whose lunch as a rule consisted of nothing but bread, looked at him with respect and envy, and gave expression to some familiar fact. Such as, "Men cannot live without food." After school Nikitin went straight to give his private lessons, and when at last by 6 o'clock he got home, he felt excited and anxious, as though he had been away for a year. He would run upstairs breathless, find Masha, throw his arms round her, and kiss her and swear that he loved her, that he could not live without her, declare that he had missed her fearfully, and ask her in trepidation how she was and why she looked so depressed. Then they would dine together. After dinner he would lie on the sofa in his study and smoke, while she sat beside him and talked in a low voice. His happiest days now were Sundays and holidays, when he was at home from morning till evening. On those days he took part in the naive but extraordinarily pleasant life which reminded him of a pastoral idyll. He was never weary of watching how his sensible and practical Masha was arranging her nest, and anxious to show that he was of some use in the house, he would do something useless, for instance, bring the chaise out of the stable and look at it from every side. Masha had installed a regular dairy with 3 cows, and in her cellar she had many jugs of milk and pots of sour cream, and she kept it all for butter. Sometimes, by way of a joke, Nikitin would ask her for a glass of milk, and she would be quite upset because it was against her rules. But he would laugh and throw his arms round her, saying, "There, there, I was joking, my darling. I was joking." Or he would laugh at her strictness when, finding in the cupboard some stale bit of cheese or sausage as hard as a stone, she would say seriously, "They will eat that in the kitchen." He would observe that such a scrap was only fit for a mousetrap, and she would reply warmly that men knew nothing about housekeeping, and that it was just the same to the servants if you were to send down 100 of savories to the kitchen. He would agree, and embrace her enthusiastically. Everything that was just in what she said seemed to him extraordinary and amazing. And what did not fit in with his convictions seemed to him naive and touching. Sometimes he was in a philosophical mood, and he would begin to discuss some abstract subject while she listened and looked at his face with curiosity. "I am immensely happy with you, my joy," he used to say, playing with her fingers or plaiting and unplaiting her hair. "But I don't look upon this happiness of mine as something that has come to me by chance, as though it had dropped from heaven. This happiness is a perfectly natural, consistent, logical consequence. I believe that man is the creator of his own happiness, and now I am enjoying just what I have myself created. Yes, I speak without false modesty, I have created this happiness myself and I have a right to it. You know my past. My unhappy childhood, without father or mother. My depressing youth, poverty, all this was a struggle, all this was the path by which I made my way to happiness. In October the school sustained a heavy loss. Ippolit Ippolitich was taken ill with erysipelas on the head and died. For 2 days before his death he was unconscious and delirious, but even in his delirium he said nothing that was not perfectly well known to everyone. The Volga flows into the Caspian Sea. Horses eat oats and hay. There were no lessons at the high school on the day of his funeral. His colleagues and pupils were the coffin bearers, and the school choir sang all the way to the grave the anthem, Holy God. 3 priests, 2 deacons, all his pupils and the staff of the boys' high school, and the bishop's choir in their best caftans, took part in the procession. And passers-by who met the solemn procession, crossed themselves and said, "God grant us all such a death." Returning home from the cemetery much moved, Nikitin got out his diary from the table and wrote, "We have just consigned to the tomb Ippolit Ippolitich Rozitsky. Peace to your ashes, modest worker." Masha, Varya, and all the women at the funeral, wept from genuine feeling, perhaps because they knew this uninteresting, humble man had never been loved by a woman. I wanted to say a warm word at my colleague's grave, but I was warned that this might displease the director, as he did not like our poor friend. I believe that this is the first day since my marriage that my heart has been heavy. There was no other event of note in the scholastic year. The winter was mild, with wet snow and no frost. On Epiphany Eve, for instance, the wind howled all night as though it were autumn, and water trickled off the roofs. And in the morning, at the ceremony of the blessing of the water, the police allowed no one to go on the river, because they said the ice was swelling up and looked dark. But in spite of bad weather, Nikitin's life was as happy as in summer. And, indeed, he acquired another source of pleasure: he learned to play vint. Only one thing troubled him, moved him to anger, and seemed to prevent him from being perfectly happy: the cats and dogs which formed part of his wife's dowry. The rooms, especially in the morning, always smelt like a menagerie, and nothing could destroy the odor. The cats frequently fought with the dogs. The spiteful beast Mushka was fed a dozen times a day. She still refused to recognize Nikitin and growled at him, "Rrr, na na na." One night in Lent he was returning home from the club where he had been playing cards. It was dark, raining, and muddy. Nikitin had an unpleasant feeling at the bottom of his heart and could not account for it. He did not know whether it was because he had lost 12 rubles at cards, or whether because one of the players, when they were settling up, had said that of course Nikitin had pots of money, with obvious reference to his wife's portion. He did not regret the 12 rubles, and there was nothing offensive in what had been said, but, still, there was the unpleasant feeling. He did not even feel a desire to go home. "Phoo, how horrid," he said, standing still at a lamppost. It occurred to him that he did not regret the 12 rubles because he got them for nothing. If he had been a working man he would have known the value of every farthing, and would not have been so careless whether he lost or won. And his good fortune had all, he reflected, come to him by chance, for nothing, and really was as superfluous for him as medicine for the healthy. If, like the vast majority of people, he had been harassed by anxiety for his daily bread, had been struggling for existence, if his back and chest had ached from work, then supper, a warm snug home, and domestic happiness, would have been the necessity, the compensation, the crown of his life. As it was, all this had a strange, indefinite significance for him. "Phoo, how horrid," he repeated, knowing perfectly well that these reflections were in themselves a bad sign. When he got home Masha was in bed. She was breathing evenly and smiling, and was evidently sleeping with great enjoyment. Near her the white cat lay curled up, purring. While Nikitin lit the candle and lighted his cigarette, Masha woke up and greedily drank a glass of water. "I ate too many sweets," she said, and laughed. "Have you been home?" she asked after a pause. "No." Nikitin knew already that Captain Polyansky, on whom Varya had been building great hopes of late, was being transferred to one of the western provinces, and was already making his farewell visits in the town, and so it was depressing at his father-in-law's. "Varya looked in this evening," said Masha, sitting up. She did not say anything, but one could see from her face how wretched she is, poor darling. "I can't bear Polyansky. He is fat and bloated, and when he walks or dances his cheeks shake. He is not a man I would choose. But, still, I did think he was a decent person." "I think he is a decent person now," said Nikitin. "Then why has he treated Varya so badly?" "Why badly?" asked Nikitin, beginning to feel irritation against the white cat, who was stretching and arching its back. "As far as I know, he has made no proposal and has given her no promises." "Then why was he so often at the house? If he didn't mean to marry her, he oughtn't to have come." Nikitin put out the candle and got into bed. But he felt disinclined to lie down and to sleep. He felt as though his head were immense and empty as a barn, and that new, peculiar thoughts were wandering about in it like tall shadows. He thought that, apart from the soft light of the icon lamp, that beamed upon their quiet domestic happiness, that apart from this little world in which he and this cat lived so peacefully and happily, there was another world. And he had a passionate, poignant longing to be in that other world, to work himself at some factory or big workshop, to address big audiences, to write, to publish, to raise a stir. To exhaust himself, to suffer. He wanted something that would engross him till he forgot himself, ceased to care for the personal happiness which yielded him only sensations so monotonous. And suddenly there rose vividly before his imagination the figure of Shibaldin with his clean-shaven face, saying to him with horror, "You haven't even read Lessing. You are quite behind the times. How you have gone to seed." Masha woke up and again drank some water. He glanced at her neck, at her plump shoulders and throat, and remembered the word the brigadier general had used in church, Rose. Rose, he muttered, and laughed. His laugh was answered by a sleepy growl from Mushka under the bed, "RRR, na na na." A heavy anger sank like a cold weight on his heart, and he felt tempted to say something rude to Masha, and even to jump up and hit her. His heart began throbbing. "So then," he asked, restraining himself, "since I went to your house, I was bound in duty to marry you?" "Of course. You know that very well." "That's nice." And a minute later he repeated, "That's nice." To relieve the throbbing of his heart, and to avoid saying too much, Nikitin went to his study and lay down on the sofa, without a pillow. Then he lay on the floor on the carpet. "What nonsense it is," he said to reassure himself. "You are a teacher, you are working in the noblest of callings. What need have you of any other world? What rubbish!" But almost immediately he told himself with conviction that he was not a real teacher, but simply a government employee, as commonplace and mediocre as the Czech who taught Greek. He had never had a vocation for teaching, he knew nothing of the theory of teaching, and never had been interested in the subject. He did not know how to treat children. He did not understand the significance of what he taught, and perhaps did not teach the right things. Poor Ippolit Ippolitich had been frankly stupid, and all the boys, as well as his colleagues, knew what he was and what to expect from him. But he, Nikitin, like the Czech, knew how to conceal his stupidity and cleverly deceived everyone by pretending that, thank God, his teaching was a success. These new ideas frightened Nikitin. He rejected them, called them stupid, and believed that all this was due to his nerves, that he would laugh at himself. And he did, in fact, by the morning laugh at himself and call himself an old woman. But it was clear to him that his peace of mind was lost, perhaps, forever, and that in that little two-story house happiness was henceforth impossible for him. He realized that the illusion had evaporated, and that a new life of unrest and clear sight was beginning which was incompatible with peace and personal happiness. Next day, which was Sunday, he was at the school chapel, and there met his colleagues and the director. It seemed to him that they were entirely preoccupied with concealing their ignorance and discontent with life, and he, too, to conceal his uneasiness, smiled affably and talked of trivialities. Then he went to the station and saw the mail train come in and go out, and it was agreeable to him to be alone and not to have to talk to anyone. At home he found Varya and his father-in-law, who had come to dinner. Varya's eyes were red with crying, and she complained of a headache, while Shelestov ate a great deal, saying that young men nowadays were unreliable. And that there was very little gentlemanly feeling among them. "It's loutishness," he said. "I shall tell him so to his face, it's loutishness, sir, I shall say." Nikitin smiled affably and helped Masha to look after their guests, but after dinner he went to his study and shut the door. The March sun was shining brightly in at the windows and shedding its warm rays on the table. It was only the 20th of the month, but already the cabmen were driving with wheels, and the starlings were noisy in the garden. It was just the weather in which Masha would come in, put one arm round his neck, tell him the horses were saddled or the chaise was at the door, and ask him what she should put on to keep warm. Spring was beginning as exquisitely as last spring, and it promised the same joys. But Nikitin was thinking that it would be nice to take a holiday and go to Moscow, and stay at his old lodgings there. In the next room they were drinking coffee and talking of Captain Polyansky, while he tried not to listen and wrote in his diary, "Where am I, my God? I am surrounded by vulgarity and vulgarity. Wearisome, insignificant people, pots of sour cream, jugs of milk, cockroaches, stupid women. There is nothing more terrible, mortifying, and distressing than vulgarity. I must escape from here, I must escape today, or I shall go out of my mind. A nervous breakdown. Chapter 1. A medical student called Mayer, and a pupil of the Moscow School of Painting, Sculpture, and Architecture called Rybnikov, went one evening to see their friend Vasilyev, a law student, and suggested that he should go with them to S. Street. For a long time Vasilyev would not consent to go, but in the end he put on his greatcoat and went with them. He knew nothing of fallen women except by hearsay and from books, and he had never in his life been in the houses in which they live. He knew that there are immoral women who, under the pressure of fatal circumstances, environment, bad education, poverty, and so on, are forced to sell their honor for money. They know nothing of pure love, have no children, have no civil rights. Their mothers and sisters weep over them as though they were dead, science treats of them as an evil, men address them with contemptuous familiarity. But in spite of all that, they do not lose the semblance and image of God. They all acknowledge their sin and hope for salvation. Of the means that lead to salvation they can avail themselves to the fullest extent. Society, it is true, will not forgive people their past, but in the sight of God St. Mary of Egypt is no lower than the other saints. When it had happened to Vasilyev in the street to recognize a fallen woman as such, by her dress or her manners, or to see a picture of one in a comic paper, he always remembered a story he had once read. A young man, pure and self-sacrificing, loves a fallen woman and urges her to become his wife. She, considering herself unworthy of such happiness, takes poison. Vasilyev lived in one of the side streets turning out of Tverskoy Boulevard. When he came out of the house with his two friends it was about 11 o'clock. The first snow had not long fallen, and all nature was under the spell of the fresh snow. There was the smell of snow in the air, the snow crunched softly under the feet. The earth, the roofs, the trees, the seats on the boulevard, everything was soft, white, young, and this made the houses look quite different from the day before. The street lamps burned more brightly, the air was more transparent, the carriages rumbled with a deeper note, and with the fresh, light, frosty air a feeling stirred in the soul akin to the white, youthful, feathery snow. Against my will an unknown force, hummed the medical student in his agreeable tenor, has led me to these mournful shores. Behold the mill, the artist seconded him, in ruins now. Behold the mill, in ruins now, the medical student repeated, raising his eyebrows and shaking his head mournfully. He paused, rubbed his forehead, trying to remember the words, and then sang aloud, so well that passers-by looked round. Here in old days when I was free. Love, free, unfettered, greeted me. The three of them went into a restaurant and, without taking off their greatcoats, drank a couple of glasses of vodka each. Before drinking the second glass, Vasilyev noticed a bit of cork in his vodka, raised the glass to his eyes, and gazed into it for a long time, screwing up his short-sighted eyes. The medical student did not understand his expression, and said, "Come, why look at it? No philosophizing, please. Vodka is given us to be drunk, sturgeon to be eaten, women to be visited, snow to be walked upon. For one evening anyway live like a human being." "But I haven't said anything," said Vasilyev, laughing. "Am I refusing to?" There was a warmth inside him from the vodka. He looked with softened feelings at his friends, admired them and envied them. In these strong, healthy, cheerful people how wonderfully balanced everything is, how finished and smooth is everything in their minds and souls. They sing, and have a passion for the theater, and draw, and talk a great deal, and drink, and they don't have headaches the day after. They are both poetical and debauched, both soft and hard. They can work, too, and be indignant, and laugh without reason, and talk nonsense. They are warm, honest, self-sacrificing, and as men are in no way inferior to himself. Vasilyev, who watched over every step he took and every word he uttered, who was fastidious and cautious, and ready to raise every trifle to the level of a problem. And he longed for one evening to live as his friends did, to open out, to let himself loose from his own control. If vodka had to be drunk, he would drink it, though his head would be splitting next morning. If he were taken to the women he would go. He would laugh, play the fool, gaily respond to the passing advances of strangers in the street. He went out of the restaurant laughing. He liked his friends, one in a crushed broad-brimmed hat, with an affectation of artistic untidiness. The other in a sealskin cap, a man not poor, though he affected to belong to the Bohemia of learning. He liked the snow, the pale street lamps, the sharp black tracks left in the first snow by the feet of the passers-by. He liked the air, and especially that limpid, tender, naive, as it were virginal tone, which can be seen in nature only twice in the year, when everything is covered with snow. And in spring on bright days and moonlight evenings when the ice breaks on the river. Against my will an unknown force has led me to these mournful shores. He hummed in an undertone. And the tune for some reason haunted him and his friends all the way, and all three of them hummed it mechanically, not in time with one another. Vasilyev's imagination was picturing how, in another 10 minutes, he and his friends would knock at a door, how by little dark passages and dark rooms they would steal into the women. How, taking advantage of the darkness, he would strike a match, would light up and see the face of a martyr and a guilty smile. The unknown, fair or dark, would certainly have her hair down and be wearing a white dressing jacket. She would be panic-stricken by the light, would be fearfully confused, and would say, "For God's sake, what are you doing? Put it out." It would all be dreadful, but interesting and new. Chapter 2. The friends turned out of Trubnoy Square into Grachevka, and soon reached the side street which Vasilyev only knew by reputation. Seeing 2 rows of houses with brightly lighted windows and wide-open doors, and hearing gay strains of pianos and violins, sounds which floated out from every door and mingled in a strange chaos, as though an unseen orchestra were tuning up in the darkness above the roofs, Vasilyev was surprised and said, "What a lot of houses." "That's nothing," said the medical student. "In London there are 10 times as many. There are about 100,000 such women there." The cabmen were sitting on their boxes as calmly and indifferently as in any other side street, the same passers-by were walking along the pavement as in other streets. No one was hurrying, no one was hiding his face in his coat collar, no one shook his head reproachfully. And in this indifference to the noisy chaos of pianos and violins, to the bright windows and wide-open doors, there was a feeling of something very open, insolent, reckless, and devil-may-care. Probably it was as gay and noisy at the slave markets in their day, and people's faces and movements showed the same indifference. "Let us begin from the beginning," said the artist. The friends went into a narrow passage lighted by a lamp with a reflector. When they opened the door a man in a black coat, with an unshaven face like a flunkey's, and sleepy-looking eyes, got up lazily from a yellow sofa in the hall. The place smelt like a laundry with an odor of vinegar in addition. A door from the hall led into a brightly lighted room. The medical student and the artist stopped at this door and, craning their necks, peeped into the room. "Buona sera, signori, Rigolito, Huguenotti, Traviata," began the artist, with a theatrical bow. "Havana, Terracano, Pistolito," said the medical student, pressing his cap to his breast and bowing low. Vasilyev was standing behind them. He would have liked to make a theatrical bow and say something silly, too, but he only smiled, felt an awkwardness that was like shame, and waited impatiently for what would happen next. A little fair girl of 17 or 18, with short hair, in a short light blue frock with a bunch of white ribbon on her bosom, appeared in the doorway. "Why do you stand at the door?" she said. "Take off your coats and come into the drawing room." The medical student and the artist, still talking Italian, went into the drawing room. Vasilyev followed them irresolutely. "Gentlemen, take off your coats," the flunkey said sternly, "you can't go in like that." In the drawing room there was, besides the girl, another woman, very stout and tall, with a foreign face and bare arms. She was sitting near the piano, laying out a game of patience on her lap. She took no notice whatever of the visitors. "Where are the other young ladies?" asked the medical student. "They are having their tea," said the fair girl. "Stepan," she called, "go and tell the young ladies some students have come." A little later a third young lady came into the room. She was wearing a bright red dress with blue stripes. Her face was painted thickly and unskillfully, her brow was hidden under her hair, and there was an unblinking, frightened stare in her eyes. As she came in, she began at once singing some song in a coarse, powerful contralto. After her a fourth appeared, and after her a fifth. In all this Vasilyev saw nothing new or interesting. It seemed to him that that room, the piano, the looking-glass in its cheap gilt frame, the bunch of white ribbon, the dress with the blue stripes, and the blank indifferent faces, he had seen before and more than once. Of the darkness, the silence, the secrecy, the guilty smile, of all that he had expected to meet here and had dreaded, he saw no trace. Everything was ordinary, prosaic, and uninteresting. Only one thing faintly stirred his curiosity, the terrible, as it were intentionally designed, bad taste which was visible in the cornices, in the absurd pictures, in the dresses, in the bunch of ribbons. There was something characteristic and peculiar in this bad taste. "How poor and stupid it all is," thought Vasilyev. "What is there in all this trumpery I see now that can tempt a normal man and excite him to commit the horrible sin of buying a human being for a ruble? I understand any sin for the sake of splendor, beauty, grace, passion, taste, but what is there here? What is there here worth sinning for? But, one mustn't think. Beardy, treat me to some porter," said the fair girl, addressing him. Vasilyev was at once overcome with confusion. "With pleasure," he said, bowing politely. "Only excuse me, madam, I won't drink with you. I don't drink." 5 minutes later the friends went off into another house. "Why did you ask for porter?" said the medical student angrily. "What a millionaire! You have thrown away 6 rubles for no reason whatever, simply waste." "If she wants it, why not let her have the pleasure," said Vasilyev, justifying himself. "You did not give pleasure to her, but to the madam. They are told to ask the visitors to stand them treat because it is a profit to the keeper. Behold the mill," hummed the artist, "in ruins now." Going into the next house, the friends stopped in the hall and did not go into the drawing-room. Here, as in the first house, a figure in a black coat, with a sleepy face like a flunkey's, got up from a sofa in the hall. Looking at this flunkey, at his face and his shabby black coat, Vasilyev thought, what must an ordinary simple Russian have gone through before fate flung him down as a flunkey here? Where had he been before and what had he done? What was awaiting him? Was he married? Where was his mother, and did she know that he was a servant here? And Vasilyev could not help particularly noticing the flunkey in each house. In one of the houses, he thought it was the fourth, there was a little spare, frail-looking flunkey with a watch chain on his waistcoat. He was reading a newspaper, and took no notice of them when they went in. Looking at his face, Vasilyev, for some reason, thought that a man with such a face might steal, might murder, might bear false witness. But the face was really interesting, a big forehead, grey eyes, a little flattened nose, thin compressed lips, and a blankly stupid and at the same time insolent expression like that of a young harrier overtaking a hare. Vasilyev thought it would be nice to touch this man's hair, to see whether it was soft or coarse. It must be coarse like a dog's. Chapter 3. Having drunk 2 glasses of porter, the artist became suddenly tipsy and grew unnaturally lively. "Let's go to another," he said peremptorily, waving his hands. "I will take you to the best one." When he had brought his friends to the house which in his opinion was the best, he declared his firm intention of dancing a quadrille. The medical student grumbled something about their having to pay the musicians a ruble, but agreed to be his vis-a-vis. They began dancing. It was just as nasty in the best house as in the worst. Here there were just the same looking glasses and pictures, the same styles of coiffure and dress. Looking round at the furnishing of the rooms and the costumes, Vasilyev realized that this was not lack of taste, but something that might be called the taste, and even the style, of S. Street. Which could not be found elsewhere, something intentional in its ugliness, not accidental, but elaborated in the course of years. After he had been in 8 houses he was no longer surprised at the color of the dresses, at the long trains, the gaudy ribbons, the sailor dresses, and the thick purplish rouge on the cheeks. He saw that it all had to be like this, that if a single one of the women had been dressed like a human being, or if there had been one decent engraving on the wall, the general tone of the whole street would have suffered. How unskillfully they sell themselves, he thought. How can they fail to understand that vice is only alluring when it is beautiful and hidden, when it wears the mask of virtue? Modest black dresses, pale faces, mournful smiles, and darkness would be far more effective than this clumsy tawdriness. Stupid things. If they don't understand it of themselves, their visitors might surely have taught them. A young lady in a Polish dress edged with white fur came up to him and sat down beside him. "You nice dark man, why aren't you dancing?" she asked. "Why are you so dull?" "Because it is dull." "Treat me to some Lafitte. Then it won't be dull." Vasilyev made no answer. He was silent for a little, and then asked, "What time do you get to sleep?" "At 6 o'clock. "And what time do you get up?" "Sometimes at 2 and sometimes at 3. "And what do you do when you get up?" "We have coffee, and at 6 o'clock we have dinner." "And what do you have for dinner?" "Usually soup, beefsteak, and dessert. Our madam keeps the girls well." "But why do you ask all this?" "Oh, just to talk." Vasilyev longed to talk to the young lady about many things. He felt an intense desire to find out where she came from, whether her parents were living, and whether they knew that she was here, how she had come into this house. Whether she were cheerful and satisfied, or sad and oppressed by gloomy thoughts, whether she hoped some day to get out of her present position. But he could not think how to begin or in what shape to put his questions so as not to seem impertinent. He thought for a long time, and asked, "How old are you?" 80, the young lady jested, looking with a laugh at the antics of the artist as he danced. All at once she burst out laughing at something, and uttered a long cynical sentence loud enough to be heard by everyone. Vasilyev was aghast, and not knowing how to look, gave a constrained smile. He was the only one who smiled. All the others, his friends, the musicians, the women, did not even glance towards his neighbor, but seemed not to have heard her. "Stand me some Lafitte," his neighbor said again. Vasilyev felt a repulsion for her white fur and for her voice, and walked away from her. It seemed to him hot and stifling, and his heart began throbbing slowly but violently, like a hammer. 1, 2, 3. "Let us go away," he said, pulling the artist by his sleeve. "Wait a little. Let me finish." While the artist and the medical student were finishing the quadrille, to avoid looking at the women, Vasilyev scrutinized the musicians. A respectable-looking old man in spectacles, rather like Marshal Bazaine, was playing the piano. A young man with a fair beard, dressed in the latest fashion, was playing the violin. The young man had a face that did not look stupid nor exhausted, but intelligent, youthful, and fresh. He was dressed fancifully and with taste. He played with feeling. It was a mystery how he and the respectable-looking old man had come here. How was it they were not ashamed to sit here? What were they thinking about when they looked at the women? If the violin and the piano had been played by men in rags, looking hungry, gloomy, drunken, with dissipated or stupid faces, then one could have understood their presence, perhaps. As it was, Vasilyev could not understand it at all. He recalled the story of the fallen woman he had once read, and he thought now that that human figure with the guilty smile had nothing in common with what he was seeing now. It seemed to him that he was seeing not fallen women, but some different world quite apart, alien to him and incomprehensible. If he had seen this world before on the stage or read of it in a book, he would not have believed in it. The woman with the white fur burst out laughing again and uttered a loathsome sentence in a loud voice. A feeling of disgust took possession of him. He flushed crimson and went out of the room. "Wait a minute, we are coming too," the artist shouted to him. Chapter 4. "While we were dancing," said the medical student, as they all three went out into the street, "I had a conversation with my partner. We talked about her first romance. He, the hero, was an accountant at Smolensk with a wife and 5 children. She was 17, and she lived with her papa and mama, who sold soap and candles." "How did he win her heart?" asked Vasilyev. "By spending 50 rubles on underclothes for her." "What next?" So he knew how to get his partner's story out of her, thought Vasilyev about the medical student. "But I don't know how to. I say, I am going home," he said. "What for?" "Because I don't know how to behave here. Besides, I am bored, disgusted. What is there amusing in it? If they were human beings, but they are savages and animals. I am going, do as you like." "Come, Grisha, Grigory, darling," said the artist in a tearful voice, hugging Vasilyev, "come along. Let's go to one more together and damnation take them." "Please do, Grisha." They persuaded Vasilyev and led him up a staircase. In the carpet and the gilt banisters, in the porter who opened the door, and in the panels that decorated the hall, the same street style was apparent, but carried to a greater perfection. More imposing. "I really will go home," said Vasilyev as he was taking off his coat. "Come, come, dear boy," said the artist, and he kissed him on the neck. "Don't be tiresome. Grigri, be a good comrade. We came together, we will go back together. What a beast you are, really. I can wait for you in the street. I think it's loathsome, really. Come, come, Grisha. If it is loathsome, you can observe it. Do you understand? You can observe. One must take an objective view of things," said the medical student gravely. Vasilyev went into the drawing room and sat down. There were a number of visitors in the room besides him and his friends, 2 infantry officers, a bald, grey-haired gentleman in spectacles, 2 beardless youths from the Institute of Land Surveying, and a very tipsy man who looked like an actor. All the young ladies were taken up with these visitors and paid no attention to Vasilyev. Only one of them, dressed à la Ida, glanced sideways at him, smiled, and said, yawning, "A dark one has come." Vasilyev's heart was throbbing and his face burned. He felt ashamed before these visitors of his presence here, and he felt disgusted and miserable. He was tormented by the thought that he, a decent and loving man, such as he had hitherto considered himself, hated these women and felt nothing but repulsion towards them. He felt pity neither for the women nor the musicians nor the flunkies. "It is because I am not trying to understand them," he thought. "They are all more like animals than human beings, but of course they are human beings all the same, they have souls. One must understand them and then judge." "Grisha, don't go, wait for us," the artist shouted to him and disappeared. The medical student disappeared soon after. "Yes, one must make an effort to understand, one mustn't be like this," Vasilyev went on thinking. And he began gazing at each of the women with strained attention, looking for a guilty smile. But either he did not know how to read their faces, or not one of these women felt herself to be guilty. He read on every face nothing but a blank expression of everyday vulgar boredom and complacency. Stupid faces, stupid smiles, harsh, stupid voices, insolent movements, and nothing else. Apparently each of them had in the past a romance with an accountant based on underclothes for 50 rubles, and looked for no other charm in the present but coffee, a dinner of 3 courses. Wines, quadrilles, sleeping till 2 in the afternoon. Finding no guilty smile, Vasilyev began to look whether there was not one intelligent face. And his attention was caught by one pale, rather sleepy, exhausted-looking face. It was a dark woman, not very young, wearing a dress covered with spangles. She was sitting in an easy chair, looking at the floor lost in thought. Vasilyev walked from one corner of the room to the other, and, as though casually, sat down beside her. I must begin with something trivial, he thought, and pass to what is serious. What a pretty dress you have, and with his finger he touched the gold fringe of her fichu. Oh, is it? Said the dark woman listlessly. What province do you come from? From a distance. From Chernigov. A fine province. It's nice there. Any place seems nice when one is not in it. It's a pity I cannot describe nature, thought Vasilyev. I might touch her by a description of nature in Chernigov. No doubt she loves the place if she has been born there. Are you dull here? He asked. Of course I am dull. Why don't you go away from here if you are dull? Where should I go to? Go begging or what? Begging would be easier than living here. How do you know that? Have you begged? Yes, when I hadn't the money to study. Even if I hadn't, anyone could understand that. A beggar is anyway a free man, and you are a slave. The dark woman stretched, and watched with sleepy eyes the footman who was bringing a trayful of glasses and seltzer water. Stand me a glass of porter, she said, and yawned again. Porter, thought Vasilyev. And what if your brother or mother walked in at this moment? What would you say? And what would they say? There would be porter then, I imagine. All at once there was the sound of weeping. From the adjoining room, from which the footman had brought the seltzer water, a fair man with a red face and angry eyes ran in quickly. He was followed by the tall, stout madam, who was shouting in a shrill voice. Nobody has given you leave to slap girls on the cheeks. We have visitors better than you, and they don't fight. Impostor. A hubbub arose. Vasilyev was frightened and turned pale. In the next room there was the sound of bitter, genuine weeping, as though of someone insulted. And he realized that there were real people living here who, like people everywhere else, felt insulted, suffered, wept, and cried for help. The feeling of oppressive hate and disgust gave way to an acute feeling of pity and anger against the aggressor. He rushed into the room where there was weeping. Across rows of bottles on a marble-top table he distinguished a suffering face, wet with tears, stretched out his hands towards that face, took a step towards the table. But at once drew back in horror. The weeping girl was drunk. As he made his way through the noisy crowd gathered about the fair man, his heart sank and he felt frightened like a child. And it seemed to him that in this alien, incomprehensible world people wanted to pursue him, to beat him, to pelt him with filthy words. He tore down his coat from the hat stand and ran headlong downstairs. Chapter 5. Leaning against the fence, he stood near the house waiting for his friends to come out. The sounds of the pianos and violins, gay, reckless, insolent, and mournful, mingled in the air in a sort of chaos. And this tangle of sounds seemed again like an unseen orchestra tuning up on the roofs. If one looked upwards into the darkness, the black background was all spangled with white, moving spots. It was snow falling. As the snowflakes came into the light they floated round lazily in the air like down, and still more lazily fell to the ground. The snowflakes whirled thickly round Vasilyev and hung upon his beard, his eyelashes, his eyebrows. The cabmen, the horses, and the passers-by were white. And how can the snow fall in this street, thought Vasilyev. Damnation take these houses. His legs seemed to be giving way from fatigue, simply from having run down the stairs. He gasped for breath as though he had been climbing uphill, his heart beat so loudly that he could hear it. He was consumed by a desire to get out of the street as quickly as possible and to go home, but even stronger was his desire to wait for his companions and vent upon them his oppressive feeling. There was much he did not understand in these houses. The souls of ruined women were a mystery to him as before, but it was clear to him that the thing was far worse than could have been believed. If that sinful woman who had poisoned herself was called Fallen, it was difficult to find a fitting name for all these who were dancing now to this tangle of sound and uttering long, loathsome sentences. They were not on the road to ruin, but ruined. There is vice, he thought, but neither consciousness of sin nor hope of salvation. They are sold and bought, steeped in wine and abominations, while they, like sheep, are stupid, indifferent, and don't understand. My God! My God! It was clear to him, too, that everything that is called human dignity, personal rights, the divine image and semblance, were defiled to their very foundations, to the very marrow. As drunkards say, and that not only the street and the stupid women were responsible for it. A group of students, white with snow, passed him laughing and talking gaily. One, a tall thin fellow, stopped, glanced into Vasiliev's face, and said in a drunken voice, "One of us. A bit on, old man. Ahaha. Never mind, have a good time. Don't be downhearted, old chap." He took Vasiliev by the shoulder and pressed his cold wet mustache against his cheek, then he slipped, staggered, and, waving both hands, cried, "Hold on. Don't upset." And laughing, he ran to overtake his companions. Through the noise came the sound of the artist's voice. "Don't you dare to hit the women. I won't let you, damnation take you. You scoundrels." The medical student appeared in the doorway. He looked from side to side, and seeing Vasiliev, said in an agitated voice, "You here? I tell you it's really impossible to go anywhere with Jaeger. What a fellow he is. I don't understand him. He has got up a scene. Do you hear? Jaeger," he shouted at the door. "Jaeger. I won't allow you to hit women." The artist's piercing voice sounded from above. Something heavy and lumbering rolled down the stairs. It was the artist falling headlong. Evidently he had been pushed downstairs. He picked himself up from the ground, shook his hat, and, with an angry and indignant face, brandished his fist towards the top of the stairs and shouted, "Scoundrels! Torturers! Bloodsuckers! I won't allow you to hit them. To hit a weak, drunken woman. Oh, you brutes! Jaeger! Come, Jaeger," the medical student began imploring him. "I give you my word of honor I'll never come with you again. On my word of honor I won't." Little by little the artist was pacified and the friends went homewards. "Against my will an unknown force," hummed the medical student, "has led me to these mournful shores. Behold the mill," the artist chimed in a little later, "in ruins now. What a lot of snow, Holy Mother. Grisha, why did you go? You are a funk, a regular old woman." Vasiliev walked behind his companions, looked at their backs, and thought. One of two things: either we only fancy prostitution is an evil, and we exaggerate it. Or, if prostitution really is as great an evil as is generally assumed, these dear friends of mine are as much slave owners, violators, and murderers, as the inhabitants of Syria and Cairo, that are described in the Neva. Now they are singing, laughing, talking sense, but haven't they just been exploiting hunger, ignorance, and stupidity? They have, I have been a witness of it. What is the use of their humanity, their medicine, their painting? The science, art, and lofty sentiments of these soul-destroyers remind me of the piece of bacon in the story. Two brigands murdered a beggar in a forest. They began sharing his clothes between them, and found in his wallet a piece of bacon. "Well found," said one of them, "let us have a bit." "What do you mean? How can you?" cried the other in horror. "Have you forgotten that today is Wednesday?" And they would not eat it. After murdering a man, they came out of the forest in the firm conviction that they were keeping the fast. In the same way these men, after buying women, go their way imagining that they are artists and men of science. "Listen," he said sharply and angrily. "Why do you come here? Is it possible is it possible you don't understand how horrible it is? Your medical books tell you that every one of these women dies prematurely of consumption or something. Art tells you that morally they are dead even earlier. Every one of them dies because she has in her time to entertain 500 men on an average, let us say. Each one of them is killed by 500 men. You are among those 500. If each of you in the course of your lives visits this place or others like it 250 times, it follows that one woman is killed for every two of you. Can't you understand that? Isn't it horrible to murder, 2 of you, 3 of you, 5 of you, a foolish, hungry woman? Ah! Isn't it awful, my God? I knew it would end like that, the artist said frowning. We ought not to have gone with this fool and ass. You imagine you have grand notions in your head now, ideas, don't you? No, it's the devil knows what, but not ideas. You are looking at me now with hatred and repulsion, but I tell you it's better you should set up 20 more houses like those than look like that. There's more vice in your expression than in the whole street. Come along, Volodia, let him go to the devil. He's a fool and an ass, and that's all. We human beings do murder each other, said the medical student. It's immoral, of course, but philosophizing doesn't help it. Goodbye. At Trubnoy Square the friends said goodbye and parted. When he was left alone, Vasilyev strode rapidly along the boulevard. He felt frightened of the darkness, of the snow which was falling in heavy flakes on the ground, and seemed as though it would cover up the whole world. He felt frightened of the street lamps shining with pale light through the clouds of snow. His soul was possessed by an unaccountable, faint-hearted terror. Passers-by came towards him from time to time, but he timidly moved to one side. It seemed to him that women, none but women, were coming from all sides and staring at him. It's beginning, he thought, I am going to have a breakdown. Chapter 6. At home he lay on his bed and said, shuddering all over, they are alive. Alive. My God, those women are alive. He encouraged his imagination in all sorts of ways to picture himself the brother of a fallen woman, or her father, then a fallen woman herself, with her painted cheeks. And it all moved him to horror. It seemed to him that he must settle the question at once at all costs, and that this question was not one that did not concern him, but was his own personal problem. He made an immense effort, repressed his despair, and, sitting on the bed, holding his head in his hands, began thinking how one could save all the women he had seen that day. The method for attacking problems of all kinds was, as he was an educated man, well known to him. And, however excited he was, he strictly adhered to that method. He recalled the history of the problem and its literature. And for a quarter of an hour he paced from one end of the room to the other trying to remember all the methods practiced at the present time for saving women. He had very many good friends and acquaintances who lived in lodgings in Petersburg. Among them were a good many honest and self-sacrificing men. Some of them had attempted to save women. All these not very numerous attempts, thought Vasilyev, can be divided into 3 groups. Some, after buying the woman out of the brothel, took a room for her, bought her a sewing machine, and she became a sempstress. And whether he wanted to or not, after having bought her out he made her his mistress. Then when he had taken his degree, he went away and handed her into the keeping of some other decent man as though she were a thing. And the fallen woman remained a fallen woman. Others, after buying her out, took a lodging apart for her, bought the inevitable sewing machine, and tried teaching her to read, preaching at her and giving her books. The woman lived and sewed as long as it was interesting and a novelty to her, then getting bored, began receiving men on the sly, or ran away and went back where she could sleep till 3 o'clock. Drink coffee, and have good dinners. The third class, the most ardent and self-sacrificing, had taken a bold, resolute step. They had married them. And when the insolent and spoilt, or stupid and crushed animal became a wife, the head of a household, and afterwards a mother, it turned her whole existence and attitude to life upside down. So that it was hard to recognize the fallen woman afterwards in the wife and the mother. Yes, marriage was the best and perhaps the only means. But it is impossible. Vasilyev said aloud, and he sank upon his bed. I, to begin with, could not marry one. To do that one must be a saint and be unable to feel hatred or repulsion. But supposing that I, the medical student, and the artist mastered ourselves and did marry them, suppose they were all married. What would be the result? The result would be that while here in Moscow they were being married, some Smolensk accountant would be debauching another lot, and that lot would be streaming here to fill the vacant places. Together with others from Saratov, Nizhny Novgorod, Warsaw. And what is one to do with the 100,000 in London? What's one to do with those in Hamburg? The lamp in which the oil had burnt down began to smoke. Vasilyev did not notice it. He began pacing to and fro again, still thinking. Now he put the question differently: what must be done that fallen women should not be needed? For that, it was essential that the men who buy them and do them to death should feel all the immorality of their share in enslaving them and should be horrified. One must save the men. One won't do anything by art and science, that is clear, thought Vasilyev. The only way out of it is missionary work. And he began to dream how he would the next evening stand at the corner of the street and say to every passerby, "Where are you going and what for? Have some fear of God." He would turn to the apathetic cabmen and say to them, "Why are you staying here? Why aren't you revolted? Why aren't you indignant? I suppose you believe in God and know that it is a sin, that people go to hell for it. Why don't you speak? It is true that they are strangers to you, but you know even they have fathers, brothers like yourselves." One of Vasilyev's friends had once said of him that he was a talented man. There are all sorts of talents, talent for writing, talent for the stage, talent for art, but he had a peculiar talent, a talent for humanity. He possessed an extraordinarily fine delicate scent for pain in general. As a good actor reflects in himself the movements and voice of others, so Vasilyev could reflect in his soul the sufferings of others. When he saw tears, he wept. Beside a sick man, he felt sick himself and moaned. If he saw an act of violence, he felt as though he himself were the victim of it. He was frightened as a child, and in his fright ran to help. The pain of others worked on his nerves, excited him, roused him to a state of frenzy, and so on. Whether this friend were right I don't know, but what Vasilyev experienced when he thought this question was settled was something like inspiration. He cried and laughed, spoke aloud the words that he should say next day, felt a fervent love for those who would listen to him and would stand beside him at the corner of the street to preach. He sat down to write letters, made vows to himself. All this was like inspiration also from the fact that it did not last long. Vasilyev was soon tired. The cases in London, in Hamburg, in Warsaw, weighed upon him by their mass as a mountain weighs upon the earth. He felt dispirited, bewildered, in the face of this mass. He remembered that he had not a gift for words, that he was cowardly and timid, that indifferent people would not be willing to listen and understand him, a law student in his 3rd year. A timid and insignificant person. That genuine missionary work included not only teaching but deeds. When it was daylight and carriages were already beginning to rumble in the street, Vasilyev was lying motionless on the sofa, staring into space. He was no longer thinking of the women, nor of the men, nor of missionary work. His whole attention was turned upon the spiritual agony which was torturing him. It was a dull, vague, undefined anguish akin to misery, to an extreme form of terror and to despair. He could point to the place where the pain was, in his breast under his heart. But he could not compare it with anything. In the past he had had acute toothache, he had had pleurisy and neuralgia, but all that was insignificant compared with this spiritual anguish. In the presence of that pain life seemed loathsome. The dissertation, the excellent work he had written already, the people he loved, the salvation of fallen women, everything that only the day before he had cared about or been indifferent to. Now when he thought of them irritated him in the same way as the noise of the carriages, the scurrying footsteps of the waiters in the passage, the daylight. If at that moment someone had performed a great deed of mercy or had committed a revolting outrage, he would have felt the same repulsion for both actions. Of all the thoughts that strayed through his mind, only two did not irritate him. One was that at every moment he had the power to kill himself. The other that this agony would not last more than 3 days. This last he knew by experience. After lying for a while he got up and, wringing his hands, walked about the room, not as usual from corner to corner, but round the room beside the walls. As he passed he glanced at himself in the looking-glass. His face looked pale and sunken, his temples looked hollow, his eyes were bigger, darker, more staring, as though they belonged to someone else. And they had an expression of insufferable mental agony. At midday the artist knocked at the door. "Grigory, are you at home?" he asked. Getting no answer, he stood for a minute, pondered, and answered himself in Little Russian, "Nay. The confounded fellow has gone to the university." And he went away. Vasilyev lay down on the bed and, thrusting his head under the pillow, began crying with agony, and the more freely his tears flowed the more terrible his mental anguish became. As it began to get dark, he thought of the agonizing night awaiting him, and was overcome by a horrible despair. He dressed quickly, ran out of his room, and, leaving his door wide open, for no object or reason, went out into the street. Without asking himself where he should go, he walked quickly along Sadovoy Street. Snow was falling as heavily as the day before, it was thawing. Thrusting his hands into his sleeves, shuddering and frightened at the noises, at the tram bells, and at the passers-by, Vasilyev walked along Sadovoy Street as far as Shuharev Tower. Then to the Red Gate, from there he turned off to Basmania Street. He went into a tavern and drank off a big glass of vodka, but that did not make him feel better. When he reached Razgulya he turned to the right, and strode along side streets in which he had never been before in his life. He reached the old bridge by which the Yauza runs gurgling, and from which one can see long rows of lights in the windows of the Red Barracks. To distract his spiritual anguish by some new sensation or some other pain, Vasilyev, not knowing what to do, crying and shuddering, undid his greatcoat and jacket and exposed his bare chest to the wet snow and the wind. But that did not lessen his suffering either. Then he bent down over the rail of the bridge and looked down into the black, yeasty Yauza, and he longed to plunge down head foremost. Not from loathing for life, not for the sake of suicide, but in order to bruise himself at least, and by one pain to ease the other. But the black water, the darkness, the deserted banks covered with snow were terrifying. He shivered and walked on. He walked up and down by the Red Barracks, then turned back and went down to a copse, from the copse back to the bridge again. "No, home, home," he thought. "At home I believe it's better." And he went back. When he reached home he pulled off his wet coat and cap, began pacing round the room, and went on pacing round and round without stopping till morning. Chapter 7. When next morning the artist and the medical student went in to him, he was moving about the room with his shirt torn, biting his hands and moaning with pain. "For God's sake," he sobbed when he saw his friends, "take me where you please, do what you can, but for God's sake, save me quickly. I shall kill myself." The artist turned pale and was helpless. The medical student, too, almost shed tears, but considering that doctors ought to be cool and composed in every emergency said coldly, "It's a nervous breakdown. But it's nothing. Let us go at once to the doctor." "Wherever you like, only for God's sake, make haste. Don't excite yourself. You must try and control yourself." The artist and the medical student with trembling hands put Vasilyev's coat and hat on and led him out into the street. "Mikhail Sergeyitch has been wanting to make your acquaintance for a long time," the medical student said on the way. "He is a very nice man and thoroughly good at his work. He took his degree in 1882, and he has an immense practice already. He treats students as though he were one himself." Make haste," Vasilyev urged. Mikhail Sergeyitch, a stout, fair-haired doctor, received the friends with politeness and frigid dignity, and smiled only on one side of his face. "Rybnikov and Mayer have spoken to me of your illness already," he said. "Very glad to be of service to you." "Well? Sit down, I beg." He made Vasilyev sit down in a big armchair near the table, and moved a box of cigarettes towards him. "Now then," he began, stroking his knees. "Let us get to work. How old are you?" He asked questions and the medical student answered them. He asked whether Vasilyev's father had suffered from certain special diseases, whether he drank to excess, whether he were remarkable for cruelty or any peculiarities. He made similar inquiries about his grandfather, mother, sisters, and brothers. On learning that his mother had a beautiful voice and sometimes acted on the stage, he grew more animated at once, and asked, "Excuse me, but don't you remember, perhaps? Your mother had a passion for the stage?" 20 minutes passed. Vasilyev was annoyed by the way the doctor kept stroking his knees and talking of the same thing. "So far as I understand your questions, doctor," he said, "you want to know whether my illness is hereditary or not." "It is not." The doctor proceeded to ask Vasilyev whether he had had any secret vices as a boy, or had received injuries to his head. Whether he had had any aberrations, any peculiarities, or exceptional propensities. Half the questions usually asked by doctors of their patients can be left unanswered without the slightest ill effect on the health, but Mikhail Sergeyitch, the medical student, and the artist all looked as though if Vasilyev failed to answer one question all would be lost. As he received answers, the doctor for some reason noted them down on a slip of paper. On learning that Vasilyev had taken his degree in natural science, and was now studying law, the doctor pondered. "He wrote a first-rate piece of original work last year," said the medical student. "I beg your pardon, but don't interrupt me. You prevent me from concentrating," said the doctor, and he smiled on one side of his face. "Though, of course, that does enter into the diagnosis. Intense intellectual work, nervous exhaustion." "Yes, yes." "And do you drink vodka?" he said, addressing Vasilyev. "Very rarely." Another 20 minutes passed. The medical student began telling the doctor in a low voice his opinion as to the immediate cause of the attack, and described how the day before yesterday the artist, Vasilyev, and he had visited S. Street. The indifferent, reserved, and frigid tone in which his friends and the doctor spoke of the women and that miserable street struck Vasilyev as strange in the extreme. "Doctor, tell me one thing only," he said, controlling himself so as not to speak rudely. "Is prostitution an evil or not?" "My dear fellow, who disputes it?" said the doctor, with an expression that suggested that he had settled all such questions for himself long ago. "Who disputes it? You are a mental doctor, aren't you?" Vasilyev asked curtly. "Yes, a mental doctor." "Perhaps all of you are right," said Vasilyev, getting up and beginning to walk from one end of the room to the other. "Perhaps. But it all seems marvelous to me. That I should have taken my degree in two faculties you look upon as a great achievement. Because I have written a work which in 3 years will be thrown aside and forgotten, I am praised up to the skies. But because I cannot speak of fallen women as unconcernedly as of these chairs, I am being examined by a doctor, I am called mad, I am pitied." Vasilyev for some reason felt all at once unutterably sorry for himself, and his companions, and all the people he had seen 2 days before, and for the doctor. He burst into tears and sank into a chair. His friends looked inquiringly at the doctor. The latter, with the air of completely comprehending the tears and the despair, of feeling himself a specialist in that line, went up to Vasilyev and, without a word, gave him some medicine to drink. And then, when he was calmer, undressed him and began to investigate the degree of sensibility of the skin, the reflex action of the knees, and so on. And Vasilyev felt easier. When he came out from the doctor's he was beginning to feel ashamed. The rattle of the carriages no longer irritated him, and the load at his heart grew lighter and lighter as though it were melting away. He had 2 prescriptions in his hand, one was for bromide, one was for morphia. He had taken all these remedies before. In the street he stood still and, saying goodbye to his friends, dragged himself languidly to the university. The horse stealers. A hospital assistant, called Yurgenov, an empty-headed fellow, known throughout the district as a great braggart and drunkard, was returning one evening in Christmas week from the hamlet of Rypino, where he had been to make some purchases for the hospital. That he might get home in good time and not be late, the doctor had lent him his very best horse. At first it had been a still day, but at 8 o'clock a violent snowstorm came on, and when he was only about 4 miles from home Yurgenov completely lost his way. He did not know how to drive, he did not know the road, and he drove on at random, hoping that the horse would find the way of itself. 2 hours passed. The horse was exhausted, he himself was chilled, and already began to fancy that he was not going home, but back towards Rypino. But at last above the uproar of the storm he heard the faraway barking of a dog, and a murky red blur came into sight ahead of him. Little by little, the outlines of a high gate could be discerned. Then a long fence on which there were nails with their points uppermost, and beyond the fence there stood the slanting crane of a well. The wind drove away the mist of snow from before the eyes, and where there had been a red blur, there sprang up a small, squat little house with a steep thatched roof. Of the 3 little windows one, covered on the inside with something red, was lighted up. What sort of place was it? Yurgenov remembered that to the right of the road, 3½ or 4 miles from the hospital, there was Andrei Chirikov's tavern. He remembered, too, that this Chirikov, who had been lately killed by some sledge drivers, had left a wife and a daughter called Lyubka, who had come to the hospital 2 years before as a patient. The inn had a bad reputation, and to visit it late in the evening, and especially with someone else's horse, was not free from risk. But there was no help for it. Yurgenov fumbled in his knapsack for his revolver, and, coughing sternly, tapped at the window frame with his whip. "Hey! Who is within?" he cried. "Hey, Granny! Let me come in and get warm." With a hoarse bark a black dog rolled like a ball under the horse's feet, then another white one, then another black one. There must have been a dozen of them. Yurgenov looked to see which was the biggest, swung his whip and lashed at it with all his might. A small, long-legged puppy turned its sharp muzzle upwards and set up a shrill, piercing howl. Yurgenov stood for a long while at the window, tapping. But at last the hoarfrost on the trees near the house glowed red, and a muffled female figure appeared with a lantern in her hands. "Let me in to get warm, Granny," said Yurgenov. "I was driving to the hospital, and I have lost my way. It's such weather, God preserve us." "Don't be afraid, we are your own people, Granny." "All my own people are at home, and we didn't invite strangers," said the figure grimly. "And what are you knocking for? The gate is not locked." Yurgenov drove into the yard and stopped at the steps. "Bid your laborer take my horse out, Granny," said he. "I am not Granny." And indeed she was not a granny. While she was putting out the lantern the light fell on her face, and Yurgenov saw black eyebrows, and recognized Lyubka. "There are no laborers about now," she said as she went into the house. "Some are drunk and asleep, and some have been gone to Rypino since the morning. It's a holiday." As he fastened his horse up in the shed, Yurgenov heard a neigh, and distinguished in the darkness another horse, and felt on it a Cossack saddle. So there must be someone else in the house besides the woman and her daughter. For greater security Yurgenov unsaddled his horse, and when he went into the house, took with him both his purchases and his saddle. The first room into which he went was large and very hot, and smelt of freshly washed floors. A short, lean peasant of about 40, with a small, fair beard, wearing a dark blue shirt, was sitting at the table under the holy images. It was Kalashnikov, an errant scoundrel and horse stealer, whose father and uncle kept a tavern in Bogolyovka, and disposed of the stolen horses where they could. He too had been to the hospital more than once, not for medical treatment, but to see the doctor about horses, to ask whether he had not one for sale. And whether his honor would not like to swap his bay mare for a dun-colored gelding. Now his head was pomaded and a silver earring glittered in his ear, and altogether he had a holiday air. Frowning and dropping his lower lip, he was looking intently at a big dog's-eared picture book. Another peasant lay stretched on the floor near the stove. His head, his shoulders, and his chest were covered with a sheepskin. He was probably asleep. Beside his new boots, with shining bits of metal on the heels, there were 2 dark pools of melted snow. Seeing the hospital assistant, Kalashnikov greeted him. "Yes, it is weather," said Yurgenov, rubbing his chilled knees with his open hands. "The snow is up to one's neck. I am soaked to the skin, I can tell you. And I believe my revolver is, too." He took out his revolver, looked it all over, and put it back in his knapsack. But the revolver made no impression at all. The peasant went on looking at the book. "Yes, it is weather. I lost my way, and if it had not been for the dogs here, I do believe it would have been my death. There would have been a nice to-do. And where are the women?" "The old woman has gone to Ripino, and the girl is getting supper ready," answered Kalashnikov. Silence followed. Yurgenov, shivering and gasping, breathed on his hands, huddled up, and made a show of being very cold and exhausted. The still angry dogs could be heard howling outside. It was dreary. "You come from Bogolyovka, don't you?" he asked the peasant sternly. "Yes, from Bogolyovka." And to while away the time Yurgenov began to think about Bogolyovka. It was a big village and it lay in a deep ravine, so that when one drove along the high road on a moonlight night, and looked down into the dark ravine and then up at the sky, it seemed as though the moon were hanging over a bottomless abyss and it were the end of the world. The path going down was steep, winding, and so narrow that when one drove down to Bogolyovka on account of some epidemic or to vaccinate the people, one had to shout at the top of one's voice. Or whistle all the way, for if one met a cart coming up one could not pass. The peasants of Bogolyovka had the reputation of being good gardeners and horse stealers. They had well-stocked gardens. In spring the whole village was buried in white cherry blossom, and in the summer they sold cherries at 3 kopecks a pail. One could pay 3 kopecks and pick as one liked. Their women were handsome and looked well fed, they were fond of finery, and never did anything even on working days. But spent all their time sitting on the ledge in front of their houses and searching in each other's heads. But at last there was the sound of footsteps. Lyubka, a girl of 20, with bare feet and a red dress, came into the room. She looked sideways at Yurgenov and walked twice from one end of the room to the other. She did not move simply, but with tiny steps, thrusting forward her bosom. Evidently she enjoyed padding about with her bare feet on the freshly washed floor, and had taken off her shoes on purpose. Kalashnikov laughed at something and beckoned her with his finger. She went up to the table, and he showed her a picture of the prophet Elijah, who, driving 3 horses abreast, was dashing up to the sky. Lyubka put her elbow on the table. Her plate fell across her shoulder, a long chestnut plate tied with red ribbon at the end, and it almost touched the floor. She, too, smiled. "A splendid, wonderful picture," said Kalashnikov. "Wonderful," he repeated, and motioned with his hand as though he wanted to take the reins instead of Elijah. The wind howled in the stove. Something growled and squeaked as though a big dog had strangled a rat. "Ugh! The unclean spirits are abroad," said Lyubka. "That's the wind," said Kalashnikov. And after a pause he raised his eyes to Yurgenov and asked, "And what is your learned opinion, Osip Vasilyich? Are there devils in this world or not?" "What's one to say, brother?" said Yurgenov, and he shrugged one shoulder. "If one reasons from science, of course there are no devils, for it's a superstition. But if one looks at it simply, as you and I do now, there are devils, to put it shortly. I have seen a great deal in my life. When I finished my studies I served as medical assistant in the army in a regiment of the dragoons, and I have been in the war, of course. I have a medal and a decoration from the Red Cross, but after the Treaty of San Stefano I returned to Russia and went into the service of the Zemstvo. And in consequence of my enormous circulation about the world, I may say I have seen more than many another has dreamed of. It has happened to me to see devils, too. That is, not devils with horns and a tail, that is all nonsense, but just, to speak precisely, something of the sort. Where? Asked Kalashnikov. In various places. There is no need to go far. Last year I met him here, speak of him not at night, near this very inn. I was driving, I remember, to Goloshino, I was going there to vaccinate. Of course, as usual, I had the racing droshky and a horse, and all the necessary paraphernalia, and, what's more, I had a watch and all the rest of it, so I was on my guard as I drove along. For fear of some mischance. There are lots of tramps of all sorts. I came up to the Zmainoy ravine, damnation take it, and was just going down it, when all at once somebody comes up to me, such a fellow. Black hair, black eyes, and his whole face looked smutted with soot. He comes straight up to the horse and takes hold of the left rein. Stop. He looked at the horse, then at me, then dropped the reins, and without saying a bad word, "Where are you going?" says he. And he showed his teeth in a grin, and his eyes were spiteful looking. Ah, thought I, you are a queer customer. I am going to vaccinate for the smallpox, said I, and what is that to you? Well, if that's so, says he, vaccinate me. He bared his arm and thrust it under my nose. Of course, I did not bandy words with him, I just vaccinated him to get rid of him. Afterwards I looked at my lancet and it had gone rusty. The peasant who was asleep near the stove suddenly turned over and flung off the sheepskin. To his great surprise, Yurginov recognized the stranger he had met that day at Zmainoy ravine. This peasant's hair, beard, and eyes were black as soot, his face was swarthy, and, to add to the effect, there was a black spot the size of a lentil on his right cheek. He looked mockingly at the hospital assistant and said, "I did take hold of the left rein, that was so, but about the smallpox you are lying, sir." And there was not a word said about the smallpox between us. Yurginov was disconcerted. "I'm not talking about you," he said. "Lie down, since you are lying down." The dark-skinned peasant had never been to the hospital, and Yurginov did not know who he was or where he came from, and now, looking at him, he made up his mind that the man must be a gypsy. The peasant got up and, stretching and yawning loudly, went up to Lyubka and Kalashnikov, and sat down beside them, and he, too, began looking at the book. His sleepy face softened and a look of envy came into it. "Look, Marek," Lyubka said to him, "get me such horses and I will drive to heaven." "Sinners can't drive to heaven," said Kalashnikov. "That's for holiness." Then Lyubka laid the table and brought in a big piece of fat bacon, salted cucumbers, a wooden platter of boiled meat cut up into little pieces, then a frying pan, in which there were sausages and cabbage spluttering. A cut-glass decanter of vodka, which diffused a smell of orange peel all over the room when it was poured out, was put on the table also. Yurginov was annoyed that Kalashnikov and the dark fellow Marek talked together and took no notice of him at all, behaving exactly as though he were not in the room. And he wanted to talk to them, to brag, to drink, to have a good meal, and if possible to have a little fun with Lyubka, who sat down near him half a dozen times while they were at supper, and, as though by accident, brushed against him with her handsome shoulders and passed her hands over her broad hips. She was a healthy, active girl, always laughing and never still. She would sit down, then get up. And when she was sitting down she would keep turning first her face and then her back to her neighbor, like a fidgety child, and never failed to brush against him with her elbows or her knees. And he was displeased, too, that the peasants drank only a glass each and no more, and it was awkward for him to drink alone. But he could not refrain from taking a second glass, all the same, then a third, and he ate all the sausage. He brought himself to flatter the peasants, that they might accept him as one of the party instead of holding him at arm's length. "You are a fine set of fellows in Bogolyovka," he said, and wagged his head. "In what way fine fellows?" inquired Kalashnikov. "Why, about horses, for instance." "Fine fellows at stealing." "Hum. Fine fellows, you call them." "Nothing but thieves and drunkards." "They have had their day, but it is over," said Marek, after a pause. "But now they have only Filya left, and he is blind." "Yes, there is no one but Filya," said Kalashnikov, with a sigh. "Reckon it up, he must be 70, the German settlers knocked out one of his eyes, and he does not see well with the other. It is cataract. In old days the police officer would shout as soon as he saw him, 'Hey, you Shamil,' and all the peasants called him that. He was Shamil all over the place. And now his only name is One-Eyed Filya. But he was a fine fellow. Luba's father, Andrei Grigorich, and he stole one night into Roznovo. There were cavalry regiments stationed there, and carried off 9 of the soldiers' horses, the very best of them. They weren't frightened of the sentry, and in the morning they sold all the horses for 20 rubles to the gypsy Afanka. Yes. But nowadays a man contrives to carry off a horse whose rider is drunk or asleep, and has no fear of God, but will take the very boots from a drunkard. And then slinks off and goes away 150 miles with a horse, and haggles at the market, haggles like a Jew, till the policeman catches him, the fool. There is no fun in it, it is simply a disgrace. A paltry set of people, I must say. "What about Marek?" asked Lyubka. "Marek is not one of us," said Kalashnikov. "He is a Kharkov man from Mizirich. But that he is a bold fellow, that's the truth, there's no gainsaying that he is a fine fellow." Lyubka looked slyly and gleefully at Marek, and said, "It wasn't for nothing they dipped him in a hole in the ice." "How was that?" asked Yurgenov. "It was like this," said Marek, and he laughed. "Filya carried off 3 horses from the Samolenka tenants, and they pitched upon me. There were 10 of the tenants at Samolenka, and with their laborers there were 30 altogether, and all of them Molokans. So one of them says to me at the market, 'Come and have a look, Marek, we have brought some new horses from the fair.' I was interested, of course. I went up to them, and the whole lot of them, 30 men, tied my hands behind me and led me to the river. 'We'll show you fine horses,' they said. One hole in the ice was there already. They cut another beside it 7 feet away. Then, to be sure, they took a cord and put a noose under my armpits, and tied a crooked stick to the other end, long enough to reach both holes. They thrust the stick in and dragged it through. I went plop into the ice hole just as I was, in my fur coat and my high boots, while they stood and shoved me, one with his foot and one with his stick. Then dragged me under the ice and pulled me out of the other hole." Lyubka shuddered and shrugged. "At first I was in a fever from the cold," Marek went on, "but when they pulled me out I was helpless, and lay in the snow. And the Molokans stood round and hit me with sticks on my knees and my elbows. It hurt fearfully. They beat me and they went away, and everything on me was frozen, my clothes were covered with ice. I got up, but I couldn't move. Thank God, a woman drove by and gave me a lift. Meanwhile Yurgenov had drunk 5 or 6 glasses of vodka. His heart felt lighter, and he longed to tell some extraordinary, wonderful story too, and to show that he, too, was a bold fellow and not afraid of anything. "I'll tell you what happened to us in Penza province," he began. Either because he had drunk a great deal and was a little tipsy, or perhaps because he had twice been detected in a lie, the peasants took not the slightest notice of him, and even left off answering his questions. What was worse, they permitted themselves a frankness in his presence that made him feel uncomfortable and cold all over, and that meant that they took no notice of him. Kalashnikov had the dignified manners of a sedate and sensible man. He spoke weightily, and made the sign of the cross over his mouth every time he yawned, and no one could have supposed that this was a thief, a heartless thief who had stripped poor creatures, who had already been twice in prison, and who had been sentenced by the commune to exile in Siberia, and had been bought off by his father and uncle, who were as great thieves and rogues as he was. Marek gave himself the airs of a bravo. He saw that Lyubka and Kalashnikov were admiring him, and looked upon himself as a very fine fellow, and put his arms akimbo, squared his chest, or stretched so that the bench creaked under him. After supper Kalashnikov prayed to the holy image without getting up from his seat, and shook hands with Marek. The latter prayed too, and shook Kalashnikov's hand. Lyubka cleared away the supper, shook out on the table some peppermint biscuits, dried nuts, and pumpkin seeds, and placed 2 bottles of sweet wine. "The kingdom of heaven and peace everlasting to Andrei Grigorich," said Kalashnikov, clinking glasses with Marek. "When he was alive we used to gather together here or at his brother Martin's, and, my word! My word! What men, what talks! Remarkable conversations. Martin used to be here, and Filya, and Fyodor Stukety. It was all done in style, it was all in keeping. And what fun we had! We did have fun, we did have fun." Lyubka went out and soon afterwards came back wearing a green kerchief and beads. "Look, Marek, what Kalashnikov brought me today," she said. She looked at herself in the looking-glass, and tossed her head several times to make the beads jingle. And then she opened a chest and began taking out, first, a cotton dress with red and blue flowers on it, and then a red one with flounces which rustled and crackled like paper, then a new kerchief. Dark blue, shot with many colors, and all these things she showed and flung up her hands, laughing as though astonished that she had such treasures. Kalashnikov tuned the balalaika and began playing it, but Yurgenov could not make out what sort of song he was singing, and whether it was gay or melancholy. Because at one moment it was so mournful he wanted to cry, and at the next it would be merry. Marek suddenly jumped up and began tapping with his heels on the same spot, then, brandishing his arms, he moved on his heels from the table to the stove, from the stove to the chest. Then he bounded up as though he had been stung, clicked the heels of his boots together in the air, and began going round and round in a crouching position. Lyubka waved both her arms, uttered a desperate shriek, and followed him. At first she moved sideways, like a snake, as though she wanted to steal up to someone and strike him from behind. She tapped rapidly with her bare heels as Marek had done with the heels of his boots, then she turned round and round like a top and crouched down, and her red dress was blown out like a bell. Marek, looking angrily at her, and showing his teeth in a grin, flew towards her in the same crouching posture as though he wanted to crush her with his terrible legs, while she jumped up, flung back her head, and waving her arms as a big bird does its wings, floated across the room scarcely touching the floor. "What a flame of a girl," thought Yurgenov, sitting on the chest, and from there watching the dance. "What fire! Give up everything for her, and it would be too little." And he regretted that he was a hospital assistant, and not a simple peasant. That he wore a reefer coat and a chain with a gilt key on it instead of a blue shirt with a cord tied round the waist. Then he could boldly have sung, danced, flung both arms round Lyubka as Marek did. The sharp tapping, shouts, and whoops set the crockery ringing in the cupboard and the flame of the candle dancing. The thread broke and the beads were scattered all over the floor, the green kerchief slipped off, and Lyubka was transformed into a red cloud flitting by and flashing black eyes. And it seemed as though in another second Marek's arms and legs would drop off. But finally Marek stamped for the last time, and stood still as though turned to stone. Exhausted and almost breathless, Lyubka sank onto his bosom and leaned against him as against a post, and he put his arms round her, and looking into her eyes, said tenderly and caressingly, as though in jest, "I'll find out where your old mother's money is hidden, I'll murder her and cut your little throat for you, and after that I will set fire to the inn. People will think you have perished in the fire, and with your money I shall go to Kuban. I'll keep droves of horses and flocks of sheep." Lyubka made no answer, but only looked at him with a guilty air, and asked, "And is it nice in Kuban, Marek?" He said nothing, but went to the chest, sat down, and sank into thought. Most likely he was dreaming of Kuban. "It's time for me to be going," said Kalashnikov, getting up. "Filya must be waiting for me. Goodbye, Luba." Yurgenov went out into the yard to see that Kalashnikov did not go off with his horse. The snowstorm still persisted. White clouds were floating about the yard, their long tails clinging to the rough grass and the bushes. While on the other side of the fence in the open country huge giants in white robes with wide sleeves were whirling round and falling to the ground, and getting up again to wave their arms and fight. And the wind, the wind. The bare birches and cherry trees, unable to endure its rude caresses, bowed low down to the ground and wailed, "God, for what sin hast thou bound us to the earth and will not let us go free?" "Wah!" said Kalashnikov sternly, and he got on his horse. One half of the gate was opened, and by it lay a high snowdrift. "Well, get on," shouted Kalashnikov. His little short-legged nag set off, and sank up to its stomach in the drift at once. Kalashnikov was white all over with the snow, and soon vanished from sight with his horse. When Yurgenov went back into the room, Lyubka was creeping about the floor picking up her beads. Marek was not there. "A splendid girl," thought Yurgenov, as he lay down on the bench and put his coat under his head. "Oh, if only Marek were not here." Lyubka excited him as she crept about the floor by the bench, and he thought that if Marek had not been there he would certainly have got up and embraced her. And then one would see what would happen. It was true she was only a girl, but not likely to be chaste, and even if she were, need one stand on ceremony in a den of thieves? Lyubka collected her beads and went out. The candle burnt down and the flame caught the paper in the candlestick. Yurgenov laid his revolver and matches beside him, and put out the candle. The light before the holy images flickered so much that it hurt his eyes, and patches of light danced on the ceiling, on the floor, and on the cupboard, and among them he had visions of Lyubka. Buxom, full-bosomed, now she was turning round like a top, now she was exhausted and breathless. "Oh, if the devils would carry off that Marek," he thought. The little lamp gave a last flicker, spluttered, and went out. Someone, it must have been Marek, came into the room and sat down on the bench. He puffed at his pipe, and for an instant lighted up a dark cheek with a patch on it. Yurgenov's throat was irritated by the horrible fumes of the tobacco smoke. "What filthy tobacco you have got, damnation take it," said Yurgenov. "It makes me positively sick." "I mix my tobacco with the flowers of the oats," answered Marek after a pause. "It is better for the chest." He smoked, spat, and went out again. Half an hour passed, and all at once there was the gleam of a light in the passage. Marek appeared in a coat and cap, then Lyubka with a candle in her hand. "Do stay, Marek," said Lyubka in an imploring voice. "No, Luba, don't keep me." "Listen, Marek," said Lyubka, and her voice grew soft and tender. "I know you will find mother's money, and will do for her and for me, and will go to Kuban and love other girls, but God be with you. I only ask you one thing, sweetheart, do stay." "No, I want some fun," said Marek, fastening his belt. "But you have nothing to go on. You came on foot, what are you going on?" Marek bent down to Lyubka and whispered something in her ear. She looked towards the door and laughed through her tears. "He is asleep, the puffed-up devil," she said. Marek embraced her, kissed her vigorously, and went out. Yurgenov thrust his revolver into his pocket, jumped up, and ran after him. "Get out of the way," he said to Lyubka, who hurriedly bolted the door of the entry and stood across the threshold. "Let me pass." "Why are you standing here? What do you want to go out for?" "To have a look at my horse." Lyubka gazed up at him with a sly and caressing look. "Why look at it? You had better look at me," she said, then she bent down and touched with her finger the gilt watch key that hung on his chain. "Let me pass, or he will go off on my horse," said Yurgenov. "Let me go, you devil!" he shouted, and giving her an angry blow on the shoulder, he pressed his chest against her with all his might to push her away from the door, but she kept tight hold of the bolt, and was like iron. "Let me go," he shouted, exhausted, "he will go off with it, I tell you." "Why should he? He won't." Breathing hard and rubbing her shoulder, which hurt, she looked up at him again, flushed a little and laughed. "Don't go away, dear heart," she said, "I am dull alone." Yurgenov looked into her eyes, hesitated, and put his arms round her. She did not resist. "Come, no nonsense, let me go," he begged her. She did not speak. "I heard you just now," he said, "telling Merrick that you love him." "I dare say. My heart knows who it is I love." She put her finger on the key again, and said softly, "Give me that." Yurgenov unfastened the key and gave it to her. She suddenly craned her neck and listened with a grave face, and her expression struck Yurgenov as cold and cunning. He thought of his horse, and now easily pushed her aside and ran out into the yard. In the shed a sleepy pig was grunting with lazy regularity and a cow was knocking her horn. Yurgenov lighted a match and saw the pig, and the cow, and the dogs, which rushed at him on all sides at seeing the light, but there was no trace of the horse. Shouting and waving his arms at the dogs, stumbling over the drifts and sticking in the snow, he ran out at the gate and fell to gazing into the darkness. He strained his eyes to the utmost, and saw only the snow flying and the snowflakes distinctly forming into all sorts of shapes. At one moment the white, laughing face of a corpse would peep out of the darkness, at the next a white horse would gallop by with an Amazon in a muslin dress upon it. At the next a string of white swans would fly overhead. Shaking with anger and cold, and not knowing what to do, Yurgenov fired his revolver at the dogs, and did not hit one of them. Then he rushed back to the house. When he went into the entry he distinctly heard someone scurry out of the room and bang the door. It was dark in the room. Yurgenov pushed against the door, it was locked. Then, lighting match after match, he rushed back into the entry, from there into the kitchen, and from the kitchen into a little room where all the walls were hung with petticoats and dresses. Where there was a smell of cornflowers and fennel, and a bedstead with a perfect mountain of pillows, standing in the corner by the stove. This must have been the old mother's room. From there he passed into another little room, and here he saw Lyubka. She was lying on a chest, covered with a gay-colored patchwork cotton quilt, pretending to be asleep. A little icon lamp was burning in the corner above the pillow. "Where is my horse?" Yurgenov asked. Lyubka did not stir. "Where is my horse, I am asking you?" Yurgenov repeated still more sternly, and he tore the quilt off her. "I am asking you, she-devil," he shouted. She jumped up on her knees, and with one hand holding her shift and with the other trying to clutch the quilt, huddled against the wall. She looked at Yurgenov with repulsion and terror in her eyes, and, like a wild beast in a trap, kept cunning watch on his faintest movement. "Tell me where my horse is, or I'll knock the life out of you," shouted Yurgenov. "Get away, dirty brute," she said in a hoarse voice. Yurgenov seized her by the shift near the neck and tore it. And then he could not restrain himself, and with all his might embraced the girl. But hissing with fury, she slipped out of his arms, and freeing one hand, the other was tangled in the torn shift, hit him a blow with her fist on the skull. His head was dizzy with the pain, there was a ringing and rattling in his ears, he staggered back, and at that moment received another blow, this time on the temple. Reeling and clutching at the doorposts, that he might not fall, he made his way to the room where his things were, and lay down on the bench. Then after lying for a little time, took the matchbox out of his pocket and began lighting match after match for no object. He lit it, blew it out, and threw it under the table. And went on till all the matches were gone. Meanwhile the air began to turn blue outside, the cocks began to crow, but his head still ached. And there was an uproar in his ears as though he were sitting under a railway bridge and hearing the trains passing over his head. He got, somehow, into his coat and cap. The saddle and the bundle of his purchases he could not find, his knapsack was empty. It was not for nothing that someone had scurried out of the room when he came in from the yard. He took a poker from the kitchen to keep off the dogs, and went out into the yard, leaving the door open. The snowstorm had subsided and it was calm outside. When he went out at the gate, the white plain looked dead, and there was not a single bird in the morning sky. On both sides of the road and in the distance there were bluish patches of young copse. Yurgenov began thinking how he would be greeted at the hospital and what the doctor would say to him. It was absolutely necessary to think of that, and to prepare beforehand to answer questions he would be asked, but this thought grew blurred and slipped away. He walked along thinking of nothing but Lyubka, of the peasants with whom he had passed the night. He remembered how, after Lyubka struck him the second time, she had bent down to the floor for the quilt, and how her loose hair had fallen on the floor. His mind was in a maze, and he wondered why there were in the world doctors, hospital assistants, merchants, clerks, and peasants instead of simple free men. There are, to be sure, free birds, free beasts, a free Merrick, and they are not afraid of anyone, and don't need anyone. And whose idea was it, who had decreed that one must get up in the morning, dine at midday, go to bed in the evening, that a doctor takes precedence of a hospital assistant? That one must live in rooms and love only one's wife? And why not the contrary, dine at night and sleep in the day? Ah, to jump on a horse without inquiring whose it is, to ride races with the wind like a devil, over fields and forests and ravines, to make love to girls, to mock at everyone. Yurgenov thrust the poker into the snow, pressed his forehead to the cold white trunk of a birch tree, and sank into thought. And his grey, monotonous life, his wages, his subordinate position, the dispensary, the everlasting to-do with the bottles and blisters, struck him as contemptible, sickening. Who says it's a sin to enjoy oneself? He asked himself with vexation. Those who say that have never lived in freedom like Merrick and Kalashnikov, and have never loved Lyubka. They have been beggars all their lives, have lived without any pleasure, and have only loved their wives, who are like frogs. And he thought about himself that he had not hitherto been a thief, a swindler, or even a brigand, simply because he could not, or had not yet met with a suitable opportunity. A year and a half passed. In spring, after Easter, Yurgenov, who had long before been dismissed from the hospital and was hanging about without a job, came out of the tavern in Rypino and sauntered aimlessly along the street. He went out into the open country. Here there was the scent of spring, and a warm caressing wind was blowing. The calm, starry night looked down from the sky on the earth. My God, how infinite the depth of the sky, and with what fathomless immensity it stretched over the world. The world is created well enough, only why and with what right do people, thought Yurgenov, divide their fellows into the sober and the drunken, the employed and the dismissed, and so on? Why do the sober and well-fed sleep comfortably in their homes while the drunken and the hungry must wander about the country without a refuge? Why was it that if anyone had not a job and did not get a salary he had to go hungry, without clothes and boots? Whose idea was it? Why was it the birds and the wild beasts in the woods did not have jobs and get salaries, but lived as they pleased? Far away in the sky a beautiful crimson glow lay quivering, stretched wide over the horizon. Yurgenov stopped, and for a long time he gazed at it. And kept wondering why was it that if he had carried off someone else's samovar the day before and sold it for drink in the taverns it would be a sin? Why was it? 2 carts drove by on the road. In one of them there was a woman asleep, in the other sat an old man without a cap on. "Grandfather, where is that fire?" asked Yurgenov. "Andrei Chirikov's inn," answered the old man. And Yurgenov recalled what had happened to him 18 months before in the winter, in that very inn, and how Merrick had boasted. And he imagined the old woman and Lyubka, with their throats cut, burning, and he envied Merrick. And when he walked back to the tavern, looking at the houses of the rich publicans, cattle dealers, and blacksmiths, he reflected how nice it would be to steal by night into some rich man's house. Gusev. Chapter 1. It was getting dark, it would soon be night. Gusev, a discharged soldier, sat up in his hammock and said in an undertone. "I say, Pavel Ivanitch. A soldier at Suchin told me, while they were sailing a big fish came into collision with their ship and stove a hole in it." The nondescript individual whom he was addressing, and whom everyone in the ship's hospital called Pavel Ivanitch, was silent, as though he had not heard. And again a stillness followed. The wind frolicked with the rigging, the screw throbbed, the waves lashed, the hammocks creaked, but the ear had long ago become accustomed to these sounds. And it seemed that everything around was asleep and silent. It was dreary. The three invalids, 2 soldiers and a sailor, who had been playing cards all the day were asleep and talking in their dreams. It seemed as though the ship were beginning to rock. The hammock slowly rose and fell under Gusev, as though it were heaving a sigh, and this was repeated once, twice, 3 times. Something crashed onto the floor with a clang. It must have been a jug falling down. "The wind has broken loose from its chain," said Gusev, listening. This time Pavel Ivanitch cleared his throat and answered irritably. "One minute a vessel's running into a fish, the next, the wind's breaking loose from its chain. Is the wind a beast that it can break loose from its chain? That's how christened folk talk. They are as ignorant as you are then. They say all sorts of things. One must keep a head on one's shoulders and use one's reason. You are a senseless creature." Pavel Ivanitch was subject to seasickness. When the sea was rough he was usually ill-humored, and the merest trifle would make him irritable. And in Gusev's opinion there was absolutely nothing to be vexed about. What was there strange or wonderful, for instance, in the fish or in the wind's breaking loose from its chain? Suppose the fish were as big as a mountain and its back were as hard as a sturgeon, and in the same way. Supposing that away yonder at the end of the world there stood great stone walls and the fierce winds were chained up to the walls, if they had not broken loose. Why did they tear about all over the sea like maniacs, and struggle to escape like dogs? If they were not chained up, what did become of them when it was calm? Gusev pondered for a long time about fishes as big as a mountain and stout, rusty chains. Then he began to feel dull and thought of his native place to which he was returning after 5 years' service in the East. He pictured an immense pond covered with snow. On one side of the pond the red brick building of the potteries with a tall chimney and clouds of black smoke, on the other side, a village. His brother Alexei comes out in a sledge from the 5th yard from the end. Behind him sits his little son Vanka in big felt overboots, and his little girl Akulka, also in big felt boots. Alexei has been drinking, Vanka is laughing, Akulka's face he could not see, she had muffled herself up. You never know, he'll get the children frozen, thought Gusev. Lord, send them sense and judgment that they may honor their father and mother and not be wiser than their parents. They want resoling, a delirious sailor says in a bass voice. Yes, yes. Gusev's thoughts break off, and instead of a pond there suddenly appears apropos of nothing a huge bull's head without eyes, and the horse and sledge are not driving along, but are whirling round and round in a cloud of smoke. But still he was glad he had seen his own folks. He held his breath from delight, shudders ran all over him, and his fingers twitched. The Lord let us meet again, he muttered feverishly, but he at once opened his eyes and sought in the darkness for water. He drank and lay back, and again the sledge was moving, then again the bull's head without eyes, smoke, clouds. And so on till daybreak. Chapter 2. The first outline visible in the darkness was a blue circle, the little round window, then little by little Gusev could distinguish his neighbor in the next hammock, Pavel Ivanitch. The man slept sitting up, as he could not breathe lying down. His face was gray, his nose was long and sharp, his eyes looked huge from the terrible thinness of his face, his temples were sunken, his beard was skimpy, his hair was long. Looking at him you could not make out of what class he was, whether he were a gentleman, a merchant, or a peasant. Judging from his expression and his long hair he might have been a hermit or a lay brother in a monastery, but if one listened to what he said it seemed that he could not be a monk. He was worn out by his cough and his illness and by the stifling heat, and breathed with difficulty, moving his parched lips. Noticing that Gusev was looking at him, he turned his face towards him and said, "I begin to guess. Yes. I understand it all perfectly now." "What do you understand, Pavel Ivanitch?" "I'll tell you. It has always seemed to me strange that terribly ill as you are you should be here in a steamer where it is so hot and stifling and we are always being tossed up and down, where, in fact, everything threatens you with death. Now it is all clear to me. Yes. Your doctors put you on the steamer to get rid of you. They get sick of looking after poor brutes like you. You don't pay them anything, they have a bother with you, and you damage their records with your deaths, so, of course, you are brutes. It's not difficult to get rid of you. All that is necessary is, in the first place, to have no conscience or humanity, and, secondly, to deceive the steamer authorities. The first condition need hardly be considered, in that respect we are artists, and one can always succeed in the second with a little practice. In a crowd of 400 healthy soldiers and sailors half a dozen sick ones are not conspicuous. Well, they drove you all onto the steamer, mixed you with the healthy ones, hurriedly counted you over, and in the confusion nothing amiss was noticed. And when the steamer had started they saw that there were paralytics and consumptives in the last stage lying about on the deck. Gusev did not understand Pavel Ivanitch, but supposing he was being blamed, he said in self-defense, "I lay on the deck because I had not the strength to stand. When we were unloaded from the barge onto the ship I caught a fearful chill." "It's revolting," Pavel Ivanitch went on. "The worst of it is they know perfectly well that you can't last out the long journey, and yet they put you here. Supposing you get as far as the Indian Ocean, what then? It's horrible to think of it. And that's their gratitude for your faithful, irreproachable service." Pavel Ivanitch's eyes looked angry. He frowned contemptuously and said, gasping, "Those are the people who ought to be plucked in the newspapers till the feathers fly in all directions." The two sick soldiers and the sailor were awake and already playing cards. The sailor was half reclining in his hammock, the soldiers were sitting near him on the floor in the most uncomfortable attitudes. One of the soldiers had his right arm in a sling, and the hand was swathed up in a regular bundle so that he held his cards under his right arm or in the crook of his elbow while he played with the left. The ship was rolling heavily. They could not stand up, nor drink tea, nor take their medicines. "Were you an officer's servant?" Pavel Ivanitch asked Gusev. "Yes, an officer's servant." My God," said Pavel Ivanitch, and he shook his head mournfully. "To tear a man out of his home, drag him 12,000 miles away, then to drive him into consumption and what is it all for, one wonders? To turn him into a servant for some Captain Kopeikin or Midshipman Durka. How logical. It's not hard work, Pavel Ivanitch. You get up in the morning and clean the boots, get the samovar, sweep the rooms, and then you have nothing more to do. The lieutenant is all the day drawing plans, and if you like you can say your prayers, if you like you can read a book or go out into the street. God grant everyone such a life. Yes, very nice, the lieutenant draws plans all the day and you sit in the kitchen and pine for home. Plans indeed. It is not plans that matter, but a human life. Life is not given twice, it must be treated mercifully. Of course, Pavel Ivanitch, a bad man gets no mercy anywhere, neither at home nor in the army, but if you live as you ought and obey orders, who has any need to insult you? The officers are educated gentlemen, they understand. In 5 years I was never once in prison, and I was never struck a blow, so help me God, but once. What for? For fighting. I have a heavy hand, Pavel Ivanitch. 4 Chinamen came into our yard, they were bringing firewood or something, I don't remember. Well, I was bored and I knocked them about a bit, one's nose began bleeding, damn the fellow. The lieutenant saw it through the little window, he was angry and gave me a box on the ear. "Foolish, pitiful man," whispered Pavel Ivanitch. "You don't understand anything." He was utterly exhausted by the tossing of the ship and closed his eyes. His head alternately fell back and dropped forward on his breast. Several times he tried to lie down but nothing came of it, his difficulty in breathing prevented it. "And what did you hit the 4 Chinamen for?" he asked a little while afterwards. "Oh, nothing. They came into the yard and I hit them." And a stillness followed. The card players had been playing for 2 hours with enthusiasm and loud abuse of one another, but the motion of the ship overcame them, too. They threw aside the cards and lay down. Again Gusev saw the big pond, the brick building, the village. Again the sledge was coming along, again Vanka was laughing and Akulka, silly little thing, threw open her fur coat and stuck her feet out, as much as to say, "Look, good people. My snow boots are not like Vanka's, they are new ones. 5 years old, and she has no sense yet," Gusev muttered in delirium. "Instead of kicking your legs you had better come and get your soldier uncle a drink. I will give you something nice." Then Andron with a flintlock gun on his shoulder was carrying a hare he had killed, and he was followed by the decrepit old Jew Isachik, who offers to barter the hare for a piece of soap. Then the black calf in the shed, then Domna sewing at a shirt and crying about something, and then again the bull's head without eyes, black smoke. Overhead someone gave a loud shout, several sailors ran by, they seemed to be dragging something bulky over the deck, something fell with a crash. Again they ran by. Had something gone wrong? Gusev raised his head, listened, and saw that the 2 soldiers and the sailor were playing cards again. Pavel Ivanitch was sitting up moving his lips. It was stifling, one hadn't strength to breathe, one was thirsty, the water was warm, disgusting. The ship heaved as much as ever. Suddenly something strange happened to one of the soldiers playing cards. He called hearts diamonds, got muddled in his score, and dropped his cards, then with a frightened, foolish smile looked round at all of them. "I shan't be a minute, mates, he said, and lay down on the floor. Everybody was amazed. They called to him, he did not answer. "Stefan, maybe you are feeling bad, eh?" The soldier with his arm in a sling asked him. "Perhaps we had better bring the priest, eh?" "Have a drink of water, Stepan," said the sailor. "Here, lad, drink." "Why are you knocking the jug against his teeth?" said Gusev angrily. "Don't you see, turnip head?" "What? What?" Gusev repeated, mimicking him. "There is no breath in him, he is dead. That's what. What nonsensical people, Lord have mercy on us." Chapter 3. The ship was not rocking and Pavel Ivanitch was more cheerful. He was no longer ill-humored. His face had a boastful, defiant, mocking expression. He looked as though he wanted to say, "Yes, in a minute I will tell you something that will make you split your sides with laughing." The little round window was open and a soft breeze was blowing on Pavel Ivanitch. There was a sound of voices, of the plash of oars in the water. Just under the little window someone began droning in a high, unpleasant voice, no doubt it was a Chinaman singing. "Here we are in the harbor," said Pavel Ivanitch, smiling ironically. "Only another month and we shall be in Russia. Well, worthy gentlemen and warriors. I shall arrive at Odessa and from there go straight to Kharkov. In Kharkov I have a friend, a literary man. I shall go to him and say, 'Come, old man, put aside your horrid subjects, ladies' amours and the beauties of nature, and show up human depravity.'" For a minute he pondered, then said, "Gusev, do you know how I took them in?" "Took in whom, Pavel Ivanitch?" "Why, these fellows. You know that on this steamer there is only a first class and a third class, and they only allow peasants, that is the riffraff, to go in the third. If you have got on a reefer jacket and have the faintest resemblance to a gentleman or a bourgeois you must go first class, if you please. You must fork out 500 rubles if you die for it. Why, I ask, have you made such a rule? Do you want to raise the prestige of educated Russians thereby? Not a bit of it. We don't let you go third class simply because a decent person can't go third class. It is very horrible and disgusting. Yes, indeed. I am very grateful for such solicitude for decent people's welfare. But in any case, whether it is nasty there or nice, 500 rubles I haven't got. I haven't pilfered government money. I haven't exploited the natives, I haven't trafficked in contraband, I have flogged no one to death. So judge whether I have the right to travel first class and even less to reckon myself of the educated class? But you won't catch them with logic. One has to resort to deception. I put on a workman's coat and high boots, I assumed a drunken, servile mug and went to the agents. Give us a little ticket, Your Honor, said I. Why, what class do you belong to? Asked a sailor. Clerical. My father was an honest priest, he always told the great ones of the world the truth to their faces, and he had a great deal to put up with in consequence. Pavel Ivanitch was exhausted with talking and gasped for breath, but still went on. Yes, I always tell people the truth to their faces. I am not afraid of anyone or anything. There is a vast difference between me and all of you in that respect. You are in darkness, you are blind, crushed, you see nothing, and what you do see you don't understand. You are told the wind breaks loose from its chain, that you are beasts, pechenyegs, and you believe it. They punch you in the neck, you kiss their hands. Some animal in a sable-lined coat robs you and then tips you 15 kopecks and you, let me kiss your hand, sir. You are pariahs, pitiful people. I am a different sort. My eyes are open, I see it all as clearly as a hawk or an eagle when it floats over the earth, and I understand it all. I am a living protest. I see irresponsible tyranny, I protest. I see cant and hypocrisy, I protest. I see swine triumphant, I protest. And I cannot be suppressed, no Spanish Inquisition can make me hold my tongue. No. Cut out my tongue and I would protest in dumb show. Shut me up in a cellar, I will shout from it to be heard half a mile away, or I will starve myself to death that they may have another weight on their black consciences. Kill me and I will haunt them with my ghost. All my acquaintances say to me, you are a most insufferable person, Pavel Ivanitch. I am proud of such a reputation. I have served 3 years in the Far East, and I shall be remembered there for 100 years, I had rows with everyone. My friends write to me from Russia, don't come back, but here I am going back to spite them, yes. That is life as I understand it. That is what one can call life. Gusev was looking at the little window and was not listening. A boat was swaying on the transparent, soft, turquoise water all bathed in hot, dazzling sunshine. In it there were naked Chinamen holding up cages with canaries and calling out. It sings, it sings. Another boat knocked against the first, the steam cutter darted by. And then there came another boat with a fat Chinaman sitting in it, eating rice with little sticks. Languidly the water heaved, languidly the white seagulls floated over it. I should like to give that fat fellow one in the neck, thought Gusev, gazing at the stout Chinaman, with a yawn. He dozed off, and it seemed to him that all nature was dozing, too. Time flew swiftly by, imperceptibly the day passed, imperceptibly the darkness came on. The steamer was no longer standing still, but moving on further. Chapter 4. 2 days passed, Pavel Ivanitch lay down instead of sitting up, his eyes were closed, his nose seemed to have grown sharper. Pavel Ivanitch, Gusev called to him. Hey, Pavel Ivanitch. Pavel Ivanitch opened his eyes and moved his lips. Are you feeling bad? No, it's nothing, answered Pavel Ivanitch, gasping. Nothing, on the contrary, I am rather better. You see I can lie down. I am a little easier. Well, thank God for that, Pavel Ivanitch. When I compare myself with you I am sorry for you, poor fellow. My lungs are all right, it is only a stomach cough. I can stand hell, let alone the Red Sea. Besides, I take a critical attitude to my illness and to the medicines they give me for it. While you are in darkness. It's hard for you, very, very hard. The ship was not rolling, it was calm, but as hot and stifling as a bathhouse. It was not only hard to speak but even hard to listen. Gusev hugged his knees, laid his head on them and thought of his home. Good heavens, what a relief it was to think of snow and cold in that stifling heat. You drive in a sledge, all at once the horses take fright at something and bolt. Regardless of the road, the ditches, the ravines, they dash like mad things, right through the village, over the pond by the pottery works, out across the open fields. Hold on, the pottery hands and the peasants shout, meeting them. Hold on. But why? Let the keen, cold wind beat in one's face and bite one's hands. Let the lumps of snow, kicked up by the horses' hoofs, fall on one's cap, on one's back, down one's collar, on one's chest. Let the runners ring on the snow, and the traces and the sledge be smashed, deuce take them one and all. And how delightful when the sledge upsets and you go flying full tilt into a drift, face downwards in the snow, and then you get up white all over with icicles on your mustaches. No cap, no gloves, your belt undone. People laugh, the dogs bark. Pavel Ivanitch half opened one eye, looked at Gusev with it, and asked softly. Gusev, did your commanding officer steal? Who can tell, Pavel Ivanitch? We can't say, it didn't reach us. And after that a long time passed in silence. Gusev brooded, muttered something in delirium, and kept drinking water. It was hard for him to talk and hard to listen, and he was afraid of being talked to. An hour passed, a second, a third, evening came on, then night, but he did not notice it. He still sat dreaming of the frost. There was a sound as though someone came into the hospital, and voices were audible, but a few minutes passed and all was still again. The kingdom of heaven and eternal peace, said the soldier with his arm in a sling. He was an uncomfortable man. What? Asked Gusev. Who? He is dead, they have just carried him up. Oh, well, muttered Gusev, yawning, the kingdom of heaven be his. What do you think? The soldier with his arm in a sling asked Gusev. Will he be in the kingdom of heaven or not? Who is it you are talking about? Pavel Ivanitch. He will be, he suffered so long. And there is another thing, he belonged to the clergy, and the priests always have a lot of relations. Their prayers will save him. The soldier with the sling sat down on a hammock near Gusev and said in an undertone. And you, Gusev, are not long for this world. You will never get to Russia. Did the doctor or his assistant say so? Asked Gusev. It isn't that they said so, but one can see it. One can see directly when a man's going to die. You don't eat, you don't drink. It's dreadful to see how thin you've got. It's consumption, in fact. I say it, not to upset you, but because maybe you would like to have the sacrament and extreme unction. And if you have any money you had better give it to the senior officer. I haven't written home, Gusev sighed. I shall die and they won't know. They'll hear of it, the sick sailor brought out in a bass voice. When you die they will put it down in the Gazette, at Odessa they will send in a report to the commanding officer there and he will send it to the parish or somewhere. Gusev began to be uneasy after such a conversation and to feel a vague yearning. He drank water, it was not that. He dragged himself to the window and breathed the hot, moist air, it was not that. He tried to think of home, of the frost, it was not that. At last it seemed to him 1 minute longer in the ward and he would certainly expire. It's stifling, mates, he said. I'll go on deck. Help me up, for Christ's sake. All right, assented the soldier with the sling. I'll carry you, you can't walk, hold on to my neck. Gusev put his arm round the soldier's neck, the latter put his unhurt arm round him and carried him up. On the deck sailors and time-expired soldiers were lying asleep side by side. There were so many of them it was difficult to pass. "Stand down," the soldier with the sling said softly. "Follow me quietly, hold on to my shirt." It was dark. There was no light on deck, nor on the masts, nor anywhere on the sea around. At the furthest end of the ship the man on watch was standing perfectly still like a statue, and it looked as though he were asleep. It seemed as though the steamer were abandoned to itself and were going at its own will. "Now they will throw Pavel Ivanitch into the sea," said the soldier with the sling. "In a sack and then into the water." "Yes, that's the rule. But it's better to lie at home in the earth. Anyway, your mother comes to the grave and weeps." "Of course." There was a smell of hay and of dung. There were oxen standing with drooping heads by the ship's rail. 1, 2, 3, 8 of them. And there was a little horse. Gusev put out his hand to stroke it, but it shook its head, showed its teeth, and tried to bite his sleeve. "Damned brute," said Gusev angrily. The two of them, he and the soldier, threaded their way to the head of the ship, then stood at the rail and looked up and down. Overhead deep sky, bright stars, peace and stillness, exactly as at home in the village, below darkness and disorder. The tall waves were resounding, no one could tell why. Whichever wave you looked at, each one was trying to rise higher than all the rest and to chase and crush the next one. After it a third as fierce and hideous flew noisily, with a glint of light on its white crest. The sea has no sense and no pity. If the steamer had been smaller and not made of thick iron, the waves would have crushed it to pieces without the slightest compunction. And would have devoured all the people in it with no distinction of saints or sinners. The steamer had the same cruel and meaningless expression. This monster with its huge beak was dashing onwards, cutting millions of waves in its path. It had no fear of the darkness nor the wind, nor of space, nor of solitude, caring for nothing, and if the ocean had its people, this monster would have crushed them, too. Without distinction of saints or sinners. "Where are we now?" asked Gusev. "I don't know. We must be in the ocean. There is no sight of land." "No indeed. They say we shan't see it for 7 days." The two soldiers watched the white foam with the phosphorus light on it and were silent, thinking. Gusev was the first to break the silence. "There is nothing to be afraid of," he said, "only one is full of dread as though one were sitting in a dark forest. But if, for instance, they let a boat down onto the water this minute and an officer ordered me to go 100 miles over the sea to catch fish, I'd go. Or, let's say, if a Christian were to fall into the water this minute, I'd go in after him. A German or a Chinaman I wouldn't save, but I'd go in after a Christian. And are you afraid to die?" "Yes. I am sorry for the folks at home. My brother at home, you know, isn't steady, he drinks, he beats his wife for nothing, he does not honor his parents. Everything will go to ruin without me, and father and my old mother will be begging their bread, I shouldn't wonder. But my legs won't bear me, brother, and it's hot here. Let's go to sleep." Chapter 5. Gusev went back to the ward and got into his hammock. He was again tormented by a vague craving, and he could not make out what he wanted. There was an oppression on his chest, a throbbing in his head, his mouth was so dry that it was difficult for him to move his tongue. He dozed, and murmured in his sleep, and, worn out with nightmares, his cough, and the stifling heat, towards morning he fell into a sound sleep. He dreamed that they were just taking the bread out of the oven in the barracks and he climbed into the stove and had a steam bath in it, lashing himself with a bunch of birch twigs. He slept for 2 days, and at midday on the third 2 sailors came down and carried him out. He was sewn up in sailcloth and to make him heavier they put with him 2 iron weights. Sewn up in the sailcloth he looked like a carrot or a radish, broad at the head and narrow at the feet. Before sunset they brought him up to the deck and put him on a plank. One end of the plank lay on the side of the ship, the other on a box, placed on a stool. Round him stood the soldiers and the officers with their caps off. "Blessed be the name of the Lord," the priest began. As it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be. Amen, chanted 3 sailors. The soldiers and the officers crossed themselves and looked away at the waves. It was strange that a man should be sewn up in sailcloth and should soon be flying into the sea. Was it possible that such a thing might happen to anyone? The priest strewed earth upon Gusev and bowed down. They sang, "Eternal Memory." The man on watch duty tilted up the end of the plank. Gusev slid off and flew head foremost, turned a somersault in the air and splashed into the sea. He was covered with foam and for a moment looked as though he were wrapped in lace, but the minute passed and he disappeared in the waves. He went rapidly towards the bottom. Did he reach it? It was said to be 3 miles to the bottom. After sinking 60 or 70 feet, he began moving more and more slowly, swaying rhythmically, as though he were hesitating and, carried along by the current, moved more rapidly sideways than downwards. Then he was met by a shoal of the fish called harbor pilots. Seeing the dark body, the fish stopped as though petrified, and suddenly turned round and disappeared. In less than a minute they flew back swift as an arrow to Gusev, and began zigzagging round him in the water. After that another dark body appeared. It was a shark. It swam under Gusev with dignity and no show of interest, as though it did not notice him, and sank down upon its back. Then it turned belly upwards, basking in the warm, transparent water and languidly opened its jaws with 2 rows of teeth. The harbor pilots are delighted, they stop to see what will come next. After playing a little with the body, the shark nonchalantly puts its jaws under it, cautiously touches it with its teeth, and the sailcloth is rent its full length from head to foot. One of the weights falls out and frightens the harbor pilots, and striking the shark on the ribs goes rapidly to the bottom. Overhead at this time the clouds are massed together on the side where the sun is setting, one cloud like a triumphal arch, another like a lion, a third like a pair of scissors. From behind the clouds a broad, green shaft of light pierces through and stretches to the middle of the sky. A little later another, violet-colored, lies beside it. Next that, one of gold, then one rose-colored. The sky turns a soft lilac. Looking at this gorgeous, enchanted sky, at first the ocean scowls, but soon it, too, takes tender, joyous, passionate colors for which it is hard to find a name in human speech. Peasant Wives. In the village of Neighbours, just facing the church, stands a 2-storied house with a stone foundation and an iron roof. In the lower story the owner himself, Philip Ivanov Kashin, nicknamed Dyudya, lives with his family, and on the upper floor, where it is apt to be very hot in summer and very cold in winter, they put up government officials, merchants, or landowners, who chance to be traveling that way. Dyudya rents some bits of land, keeps a tavern on the high road, does a trade in tar, honey, cattle, and jackdaws, and has already something like 8,000 rubles put by in the bank in the town. His elder son, Fyodor, is head engineer in the factory, and, as the peasants say of him, he has risen so high in the world that he is quite out of reach now. Fyodor's wife, Sophia, a plain, ailing woman, lives at home at her father-in-law's. She is forever crying, and every Sunday she goes over to the hospital for medicine. Dyudya's second son, the hunchback Alyashka, is living at home at his father's. He has only lately been married to Varvara, whom they singled out for him from a poor family. She is a handsome young woman, smart and buxom. When officials or merchants put up at the house, they always insist on having Varvara to bring in the samovar and make their beds. One June evening when the sun was setting and the air was full of the smell of hay, of steaming dung heaps and new milk, a plain-looking cart drove into Dyudya's yard with 3 people in it, a man of about 30 in a canvas suit, beside him a little boy of 7 or 8 in a long black coat with big bone buttons, and on the driver's seat a young fellow in a red shirt. The young fellow took out the horses and led them out into the street to walk them up and down a bit, while the traveler washed, said a prayer, turning towards the church, then spread a rug near the cart and sat down with the boy to supper. He ate without haste, sedately, and Dyudya, who had seen a good many travelers in his time, knew him from his manners for a business-like man, serious and aware of his own value. Dyudya was sitting on the step in his waistcoat without a cap on, waiting for the visitor to speak first. He was used to hearing all kinds of stories from the travelers in the evening, and he liked listening to them before going to bed. His old wife, Afanasyevna, and his daughter-in-law Sophia, were milking in the cowshed. The other daughter-in-law, Varvara, was sitting at the open window of the upper story, eating sunflower seeds. "The little chap will be your son, I'm thinking?" Dyudya asked the traveler. "No, adopted. An orphan. I took him for my soul's salvation." They got into conversation. The stranger seemed to be a man fond of talking and ready of speech, and Dyudya learned from him that he was from the town, was of the tradesman class, and had a house of his own. That his name was Matvey Savich, that he was on his way now to look at some gardens that he was renting from some German colonists, and that the boy's name was Kuzka. The evening was hot and close, no one felt inclined for sleep. When it was getting dark and pale stars began to twinkle here and there in the sky, Matvey Savich began to tell how he had come by Kuzka. Afanasyevna and Sophia stood a little way off, listening. Kuzka had gone to the gate. "It's a complicated story, old man," began Matvey Savich, "and if I were to tell you all just as it happened, it would take all night and more. 10 years ago in a little house in our street, next door to me, where now there's a tallow and oil factory, there was living an old widow, Marfa Semyonovna Kaplantsev. And she had 2 sons, one was a guard on the railway, but the other, Vazhya, who was just my own age, lived at home with his mother. Old Kaplantsev had kept 5 pair of horses and sent carriers all over the town. His widow had not given up the business, but managed the carriers as well as her husband had done, so that some days they would bring in as much as 5 rubles from their rounds. The young fellow, too, made a trifle on his own account. He used to breed fancy pigeons and sell them to fanciers. At times he would stand for hours on the roof, waving a broom in the air and whistling. His pigeons were right up in the clouds, but it wasn't enough for him, and he'd want them to go higher yet. Siskins and starlings, too, he used to catch, and he made cages for sale. All trifles, but, mind you, he'd pick up some 10 rubles a month over such trifles. Well, as time went on, the old lady lost the use of her legs and took to her bed. In consequence of which event the house was left without a woman to look after it, and that's for all the world like a man without an eye. The old lady bestirred herself and made up her mind to marry Vazhya. They called in a matchmaker at once, the women got to talking of one thing and another, and Vazhya went off to have a look at the girls. He picked out Mashenka, a widow's daughter. They made up their minds without loss of time and in a week it was all settled. The girl was a little slip of a thing, 17, but fair-skinned and pretty-looking, and like a lady in all her ways. And a decent dowry with her, 500 rubles, a cow, a bed. Well, the old lady, it seemed as though she had known it was coming, 3 days after the wedding, departed to the heavenly Jerusalem where is neither sickness nor sighing. The young people gave her a good funeral and began their life together. For just 6 months they got on splendidly, and then all of a sudden another misfortune. It never rains but it pours. Vazhya was summoned to the recruiting office to draw lots for the service. He was taken, poor chap, for a soldier, and not even granted exemption. They shaved his head and packed him off to Poland. It was God's will, there was nothing to be done. When he said goodbye to his wife in the yard, he bore it all right. But as he glanced up at the hayloft and his pigeons for the last time, he burst out crying. It was pitiful to see him. At first Mashenka got her mother to stay with her, that she mightn't be dull all alone. She stayed till the baby, this very Kuzka here, was born, and then she went off to Aboyan to another married daughters and left Mashenka alone with the baby. There were 5 peasants, the carriers, a drunken saucy lot. Horses, too, and dray carts to see to, and then the fence would be broken or the soot afire in the chimney, jobs beyond a woman, and through our being neighbors. She got into the way of turning to me for every little thing. Well, I'd go over, set things to rights, and give advice. Naturally, not without going indoors, drinking a cup of tea and having a little chat with her. I was a young fellow, intellectual, and fond of talking on all sorts of subjects. She, too, was well-bred and educated. She was always neatly dressed, and in summer she walked out with a sunshade. Sometimes I would begin upon religion or politics with her, and she was flattered and would entertain me with tea and jam. In a word, not to make a long story of it, I must tell you, old man, a year had not passed before the evil one, the enemy of all mankind, confounded me. I began to notice that any day I didn't go to see her, I seemed out of sorts and dull. And I'd be continually making up something that I must see her about. It's high time, I'd say to myself, to put the double windows in for the winter. And the whole day I'd idle away over at her place putting in the windows and take good care to leave a couple of them over for the next day too. I ought to count over Vasia's pigeons, to see none of them have strayed, and so on. I used always to be talking to her across the fence, and in the end I made a little gate in the fence so as not to have to go so far round. From womankind comes much evil into the world and every kind of abomination. Not we sinners only, even the saints themselves have been led astray by them. Mashenka did not try to keep me at a distance. Instead of thinking of her husband and being on her guard, she fell in love with me. I began to notice that she was dull without me, and was always walking to and fro by the fence looking into my yard through the cracks. My brains were going round in my head in a sort of frenzy. On Thursday in Holy Week I was going early in the morning, it was scarcely light, to market. I passed close by her gate, and the evil one was by me, at my elbow. I looked, she had a gate with open trellis work at the top, and there she was, up already, standing in the middle of the yard, feeding the ducks. I could not restrain myself, and I called her name. She came up and looked at me through the trellis. Her little face was white, her eyes soft and sleepy-looking. I liked her looks immensely, and I began paying her compliments, as though we were not at the gate, but just as one does on name days, while she blushed, and laughed, and kept looking straight into my eyes without winking. I lost all sense and began to declare my love to her. She opened the gate, and from that morning we began to live as man and wife. The hunchback Alyosha came into the yard from the street and ran out of breath into the house, not looking at anyone. A minute later he ran out of the house with a concertina, jingling some coppers in his pocket, and cracking sunflower seeds as he ran. He went out at the gate. "And who's that, pray?" asked Matvey Savich. "My son Alexei," answered Dyudya. "He's off on a spree, the rascal. God has afflicted him with a hump, so we are not very hard on him. And he's always drinking with the other fellows, always drinking," sighed Afanasyevna. "Before Carnival we married him, thinking he'd be steadier, but there. He's worse than ever. It's been no use. Simply keeping another man's daughter for nothing," said Dyudya. Somewhere behind the church they began to sing a glorious, mournful song. The words they could not catch and only the voices could be heard, 2 tenors and a bass. All were listening. There was complete stillness in the yard. 2 voices suddenly broke off with a loud roar of laughter, but the third, a tenor, still sang on, and took so high a note that everyone instinctively looked upwards, as though the voice had soared to heaven itself. Varvara came out of the house, and screening her eyes with her hand, as though from the sun, she looked towards the church. "It's the priest's sons with the schoolmaster," she said. Again all the 3 voices began to sing together. Matvey Savich sighed and went on. "Well, that's how it was, old man. 2 years later we got a letter from Vasia from Warsaw. He wrote that he was being sent home sick. He was ill. By that time I had put all that foolishness out of my head, and I had a fine match picked out all ready for me, only I didn't know how to break it off with my sweetheart. Every day I'd make up my mind to have it out with Mashenka, but I didn't know how to approach her so as not to have a woman screeching about my ears. The letter freed my hands. I read it through with Mashenka. She turned white as a sheet, while I said to her, "Thank God, now," says I, "you'll be a married woman again." "But," says she, "I'm not going to live with him." "Why, isn't he your husband?" said I. "Is it an easy thing? I never loved him and I married him not of my own free will. My mother made me." "Don't try to get out of it, silly," said I, "but tell me this, were you married to him in church or not?" "I was married," she said, "but it's you that I love, and I will stay with you to the day of my death. Folks may jeer. I don't care. You're a Christian woman," said I, "and have read the scriptures. What is written there?" "Once married, with her husband she must live," said Dyudya. "Man and wife are one flesh." "We have sinned," I said, "you and I, and it is enough. We must repent and fear God. We must confess it all to Vazhya," said I. "He's a quiet fellow and soft, he won't kill you. And indeed," said I, "better to suffer torments in this world at the hands of your lawful master than to gnash your teeth at the dread seat of judgment." The wench wouldn't listen. She stuck to her silly, "It's you I love," and nothing more could I get out of her. Vazhya came back on the Saturday before Trinity, early in the morning. From my fence I could see everything. He ran into the house, and came back a minute later with Kuzka in his arms, and he was laughing and crying all at once. He was kissing Kuzka and looking up at the hayloft, and hadn't the heart to put the child down, and yet he was longing to go to his pigeons. He was always a soft sort of chap, sentimental. That day passed off very well, all quiet and proper. They had begun ringing the church bells for the evening service, when the thought struck me, tomorrow's Trinity Sunday. How is it they are not decking the gates and the fence with green? Something's wrong, I thought. I went over to them. I peeped in, and there he was, sitting on the floor in the middle of the room, his eyes staring like a drunken man's, the tears streaming down his cheeks and his hands shaking. He was pulling cracknels, necklaces, gingerbread nuts, and all sorts of little presents out of his bundle and flinging them on the floor. Kuzka, he was 3 years old, was crawling on the floor, munching the gingerbreads, while Mashenka stood by the stove, white and shivering all over, muttering, "I'm not your wife. I can't live with you," and all sorts of foolishness. I bowed down at Vazhya's feet, and said, "We have sinned against you, Vasily Maximitch, forgive us, for Christ's sake." Then I got up and spoke to Mashenka, "You, Maria Semyonovna, ought now to wash Vasily Maximitch's feet and drink the water. Do you be an obedient wife to him, and pray to God for me, that he in his mercy may forgive my transgression." It came to me like an inspiration from an angel of heaven. I gave her solemn counsel and spoke with such feeling that my own tears flowed too. And so 2 days later Vazhya comes to me, "Matyusha," says he, "I forgive you and my wife, God have mercy on you." She was a soldier's wife, a young thing all alone, it was hard for her to be on her guard. She's not the first, nor will she be the last. "Only," he says, "I beg you to behave as though there had never been anything between you, and to make no sign, while I," says he, "will do my best to please her in every way, so that she may come to love me again." He gave me his hand on it, drank a cup of tea, and went away more cheerful. Well, thought I, thank God, and I did feel glad that everything had gone off so well. But no sooner had Vazhya gone out of the yard, when in came Mashenka. Ah! What I had to suffer! She hung on my neck, weeping and praying, "For God's sake, don't cast me off, I can't live without you." "The vile hussy," sighed Dyudya. I swore at her, stamped my foot, and dragging her into the passage, I fastened the door with the hook. "Go to your husband," I cried. "Don't shame me before folks. Fear God." And every day there was a scene of that sort. One morning I was standing in my yard near the stable cleaning a bridle. All at once I saw her running through the little gate into my yard, with bare feet, in her petticoat, and straight towards me. She clutched at the bridle, getting all smeared with the pitch, and shaking and weeping, she cried, "I can't stand him, I loathe him, I can't bear it. If you don't love me, better kill me." I was angry, and I struck her twice with the bridle, but at that instant Vazhia ran in at the gate, and in a despairing voice he shouted, "Don't beat her. Don't beat her." But he ran up himself, and waving his arms, as though he were mad, he let fly with his fists at her with all his might, then flung her on the ground and kicked her. I tried to defend her, but he snatched up the reins and thrashed her with them, and all the while, like a colt's whinny, he went, he. "I'd take the reins and let you feel them," muttered Varvara, moving away, "murdering our sister, the damned brutes." "Hold your tongue, you jade!" Dyudya shouted at her. He. Matvey Savich went on. A carrier ran out of his yard, I called to my workmen, and the three of us got Mashenka away from him and carried her home in our arms. The disgrace of it! The same day I went over in the evening to see how things were. She was lying in bed, all wrapped up in bandages, nothing but her eyes and nose to be seen, she was looking at the ceiling. I said, "Good evening, Maria Semyonovna." She did not speak. And Vazhia was sitting in the next room, his head in his hands, crying and saying, "Brute that I am. I've ruined my life. Oh God, let me die." I sat for half an hour by Mashenka and gave her a good talking to. I tried to frighten her a bit. "The righteous," said I, "after this life go to paradise, but you will go to a Gehenna of fire, like all adulteresses. Don't strive against your husband, go and lay yourself at his feet." But never a word from her, she didn't so much as blink an eyelid, for all the world as though I were talking to a post. The next day Vazhia fell ill with something like cholera, and in the evening I heard that he was dead. Well, so they buried him, and Mashenka did not go to the funeral. She didn't care to show her shameless face and her bruises. And soon there began to be talk all over the district that Vazhia had not died a natural death, that Mashenka had made away with him. It got to the ears of the police, they had Vazhia dug up and cut open, and in his stomach they found arsenic. It was clear he had been poisoned. The police came and took Mashenka away, and with her the innocent Kuzka. They were put in prison. The woman had gone too far, God punished her. 8 months later they tried her. She sat, I remember, on a low stool, with a little white kerchief on her head, wearing a grey gown, and she was so thin, so pale, so sharp-eyed it made one sad to look at her. Behind her stood a soldier with a gun. She would not confess her guilt. Some in the court said she had poisoned her husband and others declared he had poisoned himself for grief. I was one of the witnesses. When they questioned me, I told the whole truth according to my oath. Hers, said I, is the guilt. It's no good to conceal it. She did not love her husband, and she had a will of her own. The trial began in the morning and towards night they passed this sentence, to send her to hard labor in Siberia for 13 years. After that sentence Mashenka remained 3 months longer in prison. I went to see her, and from Christian charity I took her a little tea and sugar. But as soon as she set eyes on me she began to shake all over, wringing her hands and muttering, "Go away! Go away!" And Kuzka she clasped to her as though she were afraid I would take him away. "See," said I, "what you have come to. Ah, Masha, Masha. You would not listen to me when I gave you good advice, and now you must repent it. You are yourself to blame," said I, "blame yourself." I was giving her good counsel, but she, go away, huddling herself and Kuzka against the wall, and trembling all over. When they were taking her away to the chief town of our province, I walked by the escort as far as the station and slipped a ruble into her bundle for my soul's salvation. But she did not get as far as Siberia. She fell sick of fever and died in prison. Live like a dog and you must die a dog's death, said Dyudya. Kuzka was sent back home. I thought it over and took him to bring up. After all, though a convict's child, still he was a living soul, a Christian. I was sorry for him. I shall make him my clerk, and if I have no children of my own, I'll make a merchant of him. Wherever I go now, I take him with me, let him learn his work. All the while Matvey had been telling his story, Kuzka had sat on a little stone near the gate. His head propped in both hands, he gazed at the sky, and in the distance he looked in the dark like a stump of wood. Kuzka, come to bed, Matvey bawled to him. Yes, it's time, said Dyudya, getting up. He yawned loudly and added. Folks will go their own way, and that's what comes of it. Over the yard the moon was floating now in the heavens. She was moving one way, while the clouds beneath moved the other way. The clouds were disappearing into the darkness, but still the moon could be seen high above the yard. Matvey said a prayer, facing the church, and saying good night, he lay down on the ground near his cart. Kuzka, too, said a prayer, lay down in the cart, and covered himself with his little overcoat. He made himself a little hole in the hay so as to be more comfortable, and curled up so that his elbows looked like knees. From the yard Dyudya could be seen lighting a candle in his room below, putting on his spectacles and standing in the corner with a book. He was a long while reading and crossing himself. The travelers fell asleep. Afanasyevna and Sophia came up to the cart and began looking at Kuzka. The little orphan's asleep, said the old woman. He's thin and frail, nothing but bones. No mother and no one to care for him properly. My Grashutka must be 2 years older, said Sophia. Up at the factory he lives like a slave without his mother. The foreman beats him, I dare say. When I looked at this poor mite just now, I thought of my own Grashutka, and my heart went cold within me. A minute passed in silence. Doesn't remember his mother, I suppose, said the old woman. How could he remember? And big tears began dropping from Sophia's eyes. He's curled himself up like a cat, she said, sobbing and laughing with tenderness and sorrow. Poor motherless mite. Kuzka started and opened his eyes. He saw before him an ugly, wrinkled, tear-stained face, and beside it another, aged and toothless, with a sharp chin and hooked nose. And high above them the infinite sky with the flying clouds and the moon. He cried out in fright, and Sophia, too, uttered a cry. Both were answered by the echo, and a faint stir passed over the stifling air. A watchman tapped somewhere near, a dog barked. Matvey muttered something in his sleep and turned over on the other side. Late at night when Dyudya and the old woman and the neighboring watchman were all asleep, Sophia went out to the gate and sat down on the bench. She felt stifled and her head ached from weeping. The street was a wide and long one, it stretched for nearly 2 miles to the right and as far to the left, and the end of it was out of sight. The moon was now not over the yard, but behind the church. One side of the street was flooded with moonlight, while the other side lay in black shadow. The long shadows of the poplars and the starling coat stretched right across the street, while the church cast a broad shadow, black and terrible, that enfolded Dyudya's gates and half his house. The street was still and deserted. From time to time the strains of music floated faintly from the end of the street, Alyashka, most likely, playing his concertina. Someone moved in the shadow near the church enclosure, and Sophia could not make out whether it were a man or a cow, or perhaps merely a big bird rustling in the trees. But then a figure stepped out of the shadow, halted, and said something in a man's voice, then vanished down the turning by the church. A little later, not 3 yards from the gate, another figure came into sight. It walked straight from the church to the gate and stopped short, seeing Sophia on the bench. "Varvara, is that you?" said Sophia. And if it were? It was Varvara. She stood still a minute, then came up to the bench and sat down. "Where have you been?" asked Sophia. Varvara made no answer. "You'd better mind you don't get into trouble with such goings-on, my girl," said Sophia. "Did you hear how Mashenka was kicked and lashed with the reins? You'd better look out, or they'll treat you the same." "Well, let them." Varvara laughed into her kerchief and whispered. I have just been with the priest's son. Nonsense. I have. It's a sin, whispered Sophia. Well, let it be. What do I care? If it's a sin, then it is a sin, but better be struck dead by thunder than live like this. I'm young and strong, and I've a filthy crooked hunchback for a husband, worse than Dyudya himself, curse him. When I was a girl, I hadn't bread to eat, or a shoe to my foot, and to get away from that wretchedness I was tempted by Alyashka's money, and got caught like a fish in a net. And I'd rather have a viper for my bedfellow than that scurvy Alyashka. And what's your life? It makes me sick to look at it. Your Fyodor sent you packing from the factory and he's taken up with another woman. They have robbed you of your boy and made a slave of him. You work like a horse, and never hear a kind word. I'd rather pine all my days an old maid, I'd rather get half a ruble from the priest's son, I'd rather beg my bread, or throw myself into the well. It's a sin, whispered Sophia again. Well, let it be. Somewhere behind the church the same three voices, two tenors and a bass, began singing again a mournful song. And again the words could not be distinguished. They are not early to bed, Varvara said, laughing. And she began telling in a whisper of her midnight walks with the priest's son, and of the stories he had told her, and of his comrades. And of the fun she had with the travelers who stayed in the house. The mournful song stirred a longing for life and freedom. Sophia began to laugh. She thought it sinful and terrible and sweet to hear about, and she felt envious and sorry that she, too, had not been a sinner when she was young and pretty. In the churchyard they heard 12 strokes beaten on the watchman's board. It's time we were asleep, said Sophia, getting up, or, maybe, we shall catch it from Dyudya. They both went softly into the yard. I went away without hearing what he was telling about Mashenka, said Varvara, making herself a bed under the window. She died in prison, he said. She poisoned her husband. Varvara lay down beside Sophia a while, and said softly. I'd make away with my Alyashka and never regret it. You talk nonsense, God forgive you. When Sophia was just dropping asleep, Varvara, coming close, whispered in her ear. Let us get rid of Dyudya and Alyashka. Sophia started and said nothing. Then she opened her eyes and gazed a long while steadily at the sky. People would find out, she said. No, they wouldn't. Dyudya's an old man, it's time he did die. And they'd say Alyashka died of drink. I'm afraid. God would chastise us. Well, let him. Both lay awake thinking in silence. It's cold, said Sophia, beginning to shiver all over. It will soon be morning. Are you asleep? No. Don't you mind what I say, dear, whispered Varvara. I get so mad with the damned brutes, I don't know what I do say. Go to sleep, or it will be daylight directly. Go to sleep. Both were quiet and soon they fell asleep. Earlier than all woke the old woman. She waked up Sophia and they went together into the cowshed to milk the cows. The hunchback Alyashka came in hopelessly drunk without his concertina. His breast and knees had been in the dust and straw, he must have fallen down in the road. Staggering, he went into the cowshed, and without undressing he rolled into a sledge and began to snore at once. When first the crosses on the church and then the windows were flashing in the light of the rising sun, and shadows stretched across the yard over the dewy grass from the trees and the top of the well, Matvey Savich jumped up and began hurrying about. Kuzka! Get up, he shouted. It's time to put in the horses. Look sharp. The bustle of morning was beginning. A young Jewess in a brown gown with flounces led a horse into the yard to drink. The pulley of the well creaked plaintively, the bucket knocked as it went down. Kuzka, sleepy, tired, covered with dew, sat up in the cart, lazily putting on his little overcoat. And listening to the drip of the water from the bucket into the well as he shivered with the cold. Auntie, shouted Matvey Savich to Sophia, tell my lad to hurry up and to harness the horses." And Dyudya at the same instant shouted from the window, "Sophia, take a farthing from the Jewess for the horses' drink. They're always in here, the mangy creatures." In the street sheep were running up and down, buying, the peasant women were shouting at the shepherd, while he played his pipes, cracked his whip, or answered them in a thick sleepy bass. 3 sheep strayed into the yard, and not finding the gate again, pushed at the fence. Varvara was waked by the noise, and bundling her bedding up in her arms, she went into the house. "You might at least drive the sheep out," the old woman bawled after her, "my lady." "I dare say. As if I were going to slave for you Herods," muttered Varvara, going into the house. Dyudya came out of the house with his accounts in his hands, sat down on the step, and began reckoning how much the traveller owed him for the night's lodging, oats, and watering his horses. "You charge pretty heavily for the oats, my good man," said Matvey Savich. "If it's too much, don't take them. There's no compulsion, merchant." When the travellers were ready to start, they were detained for a minute. Kuzka had lost his cap. "Little swine, where did you put it?" Matvey Savich roared angrily. "Where is it?" Kuzka's face was working with terror. He ran up and down near the cart, and not finding it there, ran to the gate and then to the shed. The old woman and Sophia helped him look. "I'll pull your ears off," yelled Matvey Savich. "Dirty brat." The cap was found at the bottom of the cart. Kuzka brushed the hay off it with his sleeve, put it on, and timidly he crawled into the cart, still with an expression of terror on his face as though he were afraid of a blow from behind. Matvey Savich crossed himself. The driver gave a tug at the reins and the cart rolled out of the yard. The wife. Chapter 1. I received the following letter. Dear Sir, Pavel Andreitch. Not far from you, that is to say, in the village of Pestrovo, very distressing incidents are taking place, concerning which I feel it my duty to write to you. All the peasants of that village sold their cottages and all their belongings, and set off for the province of Tomsk, but did not succeed in getting there, and have come back. Here, of course, they have nothing now, everything belongs to other people. They have settled 3 or 4 families in a hut, so that there are no less than 15 persons of both sexes in each hut, not counting the young children. And the long and the short of it is, there is nothing to eat. There is famine and there is a terrible pestilence of hunger, or spotted, typhus, literally everyone is stricken. The doctor's assistant says one goes into a cottage and what does one see? Everyone is sick, everyone delirious, some laughing, others frantic, the huts are filthy. There is no one to fetch them water, no one to give them a drink, and nothing to eat but frozen potatoes. What can Sobol, our Zemstvo doctor, and his lady assistant do when more than medicine the peasants need bread which they have not? The district Zemstvo refuses to assist them, on the ground that their names have been taken off the register of this district, and that they are now reckoned as inhabitants of Tomsk. And, besides, the Zemstvo has no money. Laying these facts before you, and knowing your humanity, I beg you not to refuse immediate help. Your well-wisher. Obviously the letter was written by the doctor with the animal name for or his lady assistant. Zemstvo doctors and their assistants go on for years growing more and more convinced every day that they can do nothing. And yet continue to receive their salaries from people who are living upon frozen potatoes, and consider they have a right to judge whether I am humane or not. Worried by the anonymous letter and by the fact that peasants came every morning to the servants' kitchen and went down on their knees there. And that 20 sacks of rye had been stolen at night out of the barn, the wall having first been broken in, and by the general depression which was fostered by conversations, newspapers, and horrible weather. Worried by all this, I worked listlessly and ineffectively. I was writing a history of railways. I had to read a great number of Russian and foreign books, pamphlets, and articles in the magazines, to make calculations, to refer to logarithms, to think and to write. Then again to read, calculate, and think. But as soon as I took up a book or began to think, my thoughts were in a muddle, my eyes began blinking. I would get up from the table with a sigh and begin walking about the big rooms of my deserted country house. When I was tired of walking about, I would stand still at my study window, and, looking across the wide courtyard, over the pond and the bare young birch trees and the great fields covered with recently fallen, thawing snow, I saw on a low hill on the horizon a group of mud-colored huts from which a black muddy road ran down in an irregular streak through the white field. That was Pestrovo, concerning which my anonymous correspondent had written to me. If it had not been for the crows who, foreseeing rain or snowy weather, floated cawing over the pond and the fields, and the tapping in the carpenter's shed, this bit of the world about which such a fuss was being made would have seemed like the Dead Sea. It was all so still, motionless, lifeless, and dreary. My uneasiness hindered me from working and concentrating myself. I did not know what it was, and chose to believe it was disappointment. I had actually given up my post in the Department of Ways and Communications, and had come here into the country expressly to live in peace and to devote myself to writing on social questions. It had long been my cherished dream. And now I had to say goodbye both to peace and to literature, to give up everything and think only of the peasants. And that was inevitable, because I was convinced that there was absolutely nobody in the district except me to help the starving. The people surrounding me were uneducated, unintellectual, callous, for the most part dishonest, or if they were honest, they were unreasonable and unpractical, like my wife, for instance. It was impossible to rely on such people. It was impossible to leave the peasants to their fate. So that the only thing left to do was to submit to necessity and see to setting the peasants to rights myself. I began by making up my mind to give 5,000 rubles to the assistance of the starving peasants. And that did not decrease, but only aggravated my uneasiness. As I stood by the window or walked about the rooms, I was tormented by the question which had not occurred to me before, how this money was to be spent. To have bread bought and to go from hut to hut distributing it was more than one man could do. To say nothing of the risk that in your haste you might give twice as much to one who was well fed or to one who was making money out of his fellows as to the hungry. I had no faith in the local officials. All these district captains and tax inspectors were young men, and I distrusted them as I do all young people of today, who are materialistic and without ideals. The district zemstvo, the peasant courts, and all the local institutions, inspired in me not the slightest desire to appeal to them for assistance. I knew that all these institutions who were busily engaged in picking out plums from the zemstvo and the government pie had their mouths always wide open for a bite at any other pie that might turn up. The idea occurred to me to invite the neighboring landowners and suggest to them to organize in my house something like a committee or a center to which all subscriptions could be forwarded, and from which assistance and instructions could be distributed throughout the district. Such an organization, which would render possible frequent consultations and free control on a big scale, would completely meet my views. But I imagined the lunches, the dinners, the suppers, and the noise, the waste of time, the verbosity and the bad taste which that mixed provincial company would inevitably bring into my house. And I made haste to reject my idea. As for the members of my own household, the last thing I could look for was help or support from them. Of my father's household, of the household of my childhood, once a big and noisy family, no one remained but the governess Mademoiselle Marie, or, as she was now called, Maria Gerasimovna. An absolutely insignificant person. She was a precise little old lady of 70, who wore a light grey dress and a cap with white ribbons, and looked like a china doll. She always sat in the drawing-room reading. Whenever I passed by her, she would say, knowing the reason for my brooding, "What can you expect, Pasha? I told you how it would be before. You can judge from our servants." My wife, Natalia Gavrilovna, lived on the lower story, all the rooms of which she occupied. She slept, had her meals, and received her visitors downstairs in her own rooms, and took not the slightest interest in how I dined, or slept, or whom I saw. Our relations with one another were simple and not strained, but cold, empty, and dreary as relations are between people who have been so long estranged, that even living under the same roof gives no semblance of nearness. There was no trace now of the passionate and tormenting love, at one time sweet, at another bitter as wormwood, which I had once felt for Natalia Gavrilovna. There was nothing left, either, of the outbursts of the past, the loud altercations, upbraidings, complaints, and gusts of hatred which had usually ended in my wife's going abroad or to her own people, and in my sending money in small but frequent installments that I might sting her pride oftener. My proud and sensitive wife and her family live at my expense, and much as she would have liked to do so. My wife could not refuse my money, that afforded me satisfaction and was one comfort in my sorrow. Now when we chanced to meet in the corridor downstairs or in the yard, I bowed, she smiled graciously. We spoke of the weather, said that it seemed time to put in the double windows, and that someone with bells on their harness had driven over the dam. And at such times I read in her face, I am faithful to you and am not disgracing your good name which you think so much about, you are sensible and do not worry me, we are quits. I assured myself that my love had died long ago, that I was too much absorbed in my work to think seriously of my relations with my wife. But, alas! That was only what I imagined. When my wife talked aloud downstairs I listened intently to her voice, though I could not distinguish one word. When she played the piano downstairs I stood up and listened. When her carriage or her saddle horse was brought to the door, I went to the window and waited to see her out of the house. Then I watched her get into her carriage or mount her horse and ride out of the yard. I felt that there was something wrong with me, and was afraid the expression of my eyes or my face might betray me. I looked after my wife and then watched for her to come back that I might see again from the window her face, her shoulders, her fur coat, her hat. I felt dreary, sad, infinitely regretful, and felt inclined in her absence to walk through her rooms. And longed that the problem that my wife and I had not been able to solve because our characters were incompatible, should solve itself in the natural way as soon as possible, that is, that this beautiful woman of 27 might make haste and grow old, and that my head might be grey and bald. One day at lunch my bailiff informed me that the Pestrovo peasants had begun to pull the thatch off the roofs to feed their cattle. Maria Gerasimovna looked at me in alarm and perplexity. "What can I do?" I said to her. "One cannot fight single-handed, and I have never experienced such loneliness as I do now. I would give a great deal to find one man in the whole province on whom I could rely." "Invite Ivan Ivanitch," said Maria Gerasimovna. "To be sure," I thought, delighted. "That is an idea." "C'est raison," I hummed, going to my study to write to Ivan Ivanitch. C'est raison, c'est raison. Chapter 2. Of all the mass of acquaintances who, in this house 25 to 35 years ago, had eaten, drunk, masqueraded, fallen in love, married, bored us with accounts of their splendid packs of hounds and horses, the only one still living was Ivan Ivanitch Bragin. At one time he had been very active, talkative, noisy, and given to falling in love, and had been famous for his extreme views and for the peculiar charm of his face, which fascinated men as well as women. Now he was an old man, had grown corpulent, and was living out his days with neither views nor charm. He came the day after getting my letter, in the evening just as the samovar was brought into the dining room and little Maria Gerasimovna had begun slicing the lemon. "I am very glad to see you, my dear fellow," I said gaily, meeting him. "Why, you are stouter than ever." "It isn't getting stout, it's swelling," he answered. "The bees must have stung me." With the familiarity of a man laughing at his own fatness, he put his arms round my waist and laid on my breast his big soft head, with the hair combed down on the forehead like a little Russian's, and went off into a thin, aged laugh. "And you go on getting younger," he said through his laugh. "I wonder what dye you use for your hair and beard, you might let me have some of it." Sniffing and gasping, he embraced me and kissed me on the cheek. "You might give me some of it," he repeated. "Why, you are not 40, are you?" Alas, I am 46. I said, laughing. Ivan Ivanitch smelt of tallow candles and cooking, and that suited him. His big, puffy, slow-moving body was swathed in a long frock coat like a coachman's full coat, with a high waist, and with hooks and eyes instead of buttons. And it would have been strange if he had smelt of eau de cologne, for instance. In his long, unshaven, bluish double chin, which looked like a thistle, his goggle eyes, his shortness of breath, and in the whole of his clumsy, slovenly figure, in his voice, his laugh, and his words, it was difficult to recognize the graceful, interesting talker who used in old days to make the husbands of the district jealous on account of their wives. "I am in great need of your assistance, my friend," I said, when we were sitting in the dining room, drinking tea. "I want to organize relief for the starving peasants, and I don't know how to set about it. So perhaps you will be so kind as to advise me." "Yes, yes, yes," said Ivan Ivanitch, sighing. "To be sure, to be sure, to be sure. I would not have worried you, my dear fellow, but really there is no one here but you I can appeal to. You know what people are like about here. To be sure, to be sure, to be sure. Yes." I thought that as we were going to have a serious, business consultation in which anyone might take part, regardless of their position or personal relations. Why should I not invite Natalia Gavrilovna? "Tres facient collegium," I said gaily. What if we were to ask Natalia Gavrilovna? What do you think? "Fenya," I said, turning to the maid, "ask Natalia Gavrilovna to come upstairs to us, if possible at once. Tell her it's a very important matter." A little later Natalia Gavrilovna came in. I got up to meet her and said, "Excuse us for troubling you, Natalie. We are discussing a very important matter, and we had the happy thought that we might take advantage of your good advice, which you will not refuse to give us. Please sit down." Ivan Ivanitch kissed her hand while she kissed his forehead, then, when we all sat down to the table, he, looking at her tearfully and blissfully, craned forward to her and kissed her hand again. She was dressed in black, her hair was carefully arranged, and she smelt of fresh scent. She had evidently dressed to go out or was expecting somebody. Coming into the dining room, she held out her hand to me with simple friendliness, and smiled to me as graciously as she did to Ivan Ivanitch. That pleased me. But as she talked she moved her fingers, often and abruptly leaned back in her chair and talked rapidly. And this jerkiness in her words and movements irritated me and reminded me of her native town, Odessa, where the society, men and women alike, had wearied me by its bad taste. "I want to do something for the famine-stricken peasants," I began, and after a brief pause I went on. "Money, of course, is a great thing, but to confine oneself to subscribing money, and with that to be satisfied, would be evading the worst of the trouble. Help must take the form of money, but the most important thing is a proper and sound organization. Let us think it over, my friends, and do something." Natalia Gavrilovna looked at me inquiringly and shrugged her shoulders as though to say, "What do I know about it?" "Yes, yes, famine," muttered Ivan Ivanitch. "Certainly, yes. It's a serious position," I said, "and assistance is needed as soon as possible. I imagine the first point among the principles which we must work out ought to be promptitude. We must act on the military principles of judgment, promptitude, and energy." "Yes, promptitude," repeated Ivan Ivanitch in a drowsy and listless voice, as though he were dropping asleep. "Only one can't do anything. The crops have failed, and so what's the use of all your judgment and energy? It's the elements. You can't go against God and fate." "Yes, but that's what man has a head for, to contend against the elements." "Yes, that's so, to be sure. Yes." Ivan Ivanitch sneezed into his handkerchief, brightened up, and as though he had just woken up, looked round at my wife and me. "My crops have failed, too." He laughed a thin little laugh and gave a sly wink as though this were really funny. "No money, no corn, and a yard full of laborers like Count Sheremetiev's. I want to kick them out, but I haven't the heart to." Natalia Gavrilovna laughed, and began questioning him about his private affairs. Her presence gave me a pleasure such as I had not felt for a long time, and I was afraid to look at her for fear my eyes would betray my secret feeling. Our relations were such that that feeling might seem surprising and ridiculous. She laughed and talked with Ivan Ivanitch without being in the least disturbed that she was in my room and that I was not laughing. "And so, my friends, what are we to do?" I asked after waiting for a pause. "I suppose before we do anything else we had better immediately open a subscription list. We will write to our friends in the capitals and in Odessa, Natalie, and ask them to subscribe. When we have got together a little sum we will begin buying corn and fodder for the cattle. And you, Ivan Ivanitch, will you be so kind as to undertake distributing the relief? Entirely relying on your characteristic tact and efficiency, we will only venture to express a desire that before you give any relief you make acquaintance with the details of the case on the spot. And also, which is very important, you should be careful that corn should be distributed only to those who are in genuine need, and not to the drunken, the idle, or the dishonest." "Yes, yes, yes," muttered Ivan Ivanitch. To be sure, to be sure. Well, one won't get much done with that slobbering wreck," I thought, and I felt irritated. "I am sick of these famine-stricken peasants, bother them. It's nothing but grievances with them." Ivan Ivanitch went on, sucking the rind of the lemon. "The hungry have a grievance against those who have enough, and those who have enough have a grievance against the hungry. Yes, hunger stupefies and maddens a man and makes him savage. Hunger is not a potato. When a man is starving he uses bad language, and steals, and may do worse. One must realize that." Ivan Ivanitch choked over his tea, coughed, and shook all over with a squeaky, smothered laughter. "There was a battle at Poltava," he brought out, gesticulating with both hands in protest against the laughter and coughing which prevented him from speaking. "There was a battle at Poltava. When 3 years after the emancipation we had famine in 2 districts here, Fyodor Fyodoritch came and invited me to go to him. Come along," he persisted, and nothing else would satisfy him. "Very well, let us go," I said. And, so we set off. It was in the evening, there was snow falling. Towards night we were getting near his place, and suddenly from the wood came bang, and another time bang. Oh, damn it all! I jumped out of the sledge, and I saw in the darkness a man running up to me, knee-deep in the snow. I put my arm round his shoulder, like this, and knocked the gun out of his hand. Then another one turned up, I fetched him a knock on the back of his head so that he grunted and flopped with his nose in the snow. I was a sturdy chap then, my fist was heavy. I disposed of 2 of them, and when I turned round Fyodor was sitting astride of a third. We did not let our 3 fine fellows go. We tied their hands behind their backs so that they might not do us or themselves any harm, and took the fools into the kitchen. We were angry with them and at the same time ashamed to look at them. They were peasants we knew, and were good fellows, we were sorry for them. They were quite stupid with terror. One was crying and begging our pardon, the second looked like a wild beast and kept swearing, the third knelt down and began to pray. I said to Fedya, "Don't bear them a grudge. Let them go, the rascals." He fed them, gave them a bushel of flour each, and let them go. "Get along with you," he said. So that's what he did. The kingdom of heaven be his and everlasting peace. He understood and did not bear them a grudge, but there were some who did, and how many people they ruined. Yes. Why, over the affair at the Klochkov's tavern 11 men were sent to the disciplinary battalion. Yes. And now, look, it's the same thing. Anasian, the investigating magistrate, stayed the night with me last Thursday, and he told me about some landowner. Yes. They took the wall of his barn to pieces at night and carried off 20 sacks of rye. When the gentleman heard that such a crime had been committed, he sent a telegram to the governor and another to the police captain, another to the investigating magistrate. Of course, everyone is afraid of a man who is fond of litigation. The authorities were in a flutter and there was a general hubbub. 2 villages were searched. "Excuse me, Ivan Ivanitch," I said. 20 sacks of rye were stolen from me, and it was I who telegraphed to the governor. I telegraphed to Petersburg, too. But it was by no means out of love for litigation, as you are pleased to express it, and not because I bore them a grudge. I look at every subject from the point of view of principle. From the point of view of the law, theft is the same whether a man is hungry or not. "Yes, yes," muttered Ivan Ivanitch in confusion. "Of course. To be sure, yes." Natalia Gavrilovna blushed. "There are people," she said and stopped. She made an effort to seem indifferent, but she could not keep it up, and looked into my eyes with the hatred that I know so well. "There are people," she said, "for whom famine and human suffering exist simply that they may vent their hateful and despicable temperaments upon them." I was confused and shrugged my shoulders. "I meant to say generally," she went on, "that there are people who are quite indifferent and completely devoid of all feeling of sympathy, yet who do not pass human suffering by, but insist on meddling for fear people should be able to do without them. Nothing is sacred for their vanity. There are people," I said softly, "who have an angelic character, but who express their glorious ideas in such a form that it is difficult to distinguish the angel from an Odessa market woman." I must confess it was not happily expressed. My wife looked at me as though it cost her a great effort to hold her tongue. Her sudden outburst, and then her inappropriate eloquence on the subject of my desire to help the famine-stricken peasants, were, to say the least, out of place. When I had invited her to come upstairs I had expected quite a different attitude to me and my intentions. I cannot say definitely what I had expected, but I had been agreeably agitated by the expectation. Now I saw that to go on speaking about the famine would be difficult and perhaps stupid. "Yes," Ivan Ivanitch muttered inappropriately. "Burov, the merchant, must have 400,000 at least." I said to him, "Hand over 1 or 2,000 to the famine. You can't take it with you when you die, anyway." He was offended. "But we all have to die, you know. Death is not a potato." A silence followed again. "So there's nothing left for me but to reconcile myself to loneliness," I sighed. "One cannot fight single-handed." "Well, I will try single-handed. Let us hope that my campaign against the famine will be more successful than my campaign against indifference." "I am expected downstairs," said Natalia Gavrilovna. She got up from the table and turned to Ivan Ivanitch. "So you will look in upon me downstairs for a minute? I won't say goodbye to you." And she went away. Ivan Ivanitch was now drinking his 7th glass of tea, choking, smacking his lips, and sucking sometimes his mustache, sometimes the lemon. He was muttering something drowsily and listlessly, and I did not listen but waited for him to go. At last, with an expression that suggested that he had only come to me to take a cup of tea, he got up and began to take leave. As I saw him out I said, "And so you have given me no advice?" "I am a feeble, stupid old man," he answered. "What use would my advice be? You shouldn't worry yourself." "I really don't know why you worry yourself." "Don't disturb yourself, my dear fellow." "Upon my word, there's no need," he whispered genuinely and affectionately, soothing me as though I were a child. "Upon my word, there's no need." "No need? Why, the peasants are pulling the thatch off their huts, and they say there is typhus somewhere already." "Well, what of it? If there are good crops next year, they'll thatch them again, and if we die of typhus others will live after us. Anyway, we have to die, if not now, later. Don't worry yourself, my dear." "I can't help worrying myself," I said irritably. We were standing in the dimly lighted vestibule. Ivan Ivanitch suddenly took me by the elbow, and, preparing to say something evidently very important, looked at me in silence for a couple of minutes. Pavel Andreyitch," he said softly, and suddenly in his puffy, set face and dark eyes there was a gleam of the expression for which he had once been famous and which was truly charming. "Pavel Andreyitch, I speak to you as a friend, try to be different. One is ill at ease with you, my dear fellow, one really is." He looked intently into my face. The charming expression faded away, his eyes grew dim again, and he sniffed and muttered feebly. "Yes, yes. Excuse an old man. It's all nonsense, yes." As he slowly descended the staircase, spreading out his hands to balance himself and showing me his huge, bulky back and red neck, he gave me the unpleasant impression of a sort of crab. "You ought to go away, Your Excellency," he muttered. "To Petersburg or abroad. Why should you live here and waste your golden days? You are young, wealthy, and healthy." "Yes. Ah, if I were younger I would whisk away like a hare, and snap my fingers at everything." Chapter 3. My wife's outburst reminded me of our married life together. In old days after every such outburst we felt irresistibly drawn to each other, we would meet and let off all the dynamite that had accumulated in our souls. And now after Ivan Ivanitch had gone away I had a strong impulse to go to my wife. I wanted to go downstairs and tell her that her behavior at tea had been an insult to me, that she was cruel, petty, and that her plebeian mind had never risen to a comprehension of what I was saying and of what I was doing. I walked about the rooms a long time thinking of what I would say to her and trying to guess what she would say to me. That evening, after Ivan Ivanitch went away, I felt in a peculiarly irritating form the uneasiness which had worried me of late. I could not sit down or sit still, but kept walking about in the rooms that were lighted up and keeping near to the one in which Marya Gerasimovna was sitting. I had a feeling very much like that which I had on the North Sea during a storm when everyone thought that our ship, which had no freight nor ballast, would overturn. And that evening I understood that my uneasiness was not disappointment, as I had supposed, but a different feeling, though what exactly I could not say, and that irritated me more than ever. I will go to her, I decided. I can think of a pretext. I shall say that I want to see Ivan Ivanitch. That will be all. I went downstairs and walked without haste over the carpeted floor through the vestibule and the hall. Ivan Ivanitch was sitting on the sofa in the drawing-room. He was drinking tea again and muttering something. My wife was standing opposite to him and holding on to the back of a chair. There was a gentle, sweet, and docile expression on her face, such as one sees on the faces of people listening to crazy saints or holy men when a peculiar hidden significance is imagined in their vague words and mutterings. There was something morbid, something of a nun's exaltation, in my wife's expression and attitude. And her low-pitched, half-dark rooms with their old-fashioned furniture, with her birds asleep in their cages, and with a smell of geranium, reminded me of the rooms of some abbess or pious old lady. I went into the drawing-room. My wife showed neither surprise nor confusion, and looked at me calmly and serenely, as though she had known I should come. "I beg your pardon," I said softly. "I am so glad you have not gone yet, Ivan Ivanitch. I forgot to ask you, do you know the Christian name of the president of our Zemstvo?" "Andrei Stanislavitch." "Yes." "Merci," I said, took out my notebook, and wrote it down. There followed a silence during which my wife and Ivan Ivanitch were probably waiting for me to go. My wife did not believe that I wanted to know the president's name, I saw that from her eyes. "Well, I must be going, my beauty," muttered Ivan Ivanitch, after I had walked once or twice across the drawing-room and sat down by the fireplace. "No," said Natalia Gavrilovna quickly, touching his hand. "Stay another quarter of an hour. Please do." Evidently she did not wish to be left alone with me without a witness. "Oh, well, I'll wait a quarter of an hour, too," I thought. "Why, it's snowing," I said, getting up and looking out of window. "A good fall of snow." "Ivan Ivanitch," I went on walking about the room, "I do regret not being a sportsman. I can imagine what a pleasure it must be coursing hares or hunting wolves in snow like this. My wife, standing still, watched my movements, looking out of the corner of her eyes without turning her head. She looked as though she thought I had a sharp knife or a revolver in my pocket. "Ivan Ivanitch, do take me out hunting some day," I went on softly. "I shall be very, very grateful to you." At that moment a visitor came into the room. He was a tall, thick-set gentleman whom I did not know, with a bald head, a big fair beard, and little eyes. From his baggy, crumpled clothes and his manners I took him to be a parish clerk or a teacher, but my wife introduced him to me as Dr. Sobel. "Very, very glad to make your acquaintance," said the doctor in a loud tenor voice, shaking hands with me warmly, with a naive smile. "Very glad." He sat down at the table, took a glass of tea, and said in a loud voice, "Do you happen to have a drop of rum or brandy? Have pity on me, Ulya, and look in the cupboard. I am frozen," he said, addressing the maid. I sat down by the fire again, looked on, listened, and from time to time put in a word in the general conversation. My wife smiled graciously to the visitors and kept a sharp lookout on me, as though I were a wild beast. She was oppressed by my presence, and this aroused in me jealousy, annoyance, and an obstinate desire to wound her. "Wife, these snug rooms, the place by the fire, I thought, are mine, have been mine for years, but some crazy Ivan Ivanitch or Sobel has for some reason more right to them than I. Now I see my wife, not out of window, but close at hand, in ordinary home surroundings that I feel the want of now I am growing older, and, in spite of her hatred for me, I miss her as years ago in my childhood I used to miss my mother and my nurse. And I feel that now, on the verge of old age, my love for her is purer and loftier than it was in the past. And that is why I want to go up to her, to stamp hard on her toe with my heel, to hurt her and smile as I do it." "Monsieur Martin," I said, addressing the doctor, "how many hospitals have we in the district?" "Sobel," my wife corrected. "Two," answered Sobel. "And how many deaths are there every year in each hospital?" "Pavel Andreitch, I want to speak to you," said my wife. She apologized to the visitors and went to the next room. I got up and followed her. "You will go upstairs to your own rooms this minute," she said. "You are ill-bred," I said to her. "You will go upstairs to your own rooms this very minute," she repeated sharply, and she looked into my face with hatred. She was standing so near that if I had stooped a little my beard would have touched her face. "What is the matter?" I asked. "What harm have I done all at once?" Her chin quivered, she hastily wiped her eyes, and, with a cursory glance at the looking-glass, whispered, "The old story is beginning all over again. Of course you won't go away. Well, do as you like. I'll go away myself, and you stay." We returned to the drawing-room, she with a resolute face, while I shrugged my shoulders and tried to smile. There were some more visitors, an elderly lady and a young man in spectacles. Without greeting the new arrivals or taking leave of the others, I went off to my own rooms. After what had happened at tea and then again downstairs, it became clear to me that our family happiness, which we had begun to forget about in the course of the last 2 years, was through some absurd and trivial reason beginning all over again, and that neither I nor my wife could now stop ourselves. And that next day or the day after, the outburst of hatred would, as I knew by experience of past years, be followed by something revolting which would upset the whole order of our lives. So it seems that during these 2 years we have grown no wiser, colder, or calmer, I thought as I began walking about the rooms. So there will again be tears, outcries, curses, packing up, going abroad, then the continual sickly fear that she will disgrace me with some coxcomb out there, Italian or Russian. Refusing a passport, letters, utter loneliness, missing her, and in 5 years old age, grey hairs. I walked about, imagining what was really impossible, her, grown handsomer, stouter, embracing a man I did not know. By now convinced that that would certainly happen, why, I asked myself, why, in one of our long-past quarrels, had not I given her a divorce, or why had she not at that time left me altogether? I should not have had this yearning for her now, this hatred, this anxiety, and I should have lived out my life quietly, working and not worrying about anything. A carriage with 2 lamps drove into the yard, then a big sledge with 3 horses. My wife was evidently having a party. Till midnight everything was quiet downstairs and I heard nothing, but at midnight there was a sound of moving chairs and a clatter of crockery. So there was supper. Then the chairs moved again, and through the floor I heard a noise. They seemed to be shouting hurrah. Maria Gerasimovna was already asleep and I was quite alone in the whole upper story. The portraits of my forefathers, cruel, insignificant people, looked at me from the walls of the drawing-room, and the reflection of my lamp in the window winked unpleasantly. And with a feeling of jealousy and envy for what was going on downstairs, I listened and thought, I am master here, if I like, I can in a moment turn out all that fine crew. But I knew that all that was nonsense, that I could not turn out anyone, and the word master had no meaning. One may think oneself master, married, rich, a kammerjunker, as much as one likes, and at the same time not know what it means. After supper someone downstairs began singing in a tenor voice. Why, nothing special has happened, I tried to persuade myself. Why am I so upset? I won't go downstairs tomorrow, that's all, and that will be the end of our quarrel. At 1:15 I went to bed. Have the visitors downstairs gone? I asked Alexei as he was undressing me. Yes, sir, they've gone. And why were they shouting hurrah? Alexei Dmitrich Mahanov subscribed for the famine fund 1,000 bushels of flour and 1,000 rubles. And the old lady, I don't know her name, promised to set up a soup kitchen on her estate to feed 150 people. Thank God. Natalia Gavrilovna has been pleased to arrange that all the gentry should assemble every Friday. To assemble here, downstairs? Yes, sir. Before supper they read a list. Since August up to today Natalia Gavrilovna has collected 8,000 rubles, besides corn. Thank God. What I think is that if our mistress does take trouble for the salvation of her soul, she will soon collect a lot. There are plenty of rich people here. Dismissing Alexei, I put out the light and drew the bedclothes over my head. After all, why am I so troubled? I thought. What force draws me to the starving peasants like a butterfly to a flame? I don't know them, I don't understand them, I have never seen them and I don't like them. Why this uneasiness? I suddenly crossed myself under the quilt. But what a woman she is! I said to myself, thinking of my wife. There's a regular committee held in the house without my knowing. Why this secrecy? Why this conspiracy? What have I done to them? Ivan Ivanitch is right, I must go away. Next morning I woke up firmly resolved to go away. The events of the previous day, the conversation at tea, my wife, Sobel, the supper, my apprehensions, worried me. And I felt glad to think of getting away from the surroundings which reminded me of all that. While I was drinking my coffee the bailiff gave me a long report on various matters. The most agreeable item he saved for the last. The thieves who stole our rye have been found, he announced with a smile. The magistrate arrested 3 peasants at Pestrovo yesterday. Go away. I shouted at him. And apropos of nothing, I picked up the cake basket and flung it on the floor. Chapter 4. After lunch I rubbed my hands, and thought I must go to my wife and tell her that I was going away. Why? Who cared? Nobody cares, I answered, but why shouldn't I tell her, especially as it would give her nothing but pleasure? Besides, to go away after our yesterday's quarrel without saying a word would not be quite tactful, she might think that I was frightened of her. And perhaps the thought that she has driven me out of my house may weigh upon her. It would be just as well, too, to tell her that I subscribed 5,000, and to give her some advice about the organization. And to warn her that her inexperience in such a complicated and responsible matter might lead to most lamentable results. In short, I wanted to see my wife, and while I thought of various pretexts for going to her, I had a firm conviction in my heart that I should do so. It was still light when I went in to her, and the lamps had not yet been lighted. She was sitting in her study, which led from the drawing-room to her bedroom, and, bending low over the table, was writing something quickly. Seeing me, she started, got up from the table, and remained standing in an attitude such as to screen her papers from me. "I beg your pardon, I have only come for a minute," I said, and, I don't know why, I was overcome with embarrassment. "I have learnt by chance that you are organizing relief for the famine, Natalie." "Yes, I am." "But that's my business," she answered. "Yes, it is your business," I said softly. "I am glad of it, for it just fits in with my intentions. I beg your permission to take part in it." "Forgive me, I cannot let you do it," she said in response, and looked away. "Why not, Natalie?" I said quietly. "Why not? I, too, am well fed and I, too, want to help the hungry." "I don't know what it has to do with you," she said with a contemptuous smile, shrugging her shoulders. "Nobody asks you." "Nobody asks you, either, and yet you have got up a regular committee in my house," I said. "I am asked, but you can have my word for it no one will ever ask you. Go and help where you are not known. For God's sake, don't talk to me in that tone." I tried to be mild, and besought myself most earnestly not to lose my temper. For the first few minutes I felt glad to be with my wife. I felt an atmosphere of youth, of home, of feminine softness, of the most refined elegance, exactly what was lacking on my floor and in my life altogether. My wife was wearing a pink flannel dressing gown. It made her look much younger, and gave a softness to her rapid and sometimes abrupt movements. Her beautiful dark hair, the mere sight of which at one time stirred me to passion, had from sitting so long with her head bent come loose from the comb and was untidy, but, to my eyes, that only made it look more rich and luxuriant. All this, though is banal to the point of vulgarity. Before me stood an ordinary woman, perhaps neither beautiful nor elegant, but this was my wife with whom I had once lived. And with whom I should have been living to this day if it had not been for her unfortunate character. She was the one human being on the terrestrial globe whom I loved. At this moment, just before going away, when I knew that I should no longer see her even through the window, she seemed to me fascinating even as she was, cold and forbidding. Answering me with a proud and contemptuous mockery. I was proud of her, and confessed to myself that to go away from her was terrible and impossible. "Pavel Andreyitch," she said after a brief silence, "for 2 years we have not interfered with each other but have lived quietly. Why do you suddenly feel it necessary to go back to the past? Yesterday you came to insult and humiliate me," she went on, raising her voice, and her face flushed and her eyes flamed with hatred, "but restrain yourself, do not do it, Pavel Andreyitch. Tomorrow I will send in a petition and they will give me a passport, and I will go away, I will go. I will go. I'll go into a convent, into a widow's home, into an almshouse. Into a lunatic asylum." I cried, not able to restrain myself. "Well, even into a lunatic asylum." "That would be better, she cried, with flashing eyes. "When I was in Pestrovo today I envied the sick and starving peasant women because they are not living with a man like you. They are free and honest, while, thanks to you, I am a parasite, I am perishing in idleness, I eat your bread, I spend your money. And I repay you with my liberty and a fidelity which is of no use to anyone. Because you won't give me a passport, I must respect your good name, though it doesn't exist." I had to keep silent. Clenching my teeth, I walked quickly into the drawing room, but turned back at once and said, "I beg you earnestly that there should be no more assemblies, plots, and meetings of conspirators in my house. I only admit to my house those with whom I am acquainted, and let all your crew find another place to do it if they want to take up philanthropy. I can't allow people at midnight in my house to be shouting hurrah at successfully exploiting an hysterical woman like you. My wife, pale and wringing her hands, took a rapid stride across the room, uttering a prolonged moan as though she had toothache. With a wave of my hand, I went into the drawing room. I was choking with rage, and at the same time I was trembling with terror that I might not restrain myself, and that I might say or do something which I might regret all my life. And I clenched my hands tight, hoping to hold myself in. After drinking some water and recovering my calm a little, I went back to my wife. She was standing in the same attitude as before, as though barring my approach to the table with the papers. Tears were slowly trickling down her pale, cold face. I paused then and said to her bitterly but without anger, "How you misunderstand me! How unjust you are to me! I swear upon my honor I came to you with the best of motives, with nothing but the desire to do good. Pavel Andreitch," she said, clasping her hands on her bosom, and her face took on the agonized, imploring expression with which frightened, weeping children beg not to be punished. "I know perfectly well that you will refuse me, but still I beg you. Force yourself to do one kind action in your life. I entreat you, go away from here. That's the only thing you can do for the starving peasants. Go away, and I will forgive you everything, everything. There is no need for you to insult me, Natalie," I sighed, feeling a sudden rush of humility. "I had already made up my mind to go away, but I won't go until I have done something for the peasants. It's my duty." She said softly with an impatient frown. "You can make an excellent bridge or railway, but you can do nothing for the starving peasants. Do understand?" "Indeed? Yesterday you reproached me with indifference and with being devoid of the feeling of compassion. How well you know me." I laughed. "You believe in God. Well, God is my witness that I am worried day and night. I see that you are worried, but the famine and compassion have nothing to do with it. You are worried because the starving peasants can get on without you, and because the Zemstvo, and in fact everyone who is helping them, does not need your guidance." I was silent, trying to suppress my irritation. Then I said, "I came to speak to you on business. Sit down. Please sit down." She did not sit down. "I beg you to sit down," I repeated, and I motioned her to a chair. She sat down. I sat down, too, thought a little, and said, "I beg you to consider earnestly what I am saying. Listen. Moved by love for your fellow creatures, you have undertaken the organization of famine relief. I have nothing against that, of course. I am completely in sympathy with you, and am prepared to cooperate with you in every way, whatever our relations may be. But, with all my respect for your mind and your heart, I repeated, I cannot allow such a difficult, complex, and responsible matter as the organization of relief to be left in your hands entirely. You are a woman, you are inexperienced, you know nothing of life, you are too confiding and expansive. You have surrounded yourself with assistants whom you know nothing about. I am not exaggerating if I say that under these conditions your work will inevitably lead to two deplorable consequences. To begin with, our district will be left unrelieved. And, secondly, you will have to pay for your mistakes and those of your assistants, not only with your purse, but with your reputation. The money deficit and other losses I could, no doubt, make good, but who could restore you your good name? When through lack of proper supervision and oversight there is a rumor that you, and consequently I, have made 200,000 over the famine fund, will your assistants come to your aid?" She said nothing. "Not from vanity, as you say," I went on, "but simply that the starving peasants may not be left unrelieved and your reputation may not be injured. I feel it my moral duty to take part in your work." "Speak more briefly," said my wife. "You will be so kind," I went on, "as to show me what has been subscribed so far and what you have spent. Then inform me daily of every fresh subscription in money or kind, and of every fresh outlay. You will also give me, Natalie, the list of your helpers. Perhaps they are quite decent people. I don't doubt it, but, still, it is absolutely necessary to make inquiries. She was silent. I got up, and walked up and down the room. "Let us set to work, then," I said, and I sat down to her table. "Are you in earnest?" she asked, looking at me in alarm and bewilderment. "Natalie, do be reasonable," I said appealingly, seeing from her face that she meant to protest. "I beg you, trust my experience and my sense of honor. I don't understand what you want. Show me how much you have collected and how much you have spent. I have no secrets. Anyone may see. Look." On the table lay 5 or 6 school exercise books, several sheets of notepaper covered with writing, a map of the district, and a number of pieces of paper of different sizes. It was getting dusk. I lighted a candle. "Excuse me, I don't see anything yet," I said, turning over the leaves of the exercise books. "Where is the account of the receipt of money subscriptions?" "That can be seen from the subscription lists." "Yes, but you must have an account," I said, smiling at her naivete. "Where are the letters accompanying the subscriptions in money or in kind?" "Pardon, a little practical advice, Natalie, it's absolutely necessary to keep those letters. You ought to number each letter and make a special note of it in a special record. You ought to do the same with your own letters. But I will do all that myself." Do so," she said. I was very much pleased with myself. Attracted by this living interesting work, by the little table, the naive exercise books and the charm of doing this work in my wife's society. I was afraid that my wife would suddenly hinder me and upset everything by some sudden whim. And so I was in haste and made an effort to attach no consequence to the fact that her lips were quivering, and that she was looking about her with a helpless and frightened air like a wild creature in a trap. "I tell you what, Natalie," I said without looking at her, "let me take all these papers and exercise books upstairs to my study. There I will look through them and tell you what I think about it tomorrow." "Have you any more papers?" I asked, arranging the exercise books and sheets of papers in piles. Take them all," said my wife, helping me to arrange them, and big tears ran down her cheeks. "Take it all. That's all that was left me in life. Take the last. ACH. Natalie. I sighed reproachfully. She opened the drawer in the table and began flinging the papers out of it on the table at random, poking me in the chest with her elbow and brushing my face with her hair. As she did so, copper coins kept dropping upon my knees and on the floor. "Take everything," she said in a husky voice. When she had thrown out the papers she walked away from me, and putting both hands to her head, she flung herself on the couch. I picked up the money, put it back in the drawer, and locked it up that the servants might not be led into dishonesty. Then I gathered up all the papers and went off with them. As I passed my wife I stopped and, looking at her back and shaking shoulders, I said, "What a baby you are, Natalie. Fie. Listen, Natalie, when you realize how serious and responsible a business it is you will be the first to thank me. I assure you you will." In my own room I set to work without haste. The exercise books were not bound, the pages were not numbered. The entries were put in all sorts of handwritings, evidently anyone who liked had a hand in managing the books. In the record of the subscriptions in kind there was no note of their money value. But, excuse me, I thought, the rye which is now worth 1 ruble 15 kopecks may be worth 2 rubles 15 kopecks in 2 months' time. Was that the way to do things? Then, given to A.M. Sobel 32 rubles. When was it given? For what purpose was it given? Where was the receipt? There was nothing to show, and no making anything of it. In case of legal proceedings, these papers would only obscure the case. How naive she is! I thought with surprise. What a child! I felt both vexed and amused. Chapter 5. My wife had already collected 8,000, with my 5 it would be 13,000. For a start that was very good. The business which had so worried and interested me was at last in my hands. I was doing what the others would not and could not do. I was doing my duty, organizing the relief fund in a practical and businesslike way. Everything seemed to be going in accordance with my desires and intentions, but why did my feeling of uneasiness persist? I spent 4 hours over my wife's papers, making out their meaning and correcting her mistakes, but instead of feeling soothed, I felt as though someone were standing behind me and rubbing my back with a rough hand. What was it I wanted? The organization of the relief fund had come into trustworthy hands, the hungry would be fed, what more was wanted? The 4 hours of this light work for some reason exhausted me, so that I could not sit bending over the table nor write. From below I heard from time to time a smothered moan. It was my wife sobbing. Alexei, invariably meek, sleepy, and sanctimonious, kept coming up to the table to see to the candles, and looked at me somewhat strangely. Yes, I must go away, I decided at last, feeling utterly exhausted. As far as possible from these agreeable impressions. I will set off tomorrow. I gathered together the papers and exercise books, and went down to my wife. As, feeling quite worn out and shattered, I held the papers and the exercise books to my breast with both hands, and passing through my bedroom saw my trunks. The sound of weeping reached me through the floor. "Are you a kammerjunker?" a voice whispered in my ear. "That's a very pleasant thing. But yet you are a reptile." "It's all nonsense, nonsense, nonsense," I muttered as I went downstairs. "Nonsense, and it's nonsense, too, that I am actuated by vanity or a love of display. What rubbish! Am I going to get a decoration for working for the peasants or be made the director of a department? Nonsense, nonsense. And who is there to show off to here in the country?" I was tired, frightfully tired, and something kept whispering in my ear, "Very pleasant. But, still, you are a reptile." For some reason I remembered a line out of an old poem I knew as a child, "How pleasant it is to be good." My wife was lying on the couch in the same attitude, on her face and with her hands clutching her head. She was crying. A maid was standing beside her with a perplexed and frightened face. I sent the maid away, laid the papers on the table, thought a moment and said, "Here are all your papers, Natalie. It's all in order, it's all capital, and I am very much pleased. I am going away tomorrow." She went on crying. I went into the drawing room and sat there in the dark. My wife's sobs, her sighs, accused me of something, and to justify myself I remembered the whole of our quarrel. Starting from my unhappy idea of inviting my wife to our consultation and ending with the exercise books and these tears. It was an ordinary attack of our conjugal hatred, senseless and unseemly, such as had been frequent during our married life, but what had the starving peasants to do with it? How could it have happened that they had become a bone of contention between us? It was just as though pursuing one another we had accidentally run up to the altar and had carried on a quarrel there. "Natalie," I said softly from the drawing room, "hush, hush." To cut short her weeping and make an end of this agonizing state of affairs, I ought to have gone up to my wife and comforted her, caressed her, or apologized. But how could I do it so that she would believe me? How could I persuade the wild duck, living in captivity and hating me, that it was dear to me, and that I felt for its sufferings? I had never known my wife, so I had never known how to talk to her or what to talk about. Her appearance I knew very well and appreciated it as it deserved, but her spiritual, moral world, her mind, her outlook on life, her frequent changes of mood, her eyes full of hatred, her disdain. The scope and variety of her reading which sometimes struck me, or, for instance, the nun-like expression I had seen on her face the day before, all that was unknown and incomprehensible to me. When in my collisions with her I tried to define what sort of a person she was, my psychology went no farther than deciding that she was giddy, impractical, ill-tempered, guided by feminine logic. And it seemed to me that that was quite sufficient. But now that she was crying I had a passionate desire to know more. The weeping ceased. I went up to my wife. She sat up on the couch, and, with her head propped in both hands, looked fixedly and dreamily at the fire. "I am going away tomorrow morning," I said. She said nothing. I walked across the room, sighed, and said, "Natalie, when you begged me to go away, you said, 'I will forgive you everything, everything.' So you think I have wronged you? I beg you calmly and in brief terms to formulate the wrong I've done you. I am worn out." "Afterwards, some time," said my wife. "How am I to blame?" I went on. "What have I done? Tell me, you are young and beautiful, you want to live, and I am nearly twice your age and hated by you, but is that my fault? I didn't marry you by force. But if you want to live in freedom, go. I'll give you your liberty. You can go and love whom you please. I will give you a divorce." "That's not what I want," she said. "You know I used to love you and always thought of myself as older than you. That's all nonsense. You are not to blame for being older or for my being younger, or that I might be able to love someone else if I were free, but because you are a difficult person, an egoist, and hate everyone." "Perhaps so. I don't know," I said. "Please go away. You want to go on at me till the morning, but I warn you I am quite worn out and cannot answer you. You promised me to go to town. I am very grateful, I ask nothing more. My wife wanted me to go away, but it was not easy for me to do that. I was dispirited and I dreaded the big, cheerless, chill rooms that I was so weary of. Sometimes when I had an ache or a pain as a child, I used to huddle up to my mother or my nurse, and when I hid my face in the warm folds of their dress, it seemed to me as though I were hiding from the pain. And in the same way it seemed to me now that I could only hide from my uneasiness in this little room beside my wife. I sat down and screened away the light from my eyes with my hand. There was a stillness. "How are you to blame?" my wife said after a long silence, looking at me with red eyes that gleamed with tears. "You are very well educated and very well bred, very honest, just, and high-principled, but in you the effect of all that is that wherever you go you bring suffocation, oppression. Something insulting and humiliating to the utmost degree. You have a straightforward way of looking at things, and so you hate the whole world. You hate those who have faith, because faith is an expression of ignorance and lack of culture, and at the same time you hate those who have no faith for having no faith and no ideals. You hate old people for being conservative and behind the times, and young people for free thinking. The interests of the peasantry and of Russia are dear to you, and so you hate the peasants because you suspect every one of them of being a thief and a robber. You hate everyone. You are just, and always take your stand on your legal rights, and so you are always at law with the peasants and your neighbors. You have had 20 bushels of rice stolen, and your love of order has made you complain of the peasants to the governor and all the local authorities. And to send a complaint of the local authorities to Petersburg. Legal justice, said my wife, and she laughed. On the ground of your legal rights and in the interests of morality, you refuse to give me a passport. Law and morality is such that a self-respecting healthy young woman has to spend her life in idleness, in depression, and in continual apprehension. And to receive in return board and lodging from a man she does not love. You have a thorough knowledge of the law, you are very honest and just, you respect marriage and family life, and the effect of all that is that all your life you have not done one kind action. That everyone hates you, that you are on bad terms with everyone, and the 7 years that you have been married you've only lived 7 months with your wife. You've had no wife and I've had no husband. To live with a man like you is impossible, there is no way of doing it. In the early years I was frightened with you, and now I am ashamed. That's how my best years have been wasted. When I fought with you I ruined my temper, grew shrewish, coarse, timid, mistrustful. Oh, but what's the use of talking? As though you wanted to understand. Go upstairs, and God be with you. My wife lay down on the couch and sank into thought. And how splendid, how enviable life might have been. she said softly, looking reflectively into the fire. What a life it might have been. There's no bringing it back now. Anyone who has lived in the country in winter and knows those long dreary, still evenings when even the dogs are too bored to bark and even the clocks seem weary of ticking. And anyone who on such evenings has been troubled by awakening conscience and has moved restlessly about, trying now to smother his conscience, now to interpret it, will understand the distraction and the pleasure my wife's voice gave me as it sounded in the snug little room, telling me I was a bad man. I did not understand what was wanted of me by my conscience, and my wife, translating it in her feminine way, made clear to me in the meaning of my agitation. As often before in the moments of intense uneasiness, I guessed that the whole secret lay, not in the starving peasants, but in my not being the sort of a man I ought to be. My wife got up with an effort and came up to me. Pavel Andreitch, she said, smiling mournfully, forgive me, I don't believe you, you are not going away, but I will ask you one more favor. Call this, she pointed to her papers, self-deception, feminine logic, a mistake, as you like, but do not hinder me. It's all that is left me in life. She turned away and paused. Before this I had nothing. I have wasted my youth in fighting with you. Now I have caught at this and am living, I am happy. It seems to me that I have found in this a means of justifying my existence. Natalie, you are a good woman, a woman of ideas, I said, looking at my wife enthusiastically, and everything you say and do is intelligent and fine. I walked about the room to conceal my emotion. Natalie, I went on a minute later, before I go away, I beg of you as a special favor, help me to do something for the starving peasants. What can I do? Said my wife, shrugging her shoulders. Here's the subscription list. She rummaged among the papers and found the subscription list. Subscribe some money, she said, and from her tone I could see that she did not attach great importance to her subscription list. That is the only way in which you can take part in the work. I took the list and wrote, Anonymous, 5,000. In this, Anonymous, there was something wrong, false, conceited, but I only realized that when I noticed that my wife flushed very red and hurriedly thrust the list into the heap of papers. We both felt ashamed. I felt that I must at all costs efface this clumsiness at once, or else I should feel ashamed afterwards, in the train and at Petersburg. But how efface it? What was I to say? I fully approve of what you are doing, Natalie, I said genuinely, and I wish you every success. But allow me at parting to give you one piece of advice, Natalie. Be on your guard with Sobel, and with your assistants generally, and don't trust them blindly. I don't say they are not honest, but they are not gentlefolks. They are people with no ideas, no ideals, no faith, with no aim in life, no definite principles, and the whole object of their life is comprised in the ruble. Ruble, ruble, ruble. I sighed. They are fond of getting money easily, for nothing, and in that respect the better educated they are the more they are to be dreaded. My wife went to the couch and lay down. Ideas, she brought out, listlessly and reluctantly, ideas, ideals, objects of life, principles. You always used to use those words when you wanted to insult or humiliate someone. Or say something unpleasant. Yes, that's your way, if with your views and such an attitude to people you are allowed to take part in anything, you would destroy it from the first day. It's time you understand that. She sighed and paused. It's coarseness of character, Pavel Andreitch, she said. You are well-bred and educated, but what a Scythian you are in reality. That's because you lead a cramped life full of hatred, see no one, and read nothing but your engineering books. And, you know, there are good people, good books. Yes, but I am exhausted and it wearies me to talk. I ought to be in bed. So I am going away, Natalie, I said. Yes, yes. Merci. I stood still for a little while, then went upstairs. An hour later, it was 1:30, I went downstairs again with a candle in my hand to speak to my wife. I didn't know what I was going to say to her, but I felt that I must say something very important and necessary. She was not in her study, the door leading to her bedroom was closed. "Natalie, are you asleep?" I asked softly. There was no answer. I stood near the door, sighed, and went into the drawing room. There I sat down on the sofa, put out the candle, and remained sitting in the dark till the dawn. Chapter 6. I went to the station at 10 o'clock in the morning. There was no frost, but snow was falling in big wet flakes and an unpleasant damp wind was blowing. We passed a pond and then a birch copse, and then began going uphill along the road which I could see from my window. I turned round to take a last look at my house, but I could see nothing for the snow. Soon afterwards dark huts came into sight ahead of us as in a fog. It was Pestrovo. If I ever go out of my mind, Pestrovo will be the cause of it, I thought. It persecutes me. We came out into the village street. All the roofs were intact, not one of them had been pulled to pieces, so my bailiff had told a lie. A boy was pulling along a little girl and a baby in a sledge. Another boy of 3, with his head wrapped up like a peasant woman's and with huge mufflers on his hands, was trying to catch the flying snowflakes on his tongue, and laughing. Then a wagon loaded with faggots came toward us and a peasant walking beside it, and there was no telling whether his beard was white or whether it was covered with snow. He recognized my coachman, smiled at him and said something, and mechanically took off his hat to me. The dogs ran out of the yards and looked inquisitively at my horses. Everything was quiet, ordinary, as usual. The emigrants had returned, there was no bread, in the huts some were laughing, some were delirious. But it all looked so ordinary that one could not believe it really was so. There were no distracted faces, no voices whining for help, no weeping, nor abuse, but all around was stillness, order, life, children, sledges, dogs with disheveled tails. Neither the children nor the peasant we met were troubled. Why was I so troubled? Looking at the smiling peasant, at the boy with the huge mufflers, at the huts, remembering my wife, I realized there was no calamity that could daunt this people. I felt as though there were already a breath of victory in the air. I felt proud and felt ready to cry out that I was with them too. But the horses were carrying us away from the village into the open country, the snow was whirling, the wind was howling, and I was left alone with my thoughts. Of the million people working for the peasantry, life itself had cast me out as a useless, incompetent, bad man. I was a hindrance, a part of the people's calamity. I was vanquished, cast out, and I was hurrying to the station to go away and hide myself in Petersburg in a hotel in Bolshaya Morskaya. An hour later we reached the station. The coachman and a porter with a disc on his breast carried my trunks into the ladies' room. My coachman Nicanor, wearing high felt boots and the skirt of his coat tucked up through his belt, all wet with the snow and glad I was going away, gave me a friendly smile and said, "A fortunate journey, Your Excellency. God give you luck. Everyone, by the way, calls me Your Excellency, though I am only a collegiate counselor and a kammerjunker." The porter told me the train had not yet left the next station. I had to wait. I went outside, and with my head heavy from my sleepless night, and so exhausted I could hardly move my legs, I walked aimlessly towards the pump. There was not a soul anywhere near. Why am I going? I kept asking myself. What is there awaiting me there? The acquaintances from whom I have come away, loneliness, restaurant dinners, noise, the electric light, which makes my eyes ache. Where am I going, and what am I going for? What am I going for? And it seemed somehow strange to go away without speaking to my wife. I felt that I was leaving her in uncertainty. Going away, I ought to have told that she was right, that I really was a bad man. When I turned away from the pump, I saw in the doorway the station master, of whom I had twice made complaints to his superiors, turning up the collar of his coat, shrinking from the wind and the snow. He came up to me, and putting 2 fingers to the peak of his cap, told me with an expression of helpless confusion, strained respectfulness, and hatred on his face. That the train was 20 minutes late, and asked me would I not like to wait in the warm? "Thank you," I answered, "but I am probably not going. Send word to my coachman to wait, I have not made up my mind." I walked to and fro on the platform and thought, should I go away or not? When the train came in I decided not to go. At home I had to expect my wife's amazement and perhaps her mockery, the dismal upper story and my uneasiness. But, still, at my age that was easier and as it were more homelike than traveling for 2 days and nights with strangers to Petersburg, where I should be conscious every minute that my life was of no use to anyone or to anything, and that it was approaching its end. No, better at home whatever awaited me there. I went out of the station. It was awkward by daylight to return home, where everyone was so glad at my going. I might spend the rest of the day till evening at some neighbors, but with whom? With some of them I was on strained relations, others I did not know at all. I considered and thought of Ivan Ivanitch. "We are going to Bragino," I said to the coachman, getting into the sledge. "It's a long way," sighed Nicanor. "It will be 20 miles, or maybe 25. "Oh, please, my dear fellow," I said in a tone as though Nicanor had the right to refuse. "Please let us go." Nicanor shook his head doubtfully and said slowly that we really ought to have put in the shafts, not Circassian, but Peasant or Siskin. And uncertainly, as though expecting I should change my mind, took the reins in his gloves, stood up, thought a moment, and then raised his whip. A whole series of inconsistent actions, I thought, screening my face from the snow. I must have gone out of my mind. Well, I don't care. In one place, on a very high and steep slope, Nicanor carefully held the horses into the middle of the descent. But in the middle the horses suddenly bolted and dashed downhill at a fearful rate. He raised his elbows and shouted in a wild, frantic voice such as I had never heard from him before. "Hey! Let's give the general a drive. If you come to Grief Hill by new ones, my darlings. Hey! Look out! We'll run you down." Only now, when the extraordinary pace we were going at took my breath away, I noticed that he was very drunk. He must have been drinking at the station. At the bottom of the descent there was the crash of ice, a piece of dirty frozen snow thrown up from the road hit me a painful blow in the face. The runaway horses ran up the hill as rapidly as they had downhill, and before I had time to shout to Nicanor my sledge was flying along on the level in an old pine forest. And the tall pines were stretching out their shaggy white paws to me from all directions. I have gone out of my mind, and the coachman's drunk, I thought. Good. I found Ivan Ivanitch at home. He laughed till he coughed, laid his head on my breast, and said what he always did say on meeting me. "You grow younger and younger. I don't know what dye you use for your hair and your beard. You might give me some of it." "I've come to return your call, Ivan Ivanitch," I said untruthfully. "Don't be hard on me, I'm a townsman, conventional, I do keep count of calls." "I am delighted, my dear fellow. I am an old man, I like respect." "Yes." From his voice and his blissfully smiling face, I could see that he was greatly flattered by my visit. 2 peasant women helped me off with my coat in the entry, and a peasant in a red shirt hung it on a hook, and when Ivan Ivanitch and I went into his little study, 2 barefooted little girls were sitting on the floor looking at a picture book. When they saw us they jumped up and ran away, and a tall, thin old woman in spectacles came in at once, bowed gravely to me, and picking up a pillow from the sofa and a picture book from the floor, went away. From the adjoining rooms we heard incessant whispering and the patter of bare feet. "I am expecting the doctor to dinner," said Ivan Ivanitch. "He promised to come from the relief center." "Yes. He dines with me every Wednesday, God bless him." He craned towards me and kissed me on the neck. "You have come, my dear fellow, so you are not vexed," he whispered, sniffing. "Don't be vexed, my dear creature." "Yes. Perhaps it is annoying, but don't be cross." My only prayer to God before I die is to live in peace and harmony with all in the true way. Yes. Forgive me, Ivan Ivanitch, I will put my feet on a chair, I said, feeling that I was so exhausted I could not be myself. I sat further back on the sofa and put up my feet on an armchair. My face was burning from the snow and the wind, and I felt as though my whole body were basking in the warmth and growing weaker from it. It's very nice here, I went on, warm, soft, snug, and goosefeather pens, I laughed, looking at the writing table, sand instead of blotting paper. Yes, yes. The writing table and the mahogany cupboard here were made for my father by a self-taught cabinetmaker, Gleb Budiga, a serf of General Zhukov's. Yes, a great artist in his own way. Listlessly and in the tone of a man dropping asleep, he began telling me about cabinetmaker Budiga. I listened. Then Ivan Ivanitch went into the next room to show me a palisander wood chest of drawers remarkable for its beauty and cheapness. He tapped the chest with his fingers, then called my attention to a stove of patterned tiles, such as one never sees now. He tapped the stove, too, with his fingers. There was an atmosphere of good-natured simplicity and well-fed abundance about the chest of drawers, the tiled stove, the low chairs, the pictures embroidered in wool and silk on canvas in solid, ugly frames. When one remembers that all those objects were standing in the same places and precisely in the same order when I was a little child, and used to come here to name-day parties with my mother, it is simply unbelievable that they could ever cease to exist. I thought what a fearful difference between Budiga and me. Budiga who made things, above all, solidly and substantially, and seeing in that his chief object, gave to length of life peculiar significance, had no thought of death, and probably hardly believed in its possibility. I, when I built my bridges of iron and stone which would last 1,000 years, could not keep from me the thought, it's not for long, it's no use. If in time Budiga's cupboard and my bridge should come under the notice of some sensible historian of art, he would say, these were two men remarkable in their own way. Budiga loved his fellow creatures and would not admit the thought that they might die and be annihilated. And so when he made his furniture he had the immortal man in his mind. The engineer Asarin did not love life or his fellow creatures. Even in the happy moments of creation, thoughts of death, of finiteness and dissolution, were not alien to him, and we see how insignificant and finite, how timid and poor, are these lines of his. I only heat these rooms, muttered Ivan Ivanitch, showing me his rooms. Ever since my wife died and my son was killed in the war, I have kept the best rooms shut up. Yes, see. He opened a door, and I saw a big room with 4 columns, an old piano, and a heap of peas on the floor. It smelt cold and damp. The garden seats are in the next room, muttered Ivan Ivanitch. There's no one to dance the mazurka now. I've shut them up. We heard a noise. It was Dr. Sobel arriving. While he was rubbing his cold hands and stroking his wet beard, I had time to notice in the first place that he had a very dull life, and so was pleased to see Ivan Ivanitch and me. And, secondly, that he was a naive and simple-hearted man. He looked at me as though I were very glad to see him and very much interested in him. I have not slept for 2 nights, he said, looking at me naively and stroking his beard. One night with a confinement, and the next I stayed at a peasant's with the bugs biting me all night. I am as sleepy as Satan, do you know? With an expression on his face as though it could not afford me anything but pleasure, he took me by the arm and led me to the dining room. His naive eyes, his crumpled coat, his cheap tie and the smell of iodoform made an unpleasant impression upon me. I felt as though I were in vulgar company. When we sat down to table he filled my glass with vodka, and, smiling helplessly, I drank it. He put a piece of ham on my plate and I ate it submissively. Repetitia est mater studiorum, said Sobel, hastening to drink off another wineglassful. Would you believe it, the joy of seeing good people has driven away my sleepiness? I have turned into a peasant, a savage in the wilds. I've grown coarse, but I am still an educated man, and I tell you in good earnest, it's tedious without company. They served first for a cold coarse white sucking pig with horseradish cream, then a rich and very hot cabbage soup with pork on it, with boiled buckwheat, from which rose a column of steam. The doctor went on talking, and I was soon convinced that he was a weak, unfortunate man, disorderly in external life. 3 glasses of vodka made him drunk. He grew unnaturally lively, ate a great deal, kept clearing his throat and smacking his lips, and already addressed me in Italian, Excellenza. Looking naively at me as though he were convinced that I was very glad to see and hear him, he informed me that he had long been separated from his wife and gave her 3/4 of his salary. That she lived in the town with his children, a boy and a girl, whom he adored. That he loved another woman, a widow, well educated, with an estate in the country, but was rarely able to see her, as he was busy with his work from morning till night and had not a free moment. The whole day long, first at the hospital, then on my rounds, he told us, and I assure you, Excellenza, I have not time to read a book, let alone going to see the woman I love. I've read nothing for 10 years. For 10 years, Excellenza. As for the financial side of the question, ask Ivan Ivanitch. I have often no money to buy tobacco. On the other hand, you have the moral satisfaction of your work, I said. What? He asked, and he winked. No, he said, better let us drink. I listened to the doctor, and, after my invariable habit, tried to take his measure by my usual classification, materialist, idealist, filthy lucre, gregarious instincts, and so on. But no classification fitted him even approximately. And strange to say, while I simply listened and looked at him, he seemed perfectly clear to me as a person, but as soon as I began trying to classify him he became an exceptionally complex, intricate, and incomprehensible character in spite of all his candor and simplicity. Is that man, I asked myself, capable of wasting other people's money, abusing their confidence, being disposed to sponge on them? And now this question, which had once seemed to me grave and important, struck me as crude, petty, and coarse. Pie was served. Then, I remember, with long intervals between, during which we drank homemade liquors, they gave us a stew of pigeons, some dish of giblets, roast sucking pig, partridges, cauliflower, curd dumplings, curd cheese and milk, jelly, and finally pancakes and jam. At first I ate with great relish, especially the cabbage soup and the buckwheat, but afterwards I munched and swallowed mechanically, smiling helplessly and unconscious of the taste of anything. My face was burning from the hot cabbage soup and the heat of the room. Ivan Ivanitch and Sobel, too, were crimson. To the health of your wife, said Sobel. She likes me. Tell her doctor sends her his respects. She's fortunate, upon my word, sighed Ivan Ivanitch. Though she takes no trouble, does not fuss or worry herself, she has become the most important person in the whole district. Almost the whole business is in her hands, and they all gather round her, the doctor, the district captains, and the ladies. With people of the right sort that happens of itself. Yes. The apple tree need take no thought for the apple to grow on it, it will grow of itself. It's only people who don't care who take no thought, said I. Yes, muttered Ivan Ivanitch, not catching what I said, that's true. One must not worry oneself. Just so, just so. Only do your duty towards God and your neighbor, and then never mind what happens. Excellenza, said Sobel solemnly, just look at nature about us. If you poke your nose or your ear out of your fur collar it will be frostbitten. Stay in the fields for 1 hour, you'll be buried in the snow, while the village is just the same as in the days of Rurik, the same pechenyegs and polovtsi. It's nothing but being burnt down, starving, and struggling against nature in every way. What was I saying? Yes. If one thinks about it, you know, looks into it and analyses all this hodgepodge, if you will allow me to call it so, it's not life but more like a fire in a theater. Anyone who falls down or screams with terror, or rushes about, is the worst enemy of good order. One must stand up and look sharp, and not stir a hair. There's no time for whimpering and busying oneself with trifles. When you have to deal with elemental forces, you must put out force against them, be firm and as unyielding as a stone. Isn't that right, grandfather? He turned to Ivan Ivanitch and laughed. I am no better than a woman myself. I am a limp rag, a flabby creature, so I hate flabbiness. I can't endure petty feelings. One mopes, another is frightened, a third will come straight in here and say, "Fie on you. Here you've guzzled a dozen courses and you talk about the starving. That's petty and stupid." A fourth will reproach you, Excellenza, for being rich. Excuse me, Excellenza, he went on in a loud voice, laying his hand on his heart, but you're having set our magistrate the task of hunting day and night for your thieves, excuse me. That's also petty on your part. I am a little drunk, so that's why I say this now, but you know, it is petty. Who's asking him to worry himself? I don't understand. I said, getting up. I suddenly felt unbearably ashamed and mortified, and I walked round the table. Who asks him to worry himself? I didn't ask him to. Damn him. They have arrested 3 men and let them go again. They turned out not to be the right ones, and now they are looking for a fresh lot, said Sobel, laughing. It's too bad. I did not ask him to worry himself, said I, almost crying with excitement. What's it all for? What's it all for? Well, supposing I was wrong, supposing I have done wrong, why do they try to put me more in the wrong? Come, said Sobel, trying to soothe me. Come. I have had a drop, that is why I said it. My tongue is my enemy. Come, he sighed, we have eaten and drunk wine, and now for a nap. He got up from the table, kissed Ivan Ivanitch on the head, and staggering from repletion, went out of the dining room. Ivan Ivanitch and I smoked in silence. I don't sleep after dinner, my dear, said Ivan Ivanitch, but you have a rest in the lounge room. I agreed. In the half-dark and warmly heated room they called the lounge room, there stood against the walls long, wide sofas, solid and heavy, the work of Budiga the cabinet maker. On them lay high, soft, white beds, probably made by the old woman in spectacles. On one of them Sobel, without his coat and boots, already lay asleep with his face to the back of the sofa. Another bed was awaiting me. I took off my coat and boots, and, overcome by fatigue, by the spirit of Budiga which hovered over the quiet lounge room, and by the light, caressing snore of Sobel, I lay down submissively. And at once I began dreaming of my wife, of her room, of the stationmaster with his face full of hatred, the heaps of snow, a fire in the theatre. I dreamed of the peasants who had stolen 20 sacks of rye out of my barn. Anyway, it's a good thing the magistrate let them go, I said. I woke up at the sound of my own voice, looked for a moment in perplexity at Sobel's broad back, at the buckles of his waistcoat, at his thick heels, then lay down again and fell asleep. When I woke up the second time it was quite dark. Sobel was asleep. There was peace in my heart, and I longed to make haste home. I dressed and went out of the lounge room. Ivan Ivanitch was sitting in a big armchair in his study, absolutely motionless, staring at a fixed point. And it was evident that he had been in the same state of petrifaction all the while I had been asleep. Good. I said, yawning. I feel as though I had woken up after breaking the fast at Easter. I shall often come and see you now. Tell me, did my wife ever dine here? Soom Tim yes, sometimes, muttered Ivan Ivanitch, making an effort to stir. She dined here last Saturday. Yes. She likes me. After a silence I said. Do you remember, Ivan Ivanitch, you told me I had a disagreeable character and that it was difficult to get on with me? But what am I to do to make my character different? I don't know, my dear boy. I'm a feeble old man, I can't advise you. Yes. But I said that to you at the time because I am fond of you and fond of your wife, and I was fond of your father. Yes. I shall soon die, and what need have I to conceal things from you or to tell you lies? So I tell you, I am very fond of you, but I don't respect you. No, I don't respect you. He turned towards me and said in a breathless whisper. It's impossible to respect you, my dear fellow. You look like a real man. You have the figure and deportment of the French President Carnot. I saw a portrait of him the other day in an illustrated paper, yes. You use lofty language, and you are clever, and you are high up in the service beyond all reach, but haven't real soul, my dear boy, there's no strength in it. A Scythian, in fact, I laughed. But what about my wife? Tell me something about my wife, you know her better. I wanted to talk about my wife, but Sobel came in and prevented me. I've had a sleep and a wash, he said, looking at me naively. I'll have a cup of tea with some rum in it and go home. Chapter 7. It was by now past 7. Besides Ivan Ivanitch, women servants, the old dame in spectacles, the little girls and the peasant, all accompanied us from the hall out onto the steps, wishing us goodbye and all sorts of blessings, while near the horses in the darkness there were standing and moving about men with lanterns, telling our coachman how and which way to drive, and wishing us a lucky journey. The horses, the men, and the sledges were white. Where do all these people come from? I asked as my 3 horses and the doctor's 2 moved at a walking pace out of the yard. They are all his serfs, said Sobel. The new order has not reached him yet. Some of the old servants are living out their lives with him, and then there are orphans of all sorts who have nowhere to go. There are some, too, who insist on living there, there's no turning them out. A queer old man. Again the flying horses, the strange voice of drunken Nicanor, the wind and the persistent snow, which got into one's eyes, one's mouth, and every fold of one's fur coat. Well, I am running a rig, I thought, while my bells chimed in with the doctor's, the wind whistled, the coachman shouted. And while this frantic uproar was going on, I recalled all the details of that strange wild day, unique in my life. And it seemed to me that I really had gone out of my mind or become a different man. It was as though the man I had been till that day were already a stranger to me. The doctor drove behind and kept talking loudly with his coachman. From time to time he overtook me, drove side by side, and always, with the same naive confidence that it was very pleasant to me, offered me a cigarette or asked for the matches. Or, overtaking me, he would lean right out of his sledge, and waving about the sleeves of his fur coat, which were at least twice as long as his arms, shout. Go it, Vaska. Beat the 1,000 rublers. Hey, my kittens. And to the accompaniment of loud, malicious laughter from Sobel and his Vaska the doctor's kittens raced ahead. My Nicanor took it as an affront, and held in his 3 horses, but when the doctor's bells had passed out of hearing, he raised his elbows, shouted, and our horses flew like mad in pursuit. We drove into a village, there were glimpses of lights, the silhouettes of huts. Someone shouted. Ah, the devils! We seemed to have galloped a mile and a half, and still it was the village street and there seemed no end to it. When we caught up the doctor and drove more quietly, he asked for matches and said. Now try and feed that street. And, you know, there are 5 streets like that, sir. Stay, stay, he shouted. Turn in at the tavern. We must get warm and let the horses rest. They stopped at the tavern. I have more than one village like that in my district, said the doctor, opening a heavy door with a squeaky block, and ushering me in front of him. If you look in broad daylight you can't see to the end of the street, and there are side streets, too, and one can do nothing but scratch one's head. It's hard to do anything. We went into the best room where there was a strong smell of tablecloths, and at our entrance a sleepy peasant in a waistcoat and a shirt worn outside his trousers jumped up from a bench. Sobel asked for some beer and I asked for tea. It's hard to do anything, said Sobel. Your wife has faith, I respect her and have the greatest reverence for her, but I have no great faith myself. As long as our relations to the people continue to have the character of ordinary philanthropy, as shown in orphan asylums and almshouses, so long we shall only be shuffling, shamming, and deceiving ourselves, and nothing more. Our relations ought to be businesslike, founded on calculation, knowledge, and justice. My Vaska has been working for me all his life, his crops have failed, he is sick and starving. If I give him 15 kopecks a day, by so doing I try to restore him to his former condition as a workman. That is, I am first and foremost looking after my own interests, and yet for some reason I call that 15 kopecks relief, charity, good works. Now let us put it like this. On the most modest computation, reckoning 7 kopecks a soul and 5 souls a family, one needs 350 rubles a day to feed 1,000 families. That sum is fixed by our practical duty to 1,000 families. Meanwhile we give not 350 a day, but only 10, and say that that is relief, charity. That makes your wife and all of us exceptionally good people, and hurrah for our humaneness. That is it, my dear soul. Ah! If we would talk less of being humane and calculated, more, reasoned, and took a conscientious attitude to our duties. How many such humane, sensitive people there are among us who tear about in all good faith with subscription lists, but don't pay their tailors or their cooks. There is no logic in our life. That's what it is. No logic. We were silent for a while. I was making a mental calculation and said, I will feed 1,000 families for 200 days. Come and see me tomorrow to talk it over. I was pleased that this was said quite simply, and was glad that Sobel answered me still more simply. Right. We paid for what we had and went out of the tavern. I like going on like this, said Sobel, getting into the sledge. Excellenza, oblige me with a match. I've forgotten mine in the tavern. A quarter of an hour later his horses fell behind, and the sound of his bells was lost in the roar of the snowstorm. Reaching home, I walked about my rooms, trying to think things over and to define my position clearly to myself. I had not one word, one phrase, ready for my wife. My brain was not working. But without thinking of anything, I went downstairs to my wife. She was in her room, in the same pink dressing gown, and standing in the same attitude as though screening her papers from me. On her face was an expression of perplexity and irony, and it was evident that having heard of my arrival, she had prepared herself not to cry, not to entreat me, not to defend herself, as she had done the day before, but to laugh at me, to answer me contemptuously, and to act with decision. Her face was saying, if that's how it is, goodbye. Natalie, I've not gone away, I said, but it's not deception. I have gone out of my mind. I've grown old, I'm ill, I've become a different man, think as you like. I've shaken off my old self with horror, with horror. I despise him and am ashamed of him, and the new man who has been in me since yesterday will not let me go away. Do not drive me away, Natalie. She looked intently into my face and believed me, and there was a gleam of uneasiness in her eyes. Enchanted by her presence, warmed by the warmth of her room, I muttered as in delirium, holding out my hands to her. I tell you, I have no one near to me but you. I have never for 1 minute ceased to miss you, and only obstinate vanity prevented me from owning it. The past, when we lived as husband and wife, cannot be brought back, and there's no need. But make me your servant, take all my property, and give it away to anyone you like. I am at peace, Natalie, I am content. I am at peace. My wife, looking intently and with curiosity into my face, suddenly uttered a faint cry, burst into tears, and ran into the next room. I went upstairs to my own story. An hour later I was sitting at my table, writing my history of railways, and the starving peasants did not now hinder me from doing so. Now I feel no uneasiness. Neither the scenes of disorder which I saw when I went the round of the huts at Pestrovo with my wife and Sobel the other day, nor malignant rumors, nor the mistakes of the people around me, nor old age close upon me, nothing disturbs me. Just as the flying bullets do not hinder soldiers from talking of their own affairs, eating and cleaning their boots, so the starving peasants do not hinder me from sleeping quietly and looking after my personal affairs. In my house and far around it there is in full swing the work which Dr. Sobel calls an orgy of philanthropy. My wife often comes up to me and looks about my rooms uneasily, as though looking for what more she can give to the starving peasants to justify her existence, and I see that, thanks to her, there will soon be nothing of our property left and we shall be poor. But that does not trouble me, and I smile at her gaily. What will happen in the future I don't know. The Grasshopper. Chapter 1. All Olga Ivanovna's friends and acquaintances were at her wedding. Look at him, isn't it true that there is something in him? She said to her friends, with a nod towards her husband, as though she wanted to explain why she was marrying a simple, very ordinary, and in no way remarkable man. Her husband, Osip Stepanich Dymov, was a doctor, and only of the rank of a titular counselor. He was on the staff of 2 hospitals, in one a ward surgeon and in the other a dissecting demonstrator. Every day from 9 to 12 he saw patients and was busy in his ward, and after 12 o'clock he went by tram to the other hospital, where he dissected. His private practice was a small one, not worth more than 500 rubles a year. That was all. What more could one say about him? Meanwhile, Olga Ivanovna and her friends and acquaintances were not quite ordinary people. Every one of them was remarkable in some way, and more or less famous. Already had made a reputation and was looked upon as a celebrity, or if not yet a celebrity, gave brilliant promise of becoming one. There was an actor from the dramatic theatre, who was a great talent of established reputation, as well as an elegant, intelligent, and modest man, and a capital elocutionist. And who taught Olga Ivanovna to recite. There was a singer from the opera, a good-natured, fat man who assured Olga Ivanovna, with a sigh, that she was ruining herself. That if she would take herself in hand and not be lazy she might make a remarkable singer. Then there were several artists, and chief among them Ryabovsky, a very handsome, fair young man of 25 who painted genre pieces, animal studies, and landscapes. Was successful at exhibitions, and had sold his last picture for 500 rubles. He touched up Olga Ivanovna's sketches, and used to say she might do something. Then a violoncellist, whose instrument used to sob, and who openly declared that of all the ladies of his acquaintance the only one who could accompany him was Olga Ivanovna. Then there was a literary man, young but already well known, who had written stories, novels, and plays. Who else? Why, Vasily Vasilyich, a landowner and amateur illustrator and vignettist, with a great feeling for the old Russian style, the old ballad and epic. On paper, on china, and on smoked plates, he produced literally marvels. In the midst of this free artistic company, spoiled by fortune, though refined and modest, who recalled the existence of doctors only in times of illness, and to whom the name of Dymov sounded in no way different from Sidorov or Tarasov, in the midst of this company Dymov seemed strange, not wanted, and small, though he was tall and broad-shouldered. He looked as though he had on somebody else's coat, and his beard was like a shopman's. Though if he had been a writer or an artist, they would have said that his beard reminded them of Zola. An artist said to Olga Ivanovna that with her flaxen hair and in her wedding dress she was very much like a graceful cherry tree when it is covered all over with delicate white blossoms in spring. "Oh, let me tell you," said Olga Ivanovna, taking his arm, "how it all came to pass so suddenly. Listen, listen. I must tell you that my father was on the same staff at the hospital as Dymov. When my poor father was taken ill, Dymov watched for days and nights together at his bedside. Such self-sacrifice. Listen, Ryabovsky. You, my writer, listen, it is very interesting. Come nearer. Such self-sacrifice, such genuine sympathy. I sat up with my father, and did not sleep for nights either. And all at once, the princess had won the hero's heart, my Dymov fell head over ears in love. Really, fate is so strange at times. Well, after my father's death he came to see me sometimes, met me in the street, and one fine evening, all at once he made me an offer, like snow upon my head. I lay awake all night, crying, and fell hellishly in love myself. And here, as you see, I am his wife. There really is something strong, powerful, bear-like about him, isn't there? Now his face is turned three-quarters towards us in a bad light, but when he turns round look at his forehead. Ryabovsky, what do you say to that forehead? Dymov, we are talking about you. She called to her husband. Come here, hold out your honest hand to Ryabovsky. That's right, be friends. Dymov, with a naive and good-natured smile, held out his hand to Ryabovsky, and said. Very glad to meet you. There was a Ryabovsky in my year at the medical school. Was he a relation of yours? Chapter 2. Olga Ivanovna was 22, Dymov was 31. They got on splendidly together when they were married. Olga Ivanovna hung all her drawing-room walls with her own and other people's sketches, in frames and without frames. And near the piano and furniture arranged picturesque corners with Japanese parasols, easels, daggers, busts, photographs, and rags of many colors. In the dining room she papered the walls with peasant woodcuts, hung up bark shoes and sickles, stood in a corner a scythe and a rake, and so achieved a dining room in the Russian style. In her bedroom she draped the ceiling and the walls with dark cloths to make it like a cavern, hung a Venetian lantern over the beds, and at the door set a figure with a halberd. And everyone thought that the young people had a very charming little home. When she got up at 11 o'clock every morning, Olga Ivanovna played the piano or, if it were sunny, painted something in oils. Then between 12 and 1 she drove to her dressmaker's. As Dymov and she had very little money, only just enough, she and her dressmaker were often put to clever shifts to enable her to appear constantly in new dresses and make a sensation with them. Very often out of an old dyed dress, out of bits of tulle, lace, plush, and silk, costing nothing, perfect marvels were created, something bewitching, not a dress, but a dream. From the dressmakers Olga Ivanovna usually drove to some actress of her acquaintance to hear the latest theatrical gossip. And incidentally to try and get hold of tickets for the first night of some new play or for a benefit performance. From the actresses she had to go to some artist's studio or to some exhibition or to see some celebrity, either to pay a visit or to give an invitation or simply to have a chat. And everywhere she met with a gay and friendly welcome, and was assured that she was good, that she was sweet, that she was rare. Those whom she called great and famous received her as one of themselves, as an equal, and predicted with one voice that, with her talents, her taste, and her intelligence, she would do great things if she concentrated herself. She sang, she played the piano, she painted in oils, she carved, she took part in amateur performances. And all this not just anyhow, but all with talent, whether she made lanterns for an illumination or dressed up or tied somebody's cravat, everything she did was exceptionally graceful, artistic, and charming. But her talents showed themselves in nothing so clearly as in her faculty for quickly becoming acquainted and on intimate terms with celebrated people. No sooner did anyone become ever so little celebrated, and set people talking about him, than she made his acquaintance, got on friendly terms the same day, and invited him to her house. Every new acquaintance she made was a veritable fate for her. She adored celebrated people, was proud of them, dreamed of them every night. She craved for them, and never could satisfy her craving. The old ones departed and were forgotten, new ones came to replace them, but to these, too, she soon grew accustomed or was disappointed in them, and began eagerly seeking for fresh great men. Finding them and seeking for them again. What for? Between 4 and 5 she dined at home with her husband. His simplicity, good sense, and kind-heartedness touched her and moved her up to enthusiasm. She was constantly jumping up, impulsively hugging his head and showering kisses on it. "You are a clever, generous man, Dymov," she used to say, "but you have one very serious defect. You take absolutely no interest in art. You don't believe in music or painting. I don't understand them, he would say mildly. I have spent all my life in working at natural science and medicine, and I have never had time to take an interest in the arts. But, you know, that's awful, Dymov. Why so? Your friends don't know anything of science or medicine, but you don't reproach them with it. Everyone has his own line. I don't understand landscapes and operas, but the way I look at it is that if one set of sensible people devote their whole lives to them, and other sensible people pay immense sums for them, they must be of use. I don't understand them, but not understanding does not imply disbelieving in them. Let me shake your honest hand. After dinner Olga Ivanovna would drive off to see her friends, then to a theater or to a concert, and she returned home after midnight. So it was every day. On Wednesdays she had at-homes. At these at-homes the hostess and her guests did not play cards and did not dance, but entertained themselves with various arts. An actor from the dramatic theater recited, a singer sang, artists sketched in the albums of which Olga Ivanovna had a great number, the violoncellist played, and the hostess herself sketched, carved, sang, and played accompaniments. In the intervals between the recitations, music, and singing, they talked and argued about literature, the theater, and painting. There were no ladies, for Olga Ivanovna considered all ladies wearisome and vulgar except actresses and her dressmaker. Not one of these entertainments passed without the hostess starting at every ring at the bell, and saying, with a triumphant expression, "It is he," meaning by he, of course, some new celebrity. Dymov was not in the drawing-room, and no one remembered his existence. But exactly at 11:30 the door leading into the dining-room opened, and Dymov would appear with his good-natured, gentle smile and say, rubbing his hands, "Come to supper, gentlemen." They all went into the dining-room, and every time found on the table exactly the same things, a dish of oysters, a piece of ham or veal, sardines, cheese, caviar, mushrooms, vodka, and 2 decanters of wine. "My dear maître d'hôtel," Olga Ivanovna would say, clasping her hands with enthusiasm, "you are simply fascinating. My friends, look at his forehead. Dymov, turn your profile. Look. He has the face of a Bengal tiger and an expression as kind and sweet as a gazelle. Ah, the darling." The visitors ate, and, looking at Dymov, thought, "He really is a nice fellow." But they soon forgot about him, and went on talking about the theater, music, and painting. The young people were happy, and their life flowed on without a hitch. The third week of their honeymoon was spent, however, not quite happily, sadly, indeed. Dymov caught erysipelas in the hospital, was in bed for 6 days, and had to have his beautiful black hair cropped. Olga Ivanovna sat beside him and wept bitterly, but when he was better she put a white handkerchief on his shaven head and began to paint him as a Bedouin. And they were both in good spirits. 3 days after he had begun to go back to the hospital he had another mischance. "I have no luck, little mother," he said one day at dinner. "I had 4 dissections to do today, and I cut 2 of my fingers at one. And I did not notice it till I got home." Olga Ivanovna was alarmed. He smiled, and told her that it did not matter, and that he often cut his hands when he was dissecting. "I get absorbed, little mother, and grow careless." Olga Ivanovna dreaded symptoms of blood poisoning, and prayed about it every night, but all went well. And again life flowed on peaceful and happy, free from grief and anxiety. The present was happy, and to follow it spring was at hand, already smiling in the distance, and promising 1,000 delights. There would be no end to their happiness. In April, May and June a summer villa a good distance out of town, walks, sketching, fishing, nightingales. And then from July right on to autumn an artist's tour on the Volga, and in this tour Olga Ivanovna would take part as an indispensable member of the society. She had already had made for her 2 traveling dresses of linen, had bought paints, brushes, canvases, and a new palette for the journey. Almost every day Ryabovsky visited her to see what progress she was making in her painting. When she showed him her painting, he used to thrust his hands deep into his pockets, compress his lips, sniff, and say, Yes. That cloud of yours is screaming, it's not in the evening light. The foreground is somehow chewed up, and there is something, not the thing. And your cottage is weighed down and whines pitifully. That corner ought to have been taken more in shadow, but on the whole it is not bad, I like it. And the more incomprehensible he talked, the more readily Olga Ivanovna understood him. Chapter 3. After dinner on the second day of Trinity Week, Dymov bought some sweets and some savories and went down to the villa to see his wife. He had not seen her for a fortnight, and missed her terribly. As he sat in the train and afterwards as he looked for his villa in a big wood, he felt all the while hungry and weary, and dreamed of how he would have supper in freedom with his wife. Then tumble into bed and to sleep. And he was delighted as he looked at his parcel, in which there was caviar, cheese, and white salmon. The sun was setting by the time he found his villa and recognized it. The old servant told him that her mistress was not at home, but that most likely she would soon be in. The villa, very uninviting in appearance, with low ceilings papered with writing paper and with uneven floors full of crevices, consisted only of 3 rooms. In one there was a bed, in the second there were canvases, brushes, greasy papers, and men's overcoats and hats lying about on the chairs and in the windows. While in the third Dymov found 3 unknown men. 2 were dark-haired and had beards, the other was clean-shaven and fat, apparently an actor. There was a samovar boiling on the table. "What do you want?" asked the actor in a bass voice, looking at Dymov ungraciously. "Do you want Olga Ivanovna?" "Wait a minute, she will be here directly." Dymov sat down and waited. One of the dark-haired men, looking sleepily and listlessly at him, poured himself out a glass of tea, and asked, "Perhaps you would like some tea?" Dymov was both hungry and thirsty, but he refused tea for fear of spoiling his supper. Soon he heard footsteps and a familiar laugh. A door slammed, and Olga Ivanovna ran into the room, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and carrying a box in her hand. She was followed by Ryabovsky, rosy and good-humored, carrying a big umbrella and a campstool. "Dymov," cried Olga Ivanovna, and she flushed crimson with pleasure. "Dymov," she repeated, laying her head and both arms on his bosom. "Is that you? Why haven't you come for so long?" Why? When could I, little mother? I am always busy, and whenever I am free it always happens somehow that the train does not fit. But how glad I am to see you. I have been dreaming about you the whole night, and I was afraid you must be ill. Ah! If you only knew how sweet you are. You have come in the nick of time. You will be my salvation. You are the only person who can save me. There is to be a most original wedding here tomorrow, she went on, laughing, and tying her husband's cravat. A young telegraph clerk at the station, called Chikaldiev, is going to be married. He is a handsome young man and, well, not stupid, and there is something strong, bear-like in his face. You might paint him as a young Norman. We summer visitors take a great interest in him, and have promised to be at his wedding. He is a lonely, timid man, not well off, and of course it would be a shame not to be sympathetic to him. Fancy! The wedding will be after the service. Then we shall all walk from the church to the bride's lodgings. You see the wood, the birds singing, patches of sunlight on the grass. And all of us spots of different colors against the bright green background, very original, in the style of the French Impressionists. But, Dymov, what am I to go to the church in? Said Olga Ivanovna, and she looked as though she were going to cry. I have nothing here, literally nothing. No dress, no flowers, no gloves, you must save me. Since you have come, fate itself bids you save me. Take the keys, my precious, go home and get my pink dress from the wardrobe. You remember it. It hangs in front. Then, in the storeroom, on the floor, on the right side, you will see 2 cardboard boxes. When you open the top one you will see tulle, heaps of tulle and rags of all sorts, and under them flowers. Take out all the flowers carefully, try not to crush them, darling. I will choose among them later. And buy me some gloves. Very well, said Dymov, I will go tomorrow and send them to you. Tomorrow? Asked Olga Ivanovna, and she looked at him surprised. You won't have time tomorrow. The first train goes tomorrow at 9, and the wedding's at 11. No, darling, it must be today, it absolutely must be today. If you won't be able to come tomorrow, send them by a messenger. Come, you must run along. The passenger train will be in directly, don't miss it, darling. Very well. Oh, how sorry I am to let you go, said Olga Ivanovna, and tears came into her eyes. And why did I promise that telegraph clerk, like a silly? Dymov hurriedly drank a glass of tea, took a cracknel, and, smiling gently, went to the station. And the caviar, the cheese, and the white salmon were eaten by the 2 dark gentlemen and the fat actor. Chapter 4. On a still moonlight night in July, Olga Ivanovna was standing on the deck of a Volga steamer and looking alternately at the water and at the picturesque banks. Beside her was standing Ryabovsky, telling her the black shadows on the water were not shadows, but a dream, that it would be sweet to sink into forgetfulness, to die. To become a memory in the sight of that enchanted water with the fantastic glimmer, in sight of the fathomless sky and the mournful, dreamy shores that told of the vanity of our life and of the existence of something higher, blessed, and eternal. The past was vulgar and uninteresting, the future was trivial, and that marvelous night, unique in a lifetime, would soon be over, would blend with eternity, then, why live? And Olga Ivanovna listened alternately to Ryabovsky's voice and the silence of the night, and thought of her being immortal and never dying. The turquoise color of the water, such as she had never seen before, the sky, the riverbanks, the black shadows, and the unaccountable joy that flooded her soul. All told her that she would make a great artist, and that somewhere in the distance, in the infinite space beyond the moonlight, success, glory, the love of the people, lay awaiting her. When she gazed steadily without blinking into the distance, she seemed to see crowds of people, lights, triumphant strains of music, cries of enthusiasm, she herself in a white dress. And flowers showered upon her from all sides. She thought, too, that beside her, leaning with his elbows on the rail of the steamer, there was standing a real great man, a genius, one of God's elect. All that he had created up to the present was fine, new, and extraordinary, but what he would create in time, when with maturity his rare talent reached its full development, would be astounding. Immeasurably sublime. And that could be seen by his face, by his manner of expressing himself and his attitude to nature. He talked of shadows, of the tones of evening, of the moonlight, in a special way, in a language of his own, so that one could not help feeling the fascination of his power over nature. He was very handsome, original, and his life, free, independent, aloof from all common cares, was like the life of a bird. "It's growing cooler," said Olga Ivanovna, and she gave a shudder. Ryabovsky wrapped her in his cloak, and said mournfully, "I feel that I am in your power, I am a slave. Why are you so enchanting today?" He kept staring intently at her, and his eyes were terrible. And she was afraid to look at him. "I love you madly," he whispered, breathing on her cheek. "Say one word to me and I will not go on living, I will give up art," he muttered in violent emotion. "Love me, love." "Don't talk like that," said Olga Ivanovna, covering her eyes. "It's dreadful. How about Dymov?" "What of Dymov? Why Dymov? What have I to do with Dymov? The Volga, the moon, beauty, my love, ecstasy, and there is no such thing as Dymov." "Ah. I don't know. I don't care about the past, give me one moment, one instant." Olga Ivanovna's heart began to throb. She tried to think about her husband, but all her past, with her wedding, with Dymov, and with her "at homes," seemed to her petty, trivial, dingy, unnecessary, and far, far away. Yes, really, what of Dymov? Why Dymov? What had she to do with Dymov? Had he any existence in nature, or was he only a dream? For him, a simple and ordinary man, the happiness he has had already is enough, she thought, covering her face with her hands. Let them condemn me, let them curse me, but in spite of them all I will go to my ruin, I will go to my ruin. One must experience everything in life. My God! How terrible and how glorious! Well? Well, muttered the artist, embracing her, and greedily kissing the hands with which she feebly tried to thrust him from her. You love me? Yes? Yes? Oh, what a night! Marvelous night! Yes, what a night, she whispered, looking into his eyes, which were bright with tears. Then she looked round quickly, put her arms round him, and kissed him on the lips. We are nearing Konechmo, said someone on the other side of the deck. They heard heavy footsteps. It was a waiter from the refreshment bar. Waiter, said Olga Ivanovna, laughing and crying with happiness, bring us some wine. The artist, pale with emotion, sat on the seat, looking at Olga Ivanovna with adoring, grateful eyes. Then he closed his eyes, and said, smiling languidly, I am tired. And he leaned his head against the rail. Chapter 5. On the 2nd of September the day was warm and still, but overcast. In the early morning a light mist had hung over the Volga, and after 9 o'clock it had begun to spout with rain. And there seemed no hope of the sky clearing. Over their morning tea Ryabovsky told Olga Ivanovna that painting was the most ungrateful and boring art, that he was not an artist, that none but fools thought that he had any talent. And all at once, for no rhyme or reason, he snatched up a knife and with it scraped over his very best sketch. After his tea he sat plunged in gloom at the window and gazed at the Volga. And now the Volga was dingy, all of one even color without a gleam of light, cold-looking. Everything recalled the approach of dreary, gloomy autumn. And it seemed as though nature had removed now from the Volga the sumptuous green covers from the banks, the brilliant reflections of the sunbeams, the transparent blue distance. And all its smart gala array, and had packed it away in boxes till the coming spring, and the crows were flying above the Volga and crying tauntingly, bear, bear. Ryabovsky heard their cawing, and thought he had already gone off and lost his talent, that everything in this world was relative, conditional, and stupid. And that he ought not to have taken up with this woman. In short, he was out of humor and depressed. Olga Ivanovna sat behind the screen on the bed, and, passing her fingers through her lovely flaxen hair, pictured herself first in the drawing-room, then in the bedroom, then in her husband's study. Her imagination carried her to the theater, to the dressmaker, to her distinguished friends. Were they getting something up now? Did they think of her? The season had begun by now, and it would be time to think about her at homes. And Dymov? Dear Dymov! With what gentleness and childlike pathos he kept begging her in his letters to make haste and come home. Every month he sent her 75 rubles, and when she wrote him that she had lent the artists 100 rubles, he sent that 100 too. What a kind, generous-hearted man. The traveling wearied Olga Ivanovna, she was bored. And she longed to get away from the peasants, from the damp smell of the river, and to cast off the feeling of physical uncleanliness of which she was conscious all the time. Living in the peasants' huts and wandering from village to village. If Ryabovsky had not given his word to the artists that he would stay with them till the 20th of September, they might have gone away that very day. And how nice that would have been! My God! Moaned Ryabovsky. Will the sun ever come out? I can't go on with a sunny landscape without the sun. But you have a sketch with a cloudy sky, said Olga Ivanovna, coming from behind the screen. Do you remember, in the right foreground forest trees, on the left a herd of cows and geese? You might finish it now. the artist scowled. Finish it. Can you imagine I am such a fool that I don't know what I want to do? How you have changed to me, sighed Olga Ivanovna. Well, a good thing too. Olga Ivanovna's face quivered, she moved away to the stove and began to cry. Well, that's the last straw, crying. Give over. I have 1,000 reasons for tears, but I am not crying. 1,000 reasons, cried Olga Ivanovna. The chief one is that you are weary of me. Yes, she said, and broke into sobs. If one is to tell the truth, you are ashamed of our love. You keep trying to prevent the artists from noticing it, though it is impossible to conceal it, and they have known all about it for ever so long. Olga, one thing I beg you, said the artist in an imploring voice, laying his hand on his heart, one thing, don't worry me. I want nothing else from you. But swear that you love me still. This is agony, the artist hissed through his teeth, and he jumped up. It will end by my throwing myself in the Volga or going out of my mind. Let me alone. Come, kill me, cried Olga Ivanovna. Kill me. She sobbed again, and went behind the screen. There was a swish of rain on the straw thatch of the hut. Ryabovsky clutched his head and strode up and down the hut. Then with a resolute face, as though bent on proving something to somebody, put on his cap, slung his gun over his shoulder, and went out of the hut. After he had gone, Olga Ivanovna lay a long time on the bed, crying. At first she thought it would be a good thing to poison herself, so that when Ryabovsky came back he would find her dead. Then her imagination carried her to her drawing room, to her husband's study, and she imagined herself sitting motionless beside Dymov and enjoying the physical peace and cleanliness. And in the evening sitting in the theater, listening to Mazzini. And a yearning for civilization, for the noise and bustle of the town, for celebrated people sent a pang to her heart. A peasant woman came into the hut and began in a leisurely way lighting the stove to get the dinner. There was a smell of charcoal fumes, and the air was filled with bluish smoke. The artists came in muddy high boots and with faces wet with rain, examined their sketches, and comforted themselves by saying that the Volga had its charms even in bad weather. On the wall the cheap clock went tick-tick-tick. The flies, feeling chilled, crowded round the icon in the corner, buzzing, and one could hear the cockroaches scurrying about among the thick portfolios under the seats. Ryabovsky came home as the sun was setting. He flung his cap on the table, and, without removing his muddy boots, sank pale and exhausted on the bench and closed his eyes. I am tired, he said, and twitched his eyebrows, trying to raise his eyelids. To be nice to him and to show she was not cross, Olga Ivanovna went up to him, gave him a silent kiss, and passed the comb through his fair hair. She meant to comb it for him. What's that? He said, starting as though something cold had touched him, and he opened his eyes. What is it? Please let me alone. He thrust her off, and moved away. And it seemed to her that there was a look of aversion and annoyance on his face. At that time the peasant woman cautiously carried him, in both hands, a plate of cabbage soup. And Olga Ivanovna saw how she wetted her fat fingers in it. And the dirty peasant woman, standing with her body thrust forward, and the cabbage soup which Ryabovsky began eating greedily, and the hut, and their whole way of life, which she at first had so loved for its simplicity and artistic disorder, seemed horrible to her now. She suddenly felt insulted, and said coldly, "We must part for a time, or else from boredom we shall quarrel in earnest. I am sick of this, I am going today." Going how? Astride on a broomstick? Today is Thursday, so the steamer will be here at 9:30. Yes, yes. Well, go, then, Ryabovsky said softly, wiping his mouth with a towel instead of a dinner napkin. You are dull and have nothing to do here, and one would have to be a great egoist to try and keep you. Go home, and we shall meet again after the 20th. Olga Ivanovna packed in good spirits. Her cheeks positively glowed with pleasure. Could it really be true, she asked herself, that she would soon be writing in her drawing room and sleeping in her bedroom, and dining with a cloth on the table? A weight was lifted from her heart, and she no longer felt angry with the artist. "My paints and brushes I will leave with you, Ryabovsky," she said. "You can bring what's left. Mind, now, don't be lazy here when I am gone, don't mope, but work. You are such a splendid fellow, Ryabovsky." At 10 o'clock Ryabovsky gave her a farewell kiss, in order, as she thought, to avoid kissing her on the steamer before the artists, and went with her to the landing stage. The steamer soon came up and carried her away. She arrived home 2.5 days later. Breathless with excitement, she went, without taking off her hat or waterproof, into the drawing room and thence into the dining room. Dymov, with his waistcoat unbuttoned and no coat, was sitting at the table sharpening a knife on a fork. Before him lay a grouse on a plate. As Olga Ivanovna went into the flat, she was convinced that it was essential to hide everything from her husband, and that she would have the strength and skill to do so. But now, when she saw his broad, mild, happy smile, and shining, joyful eyes, she felt that to deceive this man was as vile, as revolting, and as impossible and out of her power as to bear false witness, to steal, or to kill, and in a flash she resolved to tell him all that had happened. Letting him kiss and embrace her, she sank down on her knees before him and hid her face. What is it, little mother?" he asked tenderly. "Were you homesick?" She raised her face, red with shame, and gazed at him with a guilty and imploring look, but fear and shame prevented her from telling him the truth. "Nothing," she said, "it's just nothing." "Let us sit down," he said, raising her and seating her at the table. "That's right, eat the grouse. You are starving, poor darling." She eagerly breathed in the atmosphere of home and ate the grouse, while he watched her with tenderness and laughed with delight. Chapter 6. Apparently, by the middle of the winter Dymov began to suspect that he was being deceived. As though his conscience was not clear, he could not look his wife straight in the face, did not smile with delight when he met her, and to avoid being left alone with her, he often brought in to dinner his colleague, Korostolev, a little close-cropped man with a wrinkled face, who kept buttoning and unbuttoning his reefer jacket with embarrassment when he talked with Olga Ivanovna, and then with his right hand nipped his left mustache. At dinner the two doctors talked about the fact that a displacement of the diaphragm was sometimes accompanied by irregularities of the heart, or that a great number of neurotic complaints were met with of late, or that Dymov had the day before found a cancer of the lower abdomen while dissecting a corpse with the diagnosis of pernicious anemia. And it seemed as though they were talking of medicine to give Olga Ivanovna a chance of being silent, that is, of not lying. After dinner Korostolev sat down to the piano, while Dymov sighed and said to him, "Ek, brother, well, play something melancholy." Hunching up his shoulders and stretching his fingers wide apart, Korostolev played some chords and began singing in a tenor voice, "Show me the abode where the Russian peasant would not groan," while Dymov sighed once more, propped his head on his fist, and sank into thought. Olga Ivanovna had been extremely imprudent in her conduct of late. Every morning she woke up in a very bad humor and with the thought that she no longer cared for Ryabovsky, and that, thank God, it was all over now. But as she drank her coffee she reflected that Ryabovsky had robbed her of her husband, and that now she was left with neither her husband nor Ryabovsky. Then she remembered talks she had heard among her acquaintances of a picture Ryabovsky was preparing for the exhibition, something striking, a mixture of genre and landscape, in the style of Polyanov, about which everyone who had been into his studio went into raptures. And this, of course, she mused, he had created under her influence, and altogether, thanks to her influence, he had greatly changed for the better. Her influence was so beneficent and essential that if she were to leave him he might perhaps go to ruin. And she remembered, too, that the last time he had come to see her in a greatcoat with flecks on it and a new tie, he had asked her languidly, "Am I beautiful?" And with his elegance, his long curls, and his blue eyes, he really was very beautiful, or perhaps it only seemed so, and he had been affectionate to her. Considering and remembering many things, Olga Ivanovna dressed and in great agitation drove to Ryabovsky's studio. She found him in high spirits, and enchanted with his really magnificent picture. He was dancing about and playing the fool and answering serious questions with jokes. Olga Ivanovna was jealous of the picture and hated it, but from politeness she stood before the picture for 5 minutes in silence, and, heaving a sigh, as though before a holy shrine, said softly, "Yes, you have never painted anything like it before. Do you know, it is positively awe-inspiring?" And then she began beseeching him to love her and not to cast her off, to have pity on her in her misery and her wretchedness. She shed tears, kissed his hands, insisted on his swearing that he loved her, told him that without her good influence he would go astray and be ruined. And, when she had spoilt his good humor, feeling herself humiliated, she would drive off to her dressmaker or to an actress of her acquaintance to try and get theater tickets. If she did not find him at his studio, she left a letter in which she swore that if he did not come to see her that day she would poison herself. He was scared, came to see her, and stayed to dinner. Regardless of her husband's presence, he would say rude things to her, and she would answer him in the same way. Both felt they were a burden to each other, that they were tyrants and enemies, and were wrathful, and in their wrath did not notice that their behavior was unseemly, and that even Korostelev, with his close-cropped head, saw it all. After dinner Ryabovsky made haste to say goodbye and get away. "Where are you off to?" Olga Ivanovna would ask him in the hall, looking at him with hatred. Scowling and screwing up his eyes, he mentioned some lady of their acquaintance, and it was evident that he was laughing at her jealousy and wanted to annoy her. She went to her bedroom and lay down on her bed. From jealousy, anger, a sense of humiliation and shame, she bit the pillow and began sobbing aloud. Dymov left Korostelev in the drawing-room, went into the bedroom, and with a desperate and embarrassed face said softly, "Don't cry so loud, little mother, there's no need. You must be quiet about it. You must not let people see. You know what is done, and can't be mended." Not knowing how to ease the burden of her jealousy, which actually set her temples throbbing with pain, and thinking still that things might be set right, she would wash, powder her tear-stained face, and fly off to the lady mentioned. Not finding Ryabovsky with her, she would drive off to a second, then to a third. At first she was ashamed to go about like this, but afterward she got used to it. And it would happen that in one evening she would make the round of all her female acquaintances in search of Ryabovsky, and they all understood it. One day she said to Ryabovsky of her husband, "That man crushes me with his magnanimity." This phrase pleased her so much that when she met the artists who knew of her affair with Ryabovsky she said every time of her husband, with a vigorous movement of her arm, "That man crushes me with his magnanimity." Their manner of life was the same as it had been the year before. On Wednesdays they were at home, an actor recited, the artist sketched. The violoncellist played, a singer sang, and invariably at 11:30 the door leading to the dining room opened and Dymov, smiling, said, "Come to supper, gentlemen." As before, Olga Ivanovna hunted celebrities, found them, was not satisfied, and went in pursuit of fresh ones. As before, she came back late every night. But now Dymov was not, as last year, asleep, but sitting in his study at work of some sort. He went to bed at 3 o'clock and got up at 8. One evening when she was getting ready to go to the theater and standing before the pier glass, Dymov came into her bedroom, wearing his dress coat and a white tie. He was smiling gently and looked into his wife's face joyfully, as in old days. His face was radiant. "I have just been defending my thesis," he said, sitting down and smoothing his knees. "Defending?" asked Olga Ivanovna. Oh, he laughed, and he craned his neck to see his wife's face in the mirror, for she was still standing with her back to him, doing up her hair. Oh, he repeated, Do you know it's very possible they may offer me the readership in general pathology? It seems like it. It was evident from his beaming, blissful face that if Olga Ivanovna had shared with him his joy and triumph he would have forgiven her everything, both the present and the future. And would have forgotten everything, but she did not understand what was meant by a readership or by general pathology. Besides, she was afraid of being late for the theatre, and she said nothing. He sat there another 2 minutes, and with a guilty smile went away. Chapter 7. It had been a very troubled day. Dymov had a very bad headache, he had no breakfast, and did not go to the hospital, but spent the whole time lying on his sofa in the study. Olga Ivanovna went as usual at midday to see Ryabovsky, to show him her still-life sketch, and to ask him why he had not been to see her the evening before. The sketch seemed to her worthless, and she had painted it only in order to have an additional reason for going to the artist. She went in to him without ringing, and as she was taking off her galoshes in the entry she heard a sound as of something running softly in the studio, with a feminine rustle of skirts. And as she hastened to peep in she caught a momentary glimpse of a bit of brown petticoat, which vanished behind a big picture draped, together with the easel, with black calico, to the floor. There could be no doubt that a woman was hiding there. How often Olga Ivanovna herself had taken refuge behind that picture. Ryabovsky, evidently much embarrassed, held out both hands to her, as though surprised at her arrival, and said with a forced smile, "Aha! Very glad to see you. Anything nice to tell me?" Olga Ivanovna's eyes filled with tears. She felt ashamed and bitter, and would not for 1,000,000 rubles have consented to speak in the presence of the outsider, the rival, the deceitful woman who was standing now behind the picture. And probably giggling malignantly. "I have brought you a sketch," she said timidly in a thin voice, and her lips quivered. "Nature mort. Ah. A sketch?" The artist took the sketch in his hands, and as he examined it walked, as it were mechanically, into the other room. Olga Ivanovna followed him humbly. "Nature mort, first-rate sort," he muttered, falling into rhyme. "Kurort, sport, port." From the studio came the sound of hurried footsteps and the rustle of a skirt. So she had gone. Olga Ivanovna wanted to scream aloud, to hit the artist on the head with something heavy, but she could see nothing through her tears, was crushed by her shame, and felt herself, not Olga Ivanovna. Not an artist, but a little insect. "I am tired," said the artist languidly, looking at the sketch and tossing his head as though struggling with drowsiness. "It's very nice, of course, but here a sketch today, a sketch last year, another sketch in a month. I wonder you are not bored with them. If I were you I should give up painting and work seriously at music or something. You're not an artist, you know, but a musician. But you can't think how tired I am. I'll tell them to bring us some tea, shall I?" He went out of the room, and Olga Ivanovna heard him give some order to his footman. To avoid farewells and explanations, and above all to avoid bursting into sobs, she ran as fast as she could, before Ryabovsky came back, to the entry, put on her galoshes, and went out into the street. Then she breathed easily, and felt she was free forever from Ryabovsky and from painting and from the burden of shame which had so crushed her in the studio. It was all over. She drove to her dressmaker's, then to see Barney, who had only arrived the day before. From Barney to a music shop, and all the time she was thinking how she would write Ryabovsky a cold, cruel letter full of personal dignity. And how in the spring or the summer she would go with Dymov to the Crimea, free herself finally from the past there, and begin a new life. On getting home late in the evening she sat down in the drawing-room, without taking off her things, to begin the letter. Ryabovsky had told her she was not an artist, and to pay him out she wrote to him now that he painted the same thing every year, and said exactly the same thing every day. That he was at a standstill, and that nothing more would come of him than had come already. She wanted to write, too, that he owed a great deal to her good influence. And that if he was going wrong it was only because her influence was paralyzed by various dubious persons like the one who had been hiding behind the picture that day. "Little mother." Dymov called from the study, without opening the door. "What is it?" "Don't come into me, but only come to the door, that's right. The day before yesterday I must have caught diphtheria at the hospital, and now I am ill. Make haste and send for Korostolev." Olga Ivanovna always called her husband by his surname, as she did all the men of her acquaintance. She disliked his Christian name, Osip, because it reminded her of the Osip in Gogol and the silly pun on his name. But now she cried, "Osip, it cannot be. Send for him." "I feel ill," Dymov said behind the door, and she could hear him go back to the sofa and lie down. "Send," she heard his voice faintly. "Good heavens!" thought Olga Ivanovna, turning chill with horror. "Why, it's dangerous." For no reason she took the candle and went into the bedroom, and there, reflecting what she must do, glanced casually at herself in the pier glass. With her pale, frightened face, in a jacket with sleeves high on the shoulders, with yellow ruches on her bosom, and with stripes running in unusual directions on her skirt, she seemed to herself horrible and disgusting. She suddenly felt poignantly sorry for Dymov, for his boundless love for her, for his young life, and even for the desolate little bed in which he had not slept for so long. And she remembered his habitual, gentle, submissive smile. She wept bitterly, and wrote an imploring letter to Korostolev. It was 2 o'clock in the night. Chapter 8. When towards 8 o'clock in the morning Olga Ivanovna, her head heavy from want of sleep and her hair unbrushed, came out of her bedroom. Looking unattractive and with a guilty expression on her face, a gentleman with a black beard, apparently the doctor, passed by her into the entry. There was a smell of drugs. Korostolev was standing near the study door, twisting his left mustache with his right hand. "Excuse me, I can't let you go in," he said surlily to Olga Ivanovna. "It's catching. Besides, it's no use, really, he is delirious, anyway." "Has he really got diphtheria?" Olga Ivanovna asked in a whisper. "People who wantonly risk infection ought to be hauled up and punished for it," muttered Korostolev, not answering Olga Ivanovna's question. "Do you know why he caught it? On Tuesday he was sucking up the mucus through a pipette from a boy with diphtheria. And what for? It was stupid. Just from folly." "Is it dangerous, very?" asked Olga Ivanovna. "Yes. They say it is the malignant form. We ought to send for Shrek really." A little red-haired man with a long nose and a Jewish accent arrived. Then a tall, stooping, shaggy individual, who looked like a head deacon, then a stout young man with a red face and spectacles. These were doctors who came to watch by turns beside their colleague. Korostolev did not go home when his turn was over, but remained and wandered about the rooms like an uneasy spirit. The maid kept getting tea for the various doctors, and was constantly running to the chemist, and there was no one to do the rooms. There was a dismal stillness in the flat. Olga Ivanovna sat in her bedroom and thought that God was punishing her for having deceived her husband. That silent, unrepining, uncomprehended creature, robbed by his mildness of all personality and will, weak from excessive kindness, had been suffering in obscurity somewhere on his sofa. And had not complained. And if he were to complain even in delirium, the doctors watching by his bedside would learn that diphtheria was not the only cause of his sufferings. They would ask Korostolev. He knew all about it, and it was not for nothing that he looked at his friend's wife with eyes that seemed to say that she was the real chief criminal and diphtheria was only her accomplice. She did not think now of the moonlight evening on the Volga, nor the words of love, nor their poetical life in the peasant's hut. She thought only that from an idle whim, from self-indulgence, she had sullied herself all over from head to foot in something filthy, sticky, which one could never wash off. "Oh, how fearfully false I've been," she thought, recalling the troubled passion she had known with Ryabovsky. Curse it all. At 4 o'clock she dined with Korostelev. He did nothing but scowl and drink red wine, and did not eat a morsel. She ate nothing, either. At 1 minute she was praying inwardly and vowing to God that if Dymov recovered she would love him again and be a faithful wife to him. Then, forgetting herself for a minute, she would look at Korostelev, and think, surely it must be dull to be a humble, obscure person, not remarkable in any way. Especially with such a wrinkled face and bad manners. Then it seemed to her that God would strike her dead that minute for not having once been in her husband's study, for fear of infection. And altogether she had a dull, despondent feeling and a conviction that her life was spoilt, and that there was no setting it right anyhow. After dinner darkness came on. When Olga Ivanovna went into the drawing-room Korostelev was asleep on the sofa, with a gold-embroidered silk cushion under his head. Ki-pua, he snored, ki-pua. And the doctors as they came to sit up and went away again did not notice this disorder. The fact that a strange man was asleep and snoring in the drawing-room, and the sketches on the walls and the exquisite decoration of the room. And the fact that the lady of the house was disheveled and untidy, all that aroused not the slightest interest now. One of the doctors chanced to laugh at something, and the laugh had a strange and timid sound that made one's heart ache. When Olga Ivanovna went into the drawing-room next time, Korostelev was not asleep, but sitting up and smoking. He has diphtheria of the nasal cavity, he said in a low voice, and the heart is not working properly now. Things are in a bad way, really. But you will send for Shrek, said Olga Ivanovna. He has been already. It was he noticed that the diphtheria had passed into the nose. What's the use of Shrek? Shrek's no use at all, really. He is Shrek, I am Korostelev, and nothing more. The time dragged on fearfully slowly. Olga Ivanovna lay down in her clothes on her bed, that had not been made all day, and sank into a doze. She dreamed that the whole flat was filled up from floor to ceiling with a huge piece of iron, and that if they could only get the iron out they would all be light-hearted and happy. Waking, she realized that it was not the iron but Dymov's illness that was weighing on her. Nature mort, port, she thought, sinking into forgetfulness again. Sport. Kurort, and what of Shrek? Shrek, Trek, Wreck. And where are my friends now? Do they know that we are in trouble? Lord, save, spare. Shrek, Trek. And again the iron was there. The time dragged on slowly, though the clock on the lower story struck frequently. And bells were continually ringing as the doctors arrived. The housemaid came in with an empty glass on a tray, and asked, "Shall I make the bed, madam?" and getting no answer, went away. The clock below struck the hour. She dreamed of the rain on the Volga, and again someone came into her bedroom, she thought a stranger. Olga Ivanovna jumped up, and recognized Korostelev. "What time is it?" she asked. "About 3. "Well, what is it?" "What, indeed? I've come to tell you he is passing." He gave a sob, sat down on the bed beside her, and wiped away the tears with his sleeve. She could not grasp it at once, but turned cold all over and began slowly crossing herself. "He is passing," he repeated in a shrill voice, and again he gave a sob. "He is dying because he sacrificed himself. What a loss for science," he said bitterly. "Compare him with all of us. He was a great man, an extraordinary man. What gifts! What hopes we all had of him." Korostelev went on, wringing his hands, "Merciful God, he was a man of science, we shall never look on his like again. Osip Dymov, what have you done, AIE, my God." Korostelev covered his face with both hands in despair, and shook his head. "And his moral force," he went on, seeming to grow more and more exasperated against someone. "Not a man, but a pure, good, loving soul, and clean as crystal. He served science and died for science. And he worked like an ox night and day, no one spared him, and with his youth and his learning he had to take a private practice and work at translations at night to pay for these vile rags. Korostelev looked with hatred at Olga Ivanovna, snatched at the sheet with both hands and angrily tore it, as though it were to blame. He did not spare himself, and others did not spare him. "Oh, what's the use of talking?" "Yes, he was a rare man," said a bass voice in the drawing-room. Olga Ivanovna remembered her whole life with him from the beginning to the end, with all its details, and suddenly she understood that he really was an extraordinary, rare, and, compared with everyone else she knew, a great man. And remembering how her father, now dead, and all the other doctors had behaved to him, she realized that they really had seen in him a future celebrity. The walls, the ceiling, the lamp, and the carpet on the floor, seemed to be winking at her sarcastically, as though they would say, "You were blind. You were blind." With a wail she flung herself out of the bedroom, dashed by some unknown man in the drawing-room, and ran into her husband's study. He was lying motionless on the sofa, covered to the waist with a quilt. His face was fearfully thin and sunken, and was of a grayish-yellow color such as is never seen in the living. Only from the forehead, from the black eyebrows and from the familiar smile, could he be recognized as Dymov. Olga Ivanovna hurriedly felt his chest, his forehead, and his hands. The chest was still warm, but the forehead and hands were unpleasantly cold, and the half-open eyes looked, not at Olga Ivanovna, but at the quilt. "Dymov," she called aloud, "Dymov." She wanted to explain to him that it had been a mistake, that all was not lost, that life might still be beautiful and happy, that he was an extraordinary, rare, great man. And that she would all her life worship him and bow down in homage and holy awe before him. "Dymov," she called him, patting him on the shoulder, unable to believe that he would never wake again. "Dymov. Dymov." In the drawing-room Korostelev was saying to the housemaid, "Why keep asking? Go to the church beadle and inquire where they live. They'll wash the body and lay it out, and do everything that is necessary." After the theater. Nadia Zelenin had just come back with her mama from the theater where she had seen a performance of Yevgeny Onegin. As soon as she reached her own room she threw off her dress, let down her hair, and in her petticoat and white dressing jacket hastily sat down to the table to write a letter like Tatyana's. "I love you," she wrote, "but you do not love me, do not love me." She wrote it and laughed. She was only 16 and did not yet love anyone. She knew that an officer called Gorny and a student called Gruzdev loved her, but now after the opera she wanted to be doubtful of their love. To be unloved and unhappy, how interesting that was. There is something beautiful, touching, and poetical about it when one loves and the other is indifferent. Onegin was interesting because he was not in love at all, and Tatyana was fascinating because she was so much in love. But if they had been equally in love with each other and had been happy, they would perhaps have seemed dull. "Leave off declaring that you love me," Nadia went on writing, thinking of Gorny. "I cannot believe it. You are very clever, cultivated, serious, you have immense talent, and perhaps a brilliant future awaits you, while I am an uninteresting girl of no importance. And you know very well that I should be only a hindrance in your life. It is true that you were attracted by me and thought you had found your ideal in me, but that was a mistake, and now you are asking yourself in despair, why did I meet that girl? And only your goodness of heart prevents you from owning it to yourself." Nadia felt sorry for herself, she began to cry, and went on. "It is hard for me to leave my mother and my brother, or I should take a nun's veil and go whither chance may lead me. And you would be left free and would love another. Oh, if I were dead!" She could not make out what she had written through her tears. Little rainbows were quivering on the table, on the floor, on the ceiling, as though she were looking through a prism. She could not write, she sank back in her easy chair and fell to thinking of Gorny. My God! How interesting, how fascinating men were. Nadia recalled the fine expression, ingratiating, guilty, and soft, which came into the officer's face when one argued about music with him. and the effort he made to prevent his voice from betraying his passion. In a society where cold haughtiness and indifference are regarded as signs of good breeding and gentlemanly bearing, one must conceal one's passions. And he did try to conceal them, but he did not succeed, and everyone knew very well that he had a passionate love of music. The endless discussions about music and the bold criticisms of people who knew nothing about it kept him always on the strain. He was frightened, timid, and silent. He played the piano magnificently, like a professional pianist, and if he had not been in the army he would certainly have been a famous musician. The tears on her eyes dried. Nadia remembered that Gorny had declared his love at a symphony concert, and again downstairs by the hat stand where there was a tremendous draught blowing in all directions. "I am very glad that you have at last made the acquaintance of Gusev, our student friend," she went on writing. "He is a very clever man, and you will be sure to like him. He came to see us yesterday and stayed till 2 o'clock. We were all delighted with him, and I regretted that you had not come. He said a great deal that was remarkable." Nadia laid her arms on the table and leaned her head on them, and her hair covered the letter. She recalled that the student, too, loved her, and that he had as much right to a letter from her as Gorny. Wouldn't it be better after all to write to Gusev? There was a stir of joy in her bosom for no reason whatever. At first the joy was small, and rolled in her bosom like an india-rubber ball. Then it became more massive, bigger, and rushed like a wave. Nadia forgot Gorny and Gusev, her thoughts were in a tangle and her joy grew and grew. From her bosom it passed into her arms and legs, and it seemed as though a light, cool breeze were breathing on her head and ruffling her hair. Her shoulders quivered with subdued laughter, the table and the lamp chimney shook, too, and tears from her eyes splashed on the letter. She could not stop laughing, and to prove to herself that she was not laughing about nothing she made haste to think of something funny. "What a funny poodle," she said, feeling as though she would choke with laughter. What a funny poodle. She thought how, after tea the evening before, Gusev had played with Maxim the poodle, and afterwards had told them about a very intelligent poodle who had run after a crow in the yard. And the crow had looked round at him and said, "Oh, you scamp." The poodle, not knowing he had to do with a learned crow, was fearfully confused and retreated in perplexity, then began barking. "No, I had better love Gusev," Nadia decided, and she tore up the letter to Gorny. She fell to thinking of the student, of his love, of her love. But the thoughts in her head insisted on flowing in all directions, and she thought about everything, about her mother, about the street, about the pencil, about the piano. She thought of them joyfully, and felt that everything was good, splendid, and her joy told her that this was not all, that in a little while it would be better still. Soon it would be spring, summer, going with her mother to Gorbiki. Gorny would come for his furlough, would walk about the garden with her and make love to her. Gusev would come too. He would play croquet and skittles with her, and would tell her wonderful things. She had a passionate longing for the garden, the darkness, the pure sky, the stars. Again her shoulders shook with laughter, and it seemed to her that there was a scent of wormwood in the room and that a twig was tapping at the window. She went to her bed, sat down, and not knowing what to do with the immense joy which filled her with yearning, she looked at the holy image hanging at the back of her bed, and said, "Oh, Lord God! Oh, Lord God!" In Exile. Old Semyon, nicknamed Kani, and a young Tatar, whom no one knew by name, were sitting on the riverbank by the campfire. The other 3 ferrymen were in the hut. Semyon, an old man of 60, lean and toothless, but broad-shouldered and still healthy-looking, was drunk. He would have gone into sleep long before, but he had a bottle in his pocket and he was afraid that the fellows in the hut would ask him for vodka. The Tatar was ill and weary, and wrapping himself up in his rags was describing how nice it was in the Simbirsk province, and what a beautiful and clever wife he had left behind at home. He was not more than 25, and now by the light of the campfire, with his pale and sick, mournful face, he looked like a boy. "To be sure, it is not paradise here," said Kani. "You can see for yourself, the water, the bare banks, clay, and nothing else. Easter has long passed and yet there is ice on the river, and this morning there was snow. It's bad. It's bad," said the Tatar, and looked round him in terror. The dark, cold river was flowing 10 paces away. It grumbled, lapped against the hollow clay banks and raced on swiftly towards the faraway sea. Close to the bank there was the dark blur of a big barge, which the ferrymen called a carbose. Far away on the further bank, lights, dying down and flickering up again, zigzagged like little snakes. They were burning last year's grass. And beyond the little snakes there was darkness again. Their little icicles could be heard knocking against the barge. It was damp and cold. The Tatar glanced at the sky. There were as many stars as at home, and the same blackness all round, but something was lacking. At home in the Simbirsk province the stars were quite different, and so was the sky. "It's bad. It's bad," he repeated. "You will get used to it," said Semyon, and he laughed. "Now you are young and foolish, the milk is hardly dry on your lips, and it seems to you in your foolishness that you are more wretched than anyone. But the time will come when you will say to yourself, 'I wish no one a better life than mine.' You look at me. Within a week the floods will be over and we shall set up the ferry. You will all go wandering off about Siberia while I shall stay and shall begin going from bank to bank. I've been going like that for 22 years, day and night. The pike and the salmon are under the water while I am on the water. And thank God for it, I want nothing, God give everyone such a life." The Tatar threw some dry twigs on the campfire, lay down closer to the blaze, and said, "My father is a sick man. When he dies my mother and wife will come here. They have promised." "And what do you want your wife and mother for?" asked Canny. "That's mere foolishness, my lad. It's the devil confounding you, damn his soul. Don't you listen to him, the cursed one. Don't let him have his way. He is at you about the women, but you spite him, say, 'I don't want them.' He is on at you about freedom, but you stand up to him and say, 'I don't want it. I want nothing, neither father nor mother, nor wife, nor freedom, nor post, nor paddock, I want nothing, damn their souls.'" Semyon took a pull at the bottle and went on. "I am not a simple peasant, not of the working class, but the son of a deacon, and when I was free I lived at Kursk. I used to wear a frock coat, and now I have brought myself to such a pass that I can sleep naked on the ground and eat grass. And I wish no one a better life. I want nothing and I am afraid of nobody, and the way I look at it is that there is nobody richer and freer than I am. When they sent me here from Russia from the first day I stuck it out. I want nothing. The devil was at me about my wife and about my home and about freedom, but I told him, I want nothing. I stuck to it, and here you see I live well, and I don't complain, and if anyone gives way to the devil and listens to him, if but once, he is lost. There is no salvation for him, he is sunk in the bog to the crown of his head and will never get out. It is not only a foolish peasant like you, but even gentlemen, well-educated people, are lost. 15 years ago they sent a gentleman here from Russia. He hadn't shared something with his brothers and had forged something in a will. They did say he was a prince or a baron, but maybe he was simply an official, who knows. Well, the gentleman arrived here, and first thing he bought himself a house and land in Muhortinsko. I want to live by my own work, says he, in the sweat of my brow, for I am not a gentleman now, says he, but a settler. Well, says I, God help you, that's the right thing. He was a young man then, busy and careful, he used to mow himself and catch fish and ride 60 miles on horseback. Only this is what happened, from the very first year he took to riding to Gerino for the post. He used to stand on my ferry and sigh, Semyon, how long it is since they sent me any money from home. You don't want money, Vasily Sergeitch, says I, what use is it to you? You cast away the past, and forget it as though it had never been at all, as though it had been a dream, and begin to live anew. Don't listen to the devil, says I. He will bring you to no good, he'll draw you into a snare. Now you want money, says I, but in a very little while you'll be wanting something else, and then more and more. If you want to be happy, says I, the chief thing is not to want anything. Yes. If, says I, if fate has wronged you and me cruelly, it's no good asking for her favor and bowing down to her, but you despise her and laugh at her, or else she will laugh at you. That's what I said to him. 2 years later I ferried him across to this side, and he was rubbing his hands and laughing. I am going to Girino to meet my wife, says he. She was sorry for me, says he, she has come. She is good and kind. And he was breathless with joy. So a day later he came with his wife. A beautiful young lady in a hat. In her arms was a baby girl. And lots of luggage of all sorts. And my Vasily Sergeich was fussing round her, he couldn't take his eyes off her and couldn't say enough in praise of her. Yes, brother Semyon, even in Siberia people can live. Oh, all right, thinks I, it will be a different tale presently. And from that time forward he went almost every week to inquire whether money had not come from Russia. He wanted a lot of money. She is losing her youth and beauty here in Siberia for my sake, says he, and sharing my bitter lot with me, and so I ought, says he, to provide her with every comfort. To make it livelier for the lady he made acquaintance with the officials and all sorts of riffraff. And of course he had to give food and drink to all that crew, and there had to be a piano and a shaggy lapdog on the sofa, plague take it. Luxury, in fact, self-indulgence. The lady did not stay with him long. How could she? The clay, the water, the cold, no vegetables for you, no fruit. All around you ignorant and drunken people and no sort of manners, and she was a spoilt lady from Petersburg or Moscow. To be sure she moped. Besides, her husband, say what you like, was not a gentleman now, but a settler, not the same rank. 3 years later, I remember, on the eve of the Assumption, there was shouting from the further bank. I went over with the ferry, and what do I see but the lady, all wrapped up, and with her a young gentleman, an official. A sledge with 3 horses. I ferried them across here, they got in and away like the wind. They were soon lost to sight. And towards morning Vasily Sergeich galloped down to the ferry. Didn't my wife come this way with a gentleman in spectacles, Semyon? She did, said I, you may look for the wind in the fields. He galloped in pursuit of them. For 5 days and nights he was riding after them. When I ferried him over to the other side afterwards, he flung himself on the ferry and beat his head on the boards of the ferry and howled. So that's how it is, says I. I laughed, and reminded him, people can live even in Siberia. And he beat his head harder than ever. Then he began longing for freedom. His wife had slipped off to Russia, and of course he was drawn there to see her and to get her away from her lover. And he took, my lad, to galloping almost every day, either to the post or the town to see the commanding officer. He kept sending in petitions for them to have mercy on him and let him go back home. And he used to say that he had spent some 200 rubles on telegrams alone. He sold his land and mortgaged his house to the Jews. He grew grey and bent, and yellow in the face, as though he was in consumption. If he talked to you he would go, key, 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 and there were tears in his eyes. He kept rushing about like this with petitions for 8 years, but now he has grown brighter and more cheerful again, he has found another whim to give way to. You see, his daughter has grown up. He looks at her, and she is the apple of his eye. And to tell the truth she is all right, good-looking, with black eyebrows and a lively disposition. Every Sunday he used to ride with her to church in Girino. They used to stand on the ferry, side by side, she would laugh and he could not take his eyes off her. Yes, Semyon, says he, people can live even in Siberia. Even in Siberia there is happiness. Look, says he, what a daughter I have got. I warrant you wouldn't find another like her for 1,000 versts round. Your daughter is all right, says I, that's true, certainly. But to myself I thought, wait a bit, the wench is young, her blood is dancing, she wants to live, and there is no life here. And she did begin to pine, my lad. She faded, and now she can hardly crawl about. Consumption. So you see what Siberian happiness is, damn its soul. You see how people can live in Siberia. He has taken to going from one doctor to another and taking them home with him. As soon as he hears that 200 or 300 miles away there is a doctor or a sorcerer, he will drive to fetch him. A terrible lot of money he spent on doctors, and to my thinking he had better have spent the money on drink. She'll die just the same. She is certain to die, and then it will be all over with him. He'll hang himself from grief or run away to Russia, that's a sure thing. He'll run away and they'll catch him, then he will be tried, sent to prison, he will have a taste of the lash. Good. Good, said the Tatar, shivering with cold. What is good? Asked Canny. His wife, his daughter. What of prison and what of sorrow, anyway, he did see his wife and his daughter. You say, want nothing. But nothing is bad. His wife lived with him 3 years, that was a gift from God. Nothing is bad, but 3 years is good. How not understand? Shivering and hesitating, with effort picking out the Russian words of which he knew but few, the Tatar said that God forbid one should fall sick and die in a strange land. And be buried in the cold and dark earth. That if his wife came to him for 1 day, even for 1 hour, that for such happiness he would be ready to bear any suffering and to thank God. Better 1 day of happiness than nothing. Then he described again what a beautiful and clever wife he had left at home. Then, clutching his head in both hands, he began crying and assuring Semyon that he was not guilty, and was suffering for nothing. His 2 brothers and an uncle had carried off a peasant's horses, and had beaten the old man till he was half dead, and the commune had not judged fairly, but had contrived a sentence by which all the 3 brothers were sent to Siberia, while the uncle, a rich man, was left at home. You will get used to it, said Semyon. The Tatar was silent, and stared with tear-stained eyes at the fire. His face expressed bewilderment and fear, as though he still did not understand why he was here in the darkness and the wet, beside strangers, and not in the Simbirsk province. Canny lay near the fire, chuckled at something, and began humming a song in an undertone. What joy has she with her father, he said a little later. He loves her and he rejoices in her, that's true, but, mate, you must mind your P's and Q's with him, he is a strict old man, a harsh old man. And young wenches don't want strictness. They want petting and ha-ha-ha. And ho-ho-ho. And scent and pomade. Yes. Ek. Life, sighed Semyon, and he got up heavily. The vodka is all gone, so it is time to sleep. I am going, my lad. Left alone, the Tatar put on more twigs, lay down and stared at the fire. He began thinking of his own village and of his wife. If his wife could only come for a month, for a day, and then if she liked she might go back again. Better a month or even a day than nothing. But if his wife kept her promise and came, what would he have to feed her on? Where could she live here? If there were not something to eat, how could she live? The Tatar asked aloud. He was paid only 10 kopecks for working all day and all night at the oar. It is true that travelers gave him tips for tea and for vodkas, but the men shared all they received among themselves, and gave nothing to the Tatar, but only laughed at him. And from poverty he was hungry, cold, and frightened. Now, when his whole body was aching and shivering, he ought to go into the hut and lie down to sleep. But he had nothing to cover him there, and it was colder than on the riverbank. Here he had nothing to cover him either, but at least he could make up the fire. In another week, when the floods were quite over and they set the ferry going, none of the ferrymen but Semyon would be wanted. And the Tatar would begin going from village to village begging for alms and for work. His wife was only 17, she was beautiful, spoilt, and shy. Could she possibly go from village to village begging alms with her face unveiled? No, it was terrible even to think of that. It was already getting light, the barge, the bushes of willow on the water, and the waves could be clearly discerned, and if one looked round there was the steep clay slope. At the bottom of it the hut thatched with dingy brown straw, and the huts of the village lay clustered higher up. The cocks were already crowing in the village. The rusty red clay slope, the barge, the river, the strange, unkind people, hunger, cold, illness, perhaps all that was not real. Most likely it was all a dream, thought the Tatar. He felt that he was asleep and heard his own snoring. Of course he was at home in the Simbursk province, and he had only to call his wife by name for her to answer. And in the next room was his mother. What terrible dreams there are, though. What are they for? The Tatar smiled and opened his eyes. What river was this, the Volga? Snow was falling. Boat! Was shouted on the further side. Boat! The Tatar woke up, and went to wake his mates and row over to the other side. The ferrymen came on to the riverbank, putting on their torn sheepskins as they walked, swearing with voices husky from sleepiness and shivering from the cold. On waking from their sleep, the river, from which came a breath of piercing cold, seemed to strike them as revolting and horrible. They jumped into the barge without hurrying themselves. The Tatar and the 3 ferrymen took the long, broad-bladed oars, which in the darkness looked like the claws of crabs. Semyon leaned his stomach against the tiller. The shout on the other side still continued, and 2 shots were fired from a revolver, probably with the idea that the ferrymen were asleep or had gone to the pothouse in the village. "All right, you have plenty of time," said Semyon in the tone of a man convinced that there was no necessity in this world to hurry, that it would lead to nothing, anyway. The heavy, clumsy barge moved away from the bank and floated between the willow bushes, and only the willows slowly moving back showed that the barge was not standing still but moving. The ferrymen swung the oars evenly in time. Semyon lay with his stomach on the tiller and, describing a semicircle in the air, flew from one side to the other. In the darkness it looked as though the men were sitting on some antediluvian animal with long paws, and were moving on it through a cold, desolate land. The land of which one sometimes dreams in nightmares. They passed beyond the willows and floated out into the open. The creak and regular splash of the oars was heard on the further shore, and a shout came, "Make haste! Make haste!" Another 10 minutes passed, and the barge banged heavily against the landing stage. "And it keeps sprinkling and sprinkling," muttered Semyon, wiping the snow from his face. "And where it all comes from God only knows." On the bank stood a thin man of medium height in a jacket lined with fox fur and in a white lambskin cap. He was standing at a little distance from his horses and not moving. He had a gloomy, concentrated expression, as though he were trying to remember something and angry with his untrustworthy memory. When Semyon went up to him and took off his cap, smiling, he said, "I am hastening to Anastasievka. My daughter's worse again, and they say that there is a new doctor at Anastasievka." They dragged the carriage onto the barge and floated back. The man whom Semyon addressed as Vasily Sergeitch stood all the time motionless, tightly compressing his thick lips and staring off into space. When his coachman asked permission to smoke in his presence he made no answer, as though he had not heard. Semyon, lying with his stomach on the tiller, looked mockingly at him and said, "Even in Siberia people can live, can live." There was a triumphant expression on Kanny's face, as though he had proved something and was delighted that things had happened as he had foretold. The unhappy helplessness of the man in the fox-skin coat evidently afforded him great pleasure. "It's muddy driving now, Vasily Sergeitch," he said when the horses were harnessed again on the bank. "You should have put off going for another fortnight, when it will be drier. Or else not have gone at all. If any good would come of your going, but as you know yourself, people have been driving about for years and years, day and night, and it's always been no use. That's the truth." Vasily Sergeitch tipped him without a word, got into his carriage and drove off. "There, he has galloped off for a doctor," said Semyon, shrinking from the cold. "But looking for a good doctor is like chasing the wind in the fields or catching the devil by the tail, plague take your soul. What a queer chap, Lord forgive me a sinner." The Tatar went up to Kani, and, looking at him with hatred and repulsion, shivering, and mixing Tatar words with his broken Russian, said, "He is good, good, but you are bad. You are bad. The gentleman is a good soul, excellent, and you are a beast, bad. The gentleman is alive, but you are a dead carcass. God created man to be alive, and to have joy and grief and sorrow. But you want nothing, so you are not alive, you are stone, clay. A stone wants nothing and you want nothing. You are a stone, and God does not love you, but he loves the gentleman." Everyone laughed. The Tatar frowned contemptuously, and with a wave of his hand wrapped himself in his rags and went to the campfire. The ferrymen and Semyon sauntered to the hut. "It's cold," said one ferryman huskily as he stretched himself on the straw with which the damp clay floor was covered. "Yes, it's not warm," another assented. "It's a dog's life." They all lay down. The door was thrown open by the wind and the snow drifted into the hut. Nobody felt inclined to get up and shut the door, they were cold, and it was too much trouble. "I am all right," said Semyon as he began to doze. "I wouldn't wish anyone a better life. You are a tough one, we all know. Even the devils won't take you." Sounds like a dog's howling came from outside. "What's that? Who's there?" "It's the Tatar crying. I say. He's a queer one." "He'll get you used to it," said Semyon, and at once fell asleep. The others were soon asleep too. The door remained unclosed. Terror. My friend's story. Dmitry Petrovich Silin had taken his degree and entered the government service in Petersburg, but at 30 he gave up his post and went in for agriculture. His farming was fairly successful, and yet it always seemed to me that he was not in his proper place, and that he would do well to go back to Petersburg. When sunburnt, grey with dust, exhausted with toil, he met me near the gates or at the entrance. And then at supper struggled with sleepiness and his wife took him off to bed as though he were a baby. Or when, overcoming his sleepiness, he began in his soft, cordial, almost imploring voice, to talk about his really excellent ideas, I saw him not as a farmer nor an agriculturist, but only as a worried and exhausted man, and it was clear to me that he did not really care for farming, but that all he wanted was for the day to be over and, thank God for it. I liked to be with him, and I used to stay on his farm for 2 or 3 days at a time. I liked his house, and his park, and his big fruit garden, and the river, and his philosophy, which was clear, though rather spiritless and rhetorical. I suppose I was fond of him on his own account, though I can't say that for certain, as I have not up to now succeeded in analyzing my feelings at that time. He was an intelligent, kind-hearted, genuine man, and not a bore, but I remember that when he confided to me his most treasured secrets and spoke of our relation to each other as friendship, it disturbed me unpleasantly, and I was conscious of awkwardness. In his affection for me there was something inappropriate, tiresome, and I should have greatly preferred commonplace friendly relations. The fact is that I was extremely attracted by his wife, Maria Sergeyevna. I was not in love with her, but I was attracted by her face, her eyes, her voice, her walk. I missed her when I did not see her for a long time, and my imagination pictured no one at that time so eagerly as that young, beautiful, elegant woman. I had no definite designs in regard to her, and did not dream of anything of the sort, yet for some reason, whenever we were left alone, I remembered that her husband looked upon me as his friend. And I felt awkward. When she played my favorite pieces on the piano or told me something interesting, I listened with pleasure, and yet at the same time for some reason the reflection that she loved her husband, that he was my friend, and that she herself looked upon me as his friend, obtruded themselves upon me, my spirits flagged, and I became listless, awkward, and dull. She noticed this change and would usually say, "You are dull without your friend. We must send out to the fields for him." And when Dmitri Petrovitch came in, she would say, "Well, here is your friend now. Rejoice." So passed a year and a half. It somehow happened one July Sunday that Dmitri Petrovitch and I, having nothing to do, drove to the big village of Klashino to buy things for supper. While we were going from one shop to another, the sun set and the evening came on, the evening which I shall probably never forget in my life. After buying cheese that smelt like soap, and petrified sausages that smelt of tar, we went to the tavern to ask whether they had any beer. Our coachman went off to the blacksmith to get our horses shod, and we told him we would wait for him near the church. We walked, talked, laughed over our purchases, while a man who was known in the district by a very strange nickname, 40 Martyrs, followed us all the while in silence with a mysterious air like a detective. This 40 Martyrs was no other than Gavril Syeverov, or more simply Gavriushka, who had been for a short time in my service as a footman and had been dismissed by me for drunkenness. He had been in Dmitri Petrovitch's service, too, and by him had been dismissed for the same vice. He was an inveterate drunkard, and indeed his whole life was as drunk and disorderly as himself. His father had been a priest and his mother of noble rank, so by birth he belonged to the privileged class. But however carefully I scrutinized his exhausted, respectful, and always perspiring face, his red beard now turning grey, his pitifully torn reefer jacket and his red shirt, I could not discover in him the faintest trace of anything we associate with privilege. He spoke of himself as a man of education, and used to say that he had been in a clerical school, but had not finished his studies there, as he had been expelled for smoking. Then he had sung in the bishop's choir and lived for 2 years in a monastery, from which he was also expelled, but this time not for smoking but for his weakness. He had walked all over 2 provinces, had presented petitions to the consistory, and to various government offices, and had been 4 times on his trial. At last, being stranded in our district, he had served as a footman, as a forester, as a kennelman, as a sexton, had married a cook who was a widow and rather a loose character, and had so hopelessly sunk into a menial position, and had grown so used to filth and dirt, that he even spoke of his privileged origin with a certain skepticism, as of some myth. At the time I am describing, he was hanging about without a job, calling himself a carrier and a huntsman, and his wife had disappeared and made no sign. From the tavern we went to the church and sat in the porch, waiting for the coachman. 40 Martyrs stood a little way off and put his hand before his mouth in order to cough in it respectfully if need be. By now it was dark. There was a strong smell of evening dampness, and the moon was on the point of rising. There were only 2 clouds in the clear starry sky exactly over our heads, one big one and one smaller. Alone in the sky they were racing after one another like mother and child, in the direction where the sunset was glowing. "What a glorious day," said Dmitri Petrovitch. In the extreme, 40 Martyrs assented, and he coughed respectfully into his hand. "How was it, Dmitri Petrovitch, you thought to visit these parts?" he asked in an ingratiating voice, evidently anxious to get up a conversation. Dmitri Petrovitch made no answer. 40 Martyrs heaved a deep sigh and said softly, not looking at us, "I suffer solely through a cause to which I must answer to Almighty God. No doubt about it, I am a hopeless and incompetent man. But believe me, on my conscience, I am without a crust of bread and worse off than a dog. Forgive me, Dmitri Petrovitch." Silan was not listening, but sat musing with his head propped on his fists. The church stood at the end of the street on the high riverbank, and through the trellis gate of the enclosure we could see the river, the water meadows on the near side of it, and the crimson glare of a camp fire about which black figures of men and horses were moving. And beyond the fire, further away, there were other lights, where there was a little village. They were singing there. On the river, and here and there on the meadows, a mist was rising. High narrow coils of mist, thick and white as milk, were trailing over the river, hiding the reflection of the stars and hovering over the willows. Every minute they changed their form, and it seemed as though some were embracing, others were bowing, others lifting up their arms to heaven with wide sleeves like priests. As though they were praying. Probably they reminded Dmitri Petrovitch of ghosts and of the dead, for he turned facing me and asked with a mournful smile. "Tell me, my dear fellow. Why is it that when we want to tell some terrible, mysterious, and fantastic story, we draw our material, not from life, but invariably from the world of ghosts and of the shadows beyond the grave? We are frightened of what we don't understand. And do you understand life? Tell me, do you understand life better than the world beyond the grave?" Dmitri Petrovitch was sitting quite close to me, so that I felt his breath upon my cheek. In the evening twilight his pale, lean face seemed paler than ever and his dark beard was black as soot. His eyes were sad, truthful, and a little frightened, as though he were about to tell me something horrible. He looked into my eyes and went on in his habitual imploring voice. "Our life and the life beyond the grave are equally incomprehensible and horrible. If anyone is afraid of ghosts he ought to be afraid, too, of me, and of those lights and of the sky, seeing that, if you come to reflect, all that is no less fantastic and beyond our grasp than apparitions from the other world. Prince Hamlet did not kill himself because he was afraid of the visions that might haunt his dreams after death. I like that famous soliloquy of his, but, to be candid, it never touched my soul. I will confess to you as a friend that in moments of depression I have sometimes pictured to myself the hour of my death. My fancy invented thousands of the gloomiest visions, and I have succeeded in working myself up to an agonizing exaltation, to a state of nightmare. And I assure you that that did not seem to me more terrible than reality. What I mean is, apparitions are terrible, but life is terrible, too. I don't understand life and I am afraid of it, my dear boy, I don't know. Perhaps I am a morbid person, unhinged. It seems to a sound, healthy man that he understands everything he sees and hears, but that seeming is lost to me, and from day to day I am poisoning myself with terror. There is a disease, the fear of open spaces, but my disease is the fear of life. When I lie on the grass and watch a little beetle which was born yesterday and understands nothing, it seems to me that its life consists of nothing else but fear, and in it I see myself. What is it exactly you are frightened of? I asked. I am afraid of everything. I am not by nature a profound thinker, and I take little interest in such questions as the life beyond the grave, the destiny of humanity, and, in fact, I am rarely carried away to the heights. What chiefly frightens me is the common routine of life from which none of us can escape. I am incapable of distinguishing what is true and what is false in my actions, and they worry me. I recognize that education and the conditions of life have imprisoned me in a narrow circle of falsity, that my whole life is nothing else than a daily effort to deceive myself and other people, and to avoid noticing it. And I am frightened at the thought that to the day of my death I shall not escape from this falsity. Today I do something and tomorrow I do not understand why I did it. I entered the service in Petersburg and took fright. I came here to work on the land, and here, too, I am frightened. I see that we know very little and so make mistakes every day. We are unjust, we slander one another and spoil each other's lives, we waste all our powers on trash which we do not need and which hinders us from living. And that frightens me, because I don't understand why and for whom it is necessary. I don't understand men, my dear fellow, and I am afraid of them. It frightens me to look at the peasants, and I don't know for what higher objects they are suffering and what they are living for. If life is an enjoyment, then they are unnecessary, superfluous people. If the object and meaning of life is to be found in poverty and unending, hopeless ignorance, I can't understand for whom and what this torture is necessary. I understand no one and nothing. Kindly try to understand this specimen, for instance, said Dmitri Petrovitch, pointing to 40 martyrs. Think of him. Noticing that we were looking at him, 40 martyrs coughed deferentially into his fist and said, I was always a faithful servant with good masters. But the great trouble has been spirituous liquor. If a poor fellow like me were shown consideration and given a place, would kiss the icon. My words, my bond. The sexton walked by, looked at us in amazement, and began pulling the rope. The bell, abruptly breaking upon the stillness of the evening, struck 10 with a slow and prolonged note. "It's 10 o'clock, though," said Dmitri Petrovitch. "It's time we were going." "Yes, my dear fellow," he sighed, "if only you knew how afraid I am of my ordinary everyday thoughts, in which one would have thought there should be nothing dreadful. To prevent myself thinking I distract my mind with work and try to tire myself out that I may sleep sound at night. Children, a wife, all that seems ordinary with other people. But how that weighs upon me, my dear fellow." He rubbed his face with his hands, cleared his throat, and laughed. "If I could only tell you how I have played the fool in my life," he said. "They all tell me that I have a sweet wife, charming children, and that I am a good husband and father. They think I am very happy and envy me. But since it has come to that, I will tell you in secret, my happy family life is only a grievous misunderstanding, and I am afraid of it." His pale face was distorted by a wry smile. He put his arm round my waist and went on in an undertone. "You are my true friend, I believe in you and have a deep respect for you. Heaven gave us friendship that we may open our hearts and escape from the secrets that weigh upon us. Let me take advantage of your friendly feeling for me and tell you the whole truth. My home life, which seems to you so enchanting, is my chief misery and my chief terror. I got married in a strange and stupid way. I must tell you that I was madly in love with Masha before I married her, and was courting her for 2 years. I asked her to marry me 5 times, and she refused me because she did not care for me in the least. The 6th, when burning with passion I crawled on my knees before her and implored her to take a beggar and marry me, she consented. What she said to me was, 'I don't love you, but I will be true to you.' I accepted that condition with rapture. At the time I understood what that meant, but I swear to God I don't understand it now. I don't love you, but I will be true to you. What does that mean? It's a fog, a darkness. I love her now as intensely as I did the day we were married, while she, I believe, is as indifferent as ever, and I believe she is glad when I go away from home. I don't know for certain whether she cares for me or not, I don't know. But, as you see, we live under the same roof, call each other thou, sleep together, have children, our property is in common. What does it mean, what does it mean? What is the object of it? And do you understand it at all, my dear fellow? It's cruel torture. Because I don't understand our relations, I hate, sometimes her, sometimes myself, sometimes both at once. Everything is in a tangle in my brain, I torment myself and grow stupid. And as though to spite me, she grows more beautiful every day, she is getting more wonderful. I fancy her hair is marvelous, and her smile is like no other woman's. I love her, and I know that my love is hopeless. Hopeless love for a woman by whom one has 2 children. Is that intelligible? And isn't it terrible? Isn't it more terrible than ghosts? He was in the mood to have talked on a good deal longer, but luckily we heard the coachman's voice. Our horses had arrived. We got into the carriage, and 40 Martyrs, taking off his cap, helped us both into the carriage with an expression that suggested that he had long been waiting for an opportunity to come in contact with our precious persons. "Dmitri Petrovitch, let me come to you," he said, blinking furiously and tilting his head on one side. "Show divine mercy. I am dying of hunger." "Very well," said Sillin. "Come, you shall stay 3 days, and then we shall see." "Certainly, sir," said 40 Martyrs, overjoyed. "I'll come today, sir." It was a 5 miles drive home. Dmitri Petrovitch, glad that he had at last opened his heart to his friend, kept his arm round my waist all the way. And speaking now, not with bitterness and not with apprehension, but quite cheerfully, told me that if everything had been satisfactory in his home life, he should have returned to Petersburg and taken up scientific work there. The movement which had driven so many gifted young men into the country was, he said, a deplorable movement. We had plenty of rye and wheat in Russia, but absolutely no cultured people. The strong and gifted among the young ought to take up science, art, and politics. To act otherwise meant being wasteful. He generalized with pleasure and expressed regret that he would be parting from me early next morning, as he had to go to a sale of timber. And I felt awkward and depressed, and it seemed to me that I was deceiving the man. And at the same time it was pleasant to me. I gazed at the immense crimson moon which was rising, and pictured the tall, graceful, fair woman, with her pale face, always well-dressed and fragrant with some special scent, rather like musk. And for some reason it pleased me to think she did not love her husband. On reaching home, we sat down to supper. Maria Sergeyevna, laughing, regaled us with our purchases, and I thought that she certainly had wonderful hair and that her smile was unlike any other woman's. I watched her, and I wanted to detect in every look and movement that she did not love her husband, and I fancied that I did see it. Dmitri Petrovitch was soon struggling with sleep. After supper he sat with us for 10 minutes and said, "Do as you please, my friends, but I have to be up at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Excuse my leaving you." He kissed his wife tenderly, pressed my hand with warmth and gratitude, and made me promise that I would certainly come the following week. That he might not oversleep next morning, he went to spend the night in the lodge. Maria Sergeyevna always sat up late, in the Petersburg fashion, and for some reason on this occasion I was glad of it. "And now," I began when we were left alone, "and now you'll be kind and play me something." I felt no desire for music, but I did not know how to begin the conversation. She sat down to the piano and played, I don't remember what. I sat down beside her and looked at her plump white hands and tried to read something on her cold, indifferent face. Then she smiled at something and looked at me. "You are dull without your friend," she said. I laughed. "It would be enough for friendship to be here once a month, but I turn up oftener than once a week." Saying this, I got up and walked from one end of the room to the other. She too got up and walked away to the fireplace. "What do you mean to say by that?" she said, raising her large, clear eyes and looking at me. I made no answer. "What you say is not true," she went on, after a moment's thought. "You only come here on account of Dmitri Petrovitch. Well, I am very glad. One does not often see such friendships nowadays." "Aha!" I thought, and, not knowing what to say, I asked, "Would you care for a turn in the garden?" I went out upon the veranda. Nervous shudders were running over my head and I felt chilly with excitement. I was convinced now that our conversation would be utterly trivial, and that there was nothing particular we should be able to say to one another, but that night. What I did not dare to dream of was bound to happen, that it was bound to be that night or never. "What lovely weather!" I said aloud. "It makes absolutely no difference to me," she answered. I went into the drawing room. Maria Sergeyevna was standing, as before, near the fireplace, with her hands behind her back, looking away and thinking of something. "Why does it make no difference to you?" I asked. "Because I am bored." "You are only bored without your friend, but I am always bored. However, that is of no interest to you." I sat down to the piano and struck a few chords, waiting to hear what she would say. "Please don't stand on ceremony," she said, looking angrily at me, and she seemed as though on the point of crying with vexation. "If you are sleepy, go to bed. Because you are Dmitri Petrovitch's friend, you are not in duty bound to be bored with his wife's company. I don't want a sacrifice. Please go." I did not, of course, go to bed. She went out on the veranda while I remained in the drawing room and spent 5 minutes turning over the music. Then I went out, too. We stood close together in the shadow of the curtains, and below us were the steps bathed in moonlight. The black shadows of the trees stretched across the flower beds and the yellow sand of the paths. "I shall have to go away tomorrow, too," I said. "Of course, if my husband's not at home you can't stay here," she said sarcastically. "I can imagine how miserable you would be if you were in love with me. Wait a bit, one day I shall throw myself on your neck. I shall see with what horror you will run away from me. That would be interesting." Her words and her pale face were angry, but her eyes were full of tender passionate love. I already looked upon this lovely creature as my property, and then for the first time I noticed that she had golden eyebrows, exquisite eyebrows. I had never seen such eyebrows before. The thought that I might at once press her to my heart, caress her, touch her wonderful hair, seemed to me such a miracle that I laughed and shut my eyes. "It's bedtime now." "A peaceful night," she said. "I don't want a peaceful night," I said, laughing, following her into the drawing room. "I shall curse this night if it is a peaceful one." Pressing her hand, and escorting her to the door, I saw by her face that she understood me, and was glad that I understood her, too. I went to my room. Near the books on the table lay Dmitri Petrovitch's cap, and that reminded me of his affection for me. I took my stick and went out into the garden. The mist had risen here, too, and the same tall, narrow, ghostly shapes which I had seen earlier on the river were trailing round the trees and bushes and wrapping about them. What a pity I could not talk to them. In the extraordinarily transparent air, each leaf, each drop of dew stood out distinctly. It was all smiling at me in the stillness, half asleep, and as I passed the green seats I recalled the words in some play of Shakespeare's, "How sweetly falls the moonlight on yon seat." There was a mound in the garden. I went up it and sat down. I was tormented by a delicious feeling. I knew for certain that in a moment I should hold in my arms, should press to my heart her magnificent body, should kiss her golden eyebrows. And I wanted to disbelieve it, to tantalize myself, and was sorry that she had cost me so little trouble and had yielded so soon. But suddenly I heard heavy footsteps. A man of medium height appeared in the avenue, and I recognized him at once as 40 Martyrs. He sat down on the bench and heaved a deep sigh, then crossed himself 3 times and lay down. A minute later he got up and lay on the other side. The gnats and the dampness of the night prevented his sleeping. "Oh, life," he said. "Wretched, bitter life." Looking at his bent, wasted body and hearing his heavy, noisy sighs, I thought of an unhappy, bitter life of which the confession had been made to me that day. And I felt uneasy and frightened at my blissful mood. I came down the knoll and went to the house. Life, as he thinks, is terrible, I thought, so don't stand on ceremony with it, bend it to your will, and until it crushes you, snatch all you can wring from it. Maria Sergeyevna was standing on the veranda. I put my arms round her without a word, and began greedily kissing her eyebrows, her temples, her neck. In my room she told me she had loved me for a long time, more than a year. She vowed eternal love, cried and begged me to take her away with me. I repeatedly took her to the window to look at her face in the moonlight, and she seemed to me a lovely dream, and I made haste to hold her tight to convince myself of the truth of it. It was long since I had known such raptures. Yet somewhere far away at the bottom of my heart I felt an awkwardness, and I was ill at ease. In her love for me there was something incongruous and burdensome, just as in Dmitri Petrovitch's friendship. It was a great, serious passion with tears and vows, and I wanted nothing serious in it, no tears, no vows, no talk of the future. Let that moonlight night flash through our lives like a meteor and, basta. At 3 o'clock she went out of my room, and, while I was standing in the doorway, looking after her, at the end of the corridor Dmitri Petrovitch suddenly made his appearance. She started and stood aside to let him pass, and her whole figure was expressive of repulsion. He gave a strange smile, coughed, and came into my room. "I forgot my cap here yesterday," he said without looking at me. He found it and, holding it in both hands, put it on his head. Then he looked at my confused face, at my slippers, and said in a strange, husky voice unlike his own. I suppose it must be my fate that I should understand nothing. If you understand anything, I congratulate you. It's all darkness before my eyes. And he went out, clearing his throat. Afterwards from the window I saw him by the stable, harnessing the horses with his own hands. His hands were trembling, he was in nervous haste and kept looking round at the house. Probably he was feeling terror. Then he got into the gig, and, with a strange expression as though afraid of being pursued, lashed the horses. Shortly afterwards I set off, too. The sun was already rising, and the mist of the previous day clung timidly to the bushes and the hillocks. On the box of the carriage was sitting 40 martyrs. He had already succeeded in getting drunk and was muttering tipsy nonsense. I am a free man, he shouted to the horses. Ah, my honeys, I am a nobleman in my own right, if you care to know. The terror of Dmitri Petrovitch, the thought of whom I could not get out of my head, infected me. I thought of what had happened and could make nothing of it. I looked at the rooks, and it seemed so strange and terrible that they were flying. Why have I done this? I kept asking myself in bewilderment and despair. Why has it turned out like this and not differently? To whom and for what was it necessary that she should love me in earnest, and that he should come into my room to fetch his cap? What had a cap to do with it? I set off for Petersburg that day, and I have not seen Dmitri Petrovitch nor his wife since. I am told that they are still living together. Neighbours. Pyotr Mihalich Ivashin was very much out of humor. His sister, a young girl, had gone away to live with Vlasich, a married man. To shake off the despondency and depression which pursued him at home and in the fields, he called to his aid his sense of justice, his genuine and noble ideas. He had always defended free love. But this was of no avail, and he always came back to the same conclusion as their foolish old nurse, that his sister had acted wrongly and that Vlasich had abducted his sister. And that was distressing. His mother did not leave her room all day long. The old nurse kept sighing and speaking in whispers. His aunt had been on the point of taking her departure every day, and her trunks were continually being brought down to the hall and carried up again to her room. In the house, in the yard, and in the garden it was as still as though there were someone dead in the house. His aunt, the servants, and even the peasants, so it seemed to Pyotr Mihalich, looked at him enigmatically and with perplexity, as though they wanted to say, "Your sister has been seduced. Why are you doing nothing?" And he reproached himself for inactivity, though he did not know precisely what action he ought to have taken. So passed 6 days. On the 7th, it was Sunday afternoon, a messenger on horseback brought a letter. The address was in a familiar feminine handwriting, her Exile. Anna Nikolaevna Ivashin. Pyotr Mihalich fancied that there was something defiant, provocative, in the handwriting and in the abbreviation Exile. And advanced ideas in women are obstinate, ruthless, cruel. She'd rather die than make any concession to her unhappy mother, or beg her forgiveness, thought Pyotr Mihalich, as he went to his mother with the letter. His mother was lying on her bed, dressed. Seeing her son, she rose impulsively, and straightening her grey hair, which had fallen from under her cap, asked quickly, "What is it? What is it?" "This has come," said her son, giving her the letter. Zina's name, and even the pronoun she, was not uttered in the house. Zina was spoken of impersonally, "This has come, gone away," and so on. The mother recognized her daughter's handwriting, and her face grew ugly and unpleasant, and her grey hair escaped again from her cap. "No," she said, with a motion of her hands, as though the letter scorched her fingers. "No, no, never. Nothing would induce me." The mother broke into hysterical sobs of grief and shame. She evidently longed to read the letter, but her pride prevented her. Pyotr Mihalich realized that he ought to open the letter himself and read it aloud, but he was overcome by anger such as he had never felt before. He ran out into the yard and shouted to the messenger. "Say there will be no answer. There will be no answer. Tell them that, you beast!" And he tore up the letter. Then tears came into his eyes, and feeling that he was cruel, miserable, and to blame, he went out into the fields. He was only 27, but he was already stout. He dressed like an old man in loose, roomy clothes, and suffered from asthma. He already seemed to be developing the characteristics of an elderly country bachelor. He never fell in love, never thought of marriage, and loved no one but his mother, his sister, his old nurse, and the gardener, Vasilich. He was fond of good fare, of his nap after dinner, and of talking about politics and exalted subjects. He had in his day taken his degree at the university. But he now looked upon his studies as though in them he had discharged a duty incumbent upon young men between the ages of 18 and 25. At any rate, the ideas which now strayed every day through his mind had nothing in common with the university or the subjects he had studied there. In the fields it was hot and still, as though rain were coming. It was steaming in the wood, and there was a heavy fragrant scent from the pines and rotting leaves. Pyotr Mihalich stopped several times and wiped his wet brow. He looked at his winter corn and his spring oats, walked round the clover field, and twice drove away a partridge with its chicks which had strayed in from the wood. And all the while he was thinking that this insufferable state of things could not go on forever, and that he must end it one way or another. End it stupidly, madly, but he must end it. But how? What can I do? He asked himself, and looked imploringly at the sky and at the trees, as though begging for their help. But the sky and the trees were mute. His noble ideas were no help, and his common sense whispered that the agonizing question could have no solution but a stupid one. And that today's scene with the messenger was not the last one of its kind. It was terrible to think what was in store for him. As he returned home the sun was setting. By now it seemed to him that the problem was incapable of solution. He could not accept the accomplished fact, and he could not refuse to accept it, and there was no intermediate course. When, taking off his hat and fanning himself with his handkerchief, he was walking along the road, and had only another mile and a half to go before he would reach home, he heard bells behind him. It was a very choice and successful combination of bells, which gave a clear crystal note. No one had such bells on his horses but the police captain, Medovsky, formerly an officer in the hussars, a man in broken-down health, who had been a great rake and spendthrift, and was a distant relation of Pyotr Mihalich. He was like one of the family at the Ivashins and had a tender, fatherly affection for Zina, as well as a great admiration for her. "I was coming to see you," he said, overtaking Pyotr Mihalich. "Get in, I'll give you a lift." He was smiling and looked cheerful. Evidently he did not yet know that Zina had gone to live with Vlasich. Perhaps he had been told of it already, but did not believe it. Pyotr Mihalich felt in a difficult position. "You are very welcome," he muttered, blushing till the tears came into his eyes, and not knowing how to lie or what to say. "I am delighted," he went on, trying to smile, "but Zina is away and mother is ill." "How annoying," said the police captain, looking pensively at Pyotr Mihalich. "And I was meaning to spend the evening with you. Where has Zinaida Mihailovna gone?" "To the Sinitskys, and I believe she meant to go from there to the monastery." "I don't quite know." The police captain talked a little longer and then turned back. Pyotr Mihalich walked home, and thought with horror what the police captain's feelings would be when he learned the truth. And Pyotr Mihalich imagined his feelings, and actually experiencing them himself, went into the house. "Lord help us," he thought, "Lord help us." At evening tea the only one at the table was his aunt. As usual, her face wore the expression that seemed to say that though she was a weak, defenseless woman, she would allow no one to insult her. Pyotr Mihalich sat down at the other end of the table. He did not like his aunt, and began drinking tea in silence. "Your mother has had no dinner again today," said his aunt. "You ought to do something about it, Petrusha. Starving oneself is no help in sorrow." It struck Pyotr Mihalich as absurd that his aunt should meddle in other people's business and should make her departure depend on Zina's having gone away. He was tempted to say something rude to her, but restrained himself. And as he restrained himself he felt the time had come for action, and that he could not bear it any longer. Either he must act at once or fall on the ground, and scream and bang his head upon the floor. He pictured Vlasic and Zina, both of them progressive and self-satisfied, kissing each other somewhere under a maple tree. And all the anger and bitterness that had been accumulating in him for the last 7 days fastened upon Vlasic. One has seduced and abducted my sister, he thought, another will come and murder my mother, a third will set fire to the house and sack the place. And all this under the mask of friendship, lofty ideas, unhappiness. No, it shall not be. Pyotr Mihalich cried suddenly, and he brought his fist down on the table. He jumped up and ran out of the dining room. In the stable the steward's horse was standing ready saddled. He got on it and galloped off to Vlasic. There was a perfect tempest within him. He felt a longing to do something extraordinary, startling, even if he had to repent of it all his life afterwards. Should he call Vlasic a blackguard, slap him in the face, and then challenge him to a duel? But Vlasic was not one of those men who do fight duels. Being called a blackguard and slapped in the face would only make him more unhappy, and would make him shrink into himself more than ever. These unhappy, defenseless people are the most insufferable, the most tiresome creatures in the world. They can do anything with impunity. When the luckless man responds to well-deserved reproach by looking at you with eyes full of deep and guilty feeling, and with a sickly smile bends his head submissively. Even justice itself could not lift its hand against him. No matter. I'll horsewhip him before her eyes and tell him what I think of him, Pyotr Mihalich decided. He was riding through his wood and wasteland, and he imagined Zina would try to justify her conduct by talking about the rights of women and individual freedom. And about there being no difference between legal marriage and free union. Like a woman, she would argue about what she did not understand. And very likely at the end she would ask, "How do you come in? What right have you to interfere?" "No, I have no right," muttered Pyotr Mihalich. "But so much the better. The harsher I am, the less right I have to interfere, the better." It was sultry. Clouds of gnats hung over the ground and in the waste places the peewits called plaintively. Everything betokened rain, but he could not see a cloud in the sky. Pyotr Mihalich crossed the boundary of his estate and galloped over a smooth, level field. He often went along this road and knew every bush, every hollow in it. What now in the far distance looked in the dusk like a dark cliff was a red church. He could picture it all down to the smallest detail, even the plaster on the gate and the calves that were always grazing in the church enclosure. 3/4 of a mile to the right of the church there was a copse like a dark blur, it was Count Koltunovich's. And beyond the church Vlasic's estate began. From behind the church and the Count's copse a huge black storm cloud was rising, and there were ashes of white lightning. "Here it is," thought Pyotr Mihalich. "Lord help us, Lord help us." The horse was soon tired after its quick gallop, and Pyotr Mihalich was tired too. The storm cloud looked at him angrily and seemed to advise him to go home. He felt a little scared. "I will prove to them they are wrong," he tried to reassure himself. "They will say that it is free love, individual freedom, but freedom means self-control and not subjection to passion. It's not liberty but license." He reached the Count's big pond, it looked dark blue and frowning under the cloud, and a smell of damp and slime rose from it. Near the dam, 2 willows, one old and one young, drooped tenderly towards one another. Pyotr Mihalich and Vlasic had been walking near this very spot only a fortnight before, humming a student's song. Youth is wasted, life is not, when the heart is cold and loveless. A wretched song. It was thundering as Pyotr Mihalich rode through the copse, and the trees were bending and rustling in the wind. He had to make haste. It was only 3/4 of a mile through a meadow from the copse to Vlasic's house. Here there were old birch trees on each side of the road. They had the same melancholy and unhappy air as their owner Vlasic, and looked as tall and lanky as he. Big drops of rain pattered on the birches and on the grass. The wind had suddenly dropped, and there was a smell of wet earth and poplars. Before him he saw Vlasic's fence with a row of yellow acacias, which were tall and lanky too. Where the fence was broken he could see the neglected orchard. Pyotr Mihalich was not thinking now of the horsewhip or of a slap in the face, and did not know what he would do at Vlasic's. He felt nervous. He felt frightened on his own account and on his sister's, and was terrified at the thought of seeing her. How would she behave with her brother? What would they both talk about? And had he not better go back before it was too late? As he made these reflections, he galloped up the avenue of lime trees to the house, rode round the big clumps of lilacs, and suddenly saw Vlasic. Vlasic, wearing a cotton shirt and top boots, bending forward, with no hat on in the rain, was coming from the corner of the house to the front door. He was followed by a workman with a hammer and a box of nails. They must have been mending a shutter which had been banging in the wind. Seeing Pyotr Mihalich, Vlasic stopped. "It's you," he said, smiling. "That's nice." "Yes, I've come, as you see," said Pyotr Mihalich, brushing the rain off himself with both hands. "Well, that's capital." "I'm very glad," said Vlasic, but he did not hold out his hand. Evidently he did not venture, but waited for Pyotr Mihalich to hold out his. "It will do the oats good," he said, looking at the sky. "Yes." They went into the house in silence. To the right of the hall was a door leading to another hall and then to the drawing room, and on the left was a little room which in winter was used by the steward. Pyotr Mihalich and Vlasic went into this little room. "Where were you caught in the rain?" "Not far off, quite close to the house." Pyotr Mihalich sat down on the bed. He was glad of the noise of the rain and the darkness of the room. It was better, it made it less dreadful, and there was no need to see his companion's face. There was no anger in his heart now, nothing but fear and vexation with himself. He felt he had made a bad beginning, and that nothing would come of this visit. Both were silent for some time and affected to be listening to the rain. "Thank you, Petrusha," Vlasic began, clearing his throat. "I am very grateful to you for coming. It's generous and noble of you. I understand it, and, believe me, I appreciate it. Believe me." He looked out of the window and went on, standing in the middle of the room. "Everything happened so secretly, as though we were concealing it all from you. The feeling that you might be wounded and angry has been a blot on our happiness all these days. But let me justify myself. We kept it secret not because we did not trust you. To begin with, it all happened suddenly, by a kind of inspiration, there was no time to discuss it. Besides, it's such a private, delicate matter, and it was awkward to bring a third person in, even someone as intimate as you. Above all, in all this we reckoned on your generosity. You are a very noble and generous person. I am infinitely grateful to you. If you ever need my life, come and take it." Vlasic talked in a quiet, hollow bass, always on the same droning note. He was evidently agitated. Pyotr Mihalich felt it was his turn to speak, and that to listen and keep silent would really mean playing the part of a generous and noble simpleton, and that had not been his idea in coming. He got up quickly and said, breathlessly in an undertone. "Listen, Grigory. You know I liked you and could have desired no better husband for my sister, but what has happened is awful. It's terrible to think of it." "Why is it terrible?" asked Vlasic, with a quiver in his voice. "It would be terrible if we had done wrong, but that isn't so. Listen, Grigory. You know I have no prejudices, but, excuse my frankness, to my mind you have both acted selfishly. Of course, I shan't say so to my sister, it will distress her. But you ought to know, mother is miserable beyond all description." "Yes, that's sad," sighed Vlasic. We foresaw that, Petrusha, but what could we have done? Because one's actions hurt other people, it doesn't prove that they are wrong. What's to be done? Every important step one takes is bound to distress somebody. If you went to fight for freedom, that would distress your mother, too. What's to be done? Anyone who puts the peace of his family before everything has to renounce the life of ideas completely. There was a vivid flash of lightning at the window, and the lightning seemed to change the course of Vlasic's thoughts. He sat down beside Pyotr Mihalich and began saying what was utterly beside the point. "I have such a reverence for your sister, Petrusha," he said. "When I used to come and see you, I felt as though I were going to a holy shrine, and I really did worship Zina. Now my reverence for her grows every day. For me she is something higher than a wife, yes, higher." Vlasic waved his hands. "She is my holy of holies. Since she is living with me, I enter my house as though it were a temple. She is an extraordinary, rare, most noble woman." Well, he's off now, thought Pyotr Mihalich. He disliked the word woman. "Why shouldn't you be married properly?" he asked. "How much does your wife want for a divorce?" 75,000. It's rather a lot. But if we were to negotiate with her? She won't take a farthing less. She is an awful woman, brother, sighed Vlasic. I've never talked to you about her before, it was unpleasant to think of her, but now that the subject has come up, I'll tell you about her. I married her on the impulse of the moment, a fine, honorable impulse. An officer in command of a battalion of our regiment, if you care to hear the details, had an affair with a girl of 18. That is, to put it plainly, he seduced her, lived with her for 2 months, and abandoned her. She was in an awful position, brother. She was ashamed to go home to her parents. Besides, they wouldn't have received her. Her lover had abandoned her, there was nothing left for her but to go to the barracks and sell herself. The other officers in the regiment were indignant. They were by no means saints themselves, but the baseness of it was so striking. Besides, no one in the regiment could endure the man. And to spite him, you understand, the indignant lieutenants and ensigns began getting up a subscription for the unfortunate girl. And when we subalterns met together and began to subscribe 5 or 10 rubles each, I had a sudden inspiration. I felt it was an opportunity to do something fine. I hastened to the girl and warmly expressed my sympathy. And while I was on my way to her, and while I was talking to her, I loved her fervently as a woman insulted and injured. Yes. Well, a week later I made her an offer. The colonel and my comrades thought my marriage out of keeping with the dignity of an officer. That roused me more than ever. I wrote a long letter, do you know, in which I proved that my action ought to be inscribed in the annals of the regiment in letters of gold, and so on. I sent the letter to my colonel and copies to my comrades. Well, I was excited, and, of course, I could not avoid being rude. I was asked to leave the regiment. I have a rough copy of it put away somewhere, I'll give it to you to read sometime. It was written with great feeling. You will see what lofty and noble sentiments I was experiencing. I resigned my commission and came here with my wife. My father had left a few debts, I had no money, and from the first day my wife began making acquaintances, dressing herself smartly, and playing cards, and I was obliged to mortgage the estate. She led a bad life, you understand, and you are the only one of the neighbors who hasn't been her lover. After 2 years I gave her all I had to set me free and she went off to town. Yes. And now I pay her 1,200 rubles a year. She is an awful woman. There is a fly, brother, which lays an egg in the back of a spider so that the spider can't shake it off, the grub fastens upon the spider and drinks its heart's blood. That was how this woman fastened upon me and sucks the blood of my heart. She hates and despises me for being so stupid, that is, for marrying a woman like her. My chivalry seems to her despicable. A wise man cast me off, she says, and a fool picked me up. To her thinking no one but a pitiful idiot could have behaved as I did. And that is insufferably bitter to me, brother. Altogether, I may say in parenthesis, fate has been hard upon me, very hard. Pyotr Mihalich listened to Vlasic and wondered in perplexity what it was in this man that had so charmed his sister. He was not young, he was 41, lean and lanky, narrow-chested, with a long nose, and grey hairs in his beard. He talked in a droning voice, had a sickly smile, and waved his hands awkwardly as he talked. He had neither health, nor pleasant, manly manners, nor savoir-faire, nor gaiety, and in all his exterior there was something colourless and indefinite. He dressed without taste, his surroundings were depressing, he did not care for poetry or painting because they have no answer to give to the questions of the day, that is. He did not understand them. Music did not touch him. He was a poor farmer. His estate was in a wretched condition and was mortgaged. He was paying 12% on the second mortgage and owed 10,000 on personal securities as well. When the time came to pay the interest on the mortgage or to send money to his wife, he asked everyone to lend him money with as much agitation as though his house were on fire, and, at the same time losing his head, he would sell the whole of his winter store of fuel for 5 rubles and a stack of straw for 3 rubles. And then have his garden fence or old cucumber frames chopped up to heat his stoves. His meadows were ruined by pigs, the peasants' cattle strayed in the undergrowth in his woods. And every year the old trees were fewer and fewer, beehives and rusty pails lay about in his garden and kitchen garden. He had neither talents nor abilities, nor even ordinary capacity for living like other people. In practical life he was a weak, naive man, easy to deceive and to cheat, and the peasants with good reason called him simple. He was a liberal, and in the district was regarded as a red, but even his progressiveness was a bore. There was no originality nor moving power about his independent views, he was revolted, indignant, and delighted always on the same note, it was always spiritless and ineffective. Even in moments of strong enthusiasm he never raised his head or stood upright. But the most tiresome thing of all was that he managed to express even his best and finest ideas so that they seemed in him commonplace and out of date. It reminded one of something old one had read long ago, when slowly and with an air of profundity he would begin discoursing of his noble, lofty moments, of his best years. Or when he went into raptures over the younger generation, which has always been, and still is, in advance of society. Or abused Russians for donning their dressing gowns at 30 and forgetting the principles of their alma mater. If you stayed the night with him, he would put Pisarev or Darwin on your bedroom table, if you said you had read it, he would go and bring Dobrolyubov. In the district this was called free thinking, and many people looked upon this free thinking as an innocent and harmless eccentricity. It made him profoundly unhappy, however. It was for him the maggot of which he had just been speaking, it had fastened upon him and was sucking his lifeblood. In his past there had been the strange marriage in the style of Dostoevsky. Long letters and copies written in a bad, unintelligible handwriting, but with great feeling, endless misunderstandings, explanations, disappointments, then debts, a second mortgage. The allowance to his wife, the monthly borrowing of money, and all this for no benefit to anyone, either himself or others. And in the present, as in the past, he was still in a nervous flurry, on the lookout for heroic actions, and poking his nose into other people's affairs. As before, at every favorable opportunity there were long letters and copies, wearisome, stereotyped conversations about the village community. Or the revival of handicrafts or the establishment of cheese factories, conversations as like one another as though he had prepared them, not in his living brain, but by some mechanical process. And finally this scandal with Zina of which one could not see the end. And meanwhile Zina was young, she was only 22, good-looking, elegant, gay. She was fond of laughing, chatter, argument, a passionate musician. She had good taste in dress, in furniture, in books, and in her own home she would not have put up with a room like this, smelling of boots and cheap vodka. She, too, had advanced ideas, but in her free thinking one felt the overflow of energy, the vanity of a young, strong, spirited girl, passionately eager to be better and more original than others. How had it happened that she had fallen in love with Vlasic? He is a Quixote, an obstinate fanatic, a maniac, thought Pyotr Mihalich, and she is as soft, yielding, and weak in character as I am. She and I give in easily, without resistance. She loves him, but, then, I, too, love him in spite of everything. Pyotr Mihalich considered Vlasic a good, straightforward man, but narrow and one-sided. In his perturbations and his sufferings, and in fact in his whole life, he saw no lofty aims, remote or immediate, he saw nothing but boredom and incapacity for life. His self-sacrifice and all that Vlasic himself called heroic actions or noble impulses seemed to him a useless waste of force, unnecessary blank shots which consumed a great deal of powder. And Vlasic's fanatical belief in the extraordinary loftiness and faultlessness of his own way of thinking struck him as naive and even morbid. And the fact that Vlasic all his life had contrived to mix the trivial with the exalted, that he had made a stupid marriage and looked upon it as an act of heroism, and then had affairs with other women and regarded that as a triumph of some idea or other, was simply incomprehensible. Nevertheless, Pyotr Mihalich was fond of Vlasic, he was conscious of a sort of power in him, and for some reason he had never had the heart to contradict him. Vlasic sat down quite close to him for a talk in the dark, to the accompaniment of the rain, and he had cleared his throat as a prelude to beginning on something lengthy, such as the history of his marriage. But it was intolerable for Pyotr Mihalich to listen to him, he was tormented by the thought that he would see his sister directly. "Yes, you've had bad luck," he said gently. "But, excuse me, we've been wandering from the point. That's not what we are talking about." "Yes, yes, quite so." "Well, let us come back to the point," said Vlasic, and he stood up. "I tell you, Petrusha, our conscience is clear. We are not married, but there is no need for me to prove to you that our marriage is perfectly legitimate. You are as free in your ideas as I am, and, happily, there can be no disagreement between us on that point. As for our future, that ought not to alarm you. I'll work in the sweat of my brow, I'll work day and night, in fact, I will strain every nerve to make Zina happy. Her life will be a splendid one. You may ask, am I able to do it? I am, brother. When a man devotes every minute to one thought, it's not difficult for him to attain his object. But let us go to Zina, it will be a joy to her to see you." Pyotr Mihalich's heart began to beat. He got up and followed Vlasic into the hall, and from there into the drawing-room. There was nothing in the huge gloomy room but a piano and a long row of old chairs ornamented with bronze, on which no one ever sat. There was a candle alight on the piano. From the drawing-room they went in silence into the dining-room. This room, too, was large and comfortless. In the middle of the room there was a round table with 2 leaves with 6 thick legs, and only 1 candle. A clock in a large mahogany case like an icon stand pointed to 2:30. Vlasic opened the door into the next room and said, "Zina, here is Petrusha come to see us." At once there was the sound of hurried footsteps and Zina came into the dining-room. She was tall, plump, and very pale, and, just as when he had seen her for the last time at home, she was wearing a black skirt and a red blouse, with a large buckle on her belt. She flung one arm round her brother and kissed him on the temple. "What a storm," she said. "Grigory went off somewhere and I was left quite alone in the house." She was not embarrassed, and looked at her brother as frankly and candidly as at home. Looking at her, Pyotr Mihalich, too, lost his embarrassment. "But you are not afraid of storms," he said, sitting down at the table. "No," she said, "but here the rooms are so big, the house is so old, and when there is thunder it all rattles like a cupboard full of crockery. It's a charming house altogether," she went on, sitting down opposite her brother. "There's some pleasant memory in every room. In my room, only fancy, Grigory's grandfather shot himself. In August we shall have the money to do up the lodge and the garden," said Vlasic. For some reason when it thunders I think of that grandfather, Zina went on. And in this dining room somebody was flogged to death. That's an actual fact, said Vlasic, and he looked with wide-open eyes at Pyotr Mihalich. Sometime in the 40s this place was let to a Frenchman called Olivier. The portrait of his daughter is lying in an attic now, a very pretty girl. This Olivier, so my father told me, despised Russians for their ignorance and treated them with cruel derision. Thus, for instance, he insisted on the priest walking without his hat for half a mile round his house, and on the church bells being rung when the Olivier family drove through the village. The serfs and altogether the humble of this world, of course, he treated with even less ceremony. Once there came along this road one of the simple-hearted sons of wandering Russia, somewhat after the style of Gogol's divinity student, Homo Brute. He asked for a night's lodging, pleased the bailiffs, and was given a job at the office of the estate. There are many variations of the story. Some say the divinity student stirred up the peasants, others that Olivier's daughter fell in love with him. I don't know which is true. Only one fine evening Olivier called him in here and cross-examined him, then ordered him to be beaten. Do you know, he sat here at this table drinking claret while the stable boys beat the man. He must have tried to wring something out of him. Towards morning the divinity student died of the torture and his body was hidden. They say it was thrown into Koltovich's pond. There was an inquiry, but the Frenchman paid some thousands to someone in authority and went away to Alsace. His lease was up just then, and so the matter ended. What scoundrels! Said Zina, shuddering. My father remembered Olivier and his daughter well. He used to say she was remarkably beautiful and eccentric. I imagine the divinity student had done both, stirred up the peasants and won the daughter's heart. Perhaps he wasn't a divinity student at all, but someone traveling incognito. Zina grew thoughtful. The story of the divinity student and the beautiful French girl had evidently carried her imagination far away. It seemed to Pyotr Mihalich that she had not changed in the least during the last week, except that she was a little paler. She looked calm and just as usual, as though she had come with her brother to visit Vlasic. But Pyotr Mihalich felt that some change had taken place in himself. Before, when she was living at home, he could have spoken to her about anything, and now he did not feel equal to asking her the simple question, "How do you like being here?" The question seemed awkward and unnecessary. Probably the same change had taken place in her. She was in no haste to turn the conversation to her mother, to her home, to her relations with Vlasic. She did not defend herself, she did not say that free unions are better than marriages in the church, she was not agitated, and calmly brooded over the story of Olivier. And why had they suddenly begun talking of Olivier? You are both of you wet with the rain, said Zina, and she smiled joyfully. She was touched by this point of resemblance between her brother and Vlasic. And Pyotr Mihalich felt all the bitterness and horror of his position. He thought of his deserted home, the closed piano, and Zina's bright little room into which no one went now. He thought there were no prints of little feet on the garden paths, and that before tea no one went off, laughing gaily, to bathe. What he had clung to more and more from his childhood upwards, what he had loved thinking about when he used to sit in the stuffy classroom or the lecture theatre, brightness, purity, and joy. Everything that filled the house with life and light, had gone never to return, had vanished, and was mixed up with a coarse, clumsy story of some battalion officer, a chivalrous lieutenant, a depraved woman and a grandfather who had shot himself. And to begin to talk about his mother or to think that the past could ever return would mean not understanding what was clear. Pyotr Mihalich's eyes filled with tears and his hand began to tremble as it lay on the table. Zina guessed what he was thinking about, and her eyes, too, glistened and looked red. Grigory, come here, she said to Vlasic. They walked away to the window and began talking of something in a whisper. From the way that Vlasic stooped down to her and the way she looked at him, Pyotr Mihalich realized again that everything was irreparably over, and that it was no use to talk of anything. Zina went out of the room. Well, brother. Vlasic began, after a brief silence, rubbing his hands and smiling. I called our life happiness just now, but that was, so to speak, poetical license. In reality, there has not been a sense of happiness so far. Zina has been thinking all the time of you, of her mother, and has been worrying. Looking at her, I, too, felt worried. Hers is a bold, free nature, but, you know, it's difficult when you're not used to it, and she is young, too. The servants call her Miss. It seems a trifle, but it upsets her. There it is, brother. Zina brought in a plateful of strawberries. She was followed by a little maidservant, looking crushed and humble, who set a jug of milk on the table and made a very low bow. She had something about her that was in keeping with the old furniture, something petrified and dreary. The sound of the rain had ceased. Pyotr Mihalich ate strawberries while Vlasic and Zina looked at him in silence. The moment of the inevitable but useless conversation was approaching, and all three felt the burden of it. Pyotr Mihalich's eyes filled with tears again. He pushed away his plate and said that he must be going home, or it would be getting late, and perhaps it would rain again. The time had come when common decency required Zina to speak of those at home and of her new life. How are things at home? She asked rapidly, and her pale face quivered. How is mother? You know mother, said Pyotr Mihalich, not looking at her. Petrusha, you've thought a great deal about what has happened, she said, taking hold of her brother's sleeve, and he knew how hard it was for her to speak. You've thought a great deal. Tell me, can we reckon on mother's accepting Grigory, and the whole position, one day? She stood close to her brother, face to face with him, and he was astonished that she was so beautiful, and that he seemed not to have noticed it before. And it seemed to him utterly absurd that his sister, so like his mother, pampered, elegant, should be living with Vlasic and in Vlasic's house, with the petrified servant. And the table with 6 legs, in the house where a man had been flogged to death, and that she was not going home with him, but was staying here to sleep. You know mother, he said, not answering her question. I think you ought to do something, to ask her forgiveness or something. But to ask her forgiveness would mean pretending we had done wrong. I'm ready to tell a lie to comfort mother, but it won't lead anywhere. I know mother. Well, what will be, must be, said Zina, growing more cheerful now that the most unpleasant had been said. We'll wait for 5 years, 10 years, and be patient, and then God's will be done. She took her brother's arm, and when she walked through the dark hall she squeezed close to him. They went out on the steps. Pyotr Mihalich said goodbye, got on his horse, and set off at a walk. Zina and Vlasic walked a little way with him. It was still and warm, with a delicious smell of hay. Stars were twinkling brightly between the clouds. Vlasic's old garden, which had seen so many gloomy stories in its time, lay slumbering in the darkness, and for some reason it was mournful riding through it. Zina and I today after dinner spent some really exalted moments, said Vlasic. I read aloud to her an excellent article on the question of emigration. You must read it, brother. You really must. It's remarkable for its lofty tone. I could not resist writing a letter to the editor to be forwarded to the author. I wrote only a single line, I thank you and warmly press your noble hand. Pyotr Mihalich was tempted to say, don't meddle in what does not concern you, but he held his tongue. Vlasic walked by his right stirrup and Zina by the left, both seemed to have forgotten that they had to go home. It was damp, and they had almost reached Koltovich's copse. Pyotr Mihalich felt that they were expecting something from him, though they hardly knew what it was, and he felt unbearably sorry for them. Now as they walked by the horse with submissive faces, lost in thought, he had a deep conviction that they were unhappy, and could not be happy, and their love seemed to him a melancholy, irreparable mistake. Pity and the sense that he could do nothing to help them reduced him to that state of spiritual softening when he was ready to make any sacrifice to get rid of the painful feeling of sympathy. I'll come over sometimes for a night, he said. But it sounded as though he were making a concession, and did not satisfy him. When they stopped near Koltovich's copse to say goodbye, he bent down to Zina, touched her shoulder, and said, "You are right, Zina. You have done well." To avoid saying more and bursting into tears, he lashed his horse and galloped into the wood. As he rode into the darkness, he looked round and saw Vlasic and Zina walking home along the road, he taking long strides, while she walked with a hurried, jerky step beside him, talking eagerly about something. "I am an old woman," thought Pyotr Mihalich. "I went to solve the question and I have only made it more complicated, there it is." He was heavy at heart. When he got out of the copse he rode at a walk and then stopped his horse near the pond. He wanted to sit and think without moving. The moon was rising and was reflected in a streak of red on the other side of the pond. There were low rumbles of thunder in the distance. Pyotr Mihalich looked steadily at the water and imagined his sister's despair, her martyr-like pallor, the tearless eyes with which she would conceal her humiliation from others. He imagined her with child, imagined the death of their mother, her funeral, Zina's horror. The proud, superstitious old woman would be sure to die of grief. Terrible pictures of the future rose before him on the background of smooth, dark water, and among pale feminine figures he saw himself, a weak, cowardly man with a guilty face. 100 paces off on the right bank of the pond, something dark was standing motionless. Was it a man or a tall post? Pyotr Mihalich thought of the divinity student who had been killed and thrown into the pond. Olivier behaved inhumanly, but one way or another he did settle the question, while I have settled nothing and have only made it worse, he thought, gazing at the dark figure that looked like a ghost. He said and did what he thought right while I say and do what I don't think right, and I don't know really what I do think. He rode up to the dark figure. It was an old rotten post, the relic of some shed. From Koltovich's copse and garden there came a strong fragrant scent of lilies of the valley and honey-laden flowers. Pyotr Mihalich rode along the bank of the pond and looked mournfully into the water. And thinking about his life, he came to the conclusion he had never said or acted upon what he really thought, and other people had repaid him in the same way. And so the whole of life seemed to him as dark as this water in which the night sky was reflected and water weeds grew in a tangle. And it seemed to him that nothing could ever set it right. Ward number 6. Chapter 1. In the hospital yard there stands a small lodge surrounded by a perfect forest of burdocks, nettles, and wild hemp. Its roof is rusty, the chimney is tumbling down, the steps at the front door are rotting away and overgrown with grass, and there are only traces left of the stucco. The front of the lodge faces the hospital. At the back it looks out into the open country, from which it is separated by the grey hospital fence with nails on it. These nails, with their points upwards, and the fence, and the lodge itself, have that peculiar, desolate, God-forsaken look which is only found in our hospital and prison buildings. If you are not afraid of being stung by the nettles, come by the narrow footpath that leads to the lodge, and let us see what is going on inside. Opening the first door, we walk into the entry. Here along the walls and by the stove every sort of hospital rubbish lies littered about. Mattresses, old tattered dressing gowns, trousers, blue striped shirts, boots and shoes no good for anything, all these remnants are piled up in heaps, mixed up and crumpled, moldering and giving out a sickly smell. The porter, Nikita, an old soldier wearing rusty good conduct stripes, is always lying on the litter with a pipe between his teeth. He has a grim, surly, battered-looking face, overhanging eyebrows which give him the expression of a sheepdog of the steppes, and a red nose. He is short and looks thin and scraggy, but he is of imposing deportment and his fists are vigorous. He belongs to the class of simple-hearted, practical, and dull-witted people, prompt in carrying out orders, who like discipline better than anything in the world. And so are convinced that it is their duty to beat people. He showers blows on the face, on the chest, on the back, on whatever comes first, and is convinced that there would be no order in the place if he did not. Next you come into a big, spacious room which fills up the whole lodge except for the entry. Here the walls are painted a dirty blue, the ceiling is as sooty as in a hut without a chimney. It is evident that in the winter the stove smokes and the room is full of fumes. The windows are disfigured by iron gratings on the inside. The wooden floor is grey and full of splinters. There is a stench of sour cabbage, of smoldering wicks, of bugs, and of ammonia, and for the first minute this stench gives you the impression of having walked into a menagerie. There are bedsteads screwed to the floor. Men in blue hospital dressing gowns, and wearing nightcaps in the old style, are sitting and lying on them. These are the lunatics. There are 5 of them in all here. Only one is of the upper class, the rest are all artisans. The one nearest the door, a tall, lean workman with shining red whiskers and tear-stained eyes, sits with his head propped on his hand, staring at the same point. Day and night he grieves, shaking his head, sighing and smiling bitterly. He takes a part in conversation and usually makes no answer to questions. He eats and drinks mechanically when food is offered him. From his agonizing, throbbing cough, his thinness, and the flush on his cheeks, one may judge that he is in the first stage of consumption. Next to him is a little, alert, very lively old man, with a pointed beard and curly black hair like a Negro's. By day he walks up and down the ward from window to window, or sits on his bed, cross-legged like a Turk, and, ceaselessly as a bullfinch whistles, softly sings and titters. He shows his childish gaiety and lively character at night also when he gets up to say his prayers, that is, to beat himself on the chest with his fists, and to scratch with his fingers at the door. This is the Jew Moisika, an imbecile, who went crazy 20 years ago when his hat factory was burnt down. And of all the inhabitants of Ward No. 6, he is the only one who is allowed to go out of the lodge, and even out of the yard into the street. He has enjoyed this privilege for years, probably because he is an old inhabitant of the hospital, a quiet, harmless imbecile, the buffoon of the town, where people are used to seeing him surrounded by boys and dogs. In his wretched gown, in his absurd nightcap, and in slippers, sometimes with bare legs and even without trousers, he walks about the streets, stopping at the gates and little shops, and begging for a copper. In one place they will give him some kvass, in another some bread, in another a copper, so that he generally goes back to the ward feeling rich and well fed. Everything that he brings back Nikita takes from him for his own benefit. The soldier does this roughly, angrily turning the Jew's pockets inside out, and calling God to witness that he will not let him go into the street again. And that breach of the regulations is worse to him than anything in the world. Moisika likes to make himself useful. He gives his companions water, and covers them up when they are asleep. He promises each of them to bring him back a kopeck, and to make him a new cap. He feeds with a spoon his neighbor on the left, who is paralyzed. He acts in this way, not from compassion nor from any considerations of a humane kind, but through imitation, unconsciously dominated by Gromov, his neighbor on the right hand. Ivan Dmitrich Gromov, a man of 33, who is a gentleman by birth, and has been a court usher and provincial secretary, suffers from the mania of persecution. He either lies curled up in bed, or walks from corner to corner as though for exercise. He very rarely sits down. He is always excited, agitated, and overwrought by a sort of vague, undefined expectation. The faintest rustle in the entry or shout in the yard is enough to make him raise his head and begin listening, whether they are coming for him, whether they are looking for him. And at such times his face expresses the utmost uneasiness and repulsion. I like his broad face with its high cheekbones, always pale and unhappy, and reflecting, as though in a mirror, a soul tormented by conflict and long-continued terror. His grimaces are strange and abnormal, but the delicate lines traced on his face by profound, genuine suffering show intelligence and sense, and there is a warm and healthy light in his eyes. I like the man himself, courteous, anxious to be of use, and extraordinarily gentle to everyone except Nikita. When anyone drops a button or a spoon, he jumps up from his bed quickly and picks it up. Every day he says good morning to his companions, and when he goes to bed he wishes them good night. Besides his continually overwrought condition and his grimaces, his madness shows itself in the following way also. Sometimes in the evenings he wraps himself in his dressing gown, and, trembling all over, with his teeth chattering, begins walking rapidly from corner to corner and between the bedsteads. It seems as though he is in a violent fever. From the way he suddenly stops and glances at his companions, it can be seen that he is longing to say something very important, but, apparently reflecting that they would not listen, or would not understand him, he shakes his head impatiently and goes on pacing up and down. But soon the desire to speak gets the upper hand of every consideration, and he will let himself go and speak fervently and passionately. His talk is disordered and feverish like delirium, disconnected, and not always intelligible, but, on the other hand, something extremely fine may be felt in it, both in the words and the voice. When he talks you recognize in him the lunatic and the man. It is difficult to reproduce on paper his insane talk. He speaks of the baseness of mankind, of violence trampling on justice, of the glorious life which will one day be upon earth, of the window gratings, which remind him every minute of the stupidity and cruelty of oppressors. It makes a disorderly, incoherent potpourri of themes old but not yet out of date. Chapter 2. Some 12 or 15 years ago an official called Gromov, a highly respectable and prosperous person, was living in his own house in the principal street of the town. He had 2 sons, Sergei and Ivan. When Sergei was a student in his 4th year he was taken ill with galloping consumption and died, and his death was, as it were, the first of a whole series of calamities which suddenly showered on the Gromov family. Within a week of Sergei's funeral the old father was put on trial for fraud and misappropriation, and he died of typhoid in the prison hospital soon afterwards. The house, with all their belongings, was sold by auction, and Ivan Dmitrich and his mother were left entirely without means. Hitherto in his father's lifetime, Ivan Dmitrich, who was studying in the University of Petersburg, had received an allowance of 60 or 70 rubles a month, and had had no conception of poverty. Now he had to make an abrupt change in his life. He had to spend his time from morning to night giving lessons for next to nothing, to work at copying, and with all that to go hungry, as all his earnings were sent to keep his mother. Ivan Dmitrich could not stand such a life, he lost heart and strength, and, giving up the university, went home. Here, through interest, he obtained the post of teacher in the district school, but could not get on with his colleagues, was not liked by the boys, and soon gave up the post. His mother died. He was for 6 months without work, living on nothing but bread and water, then he became a court usher. He kept this post until he was dismissed owing to his illness. He had never even in his young student days given the impression of being perfectly healthy. He had always been pale, thin, and given to catching cold, he ate little and slept badly. A single glass of wine went to his head and made him hysterical. He always had a craving for society, but, owing to his irritable temperament and suspiciousness, he never became very intimate with anyone, and had no friends. He always spoke with contempt of his fellow townsmen, saying that their coarse ignorance and sleepy animal existence seemed to him loathsome and horrible. He spoke in a loud tenor, with heat, and invariably either with scorn and indignation, or with wonder and enthusiasm, and always with perfect sincerity. Whatever one talked to him about he always brought it round to the same subject, that life was dull and stifling in the town. That the townspeople had no lofty interests, but lived a dingy, meaningless life, diversified by violence, coarse profligacy, and hypocrisy. That scoundrels were well fed and clothed, while honest men lived from hand to mouth. That they needed schools, a progressive local paper, a theater, public lectures, the coordination of the intellectual elements, that society must see its failings and be horrified. In his criticisms of people he laid on the colors thick, using only black and white, and no fine shades. Mankind was divided for him into honest men and scoundrels, there was nothing in between. He always spoke with passion and enthusiasm of women and of love, but he had never been in love. In spite of the severity of his judgments and his nervousness, he was liked, and behind his back was spoken of affectionately as Vanya. His innate refinement and readiness to be of service, his good breeding, his moral purity, and his shabby coat, his frail appearance and family misfortunes, aroused a kind, warm, sorrowful feeling. Moreover, he was well educated and well read. According to the townspeople's notions, he knew everything, and was in their eyes something like a walking encyclopedia. He had read a great deal. He would sit at the club, nervously pulling at his beard and looking through the magazines and books. And from his face one could see that he was not reading, but devouring the pages without giving himself time to digest what he read. It must be supposed that reading was one of his morbid habits, as he fell upon anything that came into his hands with equal avidity, even last year's newspapers and calendars. At home he always read lying down. Chapter 3. One autumn morning Ivan Dmitrich, turning up the collar of his greatcoat and splashing through the mud, made his way by side streets and back lanes to see some artisan, and to collect some payment that was owing. He was in a gloomy mood, as he always was in the morning. In one of the side streets he was met by 2 convicts in fetters and 4 soldiers with rifles in charge of them. Ivan Dmitrich had very often met convicts before, and they had always excited feelings of compassion and discomfort in him, but now this meeting made a peculiar, strange impression on him. It suddenly seemed to him for some reason that he, too, might be put into fetters and led through the mud to prison like that. After visiting the artisan, on the way home he met near the post office a police superintendent of his acquaintance, who greeted him and walked a few paces along the street with him. And for some reason this seemed to him suspicious. At home he could not get the convicts or the soldiers with their rifles out of his head all day, and an unaccountable inward agitation prevented him from reading or concentrating his mind. In the evening he did not light his lamp, and at night he could not sleep, but kept thinking that he might be arrested, put into fetters, and thrown into prison. He did not know of any harm he had done, and could be certain that he would never be guilty of murder, arson, or theft in the future either. But was it not easy to commit a crime by accident, unconsciously, and was not false witness always possible, and, indeed, miscarriage of justice? It was not without good reason that the age-long experience of the simple people teaches that beggary and prison are ills none can be safe from. A judicial mistake is very possible as legal proceedings are conducted nowadays, and there is nothing to be wondered at in it. People who have an official, professional relation to other men's sufferings, for instance, judges, police officers, doctors, in course of time, through habit, grow so callous that they cannot, even if they wish it, take any but a formal attitude to their clients. In this respect they are not different from the peasant who slaughters sheep and calves in the backyard, and does not notice the blood. With this formal, soulless attitude to human personality the judge needs but one thing, time, in order to deprive an innocent man of all rights of property, and to condemn him to penal servitude. Only the time spent on performing certain formalities for which the judge is paid his salary, and then, it is all over. Then you may look in vain for justice and protection in this dirty, wretched little town 150 miles from a railway station. And, indeed, is it not absurd even to think of justice when every kind of violence is accepted by society as a rational and consistent necessity, and every act of mercy, for instance, a verdict of acquittal, calls forth a perfect outburst of dissatisfied and revengeful feeling? In the morning Ivan Dmitrich got up from his bed in a state of horror, with cold perspiration on his forehead, completely convinced that he might be arrested any minute. Since his gloomy thoughts of yesterday had haunted him so long, he thought, it must be that there was some truth in them. They could not, indeed, have come into his mind without any grounds whatever. A policeman walking slowly passed by the windows, that was not for nothing. Here were 2 men standing still and silent near the house. Why were they silent? And agonizing days and nights followed for Ivan Dmitrich. Everyone who passed by the windows or came into the yard seemed to him a spy or a detective. At midday the chief of the police usually drove down the street with a pair of horses. He was going from his estate near the town to the police department. But Ivan Dmitrich fancied every time that he was driving especially quickly, and that he had a peculiar expression, it was evident that he was in haste to announce that there was a very important criminal in the town. Ivan Dmitrich started at every ring at the bell and knock at the gate, and was agitated whenever he came upon anyone new at his landlady's. When he met police officers and gendarmes he smiled and began whistling so as to seem unconcerned. He could not sleep for whole nights in succession expecting to be arrested, but he snored loudly inside as though in deep sleep, that his landlady might think he was asleep. For if he could not sleep it meant that he was tormented by the stings of conscience. What a piece of evidence! Facts and common sense persuaded him that all these terrors were nonsense and morbidity. That if one looked at the matter more broadly there was nothing really terrible in arrest and imprisonment, so long as the conscience is at ease. But the more sensibly and logically he reasoned, the more acute and agonizing his mental distress became. It might be compared with the story of a hermit who tried to cut a dwelling place for himself in a virgin forest. The more zealously he worked with his axe, the thicker the forest grew. In the end Ivan Dmitrich, seeing it was useless, gave up reasoning altogether, and abandoned himself entirely to despair and terror. He began to avoid people and to seek solitude. His official work had been distasteful to him before, now it became unbearable to him. He was afraid they would somehow get him into trouble, would put a bribe in his pocket unnoticed and then denounce him. Or that he would accidentally make a mistake in official papers that would appear to be fraudulent, or would lose other people's money. It is strange that his imagination had never at other times been so agile and inventive as now. When every day he thought of thousands of different reasons for being seriously anxious over his freedom and honor. But, on the other hand, his interest in the outer world, in books in particular, grew sensibly fainter, and his memory began to fail him. In the spring when the snow melted there were found in the ravine near the cemetery two half-decomposed corpses, the bodies of an old woman and a boy bearing the traces of death by violence. Nothing was talked of but these bodies and their unknown murderers. That people might not think he had been guilty of the crime, Ivan Dmitrich walked about the streets, smiling, and when he met acquaintances he turned pale, flushed, and began declaring that there was no greater crime than the murder of the weak and defenseless. But this duplicity soon exhausted him, and after some reflection he decided that in his position the best thing to do was to hide in his landlady's cellar. He sat in the cellar all day and then all night, then another day, was fearfully cold, and waiting till dusk, stole secretly like a thief back to his room. He stood in the middle of the room till daybreak, listening without stirring. Very early in the morning, before sunrise, some workmen came into the house. Ivan Dmitrich knew perfectly well that they had come to mend the stove in the kitchen, but terror told him that they were police officers disguised as workmen. He slipped stealthily out of the flat, and, overcome by terror, ran along the street without his cap and coat. Dogs raced after him barking, a peasant shouted somewhere behind him, the wind whistled in his ears. And it seemed to Ivan Dmitrich that the force and violence of the whole world was massed together behind his back and was chasing after him. He was stopped and brought home, and his landlady sent for a doctor. Dr. Andrei Yefimych, of whom we shall have more to say hereafter, prescribed cold compresses on his head and laurel drops, shook his head, and went away, telling the landlady he should not come again, as one should not interfere with people who are going out of their minds. As he had not the means to live at home and be nursed, Ivan Dmitrich was soon sent to the hospital, and was there put into the ward for venereal patients. He could not sleep at night, was full of whims and fancies, and disturbed the patients, and was soon afterwards, by Andrei Yefimich's orders, transferred to ward number 6. Within a year Ivan Dmitrich was completely forgotten in the town, and his books, heaped up by his landlady in a sledge in the shed, were pulled to pieces by boys. Chapter 4. Ivan Dmitrich's neighbor on the left hand is, as I have said already, the Jew Moisika. His neighbor on the right hand is a peasant so rolling in fat that he is almost spherical, with a blankly stupid face, utterly devoid of thought. This is a motionless, gluttonous, unclean animal who has long ago lost all powers of thought or feeling. An acrid, stifling stench always comes from him. Nikita, who has to clean up after him, beats him terribly with all his might, not sparing his fists. And what is dreadful is not his being beaten, that one can get used to, but the fact that this stupefied creature does not respond to the blows with a sound or a movement, nor by a look in the eyes, but only sways a little like a heavy barrel. The fifth and last inhabitant of Ward Number 6 is a man of the artisan class who had once been a sorter in the post office, a thinnish, fair little man with a good-natured but rather sly face. To judge from the clear, cheerful look in his calm and intelligent eyes, he has some pleasant idea in his mind, and has some very important and agreeable secret. He has under his pillow and under his mattress something that he never shows anyone, not from fear of its being taken from him and stolen, but from modesty. Sometimes he goes to the window, and turning his back to his companions, puts something on his breast, and bending his head, looks at it. If you go up to him at such a moment, he is overcome with confusion and snatches something off his breast. But it is not difficult to guess his secret. "Congratulate me," he often says to Ivan Dmitrich, "I have been presented with the Stanislav Order of the Second Degree with the Star." The Second Degree with the Star is only given to foreigners, but for some reason they want to make an exception for me, he says with a smile, shrugging his shoulders in perplexity. "That I must confess I did not expect." "I don't understand anything about that," Ivan Dmitrich replies morosely. "But do you know what I shall attain to sooner or later?" The former sorter persists, screwing up his eyes slyly. "I shall certainly get the Swedish Polar Star. That's an order it is worth working for, a white cross with a black ribbon. It's very beautiful. Probably in no other place is life so monotonous as in this ward. In the morning the patients, except the paralytic and the fat peasant, wash in the entry at a big tub and wipe themselves with the skirts of their dressing gowns. After that they drink tea out of tin mugs which Nikita brings them out of the main building. Everyone is allowed one mugful. At midday they have soup made out of sour cabbage and boiled grain, in the evening their supper consists of grain left from dinner. In the intervals they lie down, sleep, look out of window, and walk from one corner to the other. And so every day. Even the former sorter always talks of the same orders. Fresh faces are rarely seen in Ward Number 6. The doctor has not taken in any new mental cases for a long time, and the people who are fond of visiting lunatic asylums are few in this world. Once every 2 months Semyon Lazarich, the barber, appears in the ward. How he cuts the patient's hair, and how Nikita helps him to do it, and what a trepidation the lunatics are always thrown into by the arrival of the drunken, smiling barber, we will not describe. No one even looks into the ward except the barber. The patients are condemned to see day after day no one but Nikita. A rather strange rumor has, however, been circulating in the hospital of late. It is rumored that the doctor has begun to visit Ward Number 6. Chapter 5. A strange rumor. Dr. Andrei Yefimych Ragin is a strange man in his way. They say that when he was young he was very religious, and prepared himself for a clerical career. And that when he had finished his studies at the high school in 1863 he intended to enter a theological academy, but that his father, a surgeon and doctor of medicine, jeered at him and declared point-blank that he would disown him if he became a priest. How far this is true I don't know, but Andrei Yefimych himself has more than once confessed that he has never had a natural bent for medicine or science in general. However that may have been, when he finished his studies in the medical faculty he did not enter the priesthood. He showed no special devoutness, and was no more like a priest at the beginning of his medical career than he is now. His exterior is heavy, coarse like a peasant's, his face, his beard, his flat hair, and his coarse, clumsy figure, suggest an overfed, intemperate, and harsh innkeeper on the high road. His face is surly-looking and covered with blue veins, his eyes are little and his nose is red. With his height and broad shoulders he has huge hands and feet. One would think that a blow from his fist would knock the life out of anyone, but his step is soft, and his walk is cautious and insinuating. When he meets anyone in a narrow passage he is always the first to stop and make way, and to say, not in a bass, as one would expect, but in a high, soft tenor, "I beg your pardon." He has a little swelling on his neck which prevents him from wearing stiff starched collars, and so he always goes about in soft linen or cotton shirts. Altogether he does not dress like a doctor. He wears the same suit for 10 years, and the new clothes, which he usually buys at a Jewish shop, look as shabby and crumpled on him as his old ones. He sees patients and dines and pays visits all in the same coat, but this is not due to niggardliness, but to complete carelessness about his appearance. When Andrei Yefimych came to the town to take up his duties, the institution founded to the glory of God was in a terrible condition. One could hardly breathe for the stench in the wards, in the passages, and in the courtyards of the hospital. The hospital servants, the nurses, and their children slept in the wards together with the patients. They complained that there was no living for beetles, bugs, and mice. The surgical wards were never free from erysipelas. There were only 2 scalpels and not 1 thermometer in the whole hospital. Potatoes were kept in the baths. The superintendent, the housekeeper, and the medical assistant robbed the patients, and of the old doctor, Andrei Yefimich's predecessor, people declared that he secretly sold the hospital alcohol. And that he kept a regular harem consisting of nurses and female patients. These disorderly proceedings were perfectly well known in the town, and were even exaggerated, but people took them calmly. Some justified them on the ground that there were only peasants and working men in the hospital, who could not be dissatisfied. Since they were much worse off at home than in the hospital, they couldn't be fed on woodcocks. Others said in excuse that the town alone, without help from the Zemstvo, was not equal to maintaining a good hospital. Thank God for having one at all, even a poor one. And the newly formed Zemstvo did not open infirmaries either in the town or the neighborhood, relying on the fact that the town already had its hospital. After looking over the hospital, Andrei Yefimych came to the conclusion that it was an immoral institution and extremely prejudicial to the health of the townspeople. In his opinion, the most sensible thing that could be done was to let out the patients and close the hospital. But he reflected that his will alone was not enough to do this, and that it would be useless. If physical and moral impurity were driven out of one place, they would only move to another. One must wait for it to wither away of itself. Besides, if people open a hospital and put up with having it, it must be because they need it. Superstition and all the nastiness and abominations of daily life were necessary, since in process of time they worked out to something sensible, just as manure turns into black earth. There was nothing on earth so good that it had not something nasty about its first origin. When Andrei Yefimych undertook his duties, he was apparently not greatly concerned about the irregularities at the hospital. He only asked the attendants and nurses not to sleep in the wards, and had 2 cupboards of instruments put up. The superintendent, the housekeeper, the medical assistant, and the erysipelas remained unchanged. Andrei Yefimych loved intelligence and honesty intensely, but he had no strength of will nor belief in his right to organize an intelligent and honest life about him. He was absolutely unable to give orders, to forbid things, and to insist. It seemed as though he had taken a vow never to raise his voice and never to make use of the imperative. It was difficult for him to say, fetch, or bring. When he wanted his meals he would cough hesitatingly and say to the cook, how about tea, or how about dinner? To dismiss the superintendent or to tell him to leave off stealing, or to abolish the unnecessary parasitic post altogether, was absolutely beyond his powers. When Andrei Yefimych was deceived or flattered, or accounts he knew to be cooked were brought him to sign, he would turn as red as a crab and feel guilty, but yet he would sign the accounts. When the patients complained to him of being hungry or of the roughness of the nurses, he would be confused and mutter guiltily, very well, I will go into it later. Most likely there is some misunderstanding. At first Andrei Yefimych worked very zealously. He saw patients every day from morning till dinner time, performed operations, and even attended confinements. The ladies said of him that he was attentive and clever at diagnosing diseases, especially those of women and children. But in process of time the work unmistakably wearied him by its monotony and obvious uselessness. Today one sees 30 patients, and tomorrow they have increased to 35, the next day 40, and so on from day to day, from year to year. While the mortality in the town did not decrease and the patients did not leave off coming. To be any real help to 40 patients between morning and dinner was not physically possible, so it could but lead to deception. If 12,000 patients were seen in a year, it meant, if one looked at it simply, that 12,000 men were deceived. To put those who were seriously ill into wards, and to treat them according to the principles of science, was impossible, too, because though there were principles there was no science. If he were to put aside philosophy and pedantically follow the rules as other doctors did, the things above all necessary were cleanliness and ventilation instead of dirt. Wholesome nourishment instead of broth made of stinking, sour cabbage, and good assistants instead of thieves. And, indeed, why hinder people dying if death is the normal and legitimate end of everyone? What is gained if some shopkeeper or clerk lives an extra 5 or 10 years? If the aim of medicine is by drugs to alleviate suffering, the question forces itself on one, why alleviate it? In the first place, they say that suffering leads man to perfection. And in the second, if mankind really learns to alleviate its sufferings with pills and drops, it will completely abandon religion and philosophy, in which it has hitherto found not merely protection from all sorts of trouble, but even happiness. Pushkin suffered terrible agonies before his death. Poor Heine lay paralyzed for several years. Why, then, should not some Andrei Yefimych or Matryona Savishna be ill, since their lives had nothing of importance in them, and would have been entirely empty and like the life of an amoeba except for suffering? Oppressed by such reflections, Andrei Yefimych relaxed his efforts and gave up visiting the hospital every day. Chapter 6. His life was passed like this. As a rule he got up at 8 o'clock in the morning, dressed, and drank his tea. Then he sat down in his study to read, or went to the hospital. At the hospital the outpatients were sitting in the dark, narrow little corridor waiting to be seen by the doctor. The nurses and the attendants, tramping with their boots over the brick floors, ran by them, gaunt-looking patients in dressing gowns passed, dead bodies and vessels full of filth were carried by. The children were crying, and there was a cold draught. Andrei Yefimych knew that such surroundings were torture to feverish, consumptive, and impressionable patients, but what could be done? In the consulting room he was met by his assistant, Sergei Sergeyitch, a fat little man with a plump, well-washed shaven face, with soft, smooth manners, wearing a new loosely cut suit, and looking more like a senator than a medical assistant. He had an immense practice in the town, wore a white tie, and considered himself more proficient than the doctor, who had no practice. In the corner of the consulting room there stood a large icon in a shrine with a heavy lamp in front of it, and near it a candle stand with a white cover on it. On the walls hung portraits of bishops, a view of the Sviatogorsky monastery, and wreaths of dried cornflowers. Sergei Sergeyitch was religious, and liked solemnity and decorum. The icon had been put up at his expense. At his instructions some one of the patients read the hymns of praise in the consulting room on Sundays. And after the reading Sergei Sergeyitch himself went through the wards with a censer and burned incense. There were a great many patients, but the time was short, and so the work was confined to the asking of a few brief questions and the administration of some drugs, such as castor oil or volatile ointment. Andrei Yefimych would sit with his cheek resting in his hand, lost in thought and asking questions mechanically. Sergei Sergeyitch sat down too, rubbing his hands, and from time to time putting in his word. "We suffer pain and poverty," he would say, "because we do not pray to the merciful God as we should." Yes. Andrei Yefimych never performed any operation when he was seeing patients. He had long ago given up doing so, and the sight of blood upset him. When he had to open a child's mouth in order to look at its throat, and the child cried and tried to defend itself with its little hands, the noise in his ears made his head go round and brought tears to his eyes. He would make haste to prescribe a drug, and motion to the woman to take the child away. He was soon wearied by the timidity of the patients and their incoherence, by the proximity of the pious Sergei Sergeyich, by the portraits on the walls, and by his own questions which he had asked over and over again for 20 years. And he would go away after seeing 5 or 6 patients. The rest would be seen by his assistant in his absence, with the agreeable thought that, thank God, he had no private practice now, and that no one would interrupt him. Andrei Yefimych sat down to the table immediately on reaching home and took up a book. He read a great deal and always with enjoyment. Half his salary went on buying books, and of the 6 rooms that made up his abode 3 were heaped up with books and old magazines. He liked best of all works on history and philosophy. The only medical publication to which he subscribed was The Doctor, of which he always read the last pages first. He would always go on reading for several hours without a break and without being weary. He did not read as rapidly and impulsively as Ivan Dmitrich had done in the past, but slowly and with concentration, often pausing over a passage which he liked or did not find intelligible. Near the books there always stood a decanter of vodka, and a salted cucumber or a pickled apple lay beside it, not on a plate, but on the baize tablecloth. Every half-hour he would pour himself out a glass of vodka and drink it without taking his eyes off the book. Then without looking at it he would feel for the cucumber and bite off a bit. At 3 o'clock he would go cautiously to the kitchen door, cough, and say, "Daryushka, what about dinner?" After his dinner, a rather poor and untidily served one, Andrei Yefimych would walk up and down his rooms with his arms folded, thinking. The clock would strike 4, then 5, and still he would be walking up and down thinking. Occasionally the kitchen door would creak, and the red and sleepy face of Daryushka would appear. "Andrei Yefimych, isn't it time for you to have your beer?" she would ask anxiously. "No, it's not time yet," he would answer. "I'll wait a little. I'll wait a little." Towards the evening the postmaster, Mikhail Avrianich, the only man in town whose society did not bore Andrei Yefimych, would come in. Mikhail Avrianich had once been a very rich landowner, and had served in the cavalry, but had come to ruin, and was forced by poverty to take a job in the post office late in life. He had a hale and hearty appearance, luxuriant grey whiskers, the manners of a well-bred man, and a loud, pleasant voice. He was good-natured and emotional, but hot-tempered. When anyone in the post office made a protest, expressed disagreement, or even began to argue, Mikhail Avrianich would turn crimson, shake all over, and shout in a voice of thunder, "Hold your tongue!" So that the post office had long enjoyed the reputation of an institution which it was terrible to visit. Mikhail Avrianich liked and respected Andrei Yefimych for his culture and the loftiness of his soul. He treated the other inhabitants of the town superciliously, as though they were his subordinates. "Here I am," he would say, going in to Andrei Yefimych. "Good evening, my dear fellow. I'll be bound, you are getting sick of me, aren't you?" "On the contrary, I am delighted," said the doctor. "I am always glad to see you." The friends would sit on the sofa in the study and for some time would smoke in silence. "Daryushka, what about the beer?" Andrei Yefimych would say. They would drink their first bottle still in silence, the doctor brooding and Mikhail Avrianich with a gay and animated face, like a man who has something very interesting to tell. The doctor was always the one to begin the conversation. "What a pity," he would say quietly and slowly. Not looking his friend in the face, he never looked anyone in the face, "What a great pity it is that there are no people in our town who are capable of carrying on intelligent and interesting conversation. Or care to do so. It is an immense privation for us. Even the educated class do not rise above vulgarity, the level of their development, I assure you, is not a bit higher than that of the lower orders." "Perfectly true. I agree. You know, of course," the doctor went on quietly and deliberately, "that everything in this world is insignificant and uninteresting except the higher spiritual manifestations of the human mind. Intellect draws a sharp line between the animals and man, suggests the divinity of the latter, and to some extent even takes the place of the immortality which does not exist. Consequently, the intellect is the only possible source of enjoyment. We see and hear of no trace of intellect about us, so we are deprived of enjoyment. We have books, it is true, but that is not at all the same as living talk and converse. If you will allow me to make a not quite apt comparison, books are the printed score, while talk is the singing. Perfectly true. A silence would follow. Daryushka would come out of the kitchen and with an expression of blank dejection would stand in the doorway to listen, with her face propped on her fist. Mikhail Avrianich would sigh. To expect intelligence of this generation. And he would describe how wholesome, entertaining, and interesting life had been in the past. How intelligent the educated class in Russia used to be, and what lofty ideas it had of honor and friendship, how they used to lend money without an IOU. And it was thought a disgrace not to give a helping hand to a comrade in need, and what campaigns, what adventures, what skirmishes, what comrades, what women. And the Caucasus, what a marvelous country. The wife of a battalion commander, a queer woman, used to put on an officer's uniform and drive off into the mountains in the evening, alone, without a guide. It was said that she had a love affair with some princeling in the native village. Queen of Heaven, Holy Mother, Daryushka would sigh. And how we drank! And how we ate! And what desperate liberals we were! Andrei Yefimych would listen without hearing, he was musing as he sipped his beer. I often dream of intellectual people and conversation with them, he said suddenly, interrupting Mikhail Avrianich. My father gave me an excellent education, but under the influence of the ideas of the 60s made me become a doctor. I believe if I had not obeyed him then, by now I should have been in the very center of the intellectual movement. Most likely I should have become a member of some university. Of course, intellect, too, is transient and not eternal, but you know why I cherish a partiality for it. Life is a vexatious trap. When a thinking man reaches maturity and attains to full consciousness, he cannot help feeling that he is in a trap from which there is no escape. Indeed, he is summoned without his choice by fortuitous circumstances from non-existence into life. What for? He tries to find out the meaning and object of his existence. He is told nothing, or he is told absurdities, he knocks and it is not opened to him, death comes to him, also without his choice. And so, just as in prison men held together by common misfortune feel more at ease when they are together. So one does not notice the trap in life when people with a bent for analysis and generalization meet together and pass their time in the interchange of proud and free ideas. In that sense the intellect is the source of an enjoyment nothing can replace. Perfectly true. Not looking his friend in the face, Andrei Yefimych would go on, quietly and with pauses, talking about intellectual people and conversation with them. And Mikhail Avrianich would listen attentively and agree, perfectly true. And you do not believe in the immortality of the soul? He would ask suddenly. No, honored Mikhail Avrianich, I do not believe it, and have no grounds for believing it. I must own I doubt it too. And yet I have a feeling as though I should never die. Oh, I think to myself, old fogey, it is time you were dead. But there is a little voice in my soul says, don't believe it, you won't die. Soon after 9 o'clock Mikhail Avrianich would go away. As he put on his fur coat in the entry he would say with a sigh. What a wilderness fate has carried us to, though, really. What's most vexatious of all is to have to die here. Chapter 7. After seeing his friend out, Andrei Yefimych would sit down at the table and begin reading again. The stillness of the evening, and afterwards of the night, was not broken by a single sound, and it seemed as though time were standing still and brooding with the doctor over the book. And as though there were nothing in existence but the books and the lamp with the green shade. The doctor's coarse peasant-like face was gradually lighted up by a smile of delight and enthusiasm over the progress of the human intellect. Oh, why is not man immortal? He thought. What is the good of the brain centers and convolutions, what is the good of sight, speech, self-consciousness, genius, if it is all destined to depart into the soil? And in the end to grow cold together with the earth's crust, and then for millions of years to fly with the earth round the sun with no meaning and no object? To do that there was no need at all to draw man with his lofty, almost godlike intellect out of non-existence, and then, as though in mockery, to turn him into clay. The transmutation of substances. But what cowardice to comfort oneself with that cheap substitute for immortality. The unconscious processes that take place in nature are lower even than the stupidity of man, since in stupidity there is, anyway, consciousness and will. While in those processes there is absolutely nothing. Only the coward who has more fear of death than dignity can comfort himself with the fact that his body will in time live again in the grass, in the stones, in the toad. To find one's immortality in the transmutation of substances is as strange as to prophesy a brilliant future for the case after a precious violin has been broken and become useless. When the clock struck, Andrei Yefimych would sink back into his chair and close his eyes to think a little. And under the influence of the fine ideas of which he had been reading he would, unawares, recall his past and his present. The past was hateful, better not to think of it. And it was the same in the present as in the past. He knew that at the very time when his thoughts were floating together with the cooling earth round the sun. In the main building beside his abode people were suffering in sickness and physical impurity, someone perhaps could not sleep and was making war upon the insects. Someone was being infected by erysipelas, or moaning over too tight a bandage. Perhaps the patients were playing cards with the nurses and drinking vodka. According to the yearly return, 12,000 people had been deceived. The whole hospital rested as it had done 20 years ago on thieving, filth, scandals, gossip, on gross quackery, and, as before. It was an immoral institution extremely injurious to the health of the inhabitants. He knew that Nikita knocked the patients about behind the barred windows of ward number 6, and that Moisika went about the town every day begging alms. On the other hand, he knew very well that a magical change had taken place in medicine during the last 25 years. When he was studying at the university he had fancied that medicine would soon be overtaken by the fate of alchemy and metaphysics. But now when he was reading at night the science of medicine touched him and excited his wonder, and even enthusiasm. What unexpected brilliance, what a revolution! Thanks to the antiseptic system operations were performed such as the great Pirogov had considered impossible even in SPE. Ordinary Zemstvo doctors were venturing to perform the resection of the kneecap, of abdominal operations only 1% was fatal. While stone was considered such a trifle that they did not even write about it. A radical cure for syphilis had been discovered. And the theory of heredity, hypnotism, the discoveries of Pasteur and of Koch, hygiene based on statistics, and the work of Zemstvo doctors. Psychiatry with its modern classification of mental diseases, methods of diagnosis, and treatment, was a perfect Elborus in comparison with what had been in the past. They no longer poured cold water on the heads of lunatics nor put straight waistcoats upon them. They treated them with humanity, and even, so it was stated in the papers, got up balls and entertainments for them. Andrei Yefimych knew that with modern tastes and views such an abomination as Ward No. 6 was possible only 150 miles from a railway in a little town where the mayor and all the town council were half-illiterate tradesmen who looked upon the doctor as an oracle who must be believed without any criticism even if he had poured molten lead into their mouths. In any other place the public and the newspapers would long ago have torn this little Bastille to pieces. But, after all, what of it? Andrei Yefimych would ask himself, opening his eyes. There is the antiseptic system, there is Koch, there is Pasteur, but the essential reality is not altered a bit, ill health and mortality are still the same. They get up balls and entertainments for the mad, but still they don't let them go free. So it's all nonsense and vanity, and there is no difference in reality between the best Vienna clinic and my hospital. But depression and a feeling akin to envy prevented him from feeling indifferent. It must have been owing to exhaustion. His heavy head sank onto the book, he put his hands under his face to make it softer, and thought, I serve in a pernicious institution and receive a salary from people whom I am deceiving. I am not honest, but then, I of myself am nothing, I am only part of an inevitable social evil. All local officials are pernicious and receive their salary for doing nothing. And so for my dishonesty it is not I who am to blame, but the times. If I had been born 200 years later I should have been different. When it struck 3 he would put out his lamp and go into his bedroom. He was not sleepy. Chapter 8. 2 years before, the Zemstvo in a liberal mood had decided to allow 300 rubles a year to pay for additional medical service in the town till the Zemstvo hospital should be opened. And the district doctor, Yevgeny Fyodorich Hobotov, was invited to the town to assist Andrei Yefimych. He was a very young man, not yet 30, tall and dark, with broad cheekbones and little eyes. His forefathers had probably come from one of the many alien races of Russia. He arrived in the town without a farthing, with a small portmanteau, and a plain young woman whom he called his cook. This woman had a baby at the breast. Yevgeny Fyodorich used to go about in a cap with a peak, and in high boots, and in the winter wore a sheepskin. He made great friends with Sergei Sergeyich, the medical assistant, and with the treasurer, but held aloof from the other officials, and for some reason called them aristocrats. He had only one book in his lodgings, the latest prescriptions of the Vienna clinic for 1881. When he went to a patient he always took this book with him. He played billiards in the evening at the club. He did not like cards. He was very fond of using in conversation such expressions as endless bobbery, canting soft soap, shut up with your finicking. He visited the hospital twice a week, made the round of the wards, and saw outpatients. The complete absence of antiseptic treatment and the cupping roused his indignation, but he did not introduce any new system, being afraid of offending Andrei Yefimych. He regarded his colleague as a sly old rascal, suspected him of being a man of large means, and secretly envied him. He would have been very glad to have his post. Chapter 9. On a spring evening towards the end of March, when there was no snow left on the ground and the starlings were singing in the hospital garden, the doctor went out to see his friend the postmaster as far as the gate. At that very moment the Jew Moisika, returning with his booty, came into the yard. He had no cap on, and his bare feet were thrust into galoshes. In his hand he had a little bag of coppers. "Give me a kopeck," he said to the doctor, smiling, and shivering with cold. Andrei Yefimych, who could never refuse anyone anything, gave him a 10-kopeck piece. How bad that is, he thought, looking at the Jew's bare feet with their thin red ankles. Why, it's wet. And stirred by a feeling akin both to pity and disgust, he went into the lodge behind the Jew, looking now at his bald head, now at his ankles. As the doctor went in, Nikita jumped up from his heap of litter and stood at attention. "Good day, Nikita," Andrei Yefimych said mildly. "That Jew should be provided with boots or something, he will catch cold." "Certainly, Your Honor. I'll inform the superintendent." "Please do, ask him in my name. Tell him that I asked." The door into the ward was open. Ivan Dmitrich, lying propped on his elbow on the bed, listened in alarm to the unfamiliar voice, and suddenly recognized the doctor. He trembled all over with anger, jumped up, and with a red and wrathful face, with his eyes starting out of his head, ran out into the middle of the road. "The doctor has come," he shouted, and broke into a laugh. "At last! Gentlemen, I congratulate you. The doctor is honoring us with a visit. Cursed reptile!" He shrieked, and stamped in a frenzy such as had never been seen in the ward before. "Kill the reptile! No, killing's too good. Drown him in the midden pit." Andrei Yefimych, hearing this, looked into the ward from the entry and asked gently, "What for? What for?" shouted Ivan Dmitrich, going up to him with a menacing air and convulsively wrapping himself in his dressing gown. "What for? Thief!" he said with a look of repulsion, moving his lips as though he would spit at him. Quack. Hangman. Calm yourself, said Andrei Yefimych, smiling guiltily. I assure you I have never stolen anything, and as to the rest, most likely you greatly exaggerate. I see you are angry with me. Calm yourself, I beg, if you can, and tell me coolly what are you angry for? What are you keeping me here for? Because you are ill. Yes, I am ill. But you know dozens, hundreds of madmen are walking about in freedom because your ignorance is incapable of distinguishing them from the sane. Why am I and these poor wretches to be shut up here like scapegoats for all the rest? You, your assistant, the superintendent, and all your hospital rabble, are immeasurably inferior to every one of us morally. Why then are we shut up and you not? Where's the logic of it? Morality and logic don't come in, it all depends on chance. If anyone is shut up he has to stay, and if anyone is not shut up he can walk about, that's all. There is neither morality nor logic in my being a doctor and your being a mental patient, there is nothing but idle chance. That twaddle I don't understand, Ivan Dmitrich brought out in a hollow voice, and he sat down on his bed. Moisika, whom Nikita did not venture to search in the presence of the doctor, laid out on his bed pieces of bread, bits of paper, and little bones, and, still shivering with cold, began rapidly in a sing-song voice saying something in Yiddish. He most likely imagined that he had opened a shop. Let me out, said Ivan Dmitrich, and his voice quivered. I cannot. But why? Because it is not in my power. Think, what use will it be to you if I do let you out? Go. The townspeople or the police will detain you or bring you back. Yes, that's true, said Ivan Dmitrich, and he rubbed his forehead. It's awful. But what am I to do, what? Andrei Yefimych liked Ivan Dmitrich's voice and his intelligent young face with its grimaces. He longed to be kind to the young man and soothe him. He sat down on the bed beside him, thought, and said, You ask me what to do. The very best thing in your position would be to run away. But, unhappily, that is useless. You would be taken up. When society protects itself from the criminal, mentally deranged, or otherwise inconvenient people, it is invincible. There is only one thing left for you, to resign yourself to the thought that your presence here is inevitable. It is no use to anyone. So long as prisons and madhouses exist someone must be shut up in them. If not you, I. If not I, some third person. Wait till in the distant future prisons and madhouses no longer exist, and there will be neither bars on the windows nor hospital gowns. Of course, that time will come sooner or later. Ivan Dmitrich smiled ironically. You are jesting, he said, screwing up his eyes. Such gentlemen as you and your assistant Nikita have nothing to do with the future, but you may be sure, sir, better days will come. I may express myself cheaply, you may laugh, but the dawn of a new life is at hand, truth and justice will triumph, and our turn will come. I shall not live to see it, I shall perish, but some people's great-grandsons will see it. I greet them with all my heart and rejoice with them. Onward. God be your help, friends. With shining eyes Ivan Dmitrich got up, and stretching his hands towards the window, went on with emotion in his voice. From behind these bars I bless you. Hurrah for truth and justice. I rejoice. I see no particular reason to rejoice, said Andrei Yefimych, who thought Ivan Dmitrich's movement theatrical, though he was delighted by it. Prisons and madhouses there will not be, and truth, as you have just expressed it, will triumph, but the reality of things, you know, will not change, the laws of nature will still remain the same. People will suffer pain, grow old, and die just as they do now. However magnificent a dawn lighted up your life, you would yet in the end be nailed up in a coffin and thrown into a hole. And immortality? Oh, come, now. You don't believe in it, but I do. Somebody in Dostoevsky or Voltaire said that if there had not been a God men would have invented him. And I firmly believe that if there is no immortality, the great intellect of man will sooner or later invent it. Well said, observed Andrei Yefimych, smiling with pleasure. It's a good thing you have faith. With such a belief one may live happily even shut up within walls. You have studied somewhere, I presume? Yes, I have been at the university, but did not complete my studies. You are a reflecting and a thoughtful man. In any surroundings you can find tranquility in yourself. Free and deep thinking which strives for the comprehension of life, and complete contempt for the foolish bustle of the world, those are two blessings beyond any that man has ever known. And you can possess them even though you lived behind threefold bars. Diogenes lived in a tub, yet he was happier than all the kings of the earth. Your Diogenes was a blockhead, said Ivan Dmitrich morosely. Why do you talk to me about Diogenes and some foolish comprehension of life? He cried, growing suddenly angry and leaping up. I love life, I love it passionately. I have the mania of persecution, a continual agonizing terror. But I have moments when I am overwhelmed by the thirst for life, and then I am afraid of going mad. I want dreadfully to live, dreadfully. He walked up and down the ward in agitation, and said, dropping his voice. When I dream I am haunted by phantoms. People come to me, I hear voices and music, and I fancy I am walking through woods or by the seashore, and I long so passionately for movement, for interests. Come, tell me, what news is there? Asked Ivan Dmitrich, what's happening? Do you wish to know about the town or in general? Well, tell me first about the town, and then in general. Well, in the town it is appallingly dull. There's no one to say a word to, no one to listen to. There are no new people. A young doctor called Hobotov has come here recently. He had come in my time. Well, he is a low cad, isn't he? Yes, he is a man of no culture. It's strange, you know. Judging by every sign, there is no intellectual stagnation in our capital cities. There is a movement, so there must be real people there too, but for some reason they always send us such men as I would rather not see. It's an unlucky town. Yes, it is an unlucky town, sighed Ivan Dmitrich, and he laughed. And how are things in general? What are they writing in the papers and reviews? It was by now dark in the ward. The doctor got up, and, standing, began to describe what was being written abroad and in Russia, and the tendency of thought that could be noticed now. Ivan Dmitrich listened attentively and put questions, but suddenly, as though recalling something terrible, clutched at his head and lay down on the bed with his back to the doctor. What's the matter? Asked Andrei Yefimych. You will not hear another word from me, said Ivan Dmitrich rudely. Leave me alone. Why so? I tell you, leave me alone. Why the devil do you persist? Andrei Yefimych shrugged his shoulders, heaved a sigh, and went out. As he crossed the entry he said, You might clear up here, Nikita, there's an awfully stuffy smell. Certainly, Your Honor. What an agreeable young man, thought Andrei Yefimych, going back to his flat. In all the years I have been living here I do believe he is the first I have met with whom one can talk. He is capable of reasoning and is interested in just the right things. While he was reading, and afterwards, while he was going to bed, he kept thinking about Ivan Dmitrich. And when he woke next morning he remembered that he had the day before made the acquaintance of an intelligent and interesting man, and determined to visit him again as soon as possible. Chapter 10. Ivan Dmitrich was lying in the same position as on the previous day, with his head clutched in both hands and his legs drawn up. His face was not visible. Good day, my friend, said Andrei Yefimych. You are not asleep, are you? In the first place, I am not your friend, Ivan Dmitrich articulated into the pillow. And in the second, your efforts are useless, you will not get one word out of me. Strange, muttered Andrei Yefimych in confusion. Yesterday we talked peacefully, but suddenly for some reason you took offense and broke off all at once. Probably I expressed myself awkwardly, or perhaps gave utterance to some idea which did not fit in with your convictions. Yes, a likely idea, said Ivan Dmitrich, sitting up and looking at the doctor with irony and uneasiness. His eyes were red. You can go and spy and probe somewhere else, it's no use you're doing it here. I knew yesterday what you had come for. A strange fancy, laughed the doctor. So you suppose me to be a spy? Yes, I do. A spy or a doctor who has been charged to test me, it's all the same. Oh, excuse me, what a queer fellow you are really. The doctor sat down on the stool near the bed and shook his head reproachfully. But let us suppose you are right, he said, let us suppose that I am treacherously trying to trap you into saying something so as to betray you to the police. You would be arrested and then tried. But would you be any worse off being tried and in prison than you are here? If you are banished to a settlement, or even sent to penal servitude, would it be worse than being shut up in this ward? I imagine it would be no worse. What, then, are you afraid of? These words evidently had an effect on Ivan Dmitrich. He sat down quietly. It was between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, the time when Andrei Yefimych usually walked up and down his rooms, and Daryushka asked whether it was not time for his beer. It was a still, bright day. I came out for a walk after dinner, and here I have come, as you see, said the doctor. It is quite spring. What month is it? March? Asked Ivan Dmitrich. Yes, the end of March. Is it very muddy? No, not very. There are already paths in the garden. It would be nice now to drive in an open carriage somewhere into the country, said Ivan Dmitrich, rubbing his red eyes as though he were just awake, then to come home to a warm, snug study. And to have a decent doctor to cure one's headache. It's so long since I have lived like a human being. It's disgusting here. Insufferably disgusting. After his excitement of the previous day he was exhausted and listless, and spoke unwillingly. His fingers twitched, and from his face it could be seen that he had a splitting headache. There is no real difference between a warm, snug study and this ward, said Andrei Yefimych. A man's peace and contentment do not lie outside a man, but in himself. What do you mean? The ordinary man looks for good and evil in external things, that is, in carriages, in studies, but a thinking man looks for it in himself. You should go and preach that philosophy in Greece, where it's warm and fragrant with the scent of pomegranates, but here it is not suited to the climate. With whom was it I was talking of Diogenes? Was it with you? Yes, with me yesterday. Diogenes did not need a study or a warm habitation, it's hot there without. You can lie in your tub and eat oranges and olives. But bring him to Russia to live, he'd be begging to be let indoors in May, let alone December. He'd be doubled up with the cold. No. One can be insensible to cold as to every other pain. Marcus Aurelius says, a pain is a vivid idea of pain. Make an effort of will to change that idea, dismiss it, cease to complain, and the pain will disappear. That is true. The wise man, or simply the reflecting, thoughtful man, is distinguished precisely by his contempt for suffering, he is always contented and surprised at nothing. Then I am an idiot, since I suffer and am discontented and surprised at the baseness of mankind. You are wrong in that. If you will reflect more on the subject you will understand how insignificant is all that external world that agitates us. One must strive for the comprehension of life, and in that is true happiness. Comprehension, repeated Ivan Dmitrich frowning. External, internal. Excuse me, but I don't understand it. I only know, he said, getting up and looking angrily at the doctor, I only know that God has created me of warm blood and nerves, yes, indeed. If organic tissue is capable of life it must react to every stimulus. And I do. To pain I respond with tears and outcries, to baseness with indignation, to filth with loathing. To my mind, that is just what is called life. The lower the organism, the less sensitive it is, and the more feebly it reacts to stimulus. And the higher it is, the more responsively and vigorously it reacts to reality. How is it you don't know that? A doctor, and not know such trifles. To despise suffering, to be always contented, and to be surprised at nothing. One must reach this condition, and Ivan Dmitrich pointed to the peasant who was a mass of fat, or to harden oneself by suffering to such a point that one loses all sensibility to it, that is. In other words, to cease to live. You must excuse me, I am not a sage or a philosopher, Ivan Dmitrich continued with irritation, and I don't understand anything about it. I am not capable of reasoning. On the contrary, your reasoning is excellent. The Stoics, whom you are parodying, were remarkable people, but their doctrine crystallized 2,000 years ago and has not advanced, and will not advance, an inch forward. Since it is not practical or living. It had a success only with the minority which spends its life in savoring all sorts of theories and ruminating over them. The majority did not understand it. A doctrine which advocates indifference to wealth and to the comforts of life, and a contempt for suffering and death, is quite unintelligible to the vast majority of men. Since that majority has never known wealth or the comforts of life. And to despise suffering would mean to it despising life itself, since the whole existence of man is made up of the sensations of hunger, cold, injury, and a Hamlet-like dread of death. The whole of life lies in these sensations. One may be oppressed by it, one may hate it, but one cannot despise it. Yes, so, I repeat, the doctrine of the Stoics can never have a future. From the beginning of time up to today you see continually increasing the struggle, the sensibility to pain, the capacity of responding to stimulus. Ivan Dmitrich suddenly lost the thread of his thoughts, stopped, and rubbed his forehead with vexation. I meant to say something important, but I have lost it, he said. What was I saying? Oh, yes. This is what I mean, one of the Stoics sold himself into slavery to redeem his neighbor, so, you see, even a Stoic did react to stimulus, since for such a generous act as the destruction of oneself for the sake of one's neighbor, he must have had a soul capable of pity and indignation. Here in prison I have forgotten everything I have learned, or else I could have recalled something else. Take Christ, for instance. Christ responded to reality by weeping, smiling, being sorrowful and moved to wrath, even overcome by misery. He did not go to meet his sufferings with a smile, he did not despise death, but prayed in the Garden of Gethsemane that this cup might pass him by. Ivan Dmitrich laughed and sat down. Granted that a man's peace and contentment lie not outside but in himself, he said, granted that one must despise suffering and not be surprised at anything. Yet on what ground do you preach the theory? Are you a sage? A philosopher? No, I am not a philosopher, but everyone ought to preach it because it is reasonable. No, I want to know how it is that you consider yourself competent to judge of comprehension, contempt for suffering, and so on. Have you ever suffered? Have you any idea of suffering? Allow me to ask you, were you ever thrashed in your childhood? No, my parents had an aversion for corporal punishment. My father used to flog me cruelly. My father was a harsh, sickly government clerk with a long nose and a yellow neck. But let us talk of you. No one has laid a finger on you all your life, no one has scared you nor beaten you. You are as strong as a bull. You grew up under your father's wing and studied at his expense, and then you dropped at once into a sinecure. For more than 20 years you have lived rent-free with heating, lighting, and service all provided, and had the right to work how you pleased and as much as you pleased, even to do nothing. You were naturally a flabby, lazy man, and so you have tried to arrange your life so that nothing should disturb you or make you move. You have handed over your work to the assistant and the rest of the rabble while you sit in peace and warmth, save money, read, amuse yourself with reflections, with all sorts of lofty nonsense. And, Ivan Dmitrich looked at the doctor's red nose, with boozing. In fact, you have seen nothing of life, you know absolutely nothing of it, and are only theoretically acquainted with reality. You despise suffering and are surprised at nothing for a very simple reason: vanity of vanities, the external and the internal, contempt for life, for suffering and for death, comprehension. True happiness, that's the philosophy that suits the Russian sluggard best. You see a peasant beating his wife, for instance. Why interfere? Let him beat her, they will both die sooner or later, anyway. And, besides, he who beats injures by his blows, not the person he is beating, but himself. To get drunk is stupid and unseemly, but if you drink you die, and if you don't drink you die. A peasant woman comes with toothache, well, what of it? Pain is the idea of pain, and besides, there is no living in this world without illness. We shall all die, and so, go away, woman, don't hinder me from thinking and drinking vodka. A young man asks advice, what he is to do, how he is to live. Anyone else would think before answering, but you have got the answer ready: strive for comprehension or for true happiness. And what is that fantastic true happiness? There's no answer, of course. We are kept here behind barred windows, tortured, left to rot. But that is very good and reasonable, because there is no difference at all between this ward and a warm, snug study. A convenient philosophy. You can do nothing, and your conscience is clear, and you feel you are wise. No, sir, it is not philosophy, it's not thinking, it's not breadth of vision, but laziness, fakirism, drowsy stupefaction. Yes, cried Ivan Dmitrich, getting angry again, you despise suffering, but I'll be bound if you pinch your finger in the door you will howl at the top of your voice. And perhaps I shouldn't howl, said Andrei Yefimych, with a gentle smile. Oh, I dare say. Well, if you had a stroke of paralysis, or supposing some fool or bully took advantage of his position and rank to insult you in public, and if you knew he could do it with impunity, then you would understand what it means to put people off with comprehension and true happiness. That's original, said Andrei Yefimych, laughing with pleasure and rubbing his hands. I am agreeably struck by your inclination for drawing generalizations, and the sketch of my character you have just drawn is simply brilliant. I must confess that talking to you gives me great pleasure. Well, I've listened to you, and now you must graciously listen to me. Chapter 11. The conversation went on for about an hour longer, and apparently made a deep impression on Andrei Yefimych. He began going to the ward every day. He went there in the mornings and after dinner, and often the dusk of evening found him in conversation with Ivan Dmitrich. At first Ivan Dmitrich held aloof from him, suspected him of evil designs, and openly expressed his hostility. But afterwards he got used to him, and his abrupt manner changed to one of condescending irony. Soon it was all over the hospital that the doctor, Andrei Yefimych, had taken to visiting ward number 6. No one, neither Sergei Sergeyevich, nor Nikita, nor the nurses, could conceive why he went there, why he stayed there for hours together, what he was talking about, and why he did not write prescriptions. His actions seemed strange. Often Mikhail Avrianich did not find him at home, which had never happened in the past, and Daryushka was greatly perturbed, for the doctor drank his beer now at no definite time, and sometimes was even late for dinner. One day, it was at the end of June, Dr. Hobotov went to see Andrei Yefimych about something. Not finding him at home, he proceeded to look for him in the yard. There he was told that the old doctor had gone to see the mental patients. Going into the lodge and stopping in the entry, Hobotov heard the following conversation. We shall never agree, and you will not succeed in converting me to your faith, Ivan Dmitrich was saying irritably. You are utterly ignorant of reality, and you have never known suffering, but have only like a leech fed beside the sufferings of others, while I have been in continual suffering from the day of my birth till today. For that reason, I tell you frankly, I consider myself superior to you and more competent in every respect. It's not for you to teach me. I have absolutely no ambition to convert you to my faith, said Andrei Yefimych gently, and with regret that the other refused to understand him. And that is not what matters, my friend. What matters is not that you have suffered and I have not. Joy and suffering are passing, let us leave them, never mind them. What matters is that you and I think. We see in each other people who are capable of thinking and reasoning, and that is a common bond between us however different our views. If you knew, my friend, how sick I am of the universal senselessness, ineptitude, stupidity, and with what delight I always talk with you. You are an intelligent man, and I enjoyed your company. Hobotov opened the door an inch and glanced into the ward. Ivan Dmitrich in his nightcap and the doctor Andrei Yefimych were sitting side by side on the bed. The madman was grimacing, twitching, and convulsively wrapping himself in his gown, while the doctor sat motionless with bowed head, and his face was red and looked helpless and sorrowful. Hobotov shrugged his shoulders, grinned, and glanced at Nikita. Nikita shrugged his shoulders too. Next day Hobotov went to the lodge, accompanied by the assistant. Both stood in the entry and listened. I fancy our old man has gone clean off his chump, said Hobotov as he came out of the lodge. Lord have mercy upon us sinners. Sighed the decorous Sergei Sergeitch, scrupulously avoiding the puddles that he might not muddy his polished boots. I must own, honored Yevgeny Fyodorovich, I have been expecting it for a long time. Chapter 12. After this Andrei Yefimych began to notice a mysterious air in all around him. The attendants, the nurses, and the patients looked at him inquisitively when they met him, and then whispered together. The superintendent's little daughter Masha, whom he liked to meet in the hospital garden, for some reason ran away from him now when he went up with a smile to stroke her on the head. The postmaster no longer said, "Perfectly true," as he listened to him, but in unaccountable confusion muttered, "Yes, yes, yes," and looked at him with a grieved and thoughtful expression. For some reason he took to advising his friend to give up vodka and beer, but as a man of delicate feeling he did not say this directly, but hinted it. Telling him first about the commanding officer of his battalion, an excellent man, and then about the priest of the regiment, a capital fellow, both of whom drank and fell ill. But on giving up drinking completely regained their health. On 2 or 3 occasions Andrei Yefimych was visited by his colleague Hobotov, who also advised him to give up spirituous liquors, and for no apparent reason recommended him to take bromide. In August Andrei Yefimych got a letter from the mayor of the town asking him to come on very important business. On arriving at the town hall at the time fixed, Andrei Yefimych found there the military commander, the superintendent of the district school, a member of the town council, Hobotov, and a plump, fair gentleman who was introduced to him as a doctor. This doctor, with a Polish surname difficult to pronounce, lived at a pedigree stud farm 20 miles away, and was now on a visit to the town. "There's something that concerns you," said the member of the town council, addressing Andrei Yefimych after they had all greeted one another and sat down to the table. "Here Yevgeny Fyodorovich says that there is not room for the dispensary in the main building, and that it ought to be transferred to one of the lodges." "That's of no consequence, of course it can be transferred, but the point is that the lodge wants doing up." "Yes, it would have to be done up," said Andrei Yefimych after a moment's thought. "If the corner lodge, for instance, were fitted up as a dispensary, I imagine it would cost at least 500 rubles. An unproductive expenditure." Everyone was silent for a space. "I had the honor of submitting to you 10 years ago," Andrei Yefimych went on in a low voice, "that the hospital in its present form is a luxury for the town beyond its means. It was built in the 40s, but things were different then. The town spends too much on unnecessary buildings and superfluous staff. I believe with a different system 2 model hospitals might be maintained for the same money." "Well, let us have a different system, then," the member of the town council said briskly. "I have already had the honor of submitting to you that the medical department should be transferred to the supervision of the Zemstvo." "Yes, transfer the money to the Zemstvo and they will steal it," laughed the fair-haired doctor. "That's what it always comes to," the member of the council assented, and he also laughed. Andrei Yefimych looked with apathetic, lusterless eyes at the fair-haired doctor and said, "One should be just." Again there was silence. Tea was brought in. The military commander, for some reason much embarrassed, touched Andrei Yefimitch's hand across the table and said, "You have quite forgotten us, doctor. But of course you are a hermit, you don't play cards and don't like women. You would be dull with fellows like us." They all began saying how boring it was for a decent person to live in such a town. No theater, no music, and at the last dance at the club there had been about 20 ladies and only 2 gentlemen. The young men did not dance, but spent all the time crowding round the refreshment bar or playing cards. Not looking at anyone and speaking slowly in a low voice, Andrei Yefimitch began saying what a pity, what a terrible pity it was that the townspeople should waste their vital energy, their hearts, and their minds on cards and gossip, and should have neither the power or the inclination to spend their time in interesting conversation and reading, and should refuse to take advantage of the enjoyments of the mind. The mind alone was interesting and worthy of attention, all the rest was low and petty. Hobotov listened to his colleague attentively and suddenly asked, "Andrei Yefimitch, what day of the month is it?" Having received an answer, the fair-haired doctor and he, in the tone of examiners conscious of their lack of skill, began asking Andrei Yefimitch what was the day of the week, how many days there were in the year, and whether it was true that there was a remarkable prophet living in Ward No. 6. In response to the last question Andrei Yefimitch turned rather red and said, "Yes, he is mentally deranged, but he is an interesting young man." They asked him no other questions. When he was putting on his overcoat in the entry, the military commander laid a hand on his shoulder and said with a sigh, "It's time for us old fellows to rest." As he came out of the hall, Andrei Yefimitch understood that it had been a committee appointed to inquire into his mental condition. He recalled the questions that had been asked him, flushed crimson, and for some reason, for the first time in his life, felt bitterly grieved for medical science. My God, he thought, remembering how these doctors had just examined him, why, they have only lately been hearing lectures on mental pathology. They had passed an examination. What's the explanation of this crass ignorance? They have not a conception of mental pathology. And for the first time in his life he felt insulted and moved to anger. In the evening of the same day Mikhail Avrianich came to see him. The postmaster went up to him without waiting to greet him, took him by both hands, and said in an agitated voice, "My dear fellow, my dear friend. Show me that you believe in my genuine affection and look on me as your friend." And preventing Andrei Yefimitch from speaking, he went on, growing excited, "I love you for your culture and nobility of soul. Listen to me, my dear fellow. The rules of their profession compel the doctors to conceal the truth from you, but I blurt out the plain truth like a soldier. You are not well. Excuse me, my dear fellow, but it is the truth. Everyone about you has been noticing it for a long time. Dr. Yevgeny Fyodorich has just told me that it is essential for you to rest and distract your mind for the sake of your health. Perfectly true. Excellent. In a day or 2 I am taking a holiday and am going away for a sniff of a different atmosphere. Show that you are a friend to me, let us go together. Let us go for a jaunt as in the good old days. I feel perfectly well, said Andrei Yefimitch after a moment's thought. I can't go away. Allow me to show you my friendship in some other way. To go off with no object, without his books, without his Daryushka, without his beer, to break abruptly through the routine of life. Established for 20 years, the idea for the first minute struck him as wild and fantastic. But he remembered the conversation at the Zemstvo committee and the depressing feelings with which he had returned home. And the thought of a brief absence from the town in which stupid people looked on him as a madman was pleasant to him. And where precisely do you intend to go? He asked. To Moscow, to Petersburg, to Warsaw. I spent the 5 happiest years of my life in Warsaw. What a marvelous town. Let us go, my dear fellow. Chapter 13. A week later it was suggested to Andrei Yefimitch that he should have a rest, that is, send in his resignation, a suggestion he received with indifference, and a week later still. Mikhail Avrianich and he were sitting in a posting carriage driving to the nearest railway station. The days were cool and bright, with a blue sky and a transparent distance. They were 2 days driving the 150 miles to the railway station, and stayed 2 nights on the way. When at the posting station the glasses given them for their tea had not been properly washed, or the drivers were slow in harnessing the horses, Mikhail Avrianich would turn crimson. And quivering all over would shout, "Hold your tongue! Don't argue!" And in the carriage he talked without ceasing for a moment, describing his campaigns in the Caucasus and in Poland. What adventures he had had, what meetings! He talked loudly and opened his eyes so wide with wonder that he might well be thought to be lying. Moreover, as he talked he breathed in Andrei Yefimich's face and laughed into his ear. This bothered the doctor and prevented him from thinking or concentrating his mind. In the train they traveled, from motives of economy, third class in a non-smoking compartment. Half the passengers were decent people. Mikhail Avrianich soon made friends with everyone, and moving from one seat to another, kept saying loudly that they ought not to travel by these appalling lines. It was a regular swindle. A very different thing riding on a good horse. One could do over 70 miles a day and feel fresh and well after it. And our bad harvests were due to the draining of the Pinsk marshes. Altogether, the way things were done was dreadful. He got excited, talked loudly, and would not let others speak. This endless chatter to the accompaniment of loud laughter and expressive gestures wearied Andrei Yefimich. Which of us is the madman, he thought with vexation. I, who try not to disturb my fellow passengers in any way, or this egoist who thinks that he is cleverer and more interesting than anyone here, and so will leave no one in peace? In Moscow Mikhail Avrianich put on a military coat without epaulets and trousers with red braid on them. He wore a military cap and overcoat in the street, and soldiers saluted him. It seemed to Andrei Yefimich, now, that his companion was a man who had flung away all that was good and kept only what was bad of all the characteristics of a country gentleman that he had once possessed. He liked to be waited on even when it was quite unnecessary. The matches would be lying before him on the table, and he would see them and shout to the waiter to give him the matches. He did not hesitate to appear before a maidservant in nothing but his underclothes. He used the familiar mode of address to all footmen indiscriminately, even old men, and when he was angry called them fools and blockheads. This, Andrei Yefimich thought, was like a gentleman, but disgusting. First of all Mikhail Avrianich led his friend to the Iversky Madonna. He prayed fervently, shedding tears and bowing down to the earth, and when he had finished, heaved a deep sigh and said, "Even though one does not believe it makes one somehow easier when one prays a little. Kiss the icon, my dear fellow." Andrei Yefimich was embarrassed and he kissed the image, while Mikhail Avrianich pursed up his lips and prayed in a whisper, and again tears came into his eyes. Then they went to the Kremlin and looked there at the Tsar Cannon and the Tsar Bell, and even touched them with their fingers, admired the view over the river, visited St. Saviour's and the Rumiantsev Museum. They dined at Tistov's. Mikhail Avrianich looked a long time at the menu, stroking his whiskers, and said in the tone of a gourmand accustomed to dine in restaurants, "We shall see what you give us to eat today, angel." Chapter 14. The doctor walked about, looked at things, ate and drank, but he had all the while one feeling, annoyance with Mikhail Avrianich. He longed to have a rest from his friend, to get away from him, to hide himself, while the friend thought it was his duty not to let the doctor move a step away from him, and to provide him with as many distractions as possible. When there was nothing to look at he entertained him with conversation. For 2 days Andrei Yefimich endured it, but on the third he announced to his friend that he was ill and wanted to stay at home for the whole day. His friend replied that in that case he would stay too, that really he needed rest, for he was run off his legs already. Andrei Yefimich lay on the sofa, with his face to the back, and clenching his teeth, listened to his friend, who assured him with heat that sooner or later France would certainly thrash Germany. That there were a great many scoundrels in Moscow, and that it was impossible to judge of a horse's quality by its outward appearance. The doctor began to have a buzzing in his ears and palpitations of the heart, but out of delicacy could not bring himself to beg his friend to go away or hold his tongue. Fortunately Mikhail Avrianich grew weary of sitting in the hotel room, and after dinner he went out for a walk. As soon as he was alone Andrei Yefimych abandoned himself to a feeling of relief. How pleasant to lie motionless on the sofa and to know that one is alone in the room. Real happiness is impossible without solitude. The fallen angel betrayed God probably because he longed for solitude, of which the angels know nothing. Andrei Yefimych wanted to think about what he had seen and heard during the last few days, but he could not get Mikhail Avrianich out of his head. Why, he has taken a holiday and come with me out of friendship, out of generosity, thought the doctor with vexation. Nothing could be worse than this friendly supervision. I suppose he is good-natured and generous and a lively fellow, but he is a bore. An insufferable bore. In the same way there are people who never say anything but what is clever and good, yet one feels that they are dull-witted people. For the following days Andrei Yefimych declared himself ill and would not leave the hotel room. He lay with his face to the back of the sofa, and suffered agonies of weariness when his friend entertained him with conversation, or rested when his friend was absent. He was vexed with himself for having come, and with his friend, who grew every day more talkative and more free and easy. He could not succeed in attuning his thoughts to a serious and lofty level. This is what I get from the real life Ivan Dmitrich talked about, he thought, angry at his own pettiness. It's of no consequence, though. I shall go home, and everything will go on as before. It was the same thing in Petersburg too. For whole days together he did not leave the hotel room, but lay on the sofa and only got up to drink beer. Mikhail Avrianich was all haste to get to Warsaw. My dear man, what should I go there for? Said Andrei Yefimych in an imploring voice. You go alone and let me get home. I entreat you. On no account, protested Mikhail Avrianich. It's a marvelous town. Andrei Yefimych had not the strength of will to insist on his own way, and much against his inclination went to Warsaw. There he did not leave the hotel room, but lay on the sofa, furious with himself, with his friend, and with the waiters, who obstinately refused to understand Russian. While Mikhail Avrianich, healthy, hearty, and full of spirits as usual, went about the town from morning to night, looking for his old acquaintances. Several times he did not return home at night. After one night spent in some unknown haunt he returned home early in the morning, in a violently excited condition, with a red face and tousled hair. For a long time he walked up and down the rooms muttering something to himself, then stopped and said, "Honor before everything." After walking up and down a little longer he clutched his head in both hands and pronounced in a tragic voice, "Yes, honor before everything." Accursed be the moment when the idea first entered my head to visit this Babylon. My dear friend, he added, addressing the doctor, you may despise me, I have played and lost. Lend me 500 rubles. Andrei Yefimych counted out 500 rubles and gave them to his friend without a word. The latter, still crimson with shame and anger, incoherently articulated some useless vow, put on his cap, and went out. Returning 2 hours later he flopped into an easy chair, heaved a loud sigh, and said, "My honor is saved. Let us go, my friend, I do not care to remain another hour in this accursed town. Scoundrels! Austrian spies!" By the time the friends were back in their own town it was November, and deep snow was lying in the streets. Dr. Hobotov had Andrei Yefimich's post. He was still living in his old lodgings, waiting for Andrei Yefimych to arrive and clear out of the hospital apartments. The plain woman whom he called his cook was already established in one of the lodges. Fresh scandals about the hospital were going the round of the town. It was said that the plain woman had quarreled with the superintendent, and that the latter had crawled on his knees before her begging forgiveness. On the very first day he arrived Andrei Yefimych had to look out for lodgings. "My friend," the postmaster said to him timidly, excuse an indiscreet question, what means have you at your disposal? Andrei Yefimych, without a word, counted out his money and said, 86 rubles. I don't mean that, Mikhail Avrianich brought out in confusion, misunderstanding him. I mean, what have you to live on? I tell you, 86 rubles. I have nothing else. Mikhail Avrianich looked upon the doctor as an honorable man, yet he suspected that he had accumulated a fortune of at least 20,000. Now learning that Andrei Yefimych was a beggar, that he had nothing to live on, he was for some reason suddenly moved to tears and embraced his friend. Chapter 15. Andrei Yefimych now lodged in a little house with 3 windows. There were only 3 rooms besides the kitchen in the little house. The doctor lived in 2 of them which looked into the street, while Daryushka and the landlady with her 3 children lived in the 3rd room and the kitchen. Sometimes the landlady's lover, a drunken peasant who was rowdy and reduced the children and Daryushka to terror, would come for the night. When he arrived and established himself in the kitchen and demanded vodka, they all felt very uncomfortable. And the doctor would be moved by pity to take the crying children into his room and let them lie on his floor, and this gave him great satisfaction. He got up as before at 8 o'clock, and after his morning tea sat down to read his old books and magazines. He had no money for new ones. Either because the books were old, or perhaps because of the change in his surroundings, reading exhausted him, and did not grip his attention as before. That he might not spend his time in idleness, he made a detailed catalogue of his books and gummed little labels on their backs, and this mechanical, tedious work seemed to him more interesting than reading. The monotonous, tedious work lulled his thoughts to sleep in some unaccountable way, and the time passed quickly while he thought of nothing. Even sitting in the kitchen, peeling potatoes with Daryushka or picking over the buckwheat grain, seemed to him interesting. On Saturdays and Sundays he went to church. Standing near the wall and half closing his eyes, he listened to the singing and thought of his father, of his mother, of the university, of the religions of the world. He felt calm and melancholy, and as he went out of the church afterwards he regretted that the service was so soon over. He went twice to the hospital to talk to Ivan Dmitrich. But on both occasions Ivan Dmitrich was unusually excited and ill-humored. He bade the doctor leave him in peace, as he had long been sick of empty chatter, and declared, to make up for all his sufferings. He asked from the damned scoundrels only one favor, solitary confinement. Surely they would not refuse him even that. On both occasions when Andrei Yefimych was taking leave of him and wishing him good night, he answered rudely and said, "Go to hell." And Andrei Yefimych did not know now whether to go to him for the 3rd time or not. He longed to go. In old days Andrei Yefimych used to walk about his rooms and think in the interval after dinner. But now from dinner time till evening tea he lay on the sofa with his face to the back and gave himself up to trivial thoughts which he could not struggle against. He was mortified that after more than 20 years of service he had been given neither a pension nor any assistance. It is true that he had not done his work honestly, but, then, all who are in the service get a pension without distinction whether they are honest or not. Contemporary justice lies precisely in the bestowal of grades, orders, and pensions, not for moral qualities or capacities, but for service whatever it may have been like. Why was he alone to be an exception? He had no money at all. He was ashamed to pass by the shop and look at the woman who owned it. He owed 32 rubles for beer already. There was money owing to the landlady also. Daryushka sold old clothes and books on the sly, and told lies to the landlady, saying that the doctor was just going to receive a large sum of money. He was angry with himself for having wasted on traveling the 1,000 rubles he had saved up. How useful that 1,000 rubles would have been now. He was vexed that people would not leave him in peace. Hobotov thought it his duty to look in on his sick colleague from time to time. Everything about him was revolting to Andrei Yefimych, his well-fed face and vulgar, condescending tone, and his use of the word colleague, and his high-top boots. The most revolting thing was that he thought it was his duty to treat Andrei Yefimych, and thought that he really was treating him. On every visit he brought a bottle of bromide and rhubarb pills. Mikhail Avrianich, too, thought it his duty to visit his friend and entertain him. Every time he went in to Andrei Yefimych with an affectation of ease, laughed constrainedly, and began assuring him that he was looking very well today, and that, thank God, he was on the high road to recovery, and from this it might be concluded that he looked on his friend's condition as hopeless. He had not yet repaid his Warsaw debt, and was overwhelmed by shame. He was constrained, and so tried to laugh louder and talk more amusingly. His anecdotes and descriptions seemed endless now, and were an agony both to Andrei Yefimych and himself. In his presence Andrei Yefimych usually lay on the sofa with his face to the wall, and listened with his teeth clenched. His soul was oppressed with rankling disgust, and after every visit from his friend he felt as though this disgust had risen higher, and was mounting into his throat. To stifle petty thoughts he made haste to reflect that he himself, and Hobotov, and Mikhail Avrianich, would all sooner or later perish without leaving any trace on the world. If one imagined some spirit flying by the earthly globe in space in 1,000,000 years he would see nothing but clay and bare rocks. Everything, culture and the moral law, would pass away and not even a burdock would grow out of them. Of what consequence was shame in the presence of a shopkeeper? Of what consequence was the insignificant Hobotov or the wearisome friendship of Mikhail Avrianich? It was all trivial and nonsensical. But such reflections did not help him now. Scarcely had he imagined the earthly globe in 1,000,000 years, when Hobotov in his high-top boots or Mikhail Avrianich with his forced laugh would appear from behind a bare rock. And he even heard the shamefaced whisper, "The Warsaw debt. I will repay it in a day or two, my dear fellow, without fail." Chapter 16. One day Mikhail Avrianich came after dinner when Andrei Yefimych was lying on the sofa. It so happened that Hobotov arrived at the same time with his bromide. Andrei Yefimych got up heavily and sat down, leaning both arms on the sofa. "You have a much better color today than you had yesterday, my dear man," began Mikhail Avrianich. "Yes, you look jolly. Upon my soul, you do. It's high time you were well, dear colleague," said Hobotov, yawning. "I'll be bound, you are sick of this bobbery." "And we shall recover," said Mikhail Avrianich cheerfully. "We shall live another 100 years. To be sure. Not 100 years, but another 20, Hobotov said reassuringly. "It's all right, colleague, don't lose heart. Don't go piling it on. We'll show what we can do," laughed Mikhail Avrianich, and he slapped his friend on the knee. "We'll show them yet. Next summer, please God, we shall be off to the Caucasus, and we will ride all over it on horseback, trot, trot, trot. And when we are back from the Caucasus I shouldn't wonder if we will all dance at the wedding." Mikhail Avrianich gave a sly wink. "We'll marry you, my dear boy, we'll marry you." Andrei Yefimych felt suddenly that the rising disgust had mounted to his throat, his heart began beating violently. "That's vulgar," he said, getting up quickly and walking away to the window. "Don't you understand that you are talking vulgar nonsense?" He meant to go on softly and politely, but against his will he suddenly clenched his fists and raised them above his head. "Leave me alone," he shouted in a voice unlike his own, blushing crimson and shaking all over. "Go away, both of you." Mikhail Avrianich and Hobotov got up and stared at him first with amazement and then with alarm. "Go away, both." Andrei Yefimych went on shouting. "Stupid people. Foolish people. I don't want either your friendship or your medicines, stupid man. Vulgar. Nasty." Hobotov and Mikhail Avrianich, looking at each other in bewilderment, staggered to the door and went out. Andrei Yefimych snatched up the bottle of bromide and flung it after them. The bottle broke with a crash on the doorframe. "Go to the devil!" he shouted in a tearful voice, running out into the passage. "To the devil!" When his guests were gone Andrei Yefimych lay down on the sofa, trembling as though in a fever, and went on for a long while repeating, "Stupid people. Foolish people. When he was calmer, what occurred to him first of all was the thought that poor Mikhail Avrianich must be feeling fearfully ashamed and depressed now, and that it was all dreadful. Nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Where was his intelligence and his tact? Where was his comprehension of things and his philosophical indifference? The doctor could not sleep all night for shame and vexation with himself, and at 10 o'clock next morning he went to the post office and apologized to the postmaster. "We won't think again of what has happened," Mikhail Avrianich, greatly touched, said with a sigh, warmly pressing his hand. "Let bygones be bygones." Lubavkin, he suddenly shouted so loud that all the postmen and other persons present started, "hand a chair." "And you wait," he shouted to a peasant woman who was stretching out a registered letter to him through the grating. "Don't you see that I am busy? We will not remember the past," he went on, affectionately addressing Andrei Yefimych. "Sit down, I beg you, my dear fellow." For a minute he stroked his knees in silence, and then said, "I have never had a thought of taking offense. Illness is no joke, I understand. Your attack frightened the doctor and me yesterday, and we had a long talk about you afterwards. My dear friend, why won't you treat your illness seriously? You can't go on like this." "Excuse me speaking openly as a friend," whispered Mikhail Avrianich. "You live in the most unfavorable surroundings, in a crowd, in uncleanliness, no one to look after you, no money for proper treatment. My dear friend, the doctor and I implore you with all our hearts, listen to our advice, go into the hospital. There you will have wholesome food and attendance and treatment. Though, between ourselves, Yevgeny Fyodorich is mauvais ton, yet he does understand his work, you can fully rely upon him. He has promised me he will look after you." Andrei Yefimych was touched by the postmaster's genuine sympathy and the tears which suddenly glittered on his cheeks. "My honored friend, don't believe it," he whispered, laying his hand on his heart, "don't believe them. It's all a sham. My illness is only that in 20 years I have only found one intelligent man in the whole town, and he is mad. I am not ill at all, it's simply that I have got into an enchanted circle which there is no getting out of. I don't care, I am ready for anything. Go into the hospital, my dear fellow. I don't care if it were into the pit. Give me your word, my dear man, that you will obey Yevgeny Fyodorich in everything." "Certainly I will give you my word. But I repeat, my honored friend, I have got into an enchanted circle. Now everything, even the genuine sympathy of my friends, leads to the same thing, to my ruin. I am going to my ruin, and I have the manliness to recognize it. My dear fellow, you will recover." "What's the use of saying that?" said Andrei Yefimych, with irritation. "There are few men who at the end of their lives do not experience what I am experiencing now. When you are told that you have something such as diseased kidneys or enlarged heart, and you begin being treated for it, or are told you are mad or a criminal, that is, in fact. When people suddenly turn their attention to you, you may be sure you have got into an enchanted circle from which you will not escape. You will try to escape and make things worse. You had better give in, for no human efforts can save you. So it seems to me." Meanwhile the public was crowding at the grating. That he might not be in their way, Andrei Yefimych got up and began to take leave. Mikhail Avrianich made him promise on his honor once more, and escorted him to the outer door. Towards evening on the same day Hobotov, in his sheepskin and his high top boots, suddenly made his appearance. And said to Andrei Yefimych in a tone as though nothing had happened the day before, "I have come on business, colleague. I have come to ask you whether you would not join me in a consultation." Thinking that Hobotov wanted to distract his mind with an outing, or perhaps really to enable him to earn something, Andrei Yefimych put on his coat and hat, and went out with him into the street. He was glad of the opportunity to smooth over his fault of the previous day and to be reconciled, and in his heart thanked Hobotov, who did not even allude to yesterday's scene and was evidently sparing him. One would never have expected such delicacy from this uncultured man. "Where is your invalid?" asked Andrei Yefimych. "In the hospital. I have long wanted to show him to you. A very interesting case." They went into the hospital yard, and going round the main building, turned towards the lodge where the mental cases were kept, and all this, for some reason, in silence. When they went into the lodge, Nikita as usual jumped up and stood at attention. "One of the patients here has a lung complication," Hobotov said in an undertone, going into the yard with Andrei Yefimych. "You wait here, I'll be back directly. I am going for a stethoscope." And he went away. Chapter 17. It was getting dusk. Ivan Dmitrich was lying on his bed with his face thrust onto his pillow. The paralytic was sitting motionless, crying quietly and moving his lips. The fat peasant and the former sorter were asleep. It was quiet. Andrei Yefimych sat down on Ivan Dmitrich's bed and waited. But half an hour passed, and instead of Hobotov, Nikita came into the ward with a dressing gown, some underlinen, and a pair of slippers in a heap on his arm. "Please change your things, Your Honor," he said softly. "Here is your bed, come this way," he added, pointing to an empty bedstead which had obviously recently been brought into the ward. "It's all right, please God, you will recover." Andrei Yefimych understood it all. Without saying a word he crossed to the bed to which Nikita pointed and sat down. Seeing that Nikita was standing waiting, he undressed entirely and he felt ashamed. Then he put on the hospital clothes. The drawers were very short, the shirt was long, and the dressing gown smelt of smoked fish. "Please God, you will recover," repeated Nikita, and he gathered up Andrei Yefimich's clothes into his arms, went out, and shut the door after him. No matter, thought Andrei Yefimych, wrapping himself in his dressing gown in a shamefaced way and feeling that he looked like a convict in his new costume. "It's no matter. It does not matter whether it's a dress coat or a uniform or this dressing gown. But how about his watch? And the notebook that was in the side pocket? And his cigarettes? Where had Nikita taken his clothes? Now perhaps to the day of his death he would not put on trousers, a waistcoat, and high boots. It was all somehow strange and even incomprehensible at first. Andrei Yefimych was even now convinced that there was no difference between his landlady's house and ward number 6, that everything in this world was nonsense and vanity of vanities. And yet his hands were trembling, his feet were cold, and he was filled with dread at the thought that soon Ivan Dmitrich would get up and see that he was in a dressing gown. He got up and walked across the room and sat down again. Here he had been sitting already half an hour, and he was miserably sick of it. Was it really possible to live here a day, a week, and even years like these people? Why, he had been sitting here, had walked about and sat down again, he could get up and look out of window and walk from corner to corner again, and then what? Sit so all the time, like a post, and think? No, that was scarcely possible. Andrei Yefimych lay down, but at once got up, wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve and felt that his whole face smelt of smoked fish. He walked about again. "It's some misunderstanding," he said, turning out the palms of his hands in perplexity. "It must be cleared up. There is a misunderstanding." Meanwhile Ivan Dmitrich woke up. He sat up and propped his cheeks on his fists. He spat. Then he glanced lazily at the doctor, and apparently for the first minute did not understand. But soon his sleepy face grew malicious and mocking. "Aha! So they have put you in here, too, old fellow," he said in a voice husky from sleepiness, screwing up one eye. "Very glad to see you. You sucked the blood of others, and now they will suck yours. Excellent." "It's a misunderstanding," Andrei Yefimych brought out, frightened by Ivan Dmitrich's words. He shrugged his shoulders and repeated, "It's some misunderstanding." Ivan Dmitrich spat again and lay down. "Cursed life," he grumbled, "and what's bitter and insulting, this life will not end in compensation for our sufferings, it will not end with apotheosis as it would in an opera, but with death. Peasants will come and drag one's dead body by the arms and the legs to the cellar. Ugh! Well, it does not matter. We shall have our good time in the other world. I shall come here as a ghost from the other world and frighten these reptiles. I'll turn their hair gray. Moisika returned, and, seeing the doctor, held out his hand. Give me 1 little kopeck, he said. Chapter 18. Andrei Yefimych walked away to the window and looked out into the open country. It was getting dark, and on the horizon to the right a cold crimson moon was mounting upwards. Not far from the hospital fence, not much more than 200 yards away, stood a tall white house shut in by a stone wall. This was the prison. So this is real life, thought Andrei Yefimych, and he felt frightened. The moon and the prison, and the nails on the fence, and the faraway flames at the bone-charring factory were all terrible. Behind him there was the sound of a sigh. Andrei Yefimych looked round and saw a man with glittering stars and orders on his breast, who was smiling and slyly winking. And this, too, seemed terrible. Andrei Yefimych assured himself that there was nothing special about the moon or the prison, that even sane persons wear orders, and that everything in time will decay and turn to earth. But he was suddenly overcome with desire. He clutched at the grating with both hands and shook it with all his might. The strong grating did not yield. Then, that it might not be so dreadful, he went to Ivan Dmitrich's bed and sat down. "I have lost heart, my dear fellow," he muttered, trembling and wiping away the cold sweat. "I have lost heart." "You should be philosophical," said Ivan Dmitrich ironically. My God, my God. Yes, yes. You were pleased to say once that there was no philosophy in Russia, but that all people, even the paltriest, talk philosophy. But you know the philosophizing of the paltriest does not harm anyone, said Andrei Yefimych in a tone as if he wanted to cry and complain. Why, then, that malignant laugh, my friend, and how can these paltry creatures help philosophizing if they are not satisfied? For an intelligent, educated man, made in God's image, proud and loving freedom, to have no alternative but to be a doctor in a filthy, stupid, wretched little town. And to spend his whole life among bottles, leeches, mustard plasters. Quackery, narrowness, vulgarity. Oh, my God! You are talking nonsense. If you don't like being a doctor, you should have gone in for being a statesman. I could not do anything. We are weak, my dear friend. I used to be indifferent. I reasoned boldly and soundly, but at the first coarse touch of life upon me I have lost heart. Prostration. We are weak, we are poor creatures, and you, too, my dear friend, you are intelligent, generous, you drew in good impulses with your mother's milk. But you had hardly entered upon life when you were exhausted and fell ill. Weak, weak. Andrei Yefimych was all the while at the approach of evening tormented by another persistent sensation besides terror and the feeling of resentment. At last he realized that he was longing for a smoke and for beer. I am going out, my friend, he said. I will tell them to bring a light. I can't put up with this. I am not equal to it. Andrei Yefimych went to the door and opened it, but at once Nikita jumped up and barred his way. Where are you going? You can't, he said. It's bedtime. But I'm only going out for a minute to walk about the yard, said Andrei Yefimych. You can't, it's forbidden. You know that yourself. But what difference will it make to anyone if I do go out? Asked Andrei Yefimych, shrugging his shoulders. I don't understand. Nikita, I must go out, he said in a trembling voice. I must. Don't be disorderly, it's not right, Nikita said peremptorily. This is beyond everything, Ivan Dmitrich cried suddenly, and he jumped up. What right has he not to let you out? How dare they keep us here? I believe it is clearly laid down in the law that no one can be deprived of freedom without trial. It's an outrage. It's tyranny. Of course it's tyranny, said Andrei Yefimych, encouraged by Ivan Dmitrich's outburst. "I must go out, I want to." "He has no right." "Open, I tell you." "Do you hear, you dull-witted brute?" cried Ivan Dmitrich, and he banged on the door with his fist. "Open the door, or I will break it open." "Torturer!" "Open the door," cried Andrei Yefimych, trembling all over, "I insist." "Talk away." Nikita answered through the door, "Talk away. Anyhow, go and call Yevgeny Fyodorich. Say that I beg him to come for a minute. His honor will come of himself tomorrow. They will never let us out," Ivan Dmitrich was going on meanwhile. "They will leave us to rot here. Oh, Lord, can there really be no hell in the next world, and will these wretches be forgiven? Where is justice? Open the door, you wretch." "I am choking," he cried in a hoarse voice, and flung himself upon the door. "I'll dash out my brains, murderers." Nikita opened the door quickly, and roughly with both his hands and his knee shoved Andrei Yefimych back, then swung his arm and punched him in the face with his fist. It seemed to Andrei Yefimych as though a huge salt wave enveloped him from his head downwards and dragged him to the bed. There really was a salt taste in his mouth, most likely the blood was running from his teeth. He waved his arms as though he were trying to swim out and clutched at a bedstead, and at the same moment felt Nikita hit him twice on the back. Ivan Dmitrich gave a loud scream. He must have been beaten too. Then all was still. The faint moonlight came through the grating, and a shadow like a net lay on the floor. It was terrible. Andrei Yefimych lay and held his breath. He was expecting with horror to be struck again. He felt as though someone had taken a sickle, thrust it into him, and turned it round several times in his breast and bowels. He bit the pillow from pain and clenched his teeth, and all at once through the chaos in his brain there flashed the terrible unbearable thought that these people, who seemed now like black shadows in the moonlight, had to endure such pain day by day for years. How could it have happened that for more than 20 years he had not known it and had refused to know it? He knew nothing of pain, had no conception of it, so he was not to blame, but his conscience, as inexorable and as rough as Nikita, made him turn cold from the crown of his head to his heels. He leaped up, tried to cry out with all his might, and to run in haste to kill Nikita, and then Hobotov, the superintendent and the assistant, and then himself. But no sound came from his chest, and his legs would not obey him. Gasping for breath, he tore at the dressing gown and the shirt on his breast, rent them, and fell senseless on the bed. Chapter 19. Next morning his head ached, there was a droning in his ears and a feeling of utter weakness all over. He was not ashamed at recalling his weakness the day before. He had been cowardly, had even been afraid of the moon, had openly expressed thoughts and feelings such as he had not expected in himself before. For instance, the thought that the paltry people who philosophized were really dissatisfied. But now nothing mattered to him. He ate nothing, he drank nothing. He lay motionless and silent. "It is all the same to me," he thought when they asked him questions. "I am not going to answer. It's all the same to me." After dinner Mikhail Avrianich brought him a 1/4 pound of tea and a pound of fruit pastilles. Daryushka came too and stood for a whole hour by the bed with an expression of dull grief on her face. Dr. Hobotov visited him. He brought a bottle of bromide and told Nikita to fumigate the ward with something. Towards evening Andrei Yefimych died of an apoplectic stroke. At first he had a violent shivering fit and a feeling of sickness. Something revolting as it seemed, penetrating through his whole body, even to his fingertips, strained from his stomach to his head and flooded his eyes and ears. There was a greenness before his eyes. Andrei Yefimych understood that his end had come, and remembered that Ivan Dmitrich, Mikhail Avrianich, and millions of people believed in immortality. And what if it really existed? But he did not want immortality, and he thought of it only for one instant. A herd of deer, extraordinarily beautiful and graceful, of which he had been reading the day before, ran by him, then a peasant woman stretched out her hand to him with a registered letter. Mikhail Avrianich said something, then it all vanished, and Andrei Yefimych sank into oblivion forever. The hospital porters came, took him by his arms and legs, and carried him away to the chapel. There he lay on the table, with open eyes, and the moon shed its light upon him at night. In the morning Sergei Sergeitch came, prayed piously before the crucifix, and closed his former chief's eyes. Next day Andrei Yefimych was buried. Mikhail Avrianich and Daryushka were the only people at the funeral. The two Volodyas. "Let me, I want to drive myself." "I'll sit by the driver," Sofia Lvovna said in a loud voice. "Wait a minute, driver, I'll get up on the box beside you." She stood up in the sledge, and her husband, Vladimir Nikitich, and the friend of her childhood, Vladimir Mihailovich, held her arms to prevent her falling. The three horses were galloping fast. "I said you ought not to have given her brandy," Vladimir Nikitich whispered to his companion with vexation. "What a fellow you are, really." The colonel knew by experience that in women like his wife, Sofia Lvovna, after a little too much wine, turbulent gaiety was followed by hysterical laughter and then tears. He was afraid that when they got home, instead of being able to sleep, he would have to be administering compresses and drops. "What?" cried Sofia Lvovna. "I want to drive myself." She felt genuinely gay and triumphant. For the last 2 months, ever since her wedding, she had been tortured by the thought that she had married Colonel Yagich from worldly motives and, as it is said, par de pit. But that evening, at the restaurant, she had suddenly become convinced that she loved him passionately. In spite of his 54 years, he was so slim, agile, supple, he made puns and hummed to the gypsies' tunes so charmingly. Really, the older men were nowadays 1,000 times more interesting than the young. It seemed as though age and youth had changed parts. The colonel was 2 years older than her father, but could there be any importance in that if, honestly speaking, there were infinitely more vitality, go, and freshness in him than in herself? Though she was only 23? "Oh, my darling," she thought. "You are wonderful." She had become convinced in the restaurant, too, that not a spark of her old feeling remained. For the friend of her childhood, Vladimir Mihailovich, or simply Volodya, with whom only the day before she had been madly, miserably in love, she now felt nothing but complete indifference. All that evening he had seemed to her spiritless, torpid, uninteresting, and insignificant, and the sang-froid with which he habitually avoided paying at restaurants on this occasion revolted her. And she had hardly been able to resist saying, "If you are poor, you should stay at home." The colonel paid for all. Perhaps because trees, telegraph posts, and drifts of snow kept flitting past her eyes, all sorts of disconnected ideas came rushing into her mind. She reflected, the bill at the restaurant had been 120 rubles, and 100 had gone to the gypsies, and tomorrow she could fling away 1,000 rubles if she liked. And only 2 months ago, before her wedding, she had not had 3 rubles of her own, and had to ask her father for every trifle. What a change in her life! Her thoughts were in a tangle. She recalled how, when she was a child of 10, Colonel Yagich, now her husband, used to make love to her aunt, and everyone in the house said that he had ruined her. And her aunt had, in fact, often come down to dinner with her eyes red from crying, and was always going off somewhere, and people used to say of her that the poor thing could find no peace anywhere. He had been very handsome in those days, and had an extraordinary reputation as a lady killer. So much so that he was known all over the town, and it was said of him that he paid a round of visits to his adorers every day like a doctor visiting his patients. And even now, in spite of his grey hair, his wrinkles, and his spectacles, his thin face looked handsome, especially in profile. Sofia Lvovna's father was an army doctor, and had at one time served in the same regiment with Colonel Yagich. Volodya's father was an army doctor too, and he, too, had once been in the same regiment as her father and Colonel Yagich. In spite of many amatory adventures, often very complicated and disturbing, Volodya had done splendidly at the university, and had taken a very good degree. Now he was specializing in foreign literature, and was said to be writing a thesis. He lived with his father, the army doctor, in the barracks, and had no means of his own, though he was 30. As children Sophia and he had lived under the same roof, though in different flats. He often came to play with her, and they had dancing and French lessons together. But when he grew up into a graceful, remarkably handsome young man, she began to feel shy of him, and then fell madly in love with him. And had loved him right up to the time when she was married to Yagich. He, too, had been renowned for his success with women almost from the age of 14, and the ladies who deceived their husbands on his account excused themselves by saying that he was only a boy. Someone had told a story of him lately that when he was a student living in lodgings so as to be near the university, it always happened if one knocked at his door, that one heard his footstep. And then a whispered apology, "Pardon, je ne suis pas settle." Yagich was delighted with him, and blessed him as a worthy successor, as Durchovin blessed Pushkin. He appeared to be fond of him. They would play billiards or piquet by the hour together without uttering a word. If Yagich drove out on any expedition he always took Volodia with him. And Yagich was the only person Volodia initiated into the mysteries of his thesis. In earlier days, when Yagich was rather younger, they had often been in the position of rivals, but they had never been jealous of one another. In the circle in which they moved Yagich was nicknamed Big Volodia, and his friend Little Volodia. Besides Big Volodia, Little Volodia, and Sofia Lvovna, there was a fourth person in the sledge, Margarita Alexandrovna, or, as everyone called her, Rita. A cousin of Madame Yagich, a very pale girl over 30, with black eyebrows and a pince-nez, who was forever smoking cigarettes, even in the bitterest frost. And who always had her knees and the front of her blouse covered with cigarette ash. She spoke through her nose, drawling every word, was of a cold temperament, could drink any amount of wine and liquor without being drunk. And used to tell scandalous anecdotes in a languid and tasteless way. At home she spent her days reading thick magazines, covering them with cigarette ash, or eating frozen apples. "Sonia, give over fooling," she said, drawling. "It's really silly." As they drew near the city gates they went more slowly, and began to pass people and houses. Sofia Lvovna subsided, nestled up to her husband, and gave herself up to her thoughts. Little Volodia sat opposite. By now her light-hearted and cheerful thoughts were mingled with gloomy ones. She thought that the man sitting opposite knew that she loved him, and no doubt he believed the gossip that she married the Colonel Par de Pit. She had never told him of her love. She had not wanted him to know, and had done her best to hide her feeling, but from her face she knew that he understood her perfectly, and her pride suffered. But what was most humiliating in her position was that, since her wedding, Volodia had suddenly begun to pay her attention, which he had never done before, spending hours with her. Sitting silent or chattering about trifles. And even now in the sledge, though he did not talk to her, he touched her foot with his and pressed her hand a little. Evidently that was all he wanted, that she should be married. And it was evident that he despised her and that she only excited in him an interest of a special kind, as though she were an immoral and disreputable woman. And when the feeling of triumph and love for her husband were mingled in her soul with humiliation and wounded pride, she was overcome by a spirit of defiance, and longed to sit on the box. To shout and whistle to the horses. Just as they passed the nunnery the huge 100-ton bell rang out. Rita crossed herself. "Our Olga is in that nunnery," said Sofia Lvovna, and she, too, crossed herself and shuddered. "Why did she go into the nunnery?" said the colonel. "Par de Pit," Rita answered crossly, with obvious allusion to Sophia's marrying Yagich. "Par de Pit is all the fashion nowadays. Defiance of all the world." She was always laughing, a desperate flirt, fond of nothing but balls and young men, and all of a sudden off she went, to surprise everyone. "That's not true," said Volodia, turning down the collar of his fur coat and showing his handsome face. "It wasn't a case of par de pit, it was simply horrible, if you like. Her brother Dmitri was sent to penal servitude, and they don't know where he is now. And her mother died of grief. He turned up his collar again. Olga did well, he added in a muffled voice. Living as an adopted child, and with such a paragon as Sofia Lvovna, one must take that into consideration too. Sofia Lvovna heard a tone of contempt in his voice, and longed to say something rude to him, but she said nothing. The spirit of defiance came over her again. She stood up again and shouted in a tearful voice. I want to go to the early service. Driver, back. I want to see Olga. They turned back. The nunnery bell had a deep note, and Sofia Lvovna fancied there was something in it that reminded her of Olga and her life. The other church bells began ringing too. When the driver stopped the horses, Sofia Lvovna jumped out of the sledge and, unescorted and alone, went quickly up to the gate. Make haste, please, her husband called to her. It's late already. She went in at the dark gateway, then by the avenue that led from the gate to the chief church. The snow crunched under her feet, and the ringing was just above her head, and seemed to vibrate through her whole being. Here was the church door, then 3 steps down, and an anteroom with icons of the saints on both sides, a fragrance of juniper and incense, another door. And a dark figure opening it and bowing very low. The service had not yet begun. One nun was walking by the icon screen and lighting the candles on the tall standard candlesticks, another was lighting the chandelier. Here and there, by the columns and the side chapels, there stood black, motionless figures. I suppose they must remain standing as they are now till the morning, thought Sofia Lvovna, and it seemed to her dark, cold, and dreary, drearier than a graveyard. She looked with a feeling of dreariness at the still, motionless figures and suddenly felt a pang at her heart. For some reason, in one short nun, with thin shoulders and a black kerchief on her head, she recognized Olga, though when Olga went into the nunnery she had been plump and had looked taller. Hesitating and extremely agitated, Sofia Lvovna went up to the nun, and looking over her shoulder into her face, recognized her as Olga. Olga! She cried, throwing up her hands, and could not speak from emotion. Olga! The nun knew her at once. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, and her pale, freshly washed face, and even, it seemed, the white headcloth that she wore under her wimple, beamed with pleasure. What a miracle from God! She said, and she, too, threw up her thin, pale little hands. Sofia Lvovna hugged her and kissed her warmly, and was afraid as she did so that she might smell of spirits. We were just driving past, and we thought of you, she said, breathing hard, as though she had been running. Dear me! How pale you are! I'm very glad to see you. Well, tell me, how are you? Are you dull? Sofia Lvovna looked round at the other nuns, and went on in a subdued voice. There've been so many changes at home, you know, I'm married to Colonel Yagich. You remember him, no doubt. I am very happy with him. Well, thank God for that. And is your father quite well? Yes, he is quite well. He often speaks of you. You must come and see us during the holidays, Olga, won't you? I will come, said Olga, and she smiled. I'll come on the second day. Sofia Lvovna began crying, she did not know why, and for a minute she shed tears in silence, then she wiped her eyes and said. Rita will be very sorry not to have seen you. She is with us too. And Volodya's here. They are close to the gate. How pleased they'd be if you'd come out and see them. Let's go out to them, the service hasn't begun yet. Let us, Olga agreed. She crossed herself 3 times and went out with Sofia Lvovna to the entrance. So you say you're happy, Sanichka? She asked, and they came out at the gate. Very. Well, thank God for that. The 2 Volodyas, seeing the nun, got out of the sledge and greeted her respectfully. Both were visibly touched by her pale face and her black monastic dress, and both were pleased that she had remembered them and come to greet them. That she might not be cold, Sofia Lvovna wrapped her up in a rug and put one half of her fur coat round her. Her tears had relieved and purified her heart, and she was glad that this noisy, restless, and, in reality, impure night should unexpectedly end so purely and serenely. And to keep Olga by her a little longer she suggested, "Let us take her for a drive. Get in, Olga, we'll go a little way." The men expected the nun to refuse. Saints don't dash about in three-horse sledges, but to their surprise, she consented and got into the sledge. And while the horses were galloping to the city gate all were silent, and only tried to make her warm and comfortable. And each of them was thinking of what she had been in the past and what she was now. Her face was now passionless, inexpressive, cold, pale, and transparent, as though there were water, not blood, in her veins. And 2 or 3 years ago she had been plump and rosy, talking about her suitors and laughing at every trifle. Near the city gate the sledge turned back. When it stopped 10 minutes later near the nunnery, Olga got out of the sledge. The bell had begun to ring more rapidly. "The Lord save you," said Olga, and she bowed low as nuns do. "Mind you come, Olga." I will. She went and quickly disappeared through the gateway. And when after that they drove on again, Sofia Lvovna felt very sad. Everyone was silent. She felt dispirited and weak all over. That she should have made a nun get into a sledge and drive in a company hardly sober seemed to her now stupid, tactless, and almost sacrilegious. As the intoxication passed off, the desire to deceive herself passed away also. It was clear to her now that she did not love her husband, and never could love him, and that it all had been foolishness and nonsense. She had married him from interested motives, because, in the words of her school friends, he was madly rich, and because she was afraid of becoming an old maid like Rita. And because she was sick of her father, the doctor, and wanted to annoy Volodia. If she could have imagined when she got married, that it would be so oppressive, so dreadful, and so hideous, she would not have consented to the marriage for all the wealth in the world. But now there was no setting it right. She must make up her mind to it. They reached home. Getting into her warm, soft bed, and pulling the bedclothes over her, Sofia Lvovna recalled the dark church, the smell of incense, and the figures by the columns. And she felt frightened at the thought that these figures would be standing there all the while she was asleep. The early service would be very, very long, then there would be the hours, then the Mass, then the service of the day. But of course there is a God, there certainly is a God. And I shall have to die, so that sooner or later one must think of one's soul, of eternal life, like Olga. Olga is saved now, she has settled all questions for herself. But if there is no God? Then her life is wasted. But how is it wasted? Why is it wasted? And a minute later the thought came into her mind again. There is a God, death must come, one must think of one's soul. If Olga were to see death before her this minute she would not be afraid. She is prepared. And the great thing is that she has already solved the problem of life for herself. There is a God, yes. But is there no other solution except going into a monastery? To go into the monastery means to renounce life, to spoil it. Sofia Lvovna began to feel rather frightened. She hid her head under her pillow. I mustn't think about it, she whispered. I mustn't. Yagich was walking about on the carpet in the next room with a soft jingle of spurs, thinking about something. The thought occurred to Sofia Lvovna that this man was near and dear to her only for one reason, that his name, too, was Vladimir. She sat up in bed and called tenderly. Volodia. What is it? Her husband responded. Nothing. She lay down again. She heard a bell, perhaps the same nunnery bell. Again she thought of the vestibule and the dark figures, and thoughts of God and of inevitable death strayed through her mind, and she covered her ears that she might not hear the bell. She thought that before old age and death there would be a long, long life before her, and that day by day she would have to put up with being close to a man she did not love, who had just now come into the bedroom and was getting into bed, and would have to stifle in her heart her hopeless love for the other young, fascinating, and, as she thought, exceptional man. She looked at her husband and tried to say good night to him, but suddenly burst out crying instead. She was vexed with herself. "Well, now then for the music," said Yagich. She was not pacified till 10 o'clock in the morning. She left off crying and trembling all over, but she began to have a splitting headache. Yagich was in haste to go to the late mass, and in the next room was grumbling at his orderly, who was helping him to dress. He came into the bedroom once with the soft jingle of his spurs to fetch something, and then a second time wearing his epaulets, and his orders on his breast, limping slightly from rheumatism. And it struck Sofya Lvovna that he looked and walked like a bird of prey. She heard Yagich ring the telephone bell. "Be so good as to put me on to the Vasilevsky barracks," he said. And a minute later, "Vasilevsky barracks? Please ask Dr. Salamovich to come to the telephone," and a minute later, "With whom am I speaking? Is it you, Volodya? Delighted. Ask your father to come to us at once, dear boy, my wife is rather shattered after yesterday." "Not at home, you say?" Thank you. Very good. I shall be much obliged. Merci." Yagich came into the bedroom for the third time, bent down to his wife, made the sign of the cross over her, gave her his hand to kiss. The women who had been in love with him used to kiss his hand, and he had got into the habit of it, and saying that he should be back to dinner, went out. At 12 o'clock the maid came in to announce that Vladimir Mihailovich had arrived. Sofya Lvovna, staggering with fatigue and headache, hurriedly put on her marvelous new lilac dressing gown trimmed with fur, and hastily did up her hair after a fashion. She was conscious of an inexpressible tenderness in her heart, and was trembling with joy and with fear that he might go away. She wanted nothing but to look at him. Volodya came dressed correctly for calling, in a swallowtail coat and white tie. When Sofya Lvovna came in he kissed her hand and expressed his genuine regret that she was ill. Then when they had sat down, he admired her dressing gown. "I was upset by seeing Olga yesterday," she said. "At first I felt it dreadful, but now I envy her. She is like a rock that cannot be shattered. There is no moving her." "But was there no other solution for her, Volodya? Is burying oneself alive the only solution of the problem of life? Why, it's death, not life." At the thought of Olga, Volodya's face softened. "Here, you are a clever man, Volodya," said Sofya Lvovna. "Show me how to do what Olga has done. Of course, I am not a believer and should not go into a nunnery, but one can do something equivalent. Life isn't easy for me," she added after a brief pause. "Tell me what to do. Tell me something I can believe in. Tell me something, if it's only one word." "One word? By all means, Tarabum Dumdi." "Volodya, why do you despise me?" she asked hotly. "You talk to me in a special, fatuous way, if you'll excuse me, not as one talks to one's friends and women one respects. You are so good at your work, you are fond of science. Why do you never talk of it to me? Why is it? Am I not good enough?" Volodya frowned with annoyance and said. "Why do you want science all of a sudden? Don't you perhaps want constitutional government? Or sturgeon and horseradish? Very well, I am a worthless, trivial, silly woman with no convictions. I have a mass of defects. I am neurotic, corrupt, and I ought to be despised for it. But you, Volodya, are 10 years older than I am, and my husband is 30 years older. I've grown up before your eyes, and if you would, you could have made anything you liked of me, an angel. But you," her voice quivered, "treat me horribly. Yagich has married me in his old age, and you—" "Come, come," said Volodya, sitting nearer her and kissing both her hands. "Let the Schopenhauers philosophize and prove whatever they like, while we'll kiss these little hands. You despise me, and if only you knew how miserable it makes me, she said uncertainly, knowing beforehand that he would not believe her. And if you only knew how I want to change, to begin another life. I think of it with enthusiasm, and tears of enthusiasm actually came into her eyes. To be good, honest, pure, not to be lying. To have an object in life. Come, 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 please don't be affected. I don't like it, said Volodia, and an ill-humored expression came into his face. Upon my word, you might be on the stage. Let us behave like simple people. To prevent him from getting cross and going away, she began defending herself, and forced herself to smile to please him. And again she began talking of Olga, and of how she longed to solve the problem of her life and to become something real. Tarare bumdi, he hummed. Tarare bumdi. And all at once he put his arm round her waist, while she, without knowing what she was doing, laid her hands on his shoulders and for a minute gazed with ecstasy, almost intoxication. At his clever, ironical face, his brow, his eyes, his handsome beard. You have known that I love you for ever so long, she confessed to him, and she blushed painfully, and felt that her lips were twitching with shame. I love you. Why do you torture me? She shut her eyes and kissed him passionately on the lips, and for a long while, a full minute, could not take her lips away, though she knew it was unseemly. That he might be thinking the worse of her, that a servant might come in. Oh, how you torture me, she repeated. When half an hour later, having got all that he wanted, he was sitting at lunch in the dining room, she was kneeling before him, gazing greedily into his face. And he told her that she was like a little dog waiting for a bit of ham to be thrown to it. Then he sat her on his knee, and dancing her up and down like a child, hummed. Tararabumdi. Tararabumdi. And when he was getting ready to go she asked him in a passionate whisper. When? Today? Where? And held out both hands to his mouth as though she wanted to seize his answer in them. Today it will hardly be convenient, he said after a minute's thought. Tomorrow, perhaps. And they parted. Before dinner Sofia Lvovna went to the nunnery to see Olga, but there she was told that Olga was reading the Psalter somewhere over the dead. From the nunnery she went to her father's and found that he, too, was out. Then she took another sledge and drove aimlessly about the streets till evening. And for some reason she kept thinking of the aunt whose eyes were red with crying, and who could find no peace anywhere. And at night they drove out again with 3 horses to a restaurant out of town and listened to the gypsies. And driving back past the nunnery again, Sofia Lvovna thought of Olga. And she felt aghast at the thought that for the girls and women of her class there was no solution but to go on driving about and telling lies, or going into a nunnery to mortify the flesh. And next day she met her lover, and again Sofia Lvovna drove about the town alone in a hired sledge thinking about her aunt. A week later Volodia threw her over. And after that life went on as before, uninteresting, miserable, and sometimes even agonizing. The Colonel and Volodia spent hours playing billiards and piquet. Rita told anecdotes in the same languid, tasteless way. And Sofia Lvovna went about alone in hired sledges and kept begging her husband to take her for a good drive with 3 horses. Going almost every day to the nunnery, she wearied Olga, complaining of her unbearable misery, weeping, and feeling as she did so that she brought with her into the cell something impure, pitiful, shabby. And Olga repeated to her mechanically as though a lesson learnt by rote, that all this was of no consequence, that it would all pass and God would forgive her. Rothschild's Fiddle. The town was a little one, worse than a village, and it was inhabited by scarcely any but old people who died with an infrequency that was really annoying. In the hospital and in the prison fortress very few coffins were needed. In fact business was bad. If Yakov Ivanov had been an undertaker in the chief town of the province he would certainly have had a house of his own, and people would have addressed him as Yakov Matveitch. Here in this wretched little town people called him simply Yakov. His nickname in the street was for some reason Bronze, and he lived in a poor way like a humble peasant. in a little old hut in which there was only one room, and in this room he and Marfa. The stove, a double bed, the coffins, his bench, and all their belongings were crowded together. Yakov made good, solid coffins. For peasants and working people he made them to fit himself, and this was never unsuccessful, for there were none taller and stronger than he, even in the prison, though he was 70. For gentry and for women he made them to measure, and used an iron foot rule for the purpose. He was very unwilling to take orders for children's coffins, and made them straight off without measurements, contemptuously. And when he was paid for the work he always said, "I must confess I don't like trumpery jobs." Apart from his trade, playing the fiddle brought him in a small income. The Jews' orchestra conducted by Moisey Ilyich Shaks, the tinsmith, who took more than half their receipts for himself, played as a rule at weddings in the town. As Yakov played very well on the fiddle, especially Russian songs, Shaks sometimes invited him to join the orchestra at a fee of half a ruble a day, in addition to tips from the visitors. When Bronze sat in the orchestra first of all his face became crimson and perspiring. It was hot, there was a suffocating smell of garlic, the fiddle squeaked, the double bass wheezed close to his right ear, while the flute wailed at his left, played by a gaunt, red-haired Jew who had a perfect network of red and blue veins all over his face, and who bore the name of the famous millionaire Rothschild. And this accursed Jew contrived to play even the liveliest things plaintively. For no apparent reason Yakov little by little became possessed by hatred and contempt for the Jews, and especially for Rothschild. He began to pick quarrels with him, rail at him in unseemly language and once even tried to strike him, and Rothschild was offended and said, looking at him ferociously, "If it were not that I respect you for your talent, I would have sent you flying out of the window." Then he began to weep. And because of this Yakov was not often asked to play in the orchestra, he was only sent for in case of extreme necessity in the absence of one of the Jews. Yakov was never in a good temper, as he was continually having to put up with terrible losses. For instance, it was a sin to work on Sundays or saints' days, and Monday was an unlucky day, so that in the course of the year there were some 200 days on which, whether he liked it or not, he had to sit with his hands folded. And only think, what a loss that meant. If anyone in the town had a wedding without music, or if Shaks did not send for Yakov, that was a loss, too. The superintendent of the prison was ill for 2 years and was wasting away, and Yakov was impatiently waiting for him to die. But the superintendent went away to the chief town of the province to be doctored, and there took and died. There's a loss for you, 10 rubles at least, as there would have been an expensive coffin to make, lined with brocade. The thought of his losses haunted Yakov, especially at night. He laid his fiddle on the bed beside him, and when all sorts of nonsensical ideas came into his mind he touched a string, the fiddle gave out a sound in the darkness, and he felt better. On the 6th of May of the previous year Marfa had suddenly been taken ill. The old woman's breathing was labored, she drank a great deal of water, and she staggered as she walked, yet she lighted the stove in the morning and even went herself to get water. Towards evening she lay down. Yakov played his fiddle all day. When it was quite dark he took the book in which he used every day to put down his losses, and, feeling dull, he began adding up the total for the year. It came to more than 1,000 rubles. This so agitated him that he flung the reckoning beads down, and trampled them under his feet. Then he picked up the reckoning beads, and again spent a long time clicking with them and heaving deep, strained sighs. His face was crimson and wet with perspiration. He thought that if he had put that lost 1,000 rubles in the bank, the interest for a year would have been at least 40 rubles, so that 40 rubles was a loss too. In fact, wherever one turned there were losses and nothing else. Yakov. Marfa called unexpectedly. "I am dying." He looked round at his wife. Her face was rosy with fever, unusually bright and joyful looking. Bronze, accustomed to seeing her face always pale, timid, and unhappy looking, was bewildered. It looked as if she really were dying and were glad that she was going away forever from that hut, from the coffins, and from Yakov. And she gazed at the ceiling and moved her lips, and her expression was one of happiness, as though she saw death as her deliverer and were whispering with him. It was daybreak. From the windows one could see the flush of dawn. Looking at the old woman, Yakov for some reason reflected that he had not once in his life been affectionate to her, had had no feeling for her, had never once thought to buy her a kerchief, or to bring her home some dainty from a wedding, but had done nothing but shout at her, scold her for his losses, shake his fists at her. It is true he had never actually beaten her, but he had frightened her, and at such times she had always been numb with terror. Why, he had forbidden her to drink tea because they spent too much without that, and she drank only hot water. And he understood why she had such a strange, joyful face now, and he was overcome with dread. As soon as it was morning he borrowed a horse from a neighbor and took Marfa to the hospital. There were not many patients there, and so he had not long to wait, only 3 hours. To his great satisfaction the patients were not being received by the doctor, who was himself ill, but by the assistant, Maxim Nikolaich, an old man of whom everyone in the town used to say that, though he drank and was quarrelsome, he knew more than the doctor. "I wish you good day," said Yakov, leading his old woman into the consulting room. "You must excuse us, Maxim Nikolaich, we are always troubling you with our trumpery affairs. Here you see my better half is ailing, the partner of my life, as they say, excuse the expression." Knitting his grizzled brows and stroking his whiskers the assistant began to examine the old woman, and she sat on a stool, a wasted, bent figure with a sharp nose and open mouth, looking like a bird that wants to drink. "Ah," the assistant said slowly, and he heaved a sigh. "Influenza and possibly fever. There's typhus in the town now. Well, the old woman has lived her life, thank God." "How old is she?" "She'll be 70 in another year, Maxim Nikolaich." "Well, the old woman has lived her life, it's time to say goodbye." "You are quite right in what you say, of course, Maxim Nikolaich," said Yakov, smiling from politeness, "and we thank you feelingly for your kindness. But allow me to say every insect wants to live." "To be sure," said the assistant, in a tone which suggested that it depended upon him whether the woman lived or died. "Well, then, my good fellow, put a cold compress on her head, and give her these powders twice a day, and so goodbye. Bonjour." From the expression of his face Yakov saw that it was a bad case, and that no sort of powders would be any help. It was clear to him that Marfa would die very soon, if not today, tomorrow. He nudged the assistant's elbow, winked at him, and said in a low voice, "If you would just cup her, Maxim Nikolaich." I have no time, my good fellow. Take your old woman and go in God's name. Goodbye." "Be so gracious," Yakov besought him. "You know yourself that if, let us say, it were her stomach or her inside that were bad, then powders or drops, but you see she had got a chill. In a chill the first thing is to let blood, Maxim Nikolaich." But the assistant had already sent for the next patient, and a peasant woman came into the consulting room with a boy. "Go along. Go along," he said to Yakov, frowning. "It's no use to. In that case put on leeches, anyway. Make us pray for you forever." The assistant flew into a rage and shouted, "You speak to me again. You blockhead." Yakov flew into a rage too, and he turned crimson all over, but he did not utter a word. He took Marfa on his arm and led her out of the room. Only when they were sitting in the cart he looked morosely and ironically at the hospital, and said, "A nice set of artists they have settled here. No fear, but he would have cupped a rich man, but even a leech he grudges to the poor. The Herods." When they got home and went into the hut, Marfa stood for 10 minutes holding on to the stove. It seemed to her that if she were to lie down Yakov would talk to her about his losses, and scold her for lying down and not wanting to work. Yakov looked at her drearily and thought that tomorrow was St. John the Divine's, and next day St. Nikolai the Wonder Workers, and the day after that was Sunday, and then Monday, an unlucky day. For 4 days he would not be able to work, and most likely Marfa would die on one of those days, so he would have to make the coffin today. He picked up his iron rule, went up to the old woman and took her measure. Then she lay down, and he crossed himself and began making the coffin. When the coffin was finished, Bronze put on his spectacles and wrote in his book, Marfa Ivanov's coffin, 2 rubles, 40 kopecks. And he heaved a sigh. The old woman lay all the time silent with her eyes closed. But in the evening, when it got dark, she suddenly called the old man. "Do you remember, Yakov?" she asked, looking at him joyfully. "Do you remember 50 years ago God gave us a little baby with flaxen hair? We used always to be sitting by the river then, singing songs, under the willows, and laughing bitterly," she added. "The baby girl died." Yakov racked his memory, but could not remember the baby or the willows. "It's your fancy," he said. The priest arrived, he administered the sacrament and extreme unction. Then Marfa began muttering something unintelligible, and towards morning she died. Old women, neighbors, washed her, dressed her, and laid her in the coffin. To avoid paying the sacristan, Yakov read the psalms over the body himself, and they got nothing out of him for the grave, as the gravedigger was a crony of his. For peasants carried the coffin to the graveyard, not for money, but from respect. The coffin was followed by old women, beggars, and a couple of crazy saints, and the people who met it crossed themselves piously. And Yakov was very much pleased that it was so creditable, so decorous, and so cheap, and no offense to anyone. As he took his last leave of Marfa he touched the coffin and thought, a good piece of work. But as he was going back from the cemetery he was overcome by acute depression. He didn't feel quite well, his breathing was labored and feverish, his legs felt weak, and he had a craving for drink. And thoughts of all sorts forced themselves on his mind. He remembered again that all his life he had never felt for Marfa, had never been affectionate to her. The 52 years they had lived in the same hut had dragged on a long, long time, but it had somehow happened that in all that time he had never once thought of her, had paid no attention to her. As though she had been a cat or a dog. And yet, every day, she had lighted the stove, had cooked and baked, had gone for the water, had chopped the wood, had slept with him in the same bed. And when he came home drunk from the weddings always reverently hung his fiddle on the wall and put him to bed, and all this in silence, with a timid, anxious expression. Rothschild, smiling and bowing, came to meet Yakov. "I was looking for you, uncle," he said. "Moisey Ilyich sends you his greetings and bids you come to him at once." Yakov felt in no mood for this. He wanted to cry. "Leave me alone," he said, and walked on. "How can you?" Rothschild said, fluttered, running on in front. "Moisey Ilyich will be offended. He bade you come at once." Yakov was revolted at the Jew's gasping for breath and blinking, and having so many red freckles on his face. And it was disgusting to look at his green coat with black patches on it, and all his fragile, refined figure. "Why are you pestering me, garlic?" shouted Yakov. "Don't persist." The Jew got angry and shouted too. "Not so noisy, please, or I'll send you flying over the fence." "Get out of my sight," roared Yakov, and rushed at him with his fists. "One can't live for you scabby Jews." Rothschild, half dead with terror, crouched down and waved his hands over his head, as though to ward off a blow. Then he leapt up and ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. As he ran he gave little skips and kept clasping his hands, and Yakov could see how his long thin spine wriggled. Some boys, delighted at the incident, ran after him shouting, "Jew! Jew!" Some dogs joined in the chase barking. Someone burst into a roar of laughter, then gave a whistle. The dogs barked with even more noise and unanimity. Then a dog must have bitten Rothschild, as a desperate, sickly scream was heard. Yakov went for a walk on the grazing ground, then wandered on at random in the outskirts of the town, while the street boys shouted. Here's bronze. Here's bronze. He came to the river, where the curlews floated in the air uttering shrill cries and the ducks quacked. The sun was blazing hot, and there was a glitter from the water, so that it hurt the eyes to look at it. Yakov walked by a path along the bank and saw a plump, rosy-cheeked lady come out of the bathing shed, and thought about her. Ugh! You otter! Not far from the bathing shed boys were catching crayfish with bits of meat. Seeing him, they began shouting spitefully, "Bronze! Bronze!" And then he saw an old spreading willow tree with a big hollow in it, and a crow's nest on it. And suddenly there rose up vividly in Yakov's memory a baby with flaxen hair, and the willow tree Marfa had spoken of. Why, that is it, the same willow tree, green, still, and sorrowful. How old it has grown, poor thing! He sat down under it and began to recall the past. On the other bank, where now there was the water meadow, in those days there stood a big birchwood, and yonder on the bare hillside that could be seen on the horizon an old pine forest used to be a bluish patch in the distance. Big boats used to sail on the river. But now it was all smooth and unruffled, and on the other bank there stood now only one birch tree, youthful and slender like a young lady, and there was nothing on the river but ducks and geese. And it didn't look as though there had ever been boats on it. It seemed as though even the geese were fewer than of old. Yakov shut his eyes, and in his imagination huge flocks of white geese soared, meeting one another. He wondered how it had happened that for the last 40 or 50 years of his life he had never once been to the river, or if he had been by it he had not paid attention to it. Why, it was a decent-sized river, not a trumpery one. He might have gone in for fishing and sold the fish to merchants, officials, and the barkeeper at the station, and then have put money in the bank. He might have sailed in a boat from one house to another, playing the fiddle, and people of all classes would have paid to hear him. He might have tried getting big boats afloat again, that would be better than making coffins. He might have bred geese, killed them and sent them in the winter to Moscow. Why, the feathers alone would very likely mount up to 10 rubles in the year. But he had wasted his time, he had done nothing of this. What losses! Ah! What losses! And if he had gone in for all those things at once, catching fish and playing the fiddle, and running boats and killing geese, what a fortune he would have made. But nothing of this had happened. Even in his dreams, life had passed uselessly without any pleasure, had been wasted for nothing, not even a pinch of snuff. There was nothing left in front, and if one looked back, there was nothing there but losses, and such terrible ones, it made one cold all over. And why was it a man could not live so as to avoid these losses and misfortunes? One wondered why they had cut down the birch copse and the pine forest. Why was he walking with no reason on the grazing ground? Why do people always do what isn't needful? Why had Yakov all his life scolded, bellowed, shaken his fists, ill-treated his wife, and, one might ask, what necessity was there for him to frighten and insult the Jew that day? Why did people in general hinder each other from living? What losses were due to it? What terrible losses! If it were not for hatred and malice people would get immense benefit from one another. In the evening and the night he had visions of the baby, of the willow, of fish, of slaughtered geese, and Marfa looking in profile like a bird that wants to drink, and the pale, pitiful face of Rothschild, and faces moved down from all sides and muttered of losses. He tossed from side to side, and got out of bed 5 times to play the fiddle. In the morning he got up with an effort and went to the hospital. The same Maxim Nikolaich told him to put a cold compress on his head, and gave him some powders. And from his tone and expression of face Yakov realized that it was a bad case and that no powders would be any use. As he went home afterwards, he reflected that death would be nothing but a benefit. He would not have to eat or drink, or pay taxes or offend people, and, as a man lies in his grave not for 1 year but for hundreds and thousands, if one reckoned it up the gain would be enormous. A man's life meant loss, death meant gain. This reflection was, of course, a just one, but yet it was bitter and mortifying. Why was the order of the world so strange, that life, which is given to man only once, passes away without benefit? He was not sorry to die, but at home, as soon as he saw his fiddle, it sent a pang to his heart and he felt sorry. He could not take the fiddle with him to the grave, and now it would be left forlorn, and the same thing would happen to it as to the birch copse and the pine forest. Everything in this world was wasted and would be wasted. Yakov went out of the hut and sat in the doorway, pressing the fiddle to his bosom. Thinking of his wasted, profitless life, he began to play, he did not know what, but it was plaintive and touching, and tears trickled down his cheeks. And the harder he thought, the more mournfully the fiddle wailed. The latch clicked once and again, and Rothschild appeared at the gate. He walked across half the yard boldly, but seeing Yakov he stopped short, and seemed to shrink together, and probably from terror. Began making signs with his hands as though he wanted to show on his fingers what o'clock it was. "Come along, it's all right," said Yakov in a friendly tone, and he beckoned him to come up. "Come along." Looking at him mistrustfully and apprehensively, Rothschild began to advance, and stopped 7 feet off. "Be so good as not to beat me," he said, ducking. "Moisey Ilyich has sent me again." "Don't be afraid," he said, "go to Yakov again and tell him," he said, "we can't get on without him. There is a wedding on Wednesday." Yes. Mr. Shapovalov is marrying his daughter to a good man. And it will be a grand wedding, oh," added the Jew, screwing up one eye. "I can't come," said Yakov, breathing hard. "I'm ill, brother." And he began playing again, and the tears gushed from his eyes onto the fiddle. Rothschild listened attentively, standing sideways to him and folding his arms on his chest. The scared and perplexed expression on his face, little by little, changed to a look of woe and suffering. He rolled his eyes as though he were experiencing an agonizing ecstasy, and articulated, "Vach," and tears slowly ran down his cheeks and trickled on his greenish coat. And Yakov lay in bed all the rest of the day grieving. In the evening, when the priest confessing him asked, did he remember any special sin he had committed? Straining his failing memory he thought again of Marfa's unhappy face, and the despairing shriek of the Jew when the dog bit him, and said, hardly audibly, "Give the fiddle to Rothschild." "Very well," answered the priest. "And now everyone in the town asks where Rothschild got such a fine fiddle. Did he buy it or steal it? Or perhaps it had come to him as a pledge. He gave up the flute long ago, and now plays nothing but the fiddle." As plaintive sounds flow now from his bow, as came once from his flute, but when he tries to repeat what Yakov played, sitting in the doorway, the effect is something so sad and sorrowful that his audience weep, and he himself rolls his eyes and articulates "Vach." And this new air was so much liked in the town that the merchants and officials used to be continually sending for Rothschild and making him play it over and over again a dozen times. The student. At first the weather was fine and still. The thrushes were calling, and in the swamps close by something alive droned pitifully with a sound like blowing into an empty bottle. A snipe flew by, and the shot aimed at it rang out with a gay, resounding note in the spring air. But when it began to get dark in the forest a cold, penetrating wind blew inappropriately from the east, and everything sank into silence. Needles of ice stretched across the pools, and it felt cheerless, remote, and lonely in the forest. There was a whiff of winter. Ivan Velikopolsky, the son of a sacristan, and a student of the clerical academy, returning home from shooting, walked all the time by the path in the waterside meadow. His fingers were numb and his face was burning with the wind. It seemed to him that the cold that had suddenly come on had destroyed the order and harmony of things, that nature itself felt ill at ease. And that was why the evening darkness was falling more rapidly than usual. All around it was deserted and peculiarly gloomy. The only light was one gleaming in the widow's gardens near the river. The village, over 3 miles away, and everything in the distance all round was plunged in the cold evening mist. The student remembered that, as he went out from the house, his mother was sitting barefoot on the floor in the entry, cleaning the samovar, while his father lay on the stove coughing. As it was Good Friday, nothing had been cooked, and the student was terribly hungry. And now, shrinking from the cold, he thought that just such a wind had blown in the days of Rurik and in the time of Ivan the Terrible and Peter. And in their time there had been just the same desperate poverty and hunger, the same thatched roofs with holes in them, ignorance, misery, the same desolation around, the same darkness. The same feeling of oppression. All these had existed, did exist, and would exist, and the lapse of 1,000 years would make life no better. And he did not want to go home. The gardens were called the Widows because they were kept by 2 widows, mother and daughter. A camp fire was burning brightly with a crackling sound, throwing out light far around on the plowed earth. The widow Vasilisa, a tall, fat old woman in a man's coat, was standing by and looking thoughtfully into the fire. Her daughter Lukeria, a little pockmarked woman with a stupid-looking face, was sitting on the ground, washing a cauldron and spoons. Apparently they had just had supper. There was a sound of men's voices. It was the laborers watering their horses at the river. "Here you have winter back again," said the student, going up to the campfire. "Good evening." Vasilisa started, but at once recognized him and smiled cordially. "I did not know you, God bless you," she said. "You'll be rich." They talked. Vasilisa, a woman of experience, who had been in service with the gentry, first as a wet nurse, afterwards as a children's nurse, expressed herself with refinement, and a soft, sedate smile never left her face. Her daughter Lukeria, a village peasant woman, who had been beaten by her husband, simply screwed up her eyes at the student and said nothing. And she had a strange expression like that of a deaf mute. "At just such a fire the Apostle Peter warmed himself," said the student, stretching out his hands to the fire, "so it must have been cold then, too." "Ah, what a terrible night it must have been, Granny." "An utterly dismal long night." He looked round at the darkness, shook his head abruptly and asked, "No doubt you have been at the reading of the 12 Gospels?" "Yes, I have," answered Vasilisa. "If you remember at the Last Supper Peter said to Jesus, 'I am ready to go with thee into darkness and unto death.' And our Lord answered him thus, 'I say unto thee, Peter, before the cock croweth thou wilt have denied me thrice.' After the supper Jesus went through the agony of death in the garden and prayed, and poor Peter was weary in spirit and faint, his eyelids were heavy and he could not struggle against sleep. He fell asleep. Then you heard how Judas the same night kissed Jesus and betrayed him to his tormentors. They took him bound to the high priest and beat him, while Peter, exhausted, worn out with misery and alarm, hardly awake, you know, feeling that something awful was just going to happen on earth, followed behind. He loved Jesus passionately, intensely, and now he saw from far off how he was beaten. Lukeria left the spoons and fixed an immovable stare upon the student. They came to the high priests, he went on, they began to question Jesus, and meantime the laborers made a fire in the yard as it was cold, and warmed themselves. Peter, too, stood with them near the fire and warmed himself as I am doing. A woman, seeing him, said, he was with Jesus, too, that is as much as to say that he, too, should be taken to be questioned. And all the laborers that were standing near the fire must have looked sourly and suspiciously at him, because he was confused and said, I don't know him. A little while after again someone recognized him as one of Jesus' disciples and said, Thou, too, art one of them, but again he denied it. And for the third time someone turned to him, Why, did I not see thee with him in the garden today? For the third time he denied it. And immediately after that time the cock crowed, and Peter, looking from afar off at Jesus, remembered the words he had said to him in the evening. He remembered, he came to himself, went out of the yard and wept bitterly, bitterly. In the Gospel it is written, he went out and wept bitterly. I imagine it, the still, dark, dark garden, and in the stillness, faintly audible, smothered sobbing. The student sighed and sank into thought. Still smiling, Vasilisa suddenly gave a gulp, big tears flowed freely down her cheeks, and she screened her face from the fire with her sleeve as though ashamed of her tears, and Luceria, staring immovably at the student, flushed crimson, and her expression became strained and heavy like that of someone enduring intense pain. The laborers came back from the river, and one of them riding a horse was quite near, and the light from the fire quivered upon him. The student said good night to the widows and went on. And again the darkness was about him and his fingers began to be numb. A cruel wind was blowing, winter really had come back and it did not feel as though Easter would be the day after tomorrow. Now the student was thinking about Vasilisa, since she had shed tears. All that had happened to Peter the night before the crucifixion must have some relation to her. He looked round. The solitary light was still gleaming in the darkness and no figures could be seen near it now. The student thought again that if Vasilisa had shed tears, and her daughter had been troubled, it was evident that what he had just been telling them about, which had happened 19 centuries ago, had a relation to the present, to both women, to the desolate village, to himself, to all people. The old woman had wept, not because he could tell the story touchingly, but because Peter was near to her, because her whole being was interested in what was passing in Peter's soul. And joy suddenly stirred in his soul, and he even stopped for a minute to take breath. The past, he thought, is linked with the present by an unbroken chain of events flowing one out of another. And it seemed to him that he had just seen both ends of that chain, that when he touched one end the other quivered. When he crossed the river by the ferry boat and afterwards, mounting the hill, looked at his village and towards the west where the cold crimson sunset lay a narrow streak of light. He thought that truth and beauty which had guided human life there in the garden and in the yard of the high priest had continued without interruption to this day, and had evidently always been the chief thing in human life and in all earthly life, indeed. And the feeling of youth, health, vigor, he was only 22, and the inexpressible sweet expectation of happiness, of unknown mysterious happiness, took possession of him little by little. And life seemed to him enchanting, marvelous, and full of lofty meaning. At a country house. Pavel Ilyich Rashovich walked up and down, stepping softly on the floor covered with little Russian plaids, and casting a long shadow on the wall and ceiling while his guest, Meyer, the deputy examining magistrate, sat on the sofa with one leg drawn up under him smoking and listening. The clock already pointed to 11, and there were sounds of the table being laid in the room next to the study. Say what you like, Rashovich was saying, from the standpoint of fraternity, equality, and the rest of it, Mitka, the swineherd, is perhaps a man the same as Goethe and Frederick the Great. But take your stand on a scientific basis, have the courage to look facts in the face, and it will be obvious to you that blue blood is not a mere prejudice, that it is not a feminine invention. Blue blood, my dear fellow, has an historical justification, and to refuse to recognize it is, to my thinking, as strange as to refuse to recognize the antlers on a stag. One must reckon with facts. You are a law student and have confined your attention to the humane studies, and you can still flatter yourself with illusions of equality, fraternity, and so on. I am an incorrigible Darwinian, and for me words such as lineage, aristocracy, noble blood, are not empty sounds. Rashovich was roused and spoke with feeling. His eyes sparkled, his pince-nez would not stay on his nose, he kept nervously shrugging his shoulders and blinking. And at the word Darwinian, he looked jauntily in the looking-glass and combed his grey beard with both hands. He was wearing a very short and shabby reefer jacket and narrow trousers. The rapidity of his movements, his jaunty air, and his abbreviated jacket all seemed out of keeping with him, and his big comely head, with long hair suggestive of a bishop or a veteran poet, seemed to have been fixed onto the body of a tall, lanky, affected youth. When he stood with his legs wide apart, his long shadow looked like a pair of scissors. He was fond of talking, and he always fancied that he was saying something new and original. In the presence of Meyer he was conscious of an unusual flow of spirits and rush of ideas. He found the examining magistrate sympathetic, and was stimulated by his youth, his health, his good manners, his dignity, and, above all, by his cordial attitude to himself and his family. Rashevitch was not a favorite with his acquaintances. As a rule they fought shy of him, and, as he knew, declared that he had driven his wife into her grave with his talking, and they called him, behind his back, a spiteful creature and a toad. Meyer, a man new to the district and unprejudiced, visited him often and readily and had even been known to say that Rashevitch and his daughters were the only people in the district with whom he felt as much at home as with his own people. Rashevitch liked him too, because he was a young man who might be a good match for his elder daughter, Genya. And now, enjoying his ideas and the sound of his own voice, and looking with pleasure at the plump but well-proportioned, neatly cropped, correct Meyer, Rashevitch dreamed of how he would arrange his daughter's marriage with a good man, and then how all his worries over the estate would pass to his son-in-law. Hateful worries. The interest owing to the bank had not been paid for the last 2 quarters, and fines and arrears of all sorts had mounted up to more than 2,000. To my mind there can be no doubt, Rashevitch went on, growing more and more enthusiastic, that if a Richard Coeur de Lion, or Frederick Barbarossa, for instance, is brave and noble, those qualities will pass by heredity to his son, together with the convolutions and bumps of the brain. And if that courage and nobility of soul are preserved in the son by means of education and exercise, and if he marries a princess who is also noble and brave, those qualities will be transmitted to his grandson, and so on, until they become a generic characteristic and pass organically into the flesh and blood. Thanks to a strict sexual selection, to the fact that high-born families have instinctively guarded themselves against marriage with their inferiors. And young men of high rank have not married just anybody, lofty, spiritual qualities have been transmitted from generation to generation in their full purity, have been preserved. And as time goes on have, through exercise, become more exalted and lofty. For the fact that there is good in humanity we are indebted to nature, to the normal, natural, consistent order of things, which has throughout the ages scrupulously segregated blue blood from plebeian. Yes, my dear boy, no low lout, no cook's son has given us literature, science, art, law, conceptions of honor and duty. For all these things mankind is indebted exclusively to the aristocracy, and from that point of view, the point of view of natural history, an inferior Sobokovitch by the very fact of his blue blood is superior and more useful than the very best merchant, even though the latter may have built 15 museums. Say what you like. And when I refuse to shake hands with a low lout or a cook's son, or to let him sit down to table with me, by that very act I am safeguarding what is the best thing on earth, and am carrying out one of Mother Nature's finest designs for leading us up to perfection. Rashevitch stood still, combing his beard with both hands. His shadow, too, stood still on the wall, looking like a pair of scissors. Take Mother Russia now, he went on, thrusting his hands in his pockets and standing first on his heels and then on his toes. Who are her best people? Take our first-rate painters, writers, composers. Who are they? They were all of aristocratic origin. Pushkin, Lermontov, Turgenev, Goncharov, Tolstoy, they were not sexton's children. Goncharov was a merchant, said Meyer. Well, the exception only proves the rule. Besides, Goncharov's genius is quite open to dispute. But let us drop names and turn to facts. What would you say, my good sir, for instance, to this eloquent fact, when one of the mob forces his way where he has not been permitted before, into society, into the world of learning, of literature, into the zemstvo or the law courts, observe, nature herself, first of all, champions the higher rights of humanity, and is the first to wage war on the rabble. As soon as the plebeian forces himself into a place he is not fit for he begins to ail, to go into consumption, to go out of his mind, and to degenerate, and nowhere do we find so many puny, neurotic wrecks, consumptives, and starvelings of all sorts as among these darlings. They die like flies in autumn. If it were not for this providential degeneration there would not have been a stone left standing of our civilization, the rabble would have demolished everything. Tell me, if you please, what has the inroad of the barbarians given us so far? What has the rabble brought with it? Rashevitch assumed a mysterious, frightened expression, and went on, "Never has literature and learning been at such low ebb among us as now. The men of today, my good sir, have neither ideas nor ideals, and all their sayings and doings are permeated by one spirit, to get all they can and to strip someone to his last thread. All these men of today who give themselves out as honest and progressive people can be bought at a ruble apiece. And the distinguishing mark of the intellectual of today is that you have to keep strict watch over your pocket when you talk to him, or else he will run off with your purse." Rashevitch winked and burst out laughing. "Upon my soul, he will," he said, in a thin, gleeful voice. "And morals? What of their morals?" Rashevitch looked round towards the door. "No one is surprised nowadays when a wife robs and leaves her husband. What's that, a trifle? Nowadays, my dear boy, a chit of a girl of 12 is scheming to get a lover. And all these amateur theatricals and literary evenings are only invented to make it easier to get a rich merchant to take a girl on as his mistress. Mothers sell their daughters, and people make no bones about asking a husband at what price he sells his wife, and one can haggle over the bargain, you know, my dear." Meyer, who had been sitting motionless and silent all the time, suddenly got up from the sofa and looked at his watch. "I beg your pardon, Pavel Ilyitch," he said, "it is time for me to be going." But Pavel Ilyitch, who had not finished his remarks, put his arm round him and, forcibly reseating him on the sofa, vowed that he would not let him go without supper. And again Meyer sat and listened, but he looked at Rashevitch with perplexity and uneasiness, as though he were only now beginning to understand him. Patches of red came into his face. And when at last a maidservant came in to tell them that the young ladies asked them to go to supper, he gave a sigh of relief and was the first to walk out of the study. At the table in the next room were Rashevitch's daughters, Genya and Ureta, girls of 24 and 22 respectively, both very pale, with black eyes, and exactly the same height. Genya had her hair down, and Ureta had hers done up high on her head. Before eating anything they each drank a wineglassful of bitter liqueur. With an air as though they had drunk it by accident for the first time in their lives, and both were overcome with confusion and burst out laughing. "Don't be naughty, girls," said Rashevitch. Genya and Ureta talked French with each other, and Russian with their father and their visitor. Interrupting one another, and mixing up French words with Russian, they began rapidly describing how just at this time in August, in previous years, they had set off to the boarding school and what fun it had been. Now there was nowhere to go, and they had to stay at their home in the country, summer and winter without change. Such dreariness. "Don't be naughty, girls," Rashevitch said again. He wanted to be talking himself. If other people talked in his presence, he suffered from a feeling like jealousy. "So that's how it is, my dear boy," he began, looking affectionately at Meyer. "In the simplicity and goodness of our hearts, and from fear of being suspected of being behind the times, we fraternize with, excuse me, all sorts of riffraff. We preach fraternity and equality with moneylenders and innkeepers. But if we would only think, we should see how criminal that good nature is. We have brought things to such a pass, that the fate of civilization is hanging on a hair. My dear fellow, what our forefathers gained in the course of ages will be tomorrow, if not today, outraged and destroyed by these modern Huns." After supper they all went into the drawing-room. Genya and Ureta lighted the candles on the piano, got out their music. But their father still went on talking, and there was no telling when he would leave off. They looked with misery and vexation at their egoist father, to whom the pleasure of chattering and displaying his intelligence was evidently more precious and important than his daughter's happiness. Meyer, the only young man who ever came to their house, came, they knew, for the sake of their charming, feminine society, but the irrepressible old man had taken possession of him, and would not let him move a step away. Just as the knights of the West repelled the invasions of the Mongols, so we, before it is too late, ought to unite and strike together against our foe. Rashevitch went on in the tone of a preacher, holding up his right hand. May I appear to the riffraff not as Pavel Ilyich, but as a mighty, menacing Richard Coeur de Lion. Let us give up sloppy sentimentality, enough of it. Let us all make a compact, that as soon as a plebeian comes near us we fling some careless phrase straight in his ugly face, paws off. Go back to your kennel, you cur. Straight in his ugly face, Rashovich went on gleefully, flicking his crooked finger in front of him. In his ugly face. I can't do that, Meyer brought out, turning away. Why not? Rashovich answered briskly, anticipating a prolonged and interesting argument. Why not? Because I am of the artisan class myself. As he said this Meyer turned crimson, and his neck seemed to swell, and tears actually gleamed in his eyes. My father was a simple workman, he said, in a rough, jerky voice, but I see no harm in that. Rashovich was fearfully confused. Dumbfoundered, as though he had been caught in the act of a crime, he gazed helplessly at Meyer, and did not know what to say. Genya and Ureta flushed crimson, and bent over their music. They were ashamed of their tactless father. A minute passed in silence, and there was a feeling of unbearable discomfort, when all at once with a sort of painful stiffness and inappropriateness, there sounded in the air the words. Yes. I am of the artisan class, and I am proud of it. Thereupon Meyer, stumbling awkwardly among the furniture, took his leave, and walked rapidly into the hall, though his carriage was not yet at the door. You'll have a dark drive tonight, Rashovich muttered, following him. The moon does not rise till late tonight. They stood together on the steps in the dark, and waited for the horses to be brought. It was cool. There's a falling star, said Meyer, wrapping himself in his overcoat. There are a great many in August. When the horses were at the door, Rashovich gazed intently at the sky, and said with a sigh. A phenomenon worthy of the pen of Flammarion. After seeing his visitor off, he walked up and down the garden, gesticulating in the darkness, reluctant to believe that such a queer, stupid misunderstanding had only just occurred. He was ashamed and vexed with himself. In the first place it had been extremely incautious and tactless on his part to raise the damnable subject of blue blood, without finding out beforehand what his visitor's position was. Something of the same sort had happened to him before. He had, on one occasion in a railway carriage, begun abusing the Germans, and it had afterwards appeared that all the persons he had been conversing with were German. In the second place he felt that Meyer would never come and see him again. These intellectuals who have risen from the people are morbidly sensitive, obstinate and slow to forgive. It's bad, muttered Rashovich, spitting. He had a feeling of discomfort and loathing as though he had eaten soap. Ah, it's bad. He could see from the garden, through the drawing-room window, Genya by the piano, very pale, and looking scared, with her hair down. She was talking very, very rapidly. Ureta was walking up and down the room, lost in thought, but now she, too, began talking rapidly with her face full of indignation. They were both talking at once. Rashovich could not hear a word, but he guessed what they were talking about. Genya was probably complaining that her father drove away every decent person from the house with his talk, and today he had driven away from them their one acquaintance, perhaps a suitor. And now the poor young man would not have one place in the whole district where he could find rest for his soul. And judging by the despairing way in which she threw up her arms, Ureta was talking probably on the subject of their dreary existence, their wasted youth. When he reached his own room, Rashovich sat down on his bed and began to undress. He felt oppressed, and he was still haunted by the same feeling as though he had eaten soap. He was ashamed. As he undressed he looked at his long, sinewy, elderly legs, and remembered that in the district they called him the Toad, and after every long conversation he always felt ashamed. Somehow or other, by some fatality, it always happened that he began mildly, amicably, with good intentions, calling himself an old student, an idealist, a Quixote. But without being himself aware of it, gradually passed into abuse and slander, and what was most surprising, with perfect sincerity criticized science, art and morals. Though he had not read a book for the last 20 years, had been nowhere farther than their provincial town, and did not really know what was going on in the world. If he sat down to write anything, if it were only a letter of congratulation, there would somehow be abuse in the letter. And all this was strange, because in reality he was a man of feeling, given to tears. Could he be possessed by some devil which hated and slandered in him, apart from his own will? "It's bad," he sighed, as he lay down under the quilt. "It's bad." His daughters did not sleep either. There was a sound of laughter and screaming, as though someone was being pursued. It was Genya in hysterics. A little later Ureta was sobbing too. A maidservant ran barefoot up and down the passage several times. "What a business! Good Lord!" muttered Rashovich, sighing and tossing from side to side. "It's bad." He had a nightmare. He dreamt he was standing naked, as tall as a giraffe, in the middle of the room, and saying, as he flicked his finger before him, "In his ugly face! His ugly face! His ugly face!" He woke up in a fright, and first of all remembered that a misunderstanding had happened in the evening, and that Meyer would certainly not come again. He remembered, too, that he had to pay the interest at the bank, to find husbands for his daughters, that one must have food and drink, and close at hand were illness, old age, unpleasantnesses. That soon it would be winter, and that there was no wood. It was past 9 o'clock in the morning. Rashovich slowly dressed, drank his tea and ate 2 hunks of bread and butter. His daughters did not come down to breakfast. They did not want to meet him, and that wounded him. He lay down on his sofa in his study, then sat down to his table and began writing a letter to his daughters. His hand shook and his eyes smarted. He wrote that he was old, and no use to anyone and that nobody loved him, and he begged his daughters to forget him, and when he died to bury him in a plain, deal coffin without ceremony. Or to send his body to Kharkov to the dissecting theater. He felt that every line he wrote reeked of malice and affectation, but he could not stop, and went on writing and writing. "The toad," he suddenly heard from the next room. It was the voice of his elder daughter, a voice with a hiss of indignation. "The toad! The toad," the younger one repeated like an echo. "The toad!" The head gardener's story. A sale of flowers was taking place in Count N.'s greenhouses. The purchasers were few in number, a landowner who was a neighbor of mine, a young timber merchant, and myself. While the workmen were carrying out our magnificent purchases and packing them into the carts, we sat at the entry of the greenhouse and chatted about one thing and another. It is extremely pleasant to sit in a garden on a still April morning, listening to the birds, and watching the flowers brought out into the open air and basking in the sunshine. The head gardener, Mikhail Karlovich, a venerable old man with a full shaven face, wearing a fur waistcoat and no coat, superintended the packing of the plants himself. But at the same time he listened to our conversation in the hope of hearing something new. He was an intelligent, very good-hearted man, respected by everyone. He was for some reason looked upon by everyone as a German, though he was in reality on his father's side Swedish, on his mother's side Russian, and attended the Orthodox Church. He knew Russian, Swedish, and German. He had read a good deal in those languages, and nothing one could do gave him greater pleasure than lending him some new book or talking to him, for instance, about Ibsen. He had his weaknesses, but they were innocent ones. He called himself the head gardener, though there were no under gardeners. The expression of his face was unusually dignified and haughty. He could not endure to be contradicted, and liked to be listened to with respect and attention. "That young fellow there I can recommend to you as an awful rascal," said my neighbor, pointing to a laborer with a swarthy, gypsy face, who drove by with the water barrel. "Last week he was tried in the town for burglary and was acquitted. They pronounced him mentally deranged, and yet look at him, he is the picture of health." Scoundrels are very often acquitted nowadays in Russia on grounds of abnormality and aberration, yet these acquittals, these unmistakable proofs of an indulgent attitude to crime, lead to no good. They demoralize the masses, the sense of justice is blunted in all as they become accustomed to seeing vice unpunished. And you know, in our age one may boldly say in the words of Shakespeare that in our evil and corrupt age virtue must ask forgiveness of vice. That's very true, the merchant assented. Owing to these frequent acquittals, murder and arson have become much more common. Ask the peasants. Mikhail Karlovich turned towards us and said, "As far as I am concerned, gentlemen, I am always delighted to meet with these verdicts of not guilty. I am not afraid for morality and justice when they say, not guilty, but on the contrary I feel pleased. Even when my conscience tells me the jury have made a mistake in acquitting the criminal, even then I am triumphant. Judge for yourselves, gentlemen. If the judges and the jury have more faith in man than in evidence, material proofs, and speeches for the prosecution, is not that faith in man in itself higher than any ordinary considerations? Such faith is only attainable by those few who understand and feel Christ." "A fine thought," I said. "But it's not a new one. I remember a very long time ago I heard a legend on that subject." "A very charming legend," said the gardener, and he smiled. "I was told it by my grandmother, my father's mother, an excellent old lady. She told me it in Swedish, and it does not sound so fine, so classical, in Russian. But we begged him to tell it and not to be put off by the coarseness of the Russian language." Much gratified, he deliberately lighted his pipe, looked angrily at the laborers, and began. "There settled in a certain little town a solitary, plain, elderly gentleman called Thompson or Wilson, but that does not matter. The surname is not the point. He followed an honorable profession, he was a doctor. He was always morose and unsociable, and only spoke when required by his profession. He never visited anyone, never extended his acquaintance beyond a silent bow, and lived as humbly as a hermit. The fact was, he was a learned man, and in those days learned men were not like other people. They spent their days and nights in contemplation, in reading and in healing disease, looked upon everything else as trivial, and had no time to waste a word. The inhabitants of the town understood this, and tried not to worry him with their visits and empty chatter. They were very glad that God had sent them at last a man who could heal diseases, and were proud that such a remarkable man was living in their town. He knows everything, they said about him. But that was not enough. They ought to have also said, he loves everyone. In the breast of that learned man there beat a wonderful angelic heart. Though the people of that town were strangers and not his own people, yet he loved them like children, and did not spare himself for them. He was himself ill with consumption, he had a cough, but when he was summoned to the sick he forgot his own illness, he did not spare himself and, gasping for breath, climbed up the hills however high they might be. He disregarded the sultry heat and the cold, despised thirst and hunger. He would accept no money, and strange to say, when one of his patients died, he would follow the coffin with the relations, weeping. And soon he became so necessary to the town that the inhabitants wondered how they could have got on before without the man. Their gratitude knew no bounds. Grown-up people and children, good and bad alike, honest men and cheats, all in fact, respected him and knew his value. In the little town and all the surrounding neighborhood there was no man who would allow himself to do anything disagreeable to him, indeed, they would never have dreamed of it. When he came out of his lodging, he never fastened the doors or windows, in complete confidence that there was no thief who could bring himself to do him wrong. He often had in the course of his medical duties to walk along the high roads, through the forests and mountains haunted by numbers of hungry vagrants, but he felt that he was in perfect security. One night he was returning from a patient when robbers fell upon him in the forest, but when they recognized him, they took off their hats respectfully and offered him something to eat. When he answered that he was not hungry, they gave him a warm wrap and accompanied him as far as the town. Happy that fate had given them the chance in some small way to show their gratitude to the benevolent man. Well, to be sure, my grandmother told me that even the horses and the cows and the dogs knew him and expressed their joy when they met him. And this man who seemed by his sanctity to have guarded himself from every evil, to whom even brigands and frenzied men wished nothing but good, was one fine morning found murdered. Covered with blood, with his skull broken, he was lying in a ravine, and his pale face wore an expression of amazement. Yes, not horror but amazement was the emotion that had been fixed upon his face when he saw the murderer before him. You can imagine the grief that overwhelmed the inhabitants of the town and the surrounding districts. All were in despair, unable to believe their eyes, wondering who could have killed the man. The judges who conducted the inquiry and examined the doctor's body said, "Here we have all the signs of a murder, but as there is not a man in the world capable of murdering our doctor. Obviously it was not a case of murder, and the combination of evidence is due to simple chance. We must suppose that in the darkness he fell into the ravine of himself and was mortally injured." The whole town agreed with this opinion. The doctor was buried, and nothing more was said about a violent death. The existence of a man who could have the baseness and wickedness to kill the doctor seemed incredible. There is a limit even to wickedness, isn't there? All at once, would you believe it, chance led them to discovering the murderer. A vagrant who had been many times convicted, notorious for his vicious life, was seen selling for drink a snuff-box and watch that had belonged to the doctor. When he was questioned he was confused, and answered with an obvious lie. A search was made, and in his bed was found a shirt with stains of blood on the sleeves, and a doctor's lancet set in gold. What more evidence was wanted? They put the criminal in prison. The inhabitants were indignant, and at the same time said, "It's incredible. It can't be so. Take care that a mistake is not made. It does happen, you know, that evidence tells a false tale." At his trial the murderer obstinately denied his guilt. Everything was against him, and to be convinced of his guilt was as easy as to believe that this earth is black. But the judges seemed to have gone mad. They weighed every proof 10 times, looked distrustfully at the witnesses, flushed crimson and sipped water. The trial began early in the morning and was only finished in the evening. "Accused," the chief judge said, addressing the murderer, "the court has found you guilty of murdering Dr. So-and-so, and has sentenced you to." The chief judge meant to say, to the death penalty, but he dropped from his hands the paper on which the sentence was written, wiped the cold sweat from his face, and cried out, "No! May God punish me if I judge wrongly, but I swear he is not guilty. I cannot admit the thought that there exists a man who would dare to murder our friend the doctor. A man could not sink so low. There cannot be such a man," the other judges assented. "No," the crowd cried. "Let him go." The murderer was set free to go where he chose, and not one soul blamed the court for an unjust verdict. And my grandmother used to say that for such faith in humanity God forgave the sins of all the inhabitants of that town. He rejoices when people believe that man is his image and semblance, and grieves if, forgetful of human dignity, they judge worse of men than of dogs. The sentence of acquittal may bring harm to the inhabitants of the town, but on the other hand, think of the beneficial influence upon them of that faith in man, a faith which does not remain dead. You know. It raises up generous feelings in us, and always impels us to love and respect every man. Every man. And that is important. Mikhail Karlovich had finished. My neighbor would have urged some objection, but the head gardener made a gesture that signified that he did not like objections. Then he walked away to the carts, and, with an expression of dignity, went on looking after the packing.